Pikachu works at a charging station. Machamp carries cement at a construction site, and Dragonite transforms into a delivery person. This is a new world where Pokémon fully engage in the operations of human society. Trainer CHUUU initially believed this was a splendid reality, until his initial partner declared its dominance. The trainer is mine. Shortly thereafter, a mysterious Pokémon, claiming to be his second aunt, appeared. When Pokémon are not merely companions, but also colleagues, family members, and even rivals, the hilariously hardcore daily life is just beginning. Chapter 1. Where did this come from? On a scorching summer day, the blazing sun streamed through the 9th floor window, casting its rays upon the bed. CHUUU, who had been lying on the bed, instinctively raised his arm to shield his face from the natural light, yet it proved ineffective. He soon groggily sat up, fumbling for his glasses at the head of the bed. Strange, where did I put my glasses? As he mumbled to himself, a sudden realization struck him. The iron frame and PC board that constituted the nightstand were not from his childhood home, but rather from the rented apartment he had occupied during his university years. Reborn? After a brief hesitation, CHUUU rubbed his face, and upon confirming that this was not a dream, a surge of joy welled up within him. It is well known that in certain circumstances, solitude is a norm, and CHUUU was no exception. Being alone, he had no relatives to consider, and although winning the lottery might be a weapon of causality, being familiar with the changes in the coming years, he believed that while immense wealth was unlikely, escaping the 996 work culture and embracing a laid-back life would not be difficult. Entering the modestly sized bathroom and gazing at his reflection in the mirror, CHUUU could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. He possessed a face well-suited to blend into a crowd, a perfect blend of sharpness and warmth. The shadows cast by his brow balanced the slightly rounded shape of his eyes, while the line of his jaw concluded with a distinct angle reminiscent of freshly polished jade. Most importantly, it was a visage that resembled his youthful self. As CHUUU contemplated what he should do next, an unexpected chill coursed through his body. The air conditioning was running at full blast, and in the summer he was only clad in a pair of shorts, causing him to feel somewhat cold after a moment of hesitation. I remember the remote control should be around here somewhere. Yet, during this search, he discovered that even without his glasses, he could read the small print on a package several meters away. Rebirth gift pack? My nearsightedness is gone? That's rather fortunate. Meanwhile, he failed to notice a mass of data, code-like substance solidifying on the floor behind him, precisely where he was searching for the remote control. Thanks. Upon instinctively expressing his gratitude for the remote control handed to him, CHUUU only heard a series of meows. He abruptly turned his head to find himself face to face with a pair of mischievous heterochromatic eyes. So this isn't a rebirth script, but rather a transmigration narrative. Where on earth have I ended up? CHUUU had initially thought he was merely in a rebirth scenario, but upon seeing the cat standing on its hind legs, its body predominantly in light and dark green adorned with a distinctive mask, he realized that this world was far more intriguing than he had ever imagined. The enchanting masked Meow, a magician Pokémon, represents the grass-type starter of the 9th generation of Pokémon, Scarlet and Violet. It has been CHUUU's favorite Pokémon, a steadfast companion chosen across numerous games. Compared to the cold, unyielding strings of code, this living, breathing masked Meow is utterly irresistible. Who could possibly turn down a genuine Pokémon, especially one that holds such a special place in their heart? Are you my Pokémon? Meow. Upon hearing this, the masked Meow displayed a remarkably human-like expression of disbelief. From its simple meow, CHUUU discerned a lengthy string of implications. I told you not to set the air conditioning so high while sleeping now. You've caught a fever, haven't you? You're all muddled up. The masked Meow appeared to be even more familiar with the room than CHUUU, deftly retrieving a thermometer from the drawer and gesturing for him to check his temperature. Before CHUUU could utter a word, fever-reducing medicine and a damp towel materialized before him. With its three-fingered paws, the agile feline even snatched a jacket draped over a nearby chair and placed it over CHUUU's shoulders. I'm not feverish, you needn't fuss like this. My mind is just a bit scattered. Meow. All right, I understand. They'll check for you. Ultimately, under the masked Meow's persistent insistence, CHUUU used the thermometer, confirming that his health was fine. Upon seeing the reading of 36.7 on the display, the masked Meow finally exhaled in relief. At this moment, CHUUU began to observe the changes within the room. Overall, it still resembled the rental he remembered, though it bore many more Pokémon-themed decorations. A framed photograph on the bedside caught his attention. The image, which he remembered as a solitary one, now featured him alongside the masked Meow. The words Meow, Nei adorned one corner of the photo. The name Meow, Nei provided Sinmu with a clearer understanding of the masked Meow's identity. Although he had played numerous versions of Pokemon games prior to arriving in this world, each iteration had bestowed a different name upon his masked Meow. The name Meow, Nei, was derived from his companion in the latest Vermorp. Vermorp refers to virtual reality, massively multiplayer online role-playing games, with titles like Sword Art Online and Overlord falling within the genre. After all, Sinmu's previous era had also witnessed a technological explosion, and Pokemon, as a classic IP, had not missed the opportunity for version upgrades. The photograph was a screenshot taken upon completing the game, and the character Sinmu had painstakingly crafted in his likeness appeared far more vibrant in this captured moment. Meow, Nei, have you seen my phone? Sinmu glanced around, hoping to find something else besides Meow, Nei that had accompanied him to this place, but he found nothing. This outcome was anticipated. That account had originally contained only the masked Meow, and all resources have been devoted to it, maxed out at level 100 with perfect stats and an extraordinary bond that surpassed the norm. From the perspective of Meow, Shimu was merely indulging in another episode of his whimsical behavior. Without much contemplation, she commenced the search for his mobile phone. Shimu sought to expand his understanding of the world through the internet. With the narrative having shifted, his previous plans were inevitably overturned. He intended to first discern the extent of the differences between this world and his own perceptions. The mobile phone seemingly flew to Shinmu's side, or rather, it was delivered alongside the magical masked Meow's bud. It was indeed the same phone, albeit with a significantly altered interface. Upon observing an app characterized by a blue and white theme, adorned with a dodo bird emblem and the character, Shinmu felt a sense of familiarity. Upon opening it, he was met with a collection of trending topics he recognized. Today's dodo bird headline: the local police recently uncovered a case of illegal Pokemon abuse. Suspect Chun has been accused of placing a highly toxic gem on a mini dragon, purchased from the black market, compelling it to repeatedly shed its skin for profit. This act has severely harmed the Pokemon's physical and mental well-being, and the toxic skin, once crafted into footwear, poses a threat to human health. Suspect Chun has been apprehended, and the mini dragon has been relocated to a safe haven in Chengdu. Authorities are pursuing leads on poaching incidents. Anyone with information is urged to contact Ms. Jun Sha in the area. Preparations for the new Pokemon World Championship are underway. A trainer from the Hoenn region announces engagement with Shinado. The news feed on the phone caused Shinmu's lips to twitch. Whether it was the name of the app, now dubbed Dodo Bird, or the content of the news, it all felt oddly familiar. Yet, from the news content, he could ascertain a general understanding of the situation. This world shared certain similarities with his recollections, yet it was far from the original realm he knew. For instance, the geographical layout included regions such as Kanto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Galar, while Shimu's current location was referred to as Dongwon. In one corner of the interface, he spotted a peculiar app featuring Meow's Save Filia game icon that was currently gray, loading, and inaccessible for both opening and deletion, leaving him uncertain of its potential functions. If only the game's features were still operational, he mused. According to the game's premise, every individual possessed their own base, equipped with facilities that would significantly enhance Pokemon cultivation, thereby optimizing their growth. However, before Shinmu could delve deeper into further information, a phone call abruptly interrupted his thoughts. As he answered, an anxious voice resonated from the other end. "My brother Mu, where are you? The graduation resit. Do you still want your diploma and degree? You've already retaken Pokemon Identification Theory twice. If you fail again, you will truly extend your graduation." Chapter 2. Pokemon Identification Theory Examination. Pokemon Identification Theory? Brother, you haven't forgotten that you need to resit, have you? Cough cough, no, I overslept. Where's it again? I'm on my way. At Dahu, there is still over 20 minutes. You can make it if you hurry. Understood. After ending the call, Xi and Mu opened the map application on his phone to check the location of the university. There was no change in this regard. It resembled the layout he remembered from his college days. The Great Activity refers to the university's activity center, situated to the southeast of the campus. During his search for accommodation, he was fortunate to encounter an amiable elderly gentleman in a nearby neighborhood, securing a modestly priced room conveniently located just a few hundred meters away from the university's entrance. As for his financial resources, aside from the savings accumulated from part-time jobs during the holidays, he also received a sum of insurance from the director of the orphanage he once lived in. This financial aid would be granted upon his acceptance into an undergraduate program, sufficient to cover his living expenses as long as he practiced moderation. A portion of the funds would be dispersed after graduation, which was one of the reasons CHUUU was prepared to retake the examination. Regardless of the world's transformations, obtaining an additional academic credential during peacetime inevitably holds its advantages. Currently, there were no issues regarding the examination location, but the subjects posed significant challenges. CHUUU had never encountered a subject titled Pokemon Identification Theory, yet he found it somewhat reasonable in a certain sense. Having donned the attire, he considered this to be the most substantial change brought about by a different world. Pokemon, after all, are ethereal creations, embodying nearly limitless potential and formidable power, with Arceus at the core ascending to the status of a multiverse creator deity. Although he had not yet delved deeply into the circumstances of this world, CHUUU could ascertain that it was an era where Pokemon and humans coexist harmoniously. It was only natural for humanity to study and understand Pokemon, thus incorporating it into the academic curriculum. However, regardless of the examination's content, it mattered little to CHUUU, as his graduation had occurred many years prior. Fortunately, this was the final round of examinations before graduation, and the questions were primarily designed to be taken individually. CHUUU successfully located his examination materials on his phone. The written test comprised 11 questions, with 10 being mandatory. Answering 6 correctly would allow him to pass, akin to the standard subject examinations he remembered. Yet these questions were: Question 1. What Pokemon does this circular shadow represent? Aside from a black circle, there were no additional clues, and several Pokemon fit this description. Yet the answer was Jigglypuff viewed from above, and there were indeed other similar candidates. Question 2. To which type of Pokemon does this flame belong? Answer: Infernape. Without reference answers, CHUUU was certain these questions could lead to his dismissal. This was a simplified version of the questions aimed at improving graduation rates. Had the original version been administered, CHUUU would have been compelled to prepare for another year. Drawing upon his knowledge of Pokemon, he found it relatively easy to memorize these questions, as they bore a close resemblance to the abstract daily tasks found in games. As CHUUU finished dressing, Meowth had already prepared his retake examination certificate and necessary supplies, even unlocking the bicycle's lock for him. Let's go together once the exam is over. We can take a stroll outside. Meow. CHUUU did not seek out Meowth's Pokeball, for Meowth was a Pokemon that preferred not to remain inside its ball. Aside from the initial release, Meowth seldom spent time within the confines of its Pokeball. Upon descending to the ground floor, Meow Northeast effortlessly took her place on the back seat of the bicycle, naturally wrapping her arms around CHUUU's waist as they ventured towards the examination venue. Bees. Throughout the journey, CHUUU observed his surroundings, spotting the common bees flitting among the flowers and a few small insects. It appeared that this world was not inhabited solely by humans and Pokemon. At the very least, insects also thrived here. Moreover, there were more indications of Pokemon existence. Outside the Snow King venue, a mascot was taunting a nearby Luckin Coffee shop, while beside the Snow King's mascot stood a companion dressed as a small Snorlax, seemingly part of a new collaboration. By a loading truck, CHUUU also caught sight of a Howly Shadow, clearly exhibiting a level of efficiency surpassing that of humans. Soon, CHUUU arrived at the school entrance, where he noticed fellow students accompanying their Pokemon, though their numbers were relatively few. A significant portion of these individuals headed in the same direction as CHUUU. The enchanting, mysterious masked Meow on the back seat attracted considerable attention. It was a rare sight in Dongwon, and some people were encountering a real mysterious masked Meow for the first time, while others had never even heard of such a Pokemon. Despite attending the same school, the admission scores varied across different disciplines, and each individual's choices were uniquely their own. While Pokemon were indeed remarkable, life could persist without them. There were those who exhibited no interest whatsoever. Navigating through the crowd, CHUUU swiftly arrived at the activity center situated in a corner of the school. This center was far grander than he had remembered, with a display board showcasing the 2016 Pokemon Data Management Program employment rate rankings. Nearby, numerous candidates clutched books such as Galar Region Ecological Atlas and Factors Influencing Regional Pokemon Formation. Stop staring. Over here. Just as CHUUU was mentally comparing the changes in the activity center, a classmate, Zhang Lin, who had initially called to urge him to hurry, spotted him at the entrance. You really are quite laid back. It's already this late, and you're not anxious. Wait, is that a mysterious masked Meow? Yours? Yes. You've kept this under wraps. I haven't seen you bring a Pokemon out in 4 years. Why are you borrowing from me when you already have one? Just to be safe, it's good to be prepared. I'd rather not go through this again. Pokemon identification theory may sound like a mere theoretical course, yet it indeed involves practical components, allowing students to utilize their own Pokemon or rent from a school. Generally, being familiar with a Pokemon increases the likelihood of success. That coat. You must have invested considerable effort in its cultivation, haven't you? All the money you saved must have gone into your Pokemon. It's fine. Let's not dwell on that'll see you after the exam. I've already registered my Marshadao with the examiner. Just take your credentials and swipe them with your mysterious Mass Meow. You should be set. I'll head to the food court and wait for you. Do you want me to grab you something to eat? No need. We'll figure out later. I'm off now. Upon receiving the Pokeball from Marcy, Shimu entered the examination hall with Meownai, having a close relationship with Zhonglin. Previously, Shimu had organized the altered world relations based on the notes in his phone. Their fields of study had undergone a certain degree of transformation. Shimu's specialization leaned towards the management of Pokemon data, while Zhonglin focused on Pokemon observational research. Their camaraderie blossomed as they attended public courses together. The hue of Meownai's fur indicated a certain level of nurturing, while outward appearance is not everything. It reflects a great deal. As a competent scholar, Zhonglin possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, hence his assertion that Meownai was well-raised. Furthermore, Shimu's enchanting masquerade Meow did not strike him as particularly peculiar. The starter Pokemon, unlike the ubiquitous regional birds and bugs, are not excessively common. Yet they are not as rare as the giant panda. Their regional distribution bears significant characteristics. Apart from the wild populations, various regions have dedicated facilities for breeding starter Pokemon. Examples include the Waterleap Fish Swamp in Hoenn and the new Leaf Meow Cat House in Paldea. Acquiring a starter Pokemon is not overly complicated if one is of appropriate age and there is a Pokemon Research Institute nearby. A simple prior application suffices to obtain a Pokemon during their travels. Shimu's possession of a Pokemon from the Paldea region was not incomprehensible, as everyone harbors their own little secrets. If Zhonglin had any thoughts, it would likely revolve around whether he could observe the enchanting masquerade Meow closely enough to compose a report. While Zhonglin pondered this matter, Shimu approached the entrance of the examination hall with Meownai. Chapter 3. The reversal of Celestial Forces candidates are required to present their examination permits, identification cards, and student IDs before entering the examination hall. It is sufficient to leave your Pokemon and mobile phones here. You are all seasoned students and are well aware of the consequences of cheating, so please remain vigilant. Meow, hold on to these items and wait for me over there. Meow, having accepted the mobile phone and the Pokeball containing Mew, chose a sunlit window and settled onto the windowsill. Meanwhile, Shimu took his place at the end of the queue, engaging in a final review of his study materials. The queue consisted of students retaking their graduation exams. Due to differing examination papers, their assessments were conducted separately from those of the next cohort, albeit within the same examination hall, with varied subjects. Broadly speaking, the candidates could be categorized into two groups. Those sharing the same examination hall as Shimu were pursuing fields related to Pokemon. The existence of Pokemon has significantly transformed productivity, giving rise to numerous industries. Consequently, many universities have established a variety of programs. While some of these disciplines may be purely theoretical, potentially never involving direct interaction with real Pokemon throughout 4 years, they nonetheless convey an air of prestige. Other examination halls housed ordinary subjects, though those held no relevance for Shimu. In addition to the surveillance cameras and proctors, Shimu noticed a proctoring Pokemon at the entrance, a Gengar, adorned with a proctor's badge, assisting humans in inspections, albeit with a somewhat eerie demeanor. This peculiar arrangement aligns with Gengar's ghostly nature. As a ghost-type Pokemon, Gengar epitomizes the spectral essence. And employing Pokemon for supervision essentially serves to deter cheating through their capabilities. Certain psychic-type Pokemon possess telepathy, while some ghost types naturally exhibit cloaking abilities, making them adept in this regard. The Gengar glided along the floor and walls, weaving through the crowd to conduct inspections. Due to its disembodied hands and body, Gengar occasionally detached its eyes from its head, holding them in hand to scrutinize from different angles. Some candidates inadvertently brushed against Gengar, causing them to shiver involuntarily. With a swift motion, Gengar reinserted its eyes into their sockets, then rubbed its small hands together, attempting to drape itself over Shimu's shoulder to discern what distinguished this candidate. What? As a ghost, Gengar's expression mirrored that of someone encountering a specter, seemingly perplexed as to why its hand could not ascend. It was only upon noticing the menacing presence of a nearby Mimikyu that it comprehended its predicament. Meow, who had been basking in the sunlight on the windowsill, had silently approached its side. Meow, like other feline Pokémon, shared certain traits with ordinary cats. Its vocalizations could range from sweetly soft to sharply piercing. At that moment, Meow's voice bore a smoky timbre, laden with an unmistakable threat. With its voice lowered, Meow's presence went unnoticed by Shenmue, who was engrossed in his study materials. However, Jengar was acutely aware of the foreboding atmosphere emanating from Meow. What are you planning to do? The enchanting Mirage Mask Meow is inherently prideful, flamboyant, and possesses delicate emotions, demonstrating an unwavering devotion to its trainer. Upon observing the spectral Pokémon engaging in peculiar antics, it instinctively reacted. Meow then adjusted the angle of its leafy cloak, revealing the previously cloaked vines, thereby elucidating to Jengar the reason behind its suddenly heavy limbs. Although Jengar now comprehended the situation, it appeared somewhat befuddled. This was not its inaugural day proctoring examinations, and it had encountered numerous Pokémon, yet never a student Pokémon quite like this. According to Jengar's understanding, no student Pokémon would dare to confront a Proctor's Pokémon, especially not one taken out for a leisurely stroll. The aura emanating from Meow even instilled a modicum of fear in Jengar. After all, upon evolving into the Mirage Mask Meow, it transitioned from being a mere grass type to a dual grass and dark type Pokémon. The elemental weaknesses and disparities in power left Jengar feeling somewhat disoriented, and Meow showed no inclination to relent as the half-blooming bud hovered ominously near Jengar's form. Those familiar with the Mirage Mask Meow would recognize this as a perilous signal. That flower was no mere decorative bloom, but rather a bona fide floral explosive. The exclusive move of the Mirage Mask Meow, Floral Transformations, is predicated upon its release. And given Meow's demeanor, Jengar realized that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation might lead to dire consequences. However, the situation did not escalate to an irreparable state. As the friction between the Pokémon had drawn the attention of the proctoring staff, and Jengar's trainer was approaching, the newcomer did not assume an air of superiority. They were acutely aware of their own Pokémon's disposition. Ever since Jengar's evolution, it had developed a penchant for exploring its surroundings, and it appeared that it had touched something it ought not to have. Meow, release Jengar. It's perfectly safe here, so there's no need to be so apprehensive. Shenmue had been engrossed in the examination materials and had scarcely noticed the unfolding events until he heard someone call out to the Mirage Mask Meow. It dawned on him that the voice belonged to him, as there was no other Mirage Mask Meow in the examination hall. It's all right. I understand your intentions. You haven't caused me any trouble, so continue to bask in the sun. Shenmue grasped the rationale behind Meow's behavior. It seemed that Meow retained traits from that particular game. The combat mechanics within that game allowed trainers to engage in physical interactions during battles. Thus, to Meow, the proximity of this ghost-type Pokémon posed a threat. He was not a mere child, prone to creating chaos over trivial matters. Shenmue cast the materials in his hand onto the table by the door, greeted Meow, and proceeded to his seat. Chapter 4. Your trainer level is insufficient. The written examination process was not particularly complex, as there were defined study materials available, and even the geometric shadow questions held standardized answers in Shenmue's eyes. Although certain questions seemed irrelevant to the matter of Pokémon identification, such as the location of a particular Pokémon's first discovery by humans. However, such matters are beyond the purview of Machamp. Shortly after the examination papers were distributed, he had already completed his answers. Yet, as it was still not time to submit the papers, Machamp remained seated, lost in thought, observing the evolving dynamics within the examination hall. The walls were adorned with the school motto advocating for truth, but the portraits of renowned figures now featured numerous photos of distinguished trainers, indicating that this institution had previously produced a number of championship winners. Aside from the scratch of pens, the examination room was notably quiet. Most candidates were unaware that Gishtin floated above them, observing the scene from a divine perspective. At that moment, Gishtin, aimlessly rotating in midair, noticed that Machamp had set down his pen, prompting it to drift closer, seemingly curious about Machamp's responses. However, as Gishtin approached, it felt a chilling gaze directed at it. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it experienced an unusual wave of coldness, causing it to shudder and instinctively seek the source of the unsettling stare. The windows on the side wall of the classroom were positioned high, allowing Gishtin to spot a whimsical masquerade Meow hanging by the edge, fixated on it. Your master not only forbids touching but even gazing, was Gishtin's silent lament. Yet physically, it chose to retreat, recognizing that Mu had already finished his paper, rendering further observation pointless. The world of Pokémon is vast and diverse, yet many aspects resonate with one another. Unless it pertains to inherently adversarial species or particularly proud individuals, most Pokémon adhere to the principle that the strongest reigns supreme. Gishtin deemed itself incapable of besting the masquerade Meow, and thus opted for submission. Your Gishtin seems to be intimidated. It must not be as timid as this, mused the proctor. It hasn't encountered that whimsical masquerade Meow, which is far superior to the ones I encountered during my studies at Orange Academy. Supervising an examination can be a tedious task, and the invigilator often seeks ways to pass the time, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations. The written examination process was straightforward, and when the time to submit papers arrived, students gradually handed in their work and proceeded to the sports arena in the activity center, preparing for the second phase of the assessment. Mu's examination was merely a theoretical evaluation within the school, albeit with a practical component that allowed him to prepare his Pokémon. Understood, Masquerade Meow, it's your turn now. The arena, devoid of spectators, only housed fellow students also participating in the examination, albeit at a later stage. As Masquerade Meow stepped onto the field, Gishtin was released from its Pokeball by the examiner. Indeed, the examiner was the same individual as the previous invigilator, and Gishtin remained unchanged due to prior registration with the school. Given that Mu's Pokemon was identified as Masquerade Meow, he preferred not to use Gishtin in battle. Pokemon battles have a long history, dating back to when they were referred to as magical beasts, and as a university educator, he was well versed in the nuances of type advantages. However, this is indeed an examination, and the essence of this test does not solely hinge upon the outcome of the battle. Victory and defeat merely constitute a fraction of the total score. The identification of issues during combat represents another focal point. Yet, the unfolding of the battle exceeded the instructor's expectations. What? With a startled expression, Ghost Stone clutched its head, feigning an air of confusion, and swayed its way to the rooftop, displaying no inclination to engage in combat. The other candidates, who were waiting at the sidelines, turned their gaze toward the examiner upon witnessing Ghost Stone's refusal to comply. The relationship between Pokémon and trainers is one of mutual selection. Trainers aspire to possess formidable Pokémon, while Pokémon may also dismiss trainers. Thus, instances of trainers abandoning their Pokémon or vice versa can occur. According to industry standards, it is believed that Pokémon possess levels, and in their eyes, trainers inherently have levels as well. Such a scenario is typically interpreted as a deficiency in the trainer's level. However, this level merely serves as a descriptor, commonly used to articulate the disparities between Pokémon and trainers. Each Pokémon exhibits unique characteristics, and the world is not a gamified realm of numerical data, devoid of explicit level indicators. While it may be commonplace for novice trainers to encounter disobedient Pokémon, it becomes rather embarrassing when an examiner faces such a situation. Your Pokémon is well trained. It has frightened this one into submission. The examiner helplessly rubbed his forehead, aware that Ghost Stone could not match the strength of the illusory Mask Meow. Yet he had never anticipated that Ghost Stone would adopt a stance of avoidance. As the examination continued, a new Pokeball was released, revealing a seemingly dazed pink Pokémon before the instructor, standing upright on its hind legs and clutching a large seashell in its tail. Looking at the Drowzee on the battlefield, Shenmue felt a sense of unease. As if it were deliberately underperforming, selecting such a type seemed far from easy. Nevertheless, he decided it was of little consequence. Meow and EI, use Leaf Tornado. The flower bud held by Meow and EI was thrust forward, and as grass-type energy coalesced, a multitude of delicate green leaves erupted from the bud, enveloping Drowzee in a swirling mass. Mere moments later, the leaves dissipated into thin air. Drowzee, in its dazed state, raised its hand to scratch its head, seemingly perplexed by the recent events. Is everything all right? Did Meow and I not fully inherit the level? In that case, Meow and EI, use Seed Bomb. Despite Drowzee's commendable physical defense, it surprisingly exhibited no reaction to an attack that exploited its type vulnerability, leaving Shenmue feeling it was somewhat unreasonable, especially given that the examiner had yet to issue a command. However, before Meow and EI could unleash another attack, Drowzee suddenly let out a loud cry, then closed its eyes and promptly fainted. Chapter 5. Pikachu's bicycle misfortune. Reflecting on his memories of Drowzee, Shenmue contemplated a rather abstract conclusion. This particular Drowzee was exceedingly slow-witted, taking an extended period to realize it had been struck. Historical accounts of Pokémon lore recount instances where Drowzee fell prey to enchantment, only to become aware of its condition years later, resulting in erratic behavior in the wilderness. Before its evolution, The Drowzee was impervious to pain. Even when its tail was consumed, it would swiftly regenerate a new one. This is the extent of Shenmue's understanding of this particular species of Pokémon. Apart from its overwhelming lethargy, he could scarcely conceive of any other rationale, considering that the leaves posed no enduring harm, and the Drowzee had merely endured this single assault before losing its combat capabilities. The remaining proceedings merely required patience. Theoretically, the results would emerge in due time, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would simply await the issuance of his credentials. Meow had not utilized the borrowed Mutuo, as Meow itself had successfully completed the speedrun. However, Shenmue remained oblivious to the arduous challenges that awaited subsequent candidates. The ghostly Jengar, seemingly at odds with the supermodel's magical facade, showed no mercy to the other students. Boom! Just as they were about to depart from the event center, a thunderous roar erupted outside the venue, illuminating the corridor's glass with brilliant flashes of lightning, resulting in the shattering of several panes, followed by an eerie silence. The tranquility of the environment led the populace to dismiss any notions of a terroristic attack. Once calm returned, a few daring individuals ventured toward the source of the thunder. However, the school's response appeared swifter. An announcement promptly detailed the situation. All invigilators, maintain order in the examination hall. A Pokémon of the electric type has gone rogue. Only minor property damage has occurred. There is no cause for alarm. The examination will proceed. The notion of an uncontrolled electric-type Pokémon suggested no casualties, though the identity of the Pokémon remained unknown. The institution deemed it a trivial matter, even opting not to suspend the examination, which indicated that the damages were confined to financial losses. This provided Shenmue with a palpable sense of the destructive potential of electric types in reality. Meow? What do you think about capturing an electric-type Pokémon and training its charging capabilities? Meow? This could save on electricity costs and even generate some income for other endeavors. As he spoke, Shenmue retrieved his phone to check the electricity payment records, finding the same familiar price, seemingly unchanged. I recall that a single Electivire could supply all the electricity needed for a large city's buildings for an entire year. Excluding industrial usage, it should yield considerable savings. I should seize the opportunity to visit a power plant. Initially, Shenmue did not regard this incident with much concern. After all, it was merely a Pokémon's loss of control, resulting in a shock and some damage to school property. However, upon exiting the interactive center and catching sight of a bicycle as dark as coal, his perspective shifted. Meow, there was only that one bicycle when I arrived, correct? Meow, so that is my bike. Meow, the paint on the bicycle frame had turned an inky black, and the rubber on the tires had melted under the intense heat of the electric shock, emanating a pungent charred odor. Nearby, staff members were attending to the aftermath, alongside the individuals involved. With a red and white cap, a spiky hairstyle, a blue and white athletic jersey, and accompanied by a yellow rodent. The duo was unmistakable to Shenmue. It was the 10-year-old Ash, who had already journeyed for 25 years across 8 regions, alongside his steadfast companion, Pikachu. Beside them stood a girl with deep-toned skin and slanted eyes, her hair a vibrant orange, none other than Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia. Judging by the style of the hat and the company at his side, it was clear that this was still the Ash from the Indigo League. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What was truly significant was that in this vicinity of several hundred meters, only a solitary electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu, could be found. The bicycle, which had met an untimely demise, would need to be compensated for its losses. As Shenmue approached, the trio was in the midst of bowing and apologizing to the staff handling the aftermath. It appeared that communication was seamless, as the languages spoken across regions were evidently the same. Yet, it remained a mystery why English still existed despite everything. The staff showed no hostility toward Ash and his companions. The school permitted the presence of Pokémon, and thus had established corresponding response policies, adequately insured against mishaps. As long as there were no casualties or complete destruction of the educational building, it was regarded as a minor issue. After delivering a lecture to the 3 and having them sign some documents, the staff departed. How was Pikachu? It seemed to be fine. It had likely discharged all the accumulated electricity in one go. Well then, Ash, shouldn't you reflect on how all of this transpired? Seeing that Pikachu had recovered, Xiaoxia, shedding her previous restraint, seized Ash by the ear. They were originally supposed to head to the Chengdu region to participate in the Silver Conference, but Ash had overslept, causing them to miss the ship to Chengdu. The rescheduled voyage was also forced to turn back due to unforeseen weather conditions, ultimately docking in Dongwang. Now that they had arrived in Dongwang, Ash decided to change his plans spontaneously, wishing to explore this region known for its stark differences from others. and which had also acquired the rights to host the next Pokémon World Championship. While it was customary in other regions for children to receive their Pokémon at the age of 10 and embark on journeys, Dongwon was distinct. Most children born in this region spent their 10th year engaged in theoretical education, acquiring various academic knowledge, with travel only considered after graduating high school. This had resulted in Dongwon boasting the highest number of diverse Pokémon academies, which was a significant reason for their visit. Excuse me, may I interrupt? You can discuss your matters later. How about compensating for my bicycle first? Besides the school's possessions, Shinmu's bicycle was the sole casualty, and one could only wonder how to assess that misfortune. Following the direction of Shinmu's finger, Xiaoxia and Ash beheld the charred remains of the bicycle, momentarily triggering a flood of memories in Xiaoxia's mind. Ash, do you not feel that I've forgotten something? Chapter 6. The Lion Speaks Thus Far. Pikachu had claimed the lives of 2 bicycles. Theoretically, as Ash and Pikachu continued their journey, even more bicycles would likely succumb to Pikachu's might. Xiaoxia and Ash had traveled together for so long, certainly not to pursue debts. Perhaps that had been the case initially, but if they truly sought monetary gain, heading to Jinxin Town would have been the most prudent choice. Their companionship on this journey stemmed more from a desire to travel together as friends. Thus, Xiaoxia often forgets about this matter, yet it does not hinder her from recalling it when external circumstances prompt her to have a candid conversation with Xiaoji. I apologize, sir, it was not our intention. Pikachu is feeling unwell, which is why this occurred. Pika, it is quite all right. I too possess Pokémon and can empathize with your situation. Monetary compensation will suffice. Xianmu comprehends the situation's intricacies, but that does not imply he will dismiss the incident nonchalantly. The school has insurance to cover glass repairs, yet he does not. At this moment, Xiaoji is being chased by Xiaoxia, running in circles outside, while it is Xiao Gang and Pikachu who are apologizing to Xianmu when one damages another's belongings. Compensation is a fundamental principle that any reasonable person understands. Regarding that bicycle, it is not expensive, being a second-hand item now. A compensation of 150 will suffice. Upon hearing the figure of 150, Xiao Gang exhaled in relief. The bicycle was charred to a crisp by Pikachu's electric attack, rendering its original condition unrecognizable. And the price range of bicycles can vary significantly, which could complicate matters. Oh, by the way, that is 150 from Dongwon. That should not pose a problem. Currency is standardized across regions and presents no distinction. It is nothing, I merely mentioned it casually. Based on the current circumstances, it is apparent that not only language but also currency shares a degree of uniformity, representing a broader standardization of measurement. Just as Xiao Gang was about to reach for his wallet, his hand suddenly halted. Although he did not possess much money, it did not change the fact that they were essentially broke. Their travels predominantly consist of hiking. Aside from inter-regional travel, they rarely utilize transport. And upon arriving in a new area, most of their funds are converted into supplies. After all, the trio often finds themselves lost in the mountains, where money is merely a stack of worthless paper in desolate regions. They only withdraw cash upon entering a new city, subsequently exchanging it for supplies. A process they had just completed not long ago. Xiao Gang is not new to the area. He is aware of the disparities between this region and others. Locals in Dongwon do not carry cash, and outside Dongwon, mobile payment methods are not prevalent. Please hold on, I will gather the funds. Xiao Gang and Pikachu turned to intercept Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, who were still entangled in their own issues. Regrettably, the problem remained unresolved. The 3 possessed an assortment of peculiar items, yet they could not muster this amount of cash. The cards from Kanto cannot simply be used at any ATM in Dongwon. One must at least make a trip to the Pokémon Center, which is quite distant from their current location. Since Pikachu belongs to Xiaoji, he ultimately stepped forward, offering Xianmu a Pokeball. I sincerely apologize for damaging your bicycle, but we truly lack cash at the moment. Would it be acceptable to settle this with a Pokeball? A standard Pokeball is officially priced at 200 yuan each, with slight variations depending on the region, but the fluctuation is minimal. Excluding premium items like Ultra Balls or Master Balls, the price of a regular Pokeball remains within the financial reach of an average person. Moreover, unless one is a professional trainer or engaged in breeding enterprises, the average individual exhibits little demand for Pokeballs, often finding them unnecessary. The frequency of damage to these balls is also quite low. For most people, they are akin to mobile phones, perhaps requiring a replacement only every couple of years. Were it not for the Pokémon accompanying Shinmu, Ash would not have conceived the idea of using a Pokeball to settle debts. Alright, but I'll need to find you 50. Here, he stated. Shinmu indeed found himself without any spare Pokeballs, thus he accepted the proposal. completing the transaction in the process. Subsequently, Brock retrieved a notebook from his bag, producing what resembled a receipt for Shenmue to sign. Observing its familiar appearance, it seemed this was not their first encounter. "Have you two grown overly proficient at this?" Shenmue inquired, to which Brock replied, "It's unavoidable. Traveling often brings unexpected occurrences." They had certainly broken their fair share of items, and while Pokémon centers typically do not demand compensation, incidents do arise from time to time. Brock, who juggled multiple roles, including being the gym leader of Pewter City and caring for a multitude of younger siblings, had become quite adept at handling such matters. "Wishing you a pleasant journey in the east, and may our paths cross again," Shenmue said, fiddling with the Pokeball in his hand, which was the first empty one he had ever encountered. The red and white sphere featured a button that, when pressed, allowed the ball to toggle between its storage and usage sizes. It was said that the founder of Pokémon Studies, Professor Nishino, accidentally weakened a primate while extracting its rage energy during an experiment, causing it to shrink into the confines of the professor's glasses case. This incident became one of the reasons for the creation of the Pokeball, though Shenmue held little interest in the mechanics behind its operation. He was well aware of his own limitations and had no intention of pursuing a career in research. The fundamental principles of the Pokeball, whether they were based on the Pokemon's inherent ability to shrink or some novel technology, were of little concern to him. However, Ash called out to him, "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" "This matter is concluded," Shenmue replied. "Well, since we have become acquainted, may I challenge you to a Pokémon battle?" Ash's reasoning was straightforward. As an enthusiast of battles, he often sought to engage various individuals in Pokémon contests, ranging from novice trainers in new regions to seasoned gym leaders, Elite Four members, champions, and even passers-by who caught his eye. After settling the bicycle incident, Ash curiously scanned the information on Meowth using his Pokédex, but it did not update with Pokémon from the Paldea region, thus yielding no results. Now accompanied by a Pokémon he did not recognize, and being a newcomer from a different area, Shenmue fell well within Ash's target range for a battle. Chapter 7. How much is Team Rocket worth? Brock and Misty exchanged glances, but said nothing, appearing quite accustomed to such situations, having frequently assumed the role of referees in these competitions. Pikachu, even having just recovered from an overloaded state, seemed eager to participate. "Shall we battle?" Meow. The essence of her being signifies indifference. Should she desire a battle, she could engage at any moment. However, her gaze is not fixed upon Pikachu, but rather on Ash. Previously, that was an examination. In the past game world, one had to pass tests to acquire certain items. Thus Meow understands the necessity of refraining from attacking the instructor. Beyond the instructor, all other battles are wild encounters. Compared to the regulated confines of an arena, Meow is purely a contender of wild skirmishes. Shenmue, on the other hand, is not averse to a duel. The previous examination yielded little insight, and he harbors a desire for thorough testing, albeit not at this moment. Meow has yet to alter her habits, yet this is not a significant issue. Just a gentle reminder will suffice. The real complication lies in the fact that he has a prior engagement. This is not the wilderness where one can easily find an open space for an immediate battle. Arranging a venue can be quite cumbersome. After careful consideration, Shenmue resolves not to engage in combat at this juncture. Perhaps it would be best if you and your Pikachu first visit the Pokémon Center for a checkup. We can discuss battles another time. Very well. Let us exchange contact information. Those who have had their bicycles fried by Pikachu invariably become acquainted with Ash. Thus Shenmue emerges as Ash's first contact in the Dongwang region. Ash had assumed Shenmue was poised to accept the challenge, surprised by the sudden shift in demeanor, but he does not insist on a confrontation. Shenmue possesses no Pokédex. Ultimately, they merely exchanged email addresses as he departed the school alongside Meow. Something feels amiss. After Shenmue and Meow leave, Brock stands with his arms crossed, a glint of intrigue in his narrowed eyes. What is the matter? It's not as if Pokémon balls are universally favored. Pikachu also dislikes being confined within one, which is quite normal. No, Ash, you fail to comprehend. This is a man's intuition. As one who can distinguish between all the joys and Junshas in the world, Brock possesses a unique talent in this regard. Beyond this ability, Brock is also a gym leader and a breeder. Observing the enchanting Meow, who clings to Shenmue's clothing as they depart, Brock senses an undeniable closeness between them, even though he is unfamiliar with this particular species of Pokémon. However, Ash remains oblivious to Brock's insinuations. For Ash, the prospect of battle holds greater significance. I will definitely win. The weather in June is oppressively hot, with the sprinklers on the school lawn operating incessantly. Perhaps due to age and neglect, the mist does not disperse evenly. Some lands on nearby paths, while others are left unattended, causing the flowers in those areas to wilt under the blazing sun. As they pass by, Meow does not shy away like a human would. Instead, she willingly walks within the sprinkler's reach, allowing the droplets to cascade upon her to cool down. She is a cat, and moreover, a grass-type Pokémon. Unafraid of water. Meow? Meow meow, isn't this water quite clean? Observing the glistening droplets adorning her, Meow perceives no dirt in the water. Nonetheless, as Shenmue has called her forth, she does not linger any longer. With a swift shake of her head, she flings the water droplets away. The water in question is either accumulated rainwater or merely filtered wastewater, which is suitable for watering plants or serving as circulating water in fountains. But it is not appropriate for other uses, as it can easily harbor pathogens. The absence of a bicycle does have its advantages. At least one no longer has to take the long way around. Xi and Moo, accompanied by Meow and Ei, slipped through a breach in the school wall, taking a shortcut to their agreed-upon destination. Dubbed a food plaza, it is essentially a small gathering place. Upon entering, a wave of warm air greeted them. At that moment, the food plaza was not overly crowded, and Xi and Moo quickly located Zhonglin. You've really been waiting here. Isn't it hot? What do you think? Surely this time it will work out? Theoretically, there should be no issue. Thank you for the Mew. Although he did not utilize it, Xi and Moo still expressed his gratitude. In a world inhabited by Pokémon, those who can borrow Pokémon often enjoy favorable relationships. The act of borrowing a Pokémon carries more significance than borrowing a bicycle. Moreover, according to Xi and Moo's recollection, Zhonglin was one of the few individuals he maintained contact with after graduation. No worries, just return the Mew to me. I'm really about to lose my patience. Mew, use Ice Wind, but make it gentle. As Zhonglin received the Pokeball, he issued his command during the release of the Pokémon. And a gust of chilly air, laced with tiny ice shards, emanated from Mew's mouth, bringing a refreshing sensation. The school dormitory lacks air conditioning. If you don't finish soon, I fear I might suffer from heat stroke. Just as he was speaking, a person pushing a cleaning cart passed by, tidying up the leftover dishes on the tables, with two others cleaning the floor behind them. Despite the temperature, they wore their uniforms with remarkable neatness. Xi and Moo, however, was captivated by their hair colors. One individual had wine-red hair neatly styled under a cap, while another sported shoulder-length blue hair. And yet another was a small figure reminiscent of a child laborer. Observing this familiar trio, Xi and Moo inexplicably found it reasonable. Ash's traveling companions shift with each region. Yet Team Rocket remains steadfast, following Pikachu regardless of the location, be it Kanto or elsewhere. They truly are inseparable. What do you mean by inseparable? Nothing much. By the way, is there a reward for reporting foreign organizations? Chapter 8. Do you have another cat? What foreign organization? If it threatens the Dongwang Alliance. I recall the reward is up to 500,000. Where did you hear that? Count me in for this good fortune. At least I won't have to worry about money for a while. Haven't you been accepted as a civil servant? What do you have to worry about with a stable job? Firstly, I haven't had the interview yet. Secondly, my sister has her own Pokémon now. What does that have to do with you? Her Pokémon is a Snorlax. Do you think its appetite is just a few times that of an ordinary Pokémon? I suspect my family is preparing to cut me off early, and from now on, I'll have to rely on myself. I don't have insurance like you. According to Zhonglin, as a graduate, his family was preparing to let him live independently, especially since keeping a Snorlax is quite an expensive endeavor. This is also a reason why many individuals refrain from raising Pokémon. While sustaining them may be relatively straightforward, nurturing them to their full potential is no simple task. The cultivation of Pokémon demands considerable effort, particularly for trainers, as even battle-oriented Pokémon require substantial resources for their development. For instance, Snorlax is merely known for its voracious appetite, while even a young Gibble may need to consume an entire mountain to be properly raised. Of course, there are Pokémon that are easier to care for, such as Oddish, which can even thrive in a free-range environment. However, each case must be evaluated on its own merits. For an average household, the expense of raising a Snorlax is undeniably substantial. As for the whereabouts of your overseas organization, I cannot say for certain, as I lack evidence. It is highly probable that Musashi and Kojuru, along with Meowth, are involved, yet he cannot provide proof to Junsha. Aside from their peculiar inventions aimed at capturing Pikachu, the trio from Team Rocket generally lead lives as law-abiding citizens. They diligently work to earn their living. Whether it be washing dishes in a restaurant, tightening screws in a factory, or engaging in small business ventures, their industriousness is evident across various professions, achieving a 100% efficiency in profit-making. Nevertheless, their obsession with pursuing Pikachu has led them astray, and the funds spent on machinery could have acquired numerous Pikachu. However, This Pikachu is not an ordinary one. As a unique entity straddling the line between a mythical Pokémon and a novice one, it possesses unparalleled abilities in the world. The situation becomes precarious. Without an international warrant, their activities in the East Huang region would likely go unnoticed by Junsha. Regrettably, according to Takashi, they had only recently arrived in East Huang, suggesting that Musashi and her companions have not yet had the opportunity to act. In a certain sense, if one were to begin focusing on Satoshi now, evidence might be uncovered, yet Team Rocket's singular aim is Pikachu. For an individual, the abduction of a beloved Pokémon is a grave matter. Yet, when viewed on a regional scale, it may not be deemed significant, and the reward for such an event is unlikely to be substantial. The dietary range of Pokémon is quite extensive, while specially formulated Pokémon food is commendable. They can also consume human food with ease. Upon returning to his modest abode, Shinmu commenced further exploration of this world through the internet. Although the location and terrain of his school remained unchanged, the transformations across the globe were profound, with the land and ocean areas of this planet significantly exceeding those of the original Blue Star. This expansion has ushered in an abundance of resources, and coupled with the unscientific productivity of Pokémon, it has largely alleviated the potential for conflict. However, the avenues he initially considered for generating income are predominantly outlined clearly within criminal law. In summary, various regions prohibit businesses from directly utilizing Pokémon as a means of production. While it is permissible to employ humans who possess Pokémon, it is not allowed to directly employ a group of Pokémon under a company's name. Pokémon serve merely as assistants rather than the main workforce, and there are certain requirements regarding the ratio of human employees. This appears to be an effort to safeguard employment and maintain stability. Otherwise, manual labor would likely face collective unemployment, a disparity arising from species differences. This also results in the prioritization of candidates possessing suitable Pokémon during recruitment. Alongside this phenomenon, various legislations concerning Pokémon have emerged. The fluctuations within technical positions remain minimal, although Pokémon exhibit intelligence closely resembling that of humans. There still exists a discernible gap between them and humanity. Such high intellect is characteristic of only certain species. In the case of breeding facilities or farms, however, unique circumstances apply, governed by specific regulations. It appears that gym leaders and professional trainers enjoy the most favorable conditions, receiving substantial subsidies from the league, alongside considerable advertising revenue. The status of a formidable trainer is undoubtedly exalted, yet the position of a gym leader predominantly operates under an inheritance system. Establishing a new gym recognized by the league entails a rather intricate process, typically adhering to familial or mentor-student succession. Gaining the approval of the previous gym leader and successfully passing the league's review in the following year is essential to secure this position. Shinmu is acutely aware of his lack of connections, but recognizes that there are still viable paths, as long as the conditions within Meow align with his understanding. The water-type champion from Kalos, Zyme, would likely be directly defeated by Meow, possessing the capability to contend with champions from various regions. Meow is not inferior to their main forces. Theoretically, within a year, Shinmu could achieve commendable results in league competitions and leverage these accomplishments to acquire further advantages. However, Meow alone is insufficient. A full team is necessary. Meow. Upon hearing the term full team, Meow, who had been grooming beside Shinmu, perked up her ears and immediately approached him, locking eyes with him. Even without comprehending her words, Shinmu could discern her meaning from her gaze. Full team? Am I the only one lacking? Indeed, the magical masquerade Meow, fiercely devoted to her trainer, is prone to jealousy. The higher the intimacy between them, the greater the likelihood of such incidents occurring. When the magical masquerade Meow perceives her trainer showing affection to other Pokémon, her mood inevitably deteriorates. As you can see, this is no longer a journey for just the two of us. Often, your presence alone does not suffice to meet the requisite number of Pokémon. Meow meow. I alone can take on 7 of them. Ahem, under most circumstances, it is unwise to take action against your trainer. We reside in a society governed by law. And besides, it would be too exhausting for you to battle alone. You require assistance as well. Meow seemed dissatisfied with this answer, sulking to the side. Yet this state did not persist for long as she quickly adjusted herself. Meow, you must not seek other masquerade Meows. Neither Shernai Meow nor Tilly Meow is allowed. Rest assured, no matter what, you remain the most exceptional Pokémon, one of a kind. In a certain sense, this delineates the future, yet at this moment, Shinmu noticed that the originally grayish-white software had officially completed its loading process. Chapter 9. I believe you are also a Pokémon naturally. CHUUU was curious about the capabilities of this grayish-white software in the new world. However, it is important to note that this is not a gaming headset, merely an ordinary mobile phone. Upon opening it, he merely accessed a new page. The kitchen, the pharmacy table, the training area, and the therapeutic hot springs each appeared as simple icons on the screen. CHUUU attempted to click on them, but was met with a string of red characters, insufficient space, unable to expand. These icons were familiar to CHUUU. In the gaming mode, they represented the venues for cooking, attribute training, and recovery. Recalling the dimensions of these facilities from the game, CHUUU surmised that he would need at least a football field to fully utilize them all. Where's my warehouse? Why didn't you bring the warehouse to me? After searching around without locating the warehouse interface, CHUUU felt he had once again lost an opportunity to achieve effortless wealth. Otherwise, selling off golden pearls would have sufficed. Currently available functionalities included the map feature, which illuminated all the places CHUUU had traversed today, proving to be far more user-friendly than traditional mapping software. Additionally, there was the attribute panel for Meow and EI, marked with levels and an extensive array of skill slots indicating that Meow and EI had not been weakened. There were both versatile skills acquired naturally with level progression and special skills that could only be learned through the aid of a move machine, including parasitic seeds inherited from her parents. Subsequently, CHUUU made some new attempts. Although the entire system could not be expanded, some small machines within could be extracted individually. This space was inadequate, suggesting that acquiring a piece of land would be necessary for retrieval. The persistent notifications about insufficient space seemed to imply that CHUUU should invest in land. The good news was that the land resources here were more abundant, and private ownership was permissible. Meow? Meow and EI recognized this treadmill. She had trained on it during her time as the new Leaf Meow. However, these devices could no longer enhance her attributes. Now, Meow and EI had reached the pinnacle of the magical masquerade Meow lineage, with growth limited to battle experience and combat skills, while the rest remained in a state of maintenance. Once new Pokémon were acquired, CHUUU intended for them to experience these devices as well, potentially yielding significant benefits in training. If effective, he might even consider establishing a breeding facility, thus broadening his horizons. Nevertheless, these were not immediate concerns, at least for now. CHUUU was not inclined to borrow just any Pokémon for testing, as it could lead to considerable complications. Meow and EI adjusted the settings on the treadmill and then pulled CHUUU onto it. During the era of the new Leaf Meow, CHUUU's game character had run alongside her. He did not refuse, but as soon as he stepped on, he sensed something amiss. The treadmill was set to the lowest speed, yet the rate of energy expenditure felt anything but leisurely. He was no expert runner, nor had he sunk to the point of exhaustion after merely 10 meters. Unless this training device was effective for him as well. This apparatus merely resembled a treadmill. While it functioned similarly, the results were strikingly different. After only 2 minutes of operation, CHUUU felt as though his stamina had been completely drained. Lying in bed, he picked up his phone, reopened the page, and found the attribute table for his game character, aside from Meow and EI. In the present circumstances, one might refer to this as one's attribute table. Although explicit numerical values are absent, the sections pertaining to physical stamina and speed exhibit a slight fluctuation. This apparatus, originally designed solely for the specialized training of Pokémon, seems to have categorized him as an integral part of the Pokémon realm. However, individuals within the Pokémon world can essentially be regarded as a unique variant of Pokémon, theoretically devoid of reproductive isolation. The world of Pokémon indeed harbors individuals with extraordinary abilities, such as psychics and aura users. These powers are not inherently human, but rather belong to psychic types and certain aura Pokémon. Their manifestation in humans can be likened to the trainers associated with Shinado. The remaining individuals have already surpassed the physical capabilities of ordinary humans. Excellent. At this rate, I too could become a true prodigy. It is important to note that this device cannot transform one into a superhero. It is fundamentally calibrated to the upper limits of various species. Without it, my current attributes might not represent the pinnacle of the magical masquerade Meow, but rather an abstract Pokémon with even higher base stats than Wujita. Nonetheless, this presents an opportunity to touch upon the limits of human potential, specifically within the context of the Pokémon world. This journey must be approached incrementally for optimal results, as the physical demands are indeed substantial. This physical enhancement device can be utilized directly, unlike others that require specific materials or familiarity with suitable Pokémon for activation. Examples include furnaces operable solely by fire types and pharmaceutical workstations assisted by grass types. Presently, the block crafting table is available, but to whom should it be sold? The block crafting table produces energy blocks, known as Pokémon blocks, which are special energy units derived from berries through processing. Depending on the recipe, these blocks can have varying effects. Some recipes require only one block to satiate a Snorlax, while others enhance the luster of scales. For Pokémon, energy blocks are akin to fruit-flavored calcium tablets, replenishing essential nutrients. It can be asserted that all types of trainers require them, particularly breeders and coordinators. While they are available in the league's marketplace, exceptional coordinators and breeders often craft their own. Even though Shenmue's creations are of remarkable quality, expanding into the market proves to be a challenge. Energy blocks sold by unknown passers-by cannot compete with those from the official marketplace. Upon reflection, the most effective channel for sales currently is Ash. More precisely, not Ash himself, but Professor Oak, along with his companions Brock and Misty. Chapter 10, The Bulky Delivery. Mission accomplished. 2 gym leaders and a renowned academic. Although Misty is still traveling, the Cerulean Gym is likely not under her management at present. Yet that is of little consequence. As long as one is nurturing Pokémon, energy blocks are always indispensable. Brock, being a breeder, places even greater emphasis on these items during the nurturing process, utilizing both energy blocks and similar materials, all derived from berries. Humans merely engage in the intricate refinement of technology, enabling it to function more effectively, which poses no harm to Pokémon. Furthermore, the 2 gym leaders are not financially constrained. Their inability to afford a bicycle is simply due to a lack of cash while traveling. A long-established gym is essentially a family enterprise, thus not lacking in funds. Professor Oak, whom Ash is familiar with, epitomizes this as a renowned figure in the field, boasting extensive connections and substantial financial backing from the league. Moreover, one must consider the transportation costs from East Huang to Kanto. The energy cubes crafted by Shenmue may possess commendable quality, yet they remain fundamentally energy cubes, unlike the magical candies that can directly facilitate evolution. Presently, Shenmue lacks both stable supply and sales channels. Without a viable production output, sporadic regional sales would likely incur losses after deducting shipping and other expenses initially. Additionally, these are not special formulas. Only Shenmue can produce them using the energy cube crafting machine, limiting production capacity. While sufficient for his own Pokémon, they fall short for commercial purposes. Perhaps he could earn some pocket money, but scaling the business would prove challenging. Nevertheless, even if a business venture does not materialize, expanding one's network may yield benefits in the future. In a world teeming with Pokémon, formidable trainers naturally command higher social status, with regional champions wielding considerable decision-making power. With a notebook in hand, Shenmue ultimately resolved to adhere to his original plan, albeit with a slight shift in objectives. His available funds would sustain him for a while, but if a stable economic source did not materialize soon, he would have no choice but to accompany Meow to tackle gyms for prize money. Registered trainers can earn a certain amount of prize money upon victorious challenges at gyms. A single gym does not award a second prize to the same trainer, and prize distribution ceases once a trainer has challenged 8 gyms. The East Huang League officially recognizes a total of 24 gyms, akin to the Galar region, with 8 of the more formidable gyms categorized as first tier, while the remaining are second tier. In addition to facing challengers, gym leaders also engage in battles annually to establish new rankings. According to online information, there exists a first-tier ground-type gym nearby, which aligns well with his strategic considerations. Grass-type Pokémon may possess limited coverage, while ground types are among the few that are both vulnerable to and resistant against grass types. Nonetheless, considering Meow's innate characteristics, she possesses a broader offensive capability against various types. Shenmue ordered a selection of berries via his mobile phone, uncertain of the flavor preferences of other Pokémon, thus opting for a variety of sour, spicy, bitter, sweet, and astringent berries. It appears that the service of delivering packages with special Pokémon has already been established, which is quite reasonable in a Pokémon world that has developed over many years. Locals are undoubtedly more aware of the capabilities of their Pokémon. After placing the order, it took over 20 minutes to organize the items for dispatch. Just 5 minutes after the notification of the delivery commencing, a shadow appeared outside Shenmue's window. Delivery. He opened the window to receive his order. Outside the window, a rider adorned like a World War II pilot is seated upon the back of a Pokémon. With its orange-yellow skin, creamy belly, plump form, and petite wings, it is none other than the corpulent Dragonite. The Dragonite's somewhat diminutive arms cradle a thermal container, clearly the merchandise for this delivery. Is it true that Dragonite is employed for the express service? Have the standards for this work become so elevated? There is a recent collaboration with Chengdu, and if there are any issues with the goods, please call this number. Wishing you a pleasant day, and kindly leave a 5-star review. After leaving the item, the delivery person patted the Dragonite's back and then vanished into the horizon. Dragonite, a Pokémon whose intelligence rivals that of humans and capable of circumnavigating the globe in just 16 hours, makes global next-day delivery a simple task with its assistance. I never expected them to be so sincere. They really have a Dragonite helping out. Is it the Dragon Clan from Chengdu? Is this a team-building exercise for the Dragonite in the Dragon's Lair? Or perhaps a matchmaking event in the Dragon Cave of Dongwang? The Pokémon of Dongwang primarily hail from the Kanto, Chengdu, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions, and naturally, there are congregations of Dragonites in their territories. Is this an event preceding the World Championships? Surely, the Dragon Clan isn't in financial straits. Pondering this, Shenmue still couldn't decipher the intentions of those above him. However, this service is indeed convenient, albeit costly. Upon reviewing the original price list, Shenmue decided to forego this convenient service, at least for now, as it was not suitable for him. Unable to afford it, he would wait for a promotional discount. Meow? What flavor of energy cube do you desire? Meow meow? 9 parts sweet, 1 part sour, with extra peach. Understood. I hope I remember the usage correctly. Just like in the game, the operation is foolproof. After tossing the appropriate berries into the machine and inputting the requirements, it automatically separates the components of the berries to synthesize the desired energy cube. As the machine whirred to life, the freshly purchased berries vanished, transforming into a plate full of colorful cubes. Oh no, I forgot to categorize them. Some cubes are as transparent as crystals, while others reveal various colored fillings. Yet mixed together, Shenmue can no longer recall the specific flavors. Meow, however, expertly selected the pink cubes, compressing them into a sugary ball before licking it. Humans can consume berries, so these energy cubes should be similar. Let us give it a try. Each cube exudes a refreshing fruity aroma, but lacking a Pokémon's keen sense of smell. Shenmue could only rely on color to make his selection. Ultimately, he chose a cube predominantly yellow, accented with red petals. Spicy green mango flavor. Shenmue's expression became somewhat unnatural. This flavor was rather too unconventional for him. Just then, a notification sound chimed from his mailbox. Chapter 11. I would rather steal a photograph of that Pokémon. Email is not commonly used in Dongwang, and besides various spam and game notifications, Shenmue's email contacts currently consist of only 2, his thesis advisor and Ash. The graduation thesis concluded before his official journey began, leaving only Ash behind. Unsurprisingly, the email sender was Ash himself. In essence, the email conveyed that Pikachu had undergone a thorough check at the Pokémon Center and was in excellent health. Ash had also reserved a battle arena at the Pokémon Center and inquired if Shenmue was available for a match that evening. The fervor for battle, combined with the novelty of the new region and the unique allure of facing his first opponent there, ignited Ash's eagerness to engage in combat with Shenmue. How pure is the passion for battle in this youthful boy? Ash's focus is solely on the fight. Becoming a Pokémon master has been his enduring dream. Despite countless failures, he continues to pursue his aspirations, challenging gyms and participating in tournaments, steadily climbing the ranks. He remains true to his youth. Though he has arrived in this world of Pokémon, Shenmue is acutely aware that his ambitions are far less innocent than Ash's. Even when undertaking similar endeavors, his motivations are more self-serving. Certain pursuits, if neglected in youth, lose their appeal with age. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Shenmue cleared his mind. The past is the past. The present is now. Engaging in activities he desires is inherently part of realizing one's dreams, albeit with less grandiose goals. Meow, prepare yourself. Tonight we shall battle that boy and his Pikachu. Meow, meow, Pikachu. What preparations are necessary for an unevolved electric-type Pokémon? That Pikachu is rather exceptional. And it has been quite some time since we engaged in a formal battle. We need to prepare adequately. Level dominance can easily crush weaker opponents. Yet when faced with an equally matched adversary, poor command could lead to setbacks. As for Pikachu's strength, Shenmue is uncertain if it has entered a reset mode since arriving in Dongwang. Whether it remains a Pikachu or has transformed into a formidable being is something even Ash may not know. Meow? I can unleash Frenzied Plant or Transforming Bloom. Although the magical mask Meow specializes more in physical attacks, its special attack capabilities are commendable as well. Frenzied Plant, being the mightiest move in the Grass-type starter's arsenal, boasts significant power. Even without type advantages, its damage remains formidable under the right conditions. For this encounter, I will take the lead. In future clashes with challenging opponents, should you find my commands unreasonable, feel free to make your own judgments. Toxic Spikes, which activate only when the opponent's Pokémon enters the fray, can serve as a unique offensive strategy, triggering multiple times in a short span. Coupled with the extraordinary abilities of Pokémon, such as Rapidash accelerating to 240 kilometers per hour in 10 seconds, the Wind Speed Dog capable of covering 10,000 kilometers in a day, and Dragonite circumnavigating the globe in a single day. These speeds render them nearly imperceptible to the human eye during battle. Mistakes and delayed commands are frequent, potentially leading to immediate defeat. With ample battle experience, Pokémon in combat are better equipped to make informed decisions. Thus, Shenmue intends to conduct tests to assess which strategies yield superior outcomes in possible emergency scenarios. If Ash were to wash his account alongside Pikachu, it would be a different matter. However, in the absence of such companionship, his practical experience pales in comparison to that gained through direct encounters. Despite possessing an array of strategies in his mind, and being acquainted with the configurations of rain teams and sandstorm teams, theoretical knowledge ultimately amounts to mere rhetoric without practical application. Pokémon that are excessively heavy, emit flames, or possess odors that could compromise safety or the travel environment must be contained within their Pokeballs when utilizing the subway. Due to its size, Meowth is required to purchase an additional ticket, and some rather abstract occurrences transpired on the subway. The location of Shenmue School is situated in the suburbs, and as it is the starting station, there are ample seats available. Moreover, Pokémon like Meowth, which require a ticket, are permitted to occupy a seat. Initially, Shenmue was engrossed in his phone. Various videos in this world bore a resemblance to his memories, while some were exceedingly abstract. For instance, 4 Go Masters simultaneously challenged a Metagross, only to be bested by it, as this Pokémon is said to possess the computational power of 4 supercomputers, far surpassing that of humans, despite their scarcity. As the subway progressed, the number of passengers gradually increased. Upon the entrance of an elderly gentleman, presumably in his 60s, Shenmue contemplated offering his seat, but was restrained by Meowth, which naturally stood up and settled onto Shenmue's lap. Your Pokémon is quite affectionate towards you. It evokes a sense of nostalgia. The old man seemed rather talkative, recounting tales of his illustrious past. And your Pokémon? Oh, do not misunderstand. I am simply too frail to carry it anymore. That little one could likely carry me away. Just take a look at this. As he spoke, he revealed his pocket watch, which contained 2 photographs, one of a youthful boy with a Squirtle and another of his older self with a Blastoise. A 9-tailed fox for a millennium, a Wartortle for 10,000 years, is a familiar adage. In other words, a well-cared-for Squirtle could potentially see off many a person. As for the inability to carry one, let's not speak of age. Even the young would find it challenging to lift a Blastoise. Meow, you are not heavy. A magical mask Meow averages only 30 kilograms. Even if you were to gain a few extra pounds, I could still carry you. Meow? Ah, youth is a splendid thing. The elderly gentleman seemed to reminisce about his own youth, inadvertently dropping his phone. Though his device was of decent quality, the act of retrieving it led him into a troublesome situation, as someone nearby accused him of taking clandestine photographs. Ultimately, he proved his innocence with his photo album. But the old man grew increasingly agitated, eventually turning to Shenmue, who was merely observing. You may question my character, but you cannot challenge my taste. I may be old, but I am not blind. You do not possess a Pokémon as charming as this young man's. Why would I bother to take photos of you? Due to this remark, the dispute escalated from a verbal altercation to a physical confrontation, culminating in both individuals being escorted away by Junsha. What transpired thereafter remained unknown to Shenmue. Chapter 12. The initial battle. After a series of minor incidents, Shenmue and Meowth successfully arrived at the Pokémon Center. A massive Pokeball emblem adorned the ceiling, a hallmark of the Pokémon Center's universal style, while other areas were constructed in accordance with regional customs. Within the Pokémon Center, Shenmue beheld the familiar visage of Joy. The Joy family and the Kunsa family are among the most extraordinary lineages in this world, possessing remarkably potent genetic traits. Apart from the prodigious talent of Brock, distinguishing between the Joys can prove to be quite a cumbersome endeavor. However, beyond Joy, the Pokémon Center is staffed by numerous personnel. In such a vast metropolis, relying solely on Joy would be an impossible task. Upon arriving, Shenmue's initial pursuit was not to locate Ash, but rather to register as a Pokémon trainer. Only by completing this registration could he partake in gym challenges and other official events, including the rental of facilities. The registration process was uncomplicated, even simpler than obtaining an identification card. One merely needed to present their own Pokémon for registration. This ease has resulted in a remarkably high number of trainers throughout the region of Dongwon. Yet, among these trainers, only a small fraction embarks on the path of full-time trainers. The majority simply incorporate Pokémon into their family lives. Although the Pokémon community generally adheres to the principle that might makes right, not all Pokémon excel in combat. Like horses, while they are all equine, there exists a stark contrast between a nag, a racehorse, and a warhorse. Within a few minutes, CHUUU completed his registration, yet he found himself without a Pokédex. Such a device is not a standard accessory for trainers. In strict terms, it remains a laboratory creation, and only those acquainted with the Pokémon professor possess their own. As for the game application on his phone, CHUUU had already discovered on his journey that it could not detect unfamiliar Pokémon information, limiting its functionality to merely querying the local Pokémon. After attending to these minor tasks, CHUUU located Ash and his companions in the lounge area of the Pokémon Center. Misty and Brock were engaged in conversation about their travels, and the plates nearby suggested they had just finished afternoon tea or dinner. Ash and Pikachu were warming up, exuding an abundance of energy. When Ash spotted CHUUU approaching, he immediately waved and rushed over. "Mr. CHUUU, over here. We're all set." Pika. Ash, let others rest for a moment in this sweltering heat." Ash's boisterous voice drew the attention of everyone in the lounge area, including Brock and Misty. To Ash, battles are of utmost importance. However, to Misty and Brock, calling someone over from afar seemed somewhat bothersome. "It's fine, the subway station is nearby. If you can't wait, we can start right now." "Mr. CHUUU, don't be fooled by Ash's demeanor. He is a top 16 finalist in the Indigo Conference and an honorary trainer of the Orange League." Misty elaborated on Ash's past achievements, aiming to convey that Ash is not just a simpleton but a trainer of some renown. She wished for CHUUU to perceive the battles not as childish antics, for to Ash, each battle holds a unique significance. "Understood. I will approach this battle with the utmost seriousness." A group of individuals exited through the rear door of the Pokémon Center, arriving at the expansive battleground. Brock, familiar with the terrain, promptly took his position as the referee. Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town, was set to challenge Sinnoh's gym leader, Cinnabar. Under the rules of an 11 Pokémon match. "Prepare yourselves, trainers. Go, Pikachu. You are my chosen one." Despite having only Pikachu as his sole Pokémon, Ash confidently uttered his signature phrase. Pikachu leaped from his side into the arena, sparks of electricity crackling from the pouches on its cheeks, where it stored electrical energy. If this energy were to accumulate excessively without release, it could lead to the earlier incident. "Meowth, go?" Ash recalled that during his time at school, his Pokédex had failed to provide information on Meowth, leading him to surmise that it was likely a grass-type Pokémon. This characteristic is common among Pokémon, as many can be identified by their appearances. However, this had little impact on Ash's strategy. As a classic master of type advantage, Ash often defied conventional wisdom. "I shall not hold back. Pikachu, Thunderbolt." A brilliant golden electric current coursed through Pikachu, surging towards Meowth. Spikes. Meowth, responding to Cinnabar's command, flung a multitude of sharp stones that vanished upon contact with the ground, just as Pikachu's electric attack struck Meowth. Completely ineffective. Has the level disparity grown this vast? Ash pondered. No, even if grass types resist electric type attacks, Pikachu's Thunderbolt should not have been entirely nullified. Meowth just used spikes. That move should not have any significant effect in an 11 Pokémon match. Misty, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback by Meowth's apparent lack of damage. Initially, she attributed it to a level disparity, but Brock had deeper thoughts. Evasive maneuver? It allows Pokémon to alter the properties of their moves based on the skills they use. If that is the case, Ash might be facing a ground-type Pokémon now. While the two spectators speculated, Ash remained oblivious. His understanding of abilities was limited, especially regarding the rare evasive maneuver. Among the Pokémon already discovered, only a few, such as the Hidden Dragon and certain members of the Greninja and Phantom line, possessed this ability. Throw Pikachu onto the spikes. Pika. Before Pikachu could comprehend the situation, it was airborne. With a wave of its paw, Meowth sent Pikachu crashing down onto the ground. Pika. The hidden spikes beneath the soil activated upon impact, inflicting considerable damage upon Pikachu. Although Ash's command had yet to reach Pikachu, the electric mouse sensed the restraints binding its body and unleashed a surge of electricity in a desperate attempt to break free, yet to no avail. At this moment, Meowth's body seemed to be an extension of the ground, a pure insulator, impervious to any harm from electrical currents. Chapter 13. Fluid Transformations. Familiar lines. The conventional traits of the trio are typically Verdant, Torrent, and Blaze. Their effects enhance the damage of corresponding attribute skills when the Pokémon's health diminishes to a certain level, a state only activated when in dire straits. Although Fluid Transformations lacks some of the enhancements of Verdant, It affords Meow greater adaptability. Her skill pool is remarkably vast and devoid of the limitations of a fourth skill. Her attributes extend far beyond the simplicity of grass and dark types. Pikachu's Thunderbolt, though ineffective, was not entirely without merit. Under the flash of electricity, Meow's concealed floral stem began to reveal its general outline. This allowed Ash to discern that Pikachu was not under the control of psychic-type moves. After all, in the midst of battle, Pikachu struggled to articulate its condition. Even Pikachu required the assistance of sign language and body language to communicate with Ash. This complexity stems from the wondrous nature of Pokémon, a group capable of understanding human speech, yet finding it challenging to express each word accurately. Absent psychic abilities and the influence of aura, and excluding peculiar instances like Team Rocket's Meowth, one could liken the scenario to this: Meow and Shenmue conversing in standard Mandarin. While an ordinary trainer and a familiar Pokémon communicate in Mandarin mixed with regional dialects, accented yet comprehensible, enhanced by gestures for clarity. However, in the heat of battle, Pikachu instinctively resorts to Cantonese, leaving Ash somewhat perplexed. An invisible vine? Pikachu, break free. Use Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Once the Thunderbolt ceased, proceed with Seed Bomb. Pikachu's Valiant Thunderbolt, like the previous Thunderbolt, yielded no effect, yet the buds connected to Meow's floral stem dispersed several seeds upon Pikachu's body. This was a skill inherited by Meow. As the seeds fell, Meow voluntarily released her hold on Pikachu. Yet, before relinquishing her grip, Meow elevated Pikachu to a higher position, and as Pikachu began to descend, the sprouted seeds coincidentally robbed Pikachu of its mobility once more. This also deprived Pikachu of the chance to adjust its stance, triggering residual damage from spikes. While the Seed Bomb began to siphon Pikachu's remaining vitality. Pikachu, use Thunder on yourself. Observing that Pikachu was ensnared by the vines sprouting from the Seed Bomb, Ash suddenly issued a new command. Without hesitation, Pikachu aimed at itself. Under the onslaught of thunder, the vines constraining Pikachu were reduced to charred remnants. Although it incurred significant damage, Pikachu successfully extricated itself from the dire situation. If electric-type attacks proved ineffective, then a different approach was warranted. Close in with Quick Attack. Shadow Claw. The energy within Meow was once again in flux, as dark violet energy enveloped its hands, extending into 3 sharp claws. When Pikachu approached, Meow exhibited no intention of evasion, allowing Pikachu to charge headlong into it. What appeared to be a vigorous strike proved utterly ineffective upon contact, as the electric force dissipated into thin air. While the black claws found their mark with precision, there was no need to announce the outcome. Pikachu's eyes, transformed into swirling circles, had already signaled the conclusion of the battle. Although the previous attacks had not inflicted substantial damage, they had nonetheless drained more than half of Pikachu's stamina. The close-range Shadow Claw had completely incapacitated Pikachu. Ash had lost. How could it be so thorough? The disparity was immense. Pikachu's moves were solely of the electric and normal types. Yet the opponent wielded ghost and ground moves, complemented by a rare ability, rendering Pikachu incapable of inflicting effective damage. In the Juicy game version, the ability to switch moves freely had been nerfed, limited to 1 activation per entry. However, in this scenario, it remained at its zenith. Ash recalled his sister's remarks about the academic approach prevalent in the East. Was this truly the style of the academicians? Perhaps, as they demonstrated superior proficiency in type advantages and ability utilization compared to Ash. Moreover, the opponent's Pokémon seemed to possess a plethora of skills, indicating a high level of mastery. Yet, their strategy felt less like a battle and more akin to a test of some sort. Misty had yet to assume control of the Cerulean Gym, while Brock had been earnestly managing the Pewter Gym for some time. Battles between gym leaders and challengers were not merely about victory or defeat. They served as assessments of the challenger's competence, prompting the leader to deploy an appropriate team based on the challenger's strength. Brock felt a sense of familiarity with Shenmue, though it seemed that Shenmue's trial was more for his own benefit. At that moment, Ash had lifted Pikachu into his arms, despite the defeat. Pikachu appeared to be in good spirits, having regained consciousness shortly after the battle concluded. Meow remarked, "I told you it was simple. I had an even easier way to defeat him." Meow gestured towards Shenmue, though the magical mask Meow had only 3 fingers, making the gesture resemble more of a pinch. "Well done. Perhaps I should refrain from directing you to enhance your performance?" "Not at all. This way, I didn't expend any energy. It was effortless," Meow replied. Pikachu had failed to inflict any significant damage and had instead been drained of vitality by the leech seed. In this regard, one could argue it had benefited. "No need to praise me. I am well aware of my capabilities. Pikachu's ability is static. I shouldn't have allowed physical contact, lest it trigger paralysis. Furthermore, using thunder to eliminate Leech Seed was far more complex than in the game. Shinmu was engaged in a review, akin to compiling a workbook of errors, reflecting on any potential missteps. Once he completed his notes, he was prepared to embark on his Energy Cube networking plan. However, before the plan could unfold, a sudden plume of thick smoke erupted within the Pokémon Center, engulfing even the nearby battle arena in a shroud of fog. As soon as Xiaoxia's voice faded, several familiar yet unfamiliar voices emerged from the swirling smoke, as if triggered by some hidden keyword. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to uphold the peace of the world, to propagate love and the authentic essence of wickedness. Endearing and charming villainous characters. Musashi, Kojiro, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. The white hole, a radiant tomorrow awaits us. After uttering these words, they struck a pose, yet even as Kojiro, with a rose in his mouth, felt a tingling at the corners of his lips, they still awaited Meow Meow's concluding words. Chapter 14. The Dragon Balls shatter Meow Meow's heart. Meow Meow. What are you doing? Meow Meow's actions symbolized a conclusion, unwavering in the face of wind or rain. Yet, today, something was amiss. Kojiro no longer clutched the rose, focusing instead on Meow Meow's condition. Meow Meow stood in the designated spot, but her legs appeared weak, her eyes sparkling with hearts, clearly under a charming spell. Meow Meow, it seems I have fallen in love again. She is even more beautiful than Madonna. Have you forgotten that Meow Meow? There are no other Meow Meows here. Madonna is also a Meow Meow, the first love of the Rocket Team's Meow Meow. Only a few upright walking Meow Meows exist, and the Rocket Team's Meow Meows walk like humans and can learn to speak human language, all thanks to Madonna. Madonna preferred wealthy humans who walked on two legs, so Meow Meow aspired to transform into such a being. Yet, despite encountering Madonna once more and defeating her evolved form, Meow Meow's affections remained unreciprocated. Madonna still regarded her with disdain. Initially, she found the stray Meow Meow weak and pitiable. And even after Meow Meow had evolved to resemble humans, Madonna only felt revulsion. On their daily pursuit of Pikachu, Meow Meow crossed paths with another upright walking Pokémon, one with even longer legs. Wake up! Have you forgotten our purpose? With a swift motion, Kojiro's rose was snatched away. The Rocket Team's Meow Meow had expended considerable energy learning to speak human language, rendering most of her moves unusable. However, at that moment, Meow Meow seemed to have mastered instantaneous movement, appearing right in front of Meow Nai. I am Meow Meow, a beautiful lady. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Meow? You can speak human language? How did you achieve that? Meow Nai was intrigued by Meow Meow's ability to converse in human language. Though she could communicate normally with Xi and Mu, something always felt amiss. Thus, she temporarily lowered her guard towards the approaching Meow Meow, largely because this was a male cat. Had the genders been reversed, the suddenly close Meow Meow might have been launched into the sky. This simple inquiry pierced his heart like an arrow, reminiscent of Cupid's arrow. Despite being of the same species, the unfamiliar long-legged beauty viewed with curiosity rather than disgust. All it takes is a bit of talent and a sprinkle of sweat. I initially learned this skill in a language class in Hollywood. Whoosh. Meow? Let go of me, Meow. Enough, Meow Meow. We are here to capture that troublesome Pikachu, not to indulge in your romantic escapades. Have you forgotten the consequences of your previous encounter, Madonna? A robot, constructed from an unknown material, emerged from the smoke, as Musashi, visibly impatient, placed Nyarth in the pilot's seat. She's different. Let me out. We must capture that troublesome Pikachu first. Suddenly, the robot began to dance erratically, indicating a quarrel in the cockpit, which eventually subsided. Inside the cockpit, Musashi bore several scratches on her face, while Nyarth sported 2 lumps on its head. Judging by the robot's movements, it appeared that Nyarth had been forcefully subdued by Musashi. How is it that Team Rocket persists, even after we changed our destination? Who knows? Mr. Shinmu? Be cautious. These individuals are notorious for stealing others' Pokémon. Kasumi warned Shinmu, only to find him calmly making a phone call. Yes, at the Pokémon Center. It's members of the foreign organization, Team Rocket. They've already demolished a wall. Evidence. They openly declare themselves as Team Rocket. Yes, indeed, to the south. Please hurry. Mr. Shinmu, what are you doing? Calling the police. Don't you have Junsha over there? Although Ash and his companions have collaborated with Junsha on numerous occasions, it is quite rare for them to proactively seek her assistance regarding Team Rocket. After all, they usually traverse desolate mountains and would never wait for Junsha to arrive. Over time, this behavior has become a conditioned reflex. However, Shimu was not pleased upon hanging up the phone. Feedback from the dispatcher indicated that he was not the only one reporting this incident. The commotion caused by Team Rocket had attracted attention, and the thick smoke had already prompted someone to alert the authorities. Shimu suspected that he might not receive the maximum reward he anticipated. Cough, cough, do not be afraid. We are the favored ones close to the boss. Being with us will surely benefit you far more than your current situation. When the time comes to hand over Pikachu, we will gain further favor from the boss. Musashi's mother is also a veteran of Team Rocket, while Kojiro is the heir of a wealthy conglomerate. And Nyarth is a rare Pokémon capable of human speech. In a sense, they are indeed favored, though Nyarth's claims were largely exaggerated. Upon hearing their words, Shinmu suddenly recalled something and redialed, eager to provide additional information. Regarding the incident at the Pokémon Center, I wish to add some intelligence. These individuals are trusted confidants of the organization's leader. How do I know? They declared it themselves. Someone wishes to separate themselves from their trainer? The last person who uttered such words was transformed into materials for equipment. Feeling increasingly agitated, as frustration mounted, and witnessing the approaching robot alongside Shinmu still on the phone, Nyarth made a decisive choice. Just as Brock and Kasumi released their Pokémon and were about to issue commands, a blue light illuminated their faces. The source of the light was in Nyarth's hand, leaving them momentarily stunned. What is that? It appears to be a wave bomb. Is the aura sphere truly that enormous? Why does Meow have to employ fighting-type techniques? They are no longer curious. The ordinary aura sphere is merely the size of a volleyball, yet the one Meow wields resembles a hot air balloon. Her pose, with both hands raised above her head, resembles the act of gathering energy for a spirit bomb. The most crucial aspect is that this object can indeed be launched. Meow. The colossal energy sphere, or rather, the gigantic aura sphere, was released, tracing a graceful arc through the sky before striking the target with precision. Boom. The recently completed robot succumbed to the force of the aura sphere, detonating upon impact. Only the battle-hardened members of Team Rocket could withstand such devastation. In the damaged Pokémon Center, two voices rang out in succession. How infuriating. My 500,000. Chapter 15. You have obtained the title of archenemy. When he battled Ash, he evidently held back. Indeed, such a potent aura sphere is not merely a matter of size equating to strength. However, the ability to manipulate an aura sphere of this magnitude suggests considerable power. It's nothing. It's our policy here. Dongwon operates differently than your region. Organizations like Team Rocket cannot thrive here. If they truly manage to capture someone, the rewards are substantial. In a sense, Misty and the others have a rudimentary understanding of Team Rocket, yet it is not entirely comprehensive. Although Team Rocket has already fled, the robot remains at the scene, seemingly constructed from the refuse found in a junkyard. Assuming they synchronized with Ash upon arriving in Dongwon, within a single day, these individuals not only achieved rapid accumulation of capital through efficient labor, but also crafted a towering machine from scrap materials. Such capabilities, when not in the spotlight, can yield astonishing results. Did I err by sending them flying? No worries. When I reported the incident, Miss Junsha mentioned that several calls had already been made. Even if there were a reward, it likely wouldn't amount to much. The impact is minimal. However, remember to await my command when dealing with such individuals in the future. If their physical constitution is not as robust, it could become problematic. Shimu is uncertain how to equate the age of Pokémon with that of humans, yet Meow's youth is evident, often exhibiting emotional fluctuations but managing to recalibrate swiftly. The police led by Junsha seemed no different from those depicted in action films, arriving belatedly after the incident had concluded. The fire brigade commenced their search for potential hidden ignition points only after the smoke dissipated. Ash and Pikachu were also delayed. When the smoke first billowed, Ash and Joy were preoccupied with evacuating the injured Pokémon within the center, which is why they did not emerge sooner. It appears that Team Rocket may have encountered their most significant setback yet, having been unceremoniously dispatched without even sighting Pikachu. In a world abundant with Pokémon, many aspects undergo drastic transformations. Junsha merely glanced at Shinmu's newly registered trainer's license before departing to pursue the whereabouts of Team Rocket. Videos of the mecha assault on the Pokémon Center have begun circulating online, and they must ascertain how long this foreign organization has been lurking and what their specific objectives entail. Indeed, Junsha of Dongwon finds it hard to believe that these individuals have made such a commotion, pursuing a mere Pikachu all the way from Kanto. Equally incredulous is the notion that a duo and a single Pokémon could fabricate something of such magnitude from scrap. Consequently, she perceives it as a significant case and has initiated an investigation, intending to unearth everything that Team Rocket has concealed in Dongwon. To this end, she has begun leveraging her connections to inquire about Team Rocket's situation in the Kanto region. The subsequent developments remain unknown to Shenmue and his companions. While Ash and his friends find themselves in a predicament, the sudden assault by Team Rocket has caused disruptions at the Pokémon Center, resulting in the dormitory for visiting trainers being temporarily closed. They must seek alternative accommodations. Ash and his friends have no intention of searching for a hotel. Instead, they plan to find a suitable spot for camping, even extending an invitation to Shenmue. However, Shenmue resolutely declines, stating that camping in June, regardless of the location, would merely serve as a feast for mosquitoes. He would be foolish to forego the comfort of an air-conditioned room for the rigors of camping. Mr. Shenmue, I will surely win in our next battle. Next time? Well, at present, I only have Pikachu with me. If the opportunity arises, we shall engage in a genuine 6-on-6 battle. Defeat has not disheartened Ash. Rather, it has ignited his anticipation for future encounters. If the format remains as in the games, Shenmue has likely acquired the status of a rival. Ash is determined to persistently strive for improvement and seek victory over his opponent. You may only have Pikachu, but I possess only Meowth. Let us see what the future holds. I am quite eager as well. With a firm handshake, they solidify their agreement, after which Shenmue embarks on his Energy Cube project. Although he could easily produce the cubes and approach Brock with an offer of premium energy cubes, such directness would be inappropriate. After careful calculations, Shenmue has realized that, given his production capacity, amassing wealth through energy cubes is unrealistic. Theoretically, that approach would yield only modest profits, and when costs and unforeseen factors are deducted, it would be nearly equivalent to selling berries directly. Thus, Shenmue's objective has evolved from merely seeking clients to expanding his network, as being overly direct would be ill-advised. Originally, Shenmue adjusted the formula to enhance the aroma of the energy cubes, intending to attract nearby Pokémon while Meowth indulged. However, before the plan could commence, a Pokeball at Misty's waist unexpectedly exploded, and a Psyduck leaped out. This Psyduck, entirely yellow with tufts of hair atop its head, appeared dazed, clutching its head, seemingly bewildered as to why it found itself in this location. Compared to ordinary Psyducks, Misty's was somewhat peculiar, exhibiting a level of bewilderment akin to that of a Slowpoke and being a terrestrial duck that could not swim. Nevertheless, this Psyduck possessed formidable psychic abilities. Upon entering a certain state, it could unleash immensely powerful psychic powers. A beam of red light shot forth from the Pokeball, yet the Psyduck slipped and fell, deftly evading the beam, and after flapping a couple of times on the ground, it scrambled over to Shenmue's side. Psyduck detected a delightful aroma wafting from Shenmue's backpack, seemingly igniting its foraging instincts. Unfortunately, Psyduck's coordination was lacking. No matter how high it leaped, it could not reach the backpack, leaving it anxious and frustrated. Mr. Shenmue, what treasures lie within your bag? Might you part with a few? No payment required. Merely a small creation of mine. Would you care to sample? Shenmue opened his backpack, extracting a glass jar along with a few scattered energy cubes. Chapter 16. The Humor and Wisdom of Psyduck Energy Cubes? What are those? They may also be referred to as Pock Cubes. They are products derived from processed berries, though they are not popular in Kanto. Their origin is in Hoenn, where they have been gradually refined by other regions into a snack that aids in the nurturing of Pokémon. Setting the glass jar on the ground, Shenmue briefly elaborated on the energy cubes. I am not entirely certain of the flavor preferences of your Pokémon, but I believe water types would likely favor this. Aside from the individual flavor differences inherent to Pokémon, there exists a general preference based on their species and attributes. This phenomenon appears to be a genetic trait ingrained in Pokémon for ages. After sifting through the scattered energy cubes, Shenmue finally placed a sky blue cube at Psyduck's beak. Care to give it a try? Gah! Psyduck swallowed the energy cube whole, the concentrated fruit essence bursting forth in its mouth. It felt as if it were savoring the juice from a colossal berry. Before long, a rosy hue appeared on Psyduck's face, and it began to dance about, seemingly intoxicated. This shouldn't be. I did not include any alcohol in my recipe. How could Psyduck be inebriated? You misunderstand, Mr. Shenmue. Psyduck is not intoxicated. It has always been like this. Would you all care to sample? Though crafted for Pokémon, humans may partake as well. However, I mixed them up, so I cannot guarantee the flavors. You might encounter something rather peculiar. I want to try? Exclaimed Pikachu. Humans often possess a rebellious streak. If one declares something to be exceptionally delicious, it may pique little interest. Yet, if one suggests that the taste is unusual, it becomes irresistible. Including Ash's Pikachu perched on his shoulder, several individuals gathered around, each selecting a cube of their preferred hue. I chose grapefruit flavor. Mine is honeydew, quite delectable. Pika. While everyone but Ash had made their selections, he stood in a state of indecision, grappling with which flavor to choose. I suppose this one looks like it might be strawberry. After much deliberation, Ash ultimately picked a cube that was half red and half white, perfectly mirroring the colors of a standard Pokeball. Alas, Ash's luck was not in his favor. The moment the energy cube melted, he transformed into Charizard, nearly unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The last one dove into a nearby fountain, which presumably was made from spicy cherry fruits, imparting a rather piquant flavor. However, its effect was more pronounced, capable of alleviating paralysis. I refused to accept this. Why did I have to endure such an unpalatable taste? Allow me to try once more. After regaining his composure, Ash selected again, but it appeared that fortune was not on his side today, as he encountered both an intensely bitter and exceedingly astringent flavor. Those tastes were only tolerable to a select few Pokémon, and Ash, with his taste buds severely assaulted, squatted nearby, contemplating whether to attempt another bite. Meanwhile, Brock noticed something peculiar. The Psyduck that had just consumed an energy cube seemed to have a more lustrous plumage. Is this also a result of the energy cube? It could be considered so. The energy cube originally emerged from the Splendid Festival, a stage for Pokémon to showcase their beauty. In human terms, it serves as a beauty enhancer. Indeed, my journey is driven by the aspiration to become a more exceptional Pokémon breeder, and I desire to learn more about the energy cubes. Is that acceptable? It's no trouble at all. These can be synthesized using readily available berries in a machine. Just place the ingredients according to the recipe, and they will fuse seamlessly. You may glance at the department store as you pass by. My version might differ slightly, but that pertains to personal recipes. I'll gift you this jar. It holds little value. How could I accept such generosity? Ultimately, Brock produced a package of homemade Pokémon food, which he exchanged with Sinnoh, thus adding 2 new contacts to Sinnoh's mailbox. After Sinnoh departed, Brock began searching the map for nearby camping spots, but upon confirming a location and preparing to pack, he discovered that the energy cube left behind by Sinnoh had vanished. Misty, Ash, have you seen the energy cube Mr. Sinnoh just left? It was right on the table. Psyduck, what on earth are you doing? At that moment, Psyduck had an entire glass jar lodged in its beak. Psyduck's antics left Misty feeling exasperated, and she promptly delivered a punch to Psyduck's head, dislodging the jar that had been stuck in its mouth. Concurrently, Sinnoh, having reached the subway station, found himself in a quandary. The commotion caused by Team Rocket had resulted in traffic restrictions nearby. Moreover, the vicinity of the Pokémon Center was a major thoroughfare, leading to a significant traffic jam that had yet to clear. With ground transportation congested, many opted to switch to the subway, which happened to be during the evening rush hour, rendering the station a veritable sea of humanity. Sinnoh watched helplessly as 2 trains passed by, unable even to approach the entrance. The surrounding traffic and the estimated fare from ride-hailing apps dispelled his thoughts of taking a taxi. Meow? Isn't it more expensive to eat out? I could accept that fare, but I cannot fathom paying so much for a journey that originally cost just a few coins, fortuitously. There happens to be a store nearby offering grand opening discounts. Let us go check it out. Sinnoh tugged Meow through the throngs of people, making their way to a nearby shopping complex. Outside the commercial building, an advertisement screen displayed a Chikorita clad in an apron, accompanied by a renowned chef. According to the accompanying slogan, this was indeed the chef of the establishment that Shenmue had encountered. Pokémon were permitted inside, although there existed certain establishments that exclusively catered to humans, as some individuals were averse to dining alongside Pokémon. Consequently, numerous restaurants simultaneously prohibited both Pokémon and pets, a policy that Shenmue found acceptable. If one was unwelcome, it was best to refrain from visiting. While establishments dedicated solely to pets were scarce, there existed a considerable number of restaurants that also welcomed Pokémon. Naturally, there were restrictions on the types of Pokémon allowed. For instance, creatures like Grimer were still barred from entry. However, the Pokémon accompanying you were welcome. Our new restaurant not only offers discounts, but also features Pokémon chefs showcasing their culinary skills. Would you care to dine with us? Chapter 17, Crashing the Party. My venue. The server led Shenmue and Meowth to a table by the window. Pokémon like Meowth, which closely resembled humans in stature, were the most favored in such dining establishments. There was no need for specially designed seating or additional arrangements. They could simply be treated as ordinary patrons. While hosting a Snorlax would certainly yield significant profits, the need for rearranging furniture could prove troublesome for the staff. The chopsticks in front of Meowth were replaced with a knife and fork, as the cutlery used by Pokémon in the restaurant was of this particular hue, appearing to be specially designed for them. Welcome to the Chinese cuisine theme restaurant. Today's recommended dishes include the Great Magic Panda Mapo Tofu and the Spicy Ice Fresh Sea Bream Mountain, with the staple being spicy stir-fried shrimp rice. That will suffice, along with a platter of assorted berries. Very well, please hold on. Glancing at the images of the dishes on the banner, CHUUU noted that they bore a striking resemblance to their real counterparts, though the flavors remained uncertain. According to the server, the restaurant boasted several Pokémon chefs who rotated daily, with the menu determined by the chef of the day. For instance, today's chef was Chikorita, a small and endearing quadruped Pokémon. At that moment, Chef Chikorita, adorned with a specially tailored apron, stood atop a mobile cart, demonstrating his knife skills to each table of guests. An assistant placed a piece of mackerel on the cutting board before Chikorita, who then bowed his head and with a swift motion of his leaf, created an ephemeral blur, slicing the thick fish into paper-thin fillets and artfully arranging them on a prepared ice platter. The display of knife skills was met with applause from the diners. When they reached CHUUU's table, he noticed a small speaker beside Chikorita, broadcasting a series of advertisements synthesized with Chikorita's voice. Chef Chikorita specialized in this craft, and his specially designed leaf blade maximized the preservation of the freshness of the fish. The inherent fragrance of the leaves would infuse the fish. CHUUU was aware of the aromatic quality of Chikorita's leaves, but the authenticity of the promotional dialogue remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it certainly allowed for a higher price point. With a flourish, Chikorita completed Meowth's order, presenting a small iceberg before him, and then proceeded to prepare CHUUU's dish. However, before the chrysanthemum grass could begin, it was intercepted by Meow and EI. Chirp! Meow, chef, please step aside for a moment. Amidst the puzzled gazes of chrysanthemum grass and her assistant, Meow and EI approached the mobile kitchen, subsequently taking a disinfecting wipe to clean her paws. She then tossed the remaining piece of sea bream into the air, and with a glint of cold light, 3 claw blades sprang forth from her right paw. Before the fish could descend, Meow and EI began to slice through the air, effortlessly transforming the entire fillet into equally thin slices. She then retrieved another ice platter, catching all the fish slices and artfully arranging them into a heart shape. Applause erupted. Yet it seemed as though the world had collapsed for chrysanthemum grass. Chirp! You're ruining my show. You can't so brazenly snatch my spotlight. What Meow and EI was thinking eluded chrysanthemum grass. All she knew was that as a skilled knife artist, someone was showcasing their prowess before her. The most crucial aspect was that this feline's skills surpassed her own. Feeling provoked, chrysanthemum grass resembled an irate little beast, nearly leaping forth to engage in a Pokémon duel to defend her honor, but was restrained by her assistant. Although referred to as an assistant, these individuals were essentially Pokémon trainers, with their Pokémon serving as chefs more due to marketing strategies. Chrysanthemum grass, calm down. That's a customer. We cannot behave this way. I apologize, dear customer. Our chef may be having a rough day. It's all right. I can understand. Chrysanthemum grass must be quite young. Yes, indeed. You've discerned that correctly. It's nothing. You may proceed to the next table. We'll manage here. Distinguishing the gender of Pokémon can indeed be a cumbersome task. Aside from those with apparent gender traits, differentiating the genders of Pokémon is rather challenging. Familiar Pokémon are somewhat easier to identify. However, even CHUUU, who could easily tell, found it no simple feat in truth. CHUUU had inferred it, possibly because he had also been applauding when chrysanthemum grass showcased her knife skills, which likely incited Meow and EI's jealousy, prompting their competition. Thank you for your understanding. Enjoy your meal. As fellow restaurant owners, most individuals prefer not to engage in disputes with customers. Merely avoiding any incidents is a fortunate outcome. It's not as if they are out every day. A little relaxation now and then is quite pleasant. Please, have this. Let the remaining dishes cool for a while. Meow and EI's feline tongue made her more sensitive to temperature. She could not consume excessively hot food, with fish slices and fruit cuts being her main fare. The primary inquiry was whether CHUUU and Meow and EI had any interest in working in this establishment. As Meow and EI truly excelled in the art of culinary display compared to chrysanthemum grass. In a certain sense, chrysanthemum grass's disruptive remarks had half manifested into reality, as there were those wishing to invite Meow and EI to join chrysanthemum grass as a colleague, even offering complimentary lessons. Upon hearing such propositions, Meow and I shook her head vigorously, showing no desire to partake. Ultimately, the restaurant did not gain a new chef, but CHUUU left with a discount voucher. At this time, the school was rather uneventful, merely awaiting graduation and degree certificates. Some individuals who have already signed employment agreements are currently interning at companies, while CHUUU remains one of the few hard nuts to crack in terms of employment rates. He has yet to devise a concrete plan. and is exploring guides for nearby gyms, preparing to find an opportune moment to withdraw funds. In this era of advanced internet connectivity, numerous guides regarding gyms are available online. However, it seems that this particular gym has garnered a fair share of negative feedback recently. The primary source of these critiques appears to be linked to the gym's successor. The new gym leader is not an expert in ground-type Pokémon training, but rather specializes in flying types. Since the formal succession has not yet occurred, the gym is still classified as a ground-type establishment on its official website. This has led to numerous well-prepared trainers facing unexpected setbacks, prompting them to voice their grievances online. Chapter 18. You squash my hair. Despite the considerable uproar on the internet, the overall impact has been minimal. Ultimately, the type of Pokémon a gym employs is determined by its leader. The primary responsibility of a gym is to evaluate novice trainers, and as long as they continue to fulfill this duty diligently, it generally remains unaffected. Moreover, the flying-type trainer is merely acting as a substitute leader, for the most part. The former leader still carries out the responsibilities. At most, one could argue that this situation introduces additional uncertainty into gym battles. The distinction between flying and ground types does not significantly affect CHUUU. Auntie, while legal in the game, is incapable of learning moves like Cliff Sword, but can certainly master moves within her range, such as Brave Bird. With access to the game STMs, Auntie has learned every skill she can. However, in this world, obtaining such machines is quite challenging. Rather than simply being a machine, it is akin to a systematic training method. Unlike in the game, where one merely places a disc above their head for use. Even if such resources were available, mastering them would require a considerable investment of time. It is precisely due to her extensive skill set and unaltered ability that Auntie maintains a favorable position in tight matchups. Auntie, we have some free time lately. Let us challenge the gym tomorrow. Meow? Are we facing an opponent like that Pikachu? She will likely be stronger, and to claim victory, we must defeat 3 Pokémon. Or should I wait until I capture another Pokémon? Meow meow meow. No need for teammates. I can handle it on my own. We still have many skills yet to utilize. CHUUU indeed possesses an additional battle system. Among the 4 existing specialized battle systems, all but evolution have been mastered by Auntie. Even to the extent of having a complete move set, Auntie is familiar with those actions. The challenge lies in CHUUU's own lack of proficiency, necessitating further practice. If the venue is appropriate, Dynamaxing should pose no issue. Even if Auntie is not fond of entering a Pokeball, she could emulate Pikachu and utilize a Dynamax band for a high throw. However, this requires prior training. CHUUU can lift 30 kilograms. But throwing it far is a different challenge. The most convenient method involves the terrestrialization that has emerged in the Paldea region. Various facilities provided by the game can even recharge Terra Orbs. Very well, let us try that tomorrow. Meow, their SA group message. The final campus recruitment for all members has been announced. Glancing through the group chat messages, Xi and Moo promptly set them aside. The job postings predominantly featured positions in real estate sales, online course sales, or warehouse management, all emphasizing a commendable employment rate. Many of Xi and Moo's devices had yet to be extracted from the game. Although there were numerous small items, larger ones were more abundant, necessitating a spacious environment for their retrieval. It was unfortunate that winning against the gym leader did not guarantee ascension to their position, otherwise, it would have been quite promising. Aspiring to secure a position in the industry would require ample space, primarily related to Pokémon. Being a gym apprentice was among those options. The family-owned gym offered some opportunities, while others might pass the leader's role to their most accomplished disciple, providing an additional avenue for advancement, albeit one that demanded considerable time investment. Such positions were not solely dependent on strength. A comprehensive evaluation was essential. The role of a research assistant was somewhat similar, provided one encountered a genuinely talented professor, akin to Professor Oak. In such cases, funding and space would hardly be a concern. However, the workload would be substantial. Yet, the prerequisites for such positions often exceeded Xi and Moo's qualifications. Even if he were on good terms with Ash, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Discussing game data was feasible, but delving into systematic research was beyond his capabilities. The role of a ranger might be viable, as these rangers diverged significantly from conventional forest rangers. Their responsibilities included forest fire prevention, ecological assessments, and safeguarding against Pokémon hunters, all of which entailed considerable risks. Thus, it was imperative to be a Pokémon trainer, as a powerful Pokémon itself served as a unique weapon. The assessment of Pokémon hunters also depended on their methods. Utilizing standard methods, such as capturing Pokémon with Pokeballs, was overlooked by the League. However, taking action within a protected area where capturing Pokémon was prohibited or employing various weapons for widespread capture or harm was unacceptable. Moreover, there were individuals who sought to obtain materials from Pokémon rather than capture them, alongside issues concerning ordinary wildlife. Typically, new rangers graduated from specialized ranger schools. Yet this profession also welcomed members from the broader community. The working conditions were as follows: single accommodations, with no nearby residents, just oneself at work. A picturesque environment, situated near a protected area with few inhabitants, and job stability. Resignation was not an option until a successor was found. These conditions were somewhat suitable for Machamp, though they offered limited freedom. If only he could acquire a Pokémon capable of predicting the future to purchase a lottery ticket. Perhaps a delayed draw might yield a Hoopa at the lottery center. After deliberating on a myriad of career options, he found few suitable choices while eliminating a plethora of others. Upon returning home, like most trainers, Machamp embarked on a new round of training. However, the focus of his training was not on Meowth, but rather on himself. By 8 o'clock, Machamp ceased his activities. While the timing was manageable, continuing too late would disturb the peace. Additionally, he felt he had reached his limits. While replenishing his energy with energy cubes, he also retrieved some spring water from a healing hot spring. The vast expanse cannot accommodate the entire hot spring, yet it is feasible to create a small section, effectively alleviating physical fatigue and preventing the emergence of bruises. Of course, while relief is attainable, one need not fret about awakening the next day with soreness. The requisite energy will inevitably be expended. After tidying up and refreshing himself, Machamp intended merely to close his eyes for a brief respite, yet he succumbed to a deep slumber. During this slumber, Meow gently nudged him, and upon noticing he remained unresponsive, she adjusted his position and naturally reclined on the opposite side of the double bed. She did not curl up, but instead exposed her belly, a sign of her complete trust in the current surroundings, unperturbed by potential dangers. That night, Machamp enjoyed a sound sleep, only to be stirred at dawn by something pressing against his neck. However, the drowsiness overwhelmed him, rendering him reluctant to open his eyes. After several futile adjustments, he noticed a flower bud beside his face. Meow, are you awake? You're on my flower stem. Chapter 19. The Trader of the Earth. Though the double bed is termed as such, it is more suited for a solitary occupant. The movements made in slumber are unpredictable. When two beings, or one human and one cat, share the space, peculiar antics may ensue. Machamp, in fact, slept quite soundly. Had he awakened sooner, he would have discovered Meow sprawled across his abdomen, treating him as a pillow. It was for this reason that the invisible flower stem was pressed beneath him. Meow hesitated to extricate it forcefully, fearing it would awaken Machamp, and thus remained in her watchful posture. Apologies, did I hurt you? Meow, not at all, I'm quite sturdy. The anatomical structure of Pokémon is indeed unique. Although Magical Mask Meow belongs to the grass type, it is resilient against lightning strikes, fire, explosions, and freezing, all of which primarily result in significant energy depletion. This is largely due to the uniform energy contained within Pokémon, varying according to their species, attributes, and levels. When subjected to attacks, this energy instinctively safeguards their bodies, significantly reducing the likelihood of physical damage and enhancing their survival capabilities in the wild. Consequently, the resilience of Meow's flower stem far surpasses that of ordinary plants. It could well be likened to a steel cable. The refrigerator now holds only raw meat slices, as the berries were transformed into energy cubes yesterday. Would you care for some? Meow. No need, I'm not hungry. I'll bask in the sun for a while. The lower cultivation cost of grass-type Pokémon stems from this trait. While they, like other Pokémon, require sustenance, they can sometimes derive a portion of their needs from sunbathing, which is quite convenient. A box of synthesized beef remains in the refrigerator, not synthesized in the traditional sense, but rather a unique type of cattle in this world. As regulations have become more stringent, the act of hunting Pokémon for consumption has been deemed illegal. Although Pokémon-based ingredients still exist, they are collected in ways that do not harm the Pokémon, such as the tails of Slowpoke, the naturally shed claws of Krabby, or the bathwater of Sweet Aroma. Direct consumption of the scallion duck is prohibited, a measure that has aided in the preservation of this endangered species. With the gradual improvement of regulations, the population of scallion ducks has slowly begun to recover. Meanwhile, the Heave is a hybrid arising from the breeding of Pokémon such as Kintaro and the common bovine. They no longer possess the near-human intelligence or special abilities characteristic of Pokémon, having transformed into ordinary livestock products. Among similar products, they are somewhat costly. However, this reflects Shenmue's personal lifestyle, as he owns merely 2 sets of clothing for change, mending them when torn. The remaining funds are allocated to elevating the quality of food, and he must now prepare an additional portion for Mayane, for it would be unreasonable to expect her to thrive solely on photosynthesis. Let us embark on our journey. I wish to locate this gym. The subway sped through the underground tracks of the city, and before long, CHUUU arrived at a construction site. The weather was still relatively cool, with workers laboring diligently on site, and one could also see the silhouettes of the Howley family moving heavy objects. This type of Pokémon requires physical exercise through the transportation of heavy loads, hence their frequent appearances at construction sites, moving companies, and gyms. "Excuse me, sir? Is there a gym nearby?" CHUUU inquired, as the game map remained unilluminated, while the Dojo map indicated that this was indeed the gym's location. Indeed. If you circle around that way, the gym is just behind the construction site. You see that tall tower? It's located right beneath it. Is the gym under construction? Why is there so much commotion? CHUUU felt a familiarity between the elderly man and the gym leader and, upon further questioning, discovered that this construction team was indeed affiliated with the gym. In this day and age, it seems that from champions to gym leaders, many have taken on side ventures. Professional stars, internet influencers, underground miners, florists, various professions converge here. At times, it becomes challenging to discern what their primary occupations truly are. Judging by appearances, the gym leader might well be a contractor. "This gym truly lives up to its name," CHUUU remarked, observing the excavators beginning their work. Simultaneously, within the gym, a father and son appeared to be engaged in a philosophical discussion about life. "Young rascal, are you determined to pursue this path in the flying type until the end?" A middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in construction safety gear and wearing a hard hat, was none other than the gym leader, Rong Lei. The individual before him bore a striking resemblance, being his son, Rong Fei, whom Rong Lei regarded as a wayward child. A trainer who forsakes the ground type in favor of the flying type. "Father, everyone has their own choices. You cannot compel me to raise Pokémon that I do not like. I have no desire to toil in the dust of the construction site. Soaring through the skies is my dream. I am not insisting that you must study civil engineering, but our family has a 4-generation legacy rooted in the ground type. It is through establishing a solid foundation that we have achieved what we have today. How can I entrust the gym to you under such circumstances? I had intended to wait until you officially inherited the gym to discuss this, but it appears that conversation must occur sooner. Let me ask you, do you know why our dojo is named Blue Sky Dojo? It is because my great-grandfather Zheng believed that his descendants would soar through the skies like birds, which is also the reason I am fond of flying types. Wrong. My great-grandfather was not originally a trainer. It was purely by chance that he unearthed a large mandibuzz while operating an excavator, which set him on the path of becoming a trainer. Had he not acquired those technical skills, he would never have operated an excavator. To commemorate the now-defunct excavator school, our dojo was bestowed with this name. Upon hearing his father's explanation, Rong Fei felt as though his worldview had crumbled. While the name of a dojo need not hold profound significance, many dojos are simply named after the cities they inhabit. The implication behind their own dojo was something he found difficult to accept. Thus, our ancestral teaching is that the earth harbors infinite opportunities. Your grandfather once imparted this wisdom to me, and you must embrace it as well. I refuse. I aspire to challenge the Elite Four, to become a champion, to be a powerful trainer like Mr. Du. Isn't he the Dragon-type champion? That is inconsequential. What matters now is that I never want anyone to know that the name of our dojo was to honor an excavator school. Chapter 20. It should still be time to create a new account. Wait, why am I only changing the dojo's attributes? In due time, I can apply to the league to change the dojo's name as well. Rong Fei seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly enlightened, and no longer troubled by the original issue. However, upon hearing this, his father's expression darkened significantly. Have you lost your mind? You wish to change the dojo's name? Let me tell you, as long as I am here, that will never happen. The thought of altering the inherited attributes had already raised Rong Lei's blood pressure. Now his son wished to change the name as well, which he viewed as an utter affront to tradition and a betrayal of their lineage. Oh, don't worry, Dad. I want to change it while you're still the master. That is a matter for the future. You. At this moment, Rong Lei began contemplating whether to take on an apprentice or create a new account, while also feeling a twinge of envy for his ghost-type counterpart, who, it was said, had a mainstay that was a ghost-type Pokémon that had lived for centuries. Although they initially started as partners, after such a long existence, it had achieved a status akin to that of a family ancestor, and any new master would have to prove themselves worthy through the ghost trials. Ahem, Master Rong. Today a challenger has arrived. The information indicates they have just registered as a trainer, but they are quite formidable, having swiftly defeated several of us, as shown in their battle records. I see. Please escort them to the competition area. I will join shortly. There are officially 24 recognized dojos, yet the number of trainers far exceeds this. Thus, dojo masters often take it upon themselves to screen challengers in their own unique ways. Some employ various abstract games to test their mettle, while the most straightforward approach is to have challengers first face off against the apprentices. This is also the primary duty of dojo apprentices, as it is rather futile for a challenger to attempt to battle the master if they cannot even best the apprentices. In addition, the apprentices at the dojo are responsible for maintaining the official website and caring for the Pokémon within the dojo, with specific duties depending on the various aspects of the master's part-time commitments. When challenged, apprentices assess the challenger's strength and inform the master in advance. The dojo master, in turn, will dispatch Pokémon of comparable strength based on the feedback from the apprentices. After all, in reality, there is no fixed order for challenging dojos. Although there may be discrepancies in the strength of the masters, such comparisons are only made among them. A novice trainer facing a master with a well-prepared team has little chance of success. To adequately test the new trainers, it is essential to ensure an appropriate level of challenge. Naturally, the standards for a primary dojo are higher than those for a secondary one. The magical Phantom Meow, always striking first, is yet another who takes advantage of type advantages. "Dad, let me handle this," the apprentice exclaimed. "Humph. Do you know why I only allow you to attempt being the acting master? It is precisely because of your disposition." "What of type advantage?" "Since the relationships of type effectiveness exist, they can undoubtedly be utilized. The dojo serves to assess newcomers while simultaneously honing our skills." "I understand. But I believe that only choosing battles based on advantageous types is merely a retreat. A true trainer faces difficulties with their beloved type, overcoming challenges. And that is what constitutes a qualified trainer. Everyone has their own perspective, and this holds true for matters concerning Pokémon as well. Some regard Pokémon as family or companions, while others view them merely as tools, or even harbor disdain and fear towards them. Trainers have their own philosophies. Whether mastering a single type or embracing a more conventional approach, each holds steadfast to their beliefs. You are being obstinate. Even a Pokémon specialized in one type can master skills of other types, and one cannot rely solely on skills of a single type. Do not presume that I will inevitably pass the dojo on to you. Although your abilities are commendable, your temperament would likely lead the league prosecutor to deem you unfit. Never mind, let this challenger be yours." Ronglei pondered for a moment, holding back some thoughts. He felt his son was still too young and had grown too comfortably. As a dojo master, he could certainly provide a superior environment for growth and better training conditions, ensuring his son would win more than he lost. Recently, taking advantage of type effectiveness has caused many challengers to falter. From an identity perspective, Xianmu is just the right age, and Ronglei believes that his son needs to stumble a few more times to learn valuable lessons and amend his flaws. As long as one is not merely passing the time, older individuals possess much more practical experience. As a master specializing in specific types, the attributes he is most familiar with are, naturally, those he excels in, followed closely by those that counter his specialty. While preparing for battle within the dojo, Xianmu boarded a four-wheeled electric cart to head towards the competition venue, or rather, towards another construction site. Isn't it true that the Lanxiang Dojo is enthusiastic about construction? The master's side business. You know well that the destructive power of Pokémon battles is considerable, and repairing the arena has always been a significant expense. The curator of the dojo frequently selects locations that are set for development, eliminating the need for repairs after battles. However, I must clarify that the area in question is not a construction site, but rather land intended for farming. Shinmu suddenly sensed something amiss, prompting him to check his phone for reviews of the Lanxiang Dojo. Based on past battle footage, it appeared that the dojo battles here were not limited to tilling the soil or laying foundations. They even involved the demolition of structures. Yet, their official website described it as a diverse combat environment. The young curator held a different perspective, viewing construction sites as a declining industry, aspiring instead to transition into extreme challenges and live broadcasts. Much like that peculiar girl. What was her name? Chi-Chi. Yes, that little girl, a trend embraced by the youth. The electric scooter performed a drift before halting on a patch of land marked by the scars of battle. "Where's your dojo master?" he inquired. "He should have arrived by now." Just as a nearby uncle was about to make a call, a shadow swept overhead, and upon looking up, they saw someone descending with a parachute. Unfortunately, the parachute was poorly controlled, and upon landing, the individual tumbled several times, eventually getting entangled in the parachute cords and rolling into a muddy pit. "Your dojo master is quite young," the young curator mused. concluding that today was indeed his turn to battle. The future of your dojo seems rather intriguing. Meanwhile, within the dojo, Rong Lei, observing the situation via a monitor, opened a drawer and retrieved a packet of goji berries to add to his thermos. Chapter 21. Who taught you to assign moves to the magical masquerade cat like that? Is that even legal? A magnificent bird with an expansive wingspan and resplendent tail feathers descended from the sky. Known as the Beedrill, or more formally, the Great Beedrill, an evolved form of the Pidgey Pokémon. The existence of the Beedrill enabled Rong Fei to parachute from the sky. With its speed and keen eyesight, it could ensure the safe landing of parachutists even in the event of a parachute malfunction. However, the issue arose during landing, as Beedrill, with a hint of disdain, was pulling its trainer out of the mud. Meow, it observed, the opponent seems rather dim-witted. They should be easy to handle. Be cautious, don't injure yourself, it added. Meow, it reassured, but this place is so filthy, I feel like I'll get dirty. While the Meowth lamented the unsanitary conditions, the opponent wiped their face with a towel and positioned themselves on a makeshift command post bordered by stones. The surrounding environment resembled a children's playground rather than a formal dojo battlefield, which was one of Rong Fei's grievances about his father's approach. It lacked professionalism. At this moment, still in a muddied state, he noted that the challenger was ready and wasted no time in changing clothes. Instead, he prepared for battle directly. The uncle who had accompanied Shenmue also served as the referee for this match. After confirming both parties were prepared, he approached the arena. Thus commenced the battle between the novice trainer Shenmue and Rong Fei, the acting master of the Lanxiang Dojo. The battle time is limitless, and each challenger may utilize 3 Pokémon, with only the challenger permitted to substitute Pokémon mid-battle. The unique battle system, incorporating Gigantamaxing, moves, and terrestrialization, is subject to specific constraints. Victory is awarded to the first side that causes all 3 opposing Pokémon to lose their combat capabilities. According to the league's challenge regulations, the gym leader will send forth their Pokémon first, so challengers should be well prepared. Only challengers with advantageous attributes will prevail. I must inform you that the gathered intelligence may also be erroneous. My first Pokémon is this one. Go Pidgeot. Pidgeot soared onto the battlefield beside Rong Fei. And from Rong Fei's words, Xianmu could sense an underlying bias. However, he paid little heed to such matters. The world is vast, and some individuals inexplicably clash with strangers. If he were to concern himself with every such encounter, it would be utterly exhausting. Nei did not await any new commands and promptly approached the opposite side of the arena. After all, Xianmu had only her one Pokémon, leaving her with no alternatives. If she could not prevail, the match would conclude. Yet, Xianmu's silence seemed to lead Rong Fei to misinterpret the situation. What? Unsure how to strategize against unfavorable attributes? He taunted. You newcomers truly struggle with unexpected circumstances. Close in and use Thunder Punch. Teaching is also a component of gym battles. Some gym leaders, upon encountering trainers who do not even grasp type advantages, will patiently explain the rationale behind them. According to negative reviews online, this gym leader may have been scolded excessively as a child, resulting in his loquaciousness during battles. While he continued to preach in his self-assured manner, Nei had already taken action. Soar higher and create distance. Then unleash a storm. Yet, in Pidgeot's keen eyes, Nei had vanished. Pidgeot's exceptional vision could even pinpoint a Magikarp in a river from a kilometer above. Nai's disappearance alerted Pidgeot to the precarious situation, prompting it to swiftly ascend while simultaneously searching for the opponent's position. However, after merely flapping its wings a couple of times, Pidgeot heard a crackling sound nearby. Meow? The moment it heard the sound, Pidgeot evaded to the side, but Nei was a fraction quicker, landing a thunder punch enveloped in electric light directly onto Pidgeot's body. The electricity coursed through its feathers and into its body, causing Pidgeot to stiffen and become unable to flap its wings. Plummeting straight down and enduring a series of combo punches from Nei during its descent, Pidgeot is unable to battle. Thunder Punch. Your magical masquerade, Nei, was thoroughly prepared. The second round is yours. The swift defeat of Pidgeot was unexpected for Rong Fei, disrupting his original strategy. Nevertheless, he sent forth another Pokémon. His initial choice, Scorpy. This Pokémon resembled a fusion of a scorpion and a bat. Initially enamored with flying types, his father, despite his disapproval, ultimately relented and acquired a ground-flying Scorpy as his starter Pokémon. Unlike Pidgeot, Scorpy did not soar in the air but instead stood grounded, utilizing its tail for support. Though this Pokémon possesses wings akin to those of a bat, it lacks the ability for direct flight, relying instead on existing wind currents to glide. However, with its ground-type attributes, it need not fear the constraints imposed by electric-type moves. You may verbally disdain the foresight of others in preparing for countering attributes, yet your own honesty is quite apparent. Your Sizer differs significantly from my recollections. What distinguishes it? You shall discover through experience. Sizer, unleash Fury Cutter. With a powerful thrust of its tail, Sizer launched itself skyward, unfurling its wings to catch the gentle breeze. Soaring towards Meowth at remarkable speed. Magical Leaf, bring it down. A multitude of peculiar leaves materialized around Meowth, sweeping towards Sizer in the sky. Due to its unique nature, Magical Leaf is nearly impossible to evade, classifying it as a guaranteed hit within the game. Yet, as these leaves approached Sizer, it seemingly did nothing, instinctively maneuvering to avoid the onslaught, allowing the leaves to brush past it. However, this alteration in Sizer's trajectory meant it did not strike Meowth, instead impacting the ground beside her. Do not cease. Continue with Fury Cutter. Although Sizer's tail had just served as an instrument of attack and failed to connect, the resultant recoil propelled it upward, setting the stage for the next offensive. Fury Cutter, as a bug-type move, holds an advantage over both grass and dark types, its potency escalating with each successive hit, a facet that the ordinary magical Glamour finds particularly unwelcome. Yet, in Shimu's perspective, the true challenge posed by this Sizer lies not in its bug-type assaults, but rather in its nimble form's heightened sensitivity to air currents. Shimu had just observed that Sizer capitalized on the gentle breeze stirred by Magical Leaf, enabling it to evade a certain strike. No wonder your Sizer appears much smaller than I recall, Meowth. Bring it closer. Have you noticed? You are correct. It is indeed because your Pokémon is formidable that the skills it unleashes cause significant disturbances in the air. My Sizer adeptly utilized this to evade your attack. No matter how powerful the strike, if it cannot connect, it is rendered ineffective. Even if you employ a physical attack, the gust generated will serve to bolster Sizer. Hold on a little longer. Wait until Sizer draws nearer. It is now time for Triple Axle. Chapter 22, Quadruple Weakness. Yet the script is misplaced when Rongfei heard the term Triple Axle. His mind momentarily faltered. While the ground-flying Sizer indeed does not suffer double damage from electric-type moves, it is instead vulnerable to ice-type attacks at quadruple strength. He had anticipated that he would inflict quadruple damage upon his opponent, only to find that the reverse was true. Sizer, halt your assault and increase the distance. Although Rongfei's command had been issued, Sizer was unable to comply. Sizer's specialty lies in gliding. Once it catches an updraft, it can traverse considerable distances without the need to flap its wings even once. However, this also results in a significant drawback. In the absence of strong winds, Sizer cannot execute sharp turns. Faced with such circumstances, Sizer opted for a daring approach, altering its form and accelerating its charge. Before the opponent's assault could be completed, the Scorpion King had no choice but to vanquish the adversary. As it surged low, its tail swept through the loosened earth below, stirring a vast cloud of dust in an attempt to obscure Meow Neigh's vision. Simultaneously, both pincers glimmered with the energy of a successive strike. Meow, grimy and quite bothersome, found her view somewhat hindered by the rising dust. However, the quivering of her ears allowed her to largely pinpoint the Scorpion King's position. A slight frost began to coalesce around Meow Neigh's feet as she lifted her leg to sweep in that direction. Just in time, the Scorpion King countered with its Scorpion Pincer, yet that surge of icy energy infiltrated its body instantaneously. Even though it managed to strike Meow Nei with its other pincer during the collision, the effect was negligible. The initial hit from the successive strike, now transformed into an ice-type attack, inflicted only minimal damage on Meow Nei. Conversely, the wing membrane on the side of the Scorpion King that had been struck became rigid from the cold, hampering its agility to adjust its form. Seizing the opportunity, Meow Nei utilized the pincer to reposition herself, landing the second blow of her triple spin directly on the Scorpion King's head. Following a graceful 1.5 rotation in midair, she descended upon the Scorpion King. Boom! Meow Neigh's final strike missed its mark, only managing to create a large crater on the battlefield. Rongfei retrieved the Scorpion King's Pokeball, having witnessed the earlier might of Thunder Punch. He understood that both triple spin and successive strike were skills with greater subsequent damage potential. After enduring the first two strikes, the Scorpion King stood no chance of turning the tide. Forcing it to take a third blow would only deepen its wounds. After all, it was his initial Pokémon. While some trainers might discard their starter Pokémon for sheer strength, most harbor a special affection for their first companions. Yet, he did not concede verbally. Instead, he contemplated before tossing out his final Pokeball. Charizard, I entrust you with the last stand. It is hardly a commendable feat to have one Pokémon face off against 3 from the challenger, especially when the opponent's type is advantageous against one's own. Up to this point, Rongfei had failed to discern that Meow Nei's ability was not the conventional verdict. Even with his cybernetic eyes transformed into a Pokédex scanner, he could only assess the abilities of the Pokémon he had captured. I shall now summon my full strength to confront your challenge, and I hope you will honor my recognition. It is normal to possess a distinct attitude towards one's starter Pokémon, yet it is not guaranteed that the starter is the strongest, in terms of growth trajectory. The Scorpion King does not hold an advantage in that regard. Your rules adhere to the Special Battle System 1, so why do you not employ it? Are you incapable? The Special Battle System refers to evolutions, moves, and other unique combat methods. Observing Rongfei's response mirrored that of his earlier sentiments, Xianmu posed a simple inquiry. If the opponent truly possessed such an ability, it would have been prudent to utilize it sooner so that arrangements could be made. This remark effectively rendered Rongfei silent. Was it that he did not wish to use it? Certainly not. Rather, it was that he could not. The Gigantamax Band and Terrestrial Orb were relatively straightforward, as those items had universal applicability across various types and species of Pokémon. However, evolution and moves are inherently complementary, without external assistance. Even if his family has been managing a gym for 4 generations, he cannot simply collect a complete set like a stamp collection. He indeed possesses a bird Pokémon, but it is merely a Fiero. Originally, his plan was to utilize Fiero to outmaneuver his opponents, but unexpectedly, the situation reversed, and he found himself relegated to the background. Charizard, unleash your flames. Douse the fire with a torrent of cold water. As he witnessed the illusionary mask Meow releasing a deluge of water to counteract the flames, Rongfei's heart had grown numb. Grass, electric, water, ice. This vast array of types left him speechless. He believed that nothing could further astonish him. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed to embody the very essence of the trainer he admired, allowing a single Pokémon to master numerous skills to adapt and overcome every challenge. The league regulations truly require revision. Can this still be considered a novice? Charizard, ascend and create distance, then disperse the mist. Do not allow the opponent a chance to close in. They are a physical attacker. The clash of flames and cold water enveloped the arena in mist, obscuring the precise happenings within. It was only when Charizard took to the skies, flapping its wings to clear the fog, that he beheld Xianmu executing a rather peculiar maneuver, synchronized with illusionary mask Meow. I was awkwardly dancing all night, to be honest. This is quite challenging for those lacking dance talent. Guard. An ominous premonition stirred within him. This was evidently a precursor to a move, and the opponent had cleverly concealed their initiation under the veil of mist. Rongfei was uncertain of the move the opponent intended to use, but whether it was ice, electric, or water, none could achieve a quadruple effectiveness. Even if Guard could not withstand the attack, as long as it could mitigate the damage, he could retaliate during the opponent's vulnerable moment post-attack. Such ideals are splendid, yet reality is unforgiving. As Charizard erected the barrier of Guard, Rongfei observed the surrounding soil being influenced by an unknown force, gradually solidifying and transforming into a towering peak. Cataclysmic Boulder Drop. Chapter 23. I perceive you as a champion. Charizard has lost its fighting capability. The challenger prevails. The judge's recent words echoed in Rongfei's ears. When illusionary mask Meow executed Thunder Punch, Rongfei sensed that his opponent was well prepared. It was entirely reasonable for a Pokémon to possess several moves targeting unfavorable types. When illusionary mask Meow unleashed Triple Spin, he recognized this as a formidable adversary. Upon witnessing the cold water move, he fell into a state of numbed silence. Yet upon observing the final rock move, his linguistic faculties crumbled, save for a simple interjection. He had been careless when Fiero was defeated, but with Charizard, he had engaged in battle with utmost seriousness. Moreover, his oversight was merely conceptual. The Pokémon he had dispatched was not a mere novice team, but rather his elite squad. Little did he anticipate that the opponent still held undisclosed cards. Employing ground-type attributes to counter electric types and utilizing flying fire types against grass-type starters, Rongfei believed every step was sound. However, the opponent's unconventional tactics proved otherwise. The battle had concluded some time ago, yet Rongfei found himself seated upon the debris left by the colossal boulder, contemplating the intricacies of life. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated without even encountering the other 2 Pokémon. Young master, the old master has asked me to remind you to clear the stones from this place. What purpose could the old master have for clearing this wasteland? He mentioned it is for agricultural use. With so many stones, even a hoe would dull quickly. Hence, He instructed you to gather stones by the river to create a fish pond. CHUUU, gazing at the item in his hands, fell into silence. Certainly not. This is a memento prepared for distinguished challengers by our Blue Streak gym. It was evident that there was a profound obsession with excavators here. This is a remote control. It is far from a child's toy. If you have a garden, using it to loosen the soil would be quite beneficial. Meow. Look, this item is incredibly valuable. Selling it would yield more than the prize money. CHUUU placed his phone beside Auntie, who, upon discovering the excavator model, curiously utilized an image recognition feature, only to find that its price on second-hand platforms had surged to 50,000. It was indeed not a mere child's toy, but rather an adult's plaything. A scale model hydraulic excavator replica, priced even higher than some genuine small excavators. Master Rome, your gym has certainly invested significantly. Haha, you found it, right? It's a fine item. This is to attract some exceptional trainers. You aren't employed yet, are you? Would you be interested in joining me? If you switch to ground-type training, I could take you on as a personal disciple. Perhaps this gym could eventually be passed down to you. My apologies, Master Rome, but I have no intentions of confining myself to a particular type. Rongley's assessment of Auntie had shifted from merely strong to remarkably clever, at the very least. He had never encountered a Pokémon that could operate a smartphone so adeptly. Indeed, with such an astute magical mask Meow, I wish you a prosperous journey ahead. After exchanging pleasantries, CHUUU departed, while Rongley, having confirmed the absence of new challengers, made his way to the fields. Upon arrival, he found Rongley still laboriously moving stones. I witnessed your match against him. Finally, someone has taught you a lesson these past few days. I was merely careless. Your presence would only worsen the situation. That magical mask Meow's moves would wreak havoc on your ground-type Pokémon. You are correct. That magical mask Meow is formidable. If his other Pokémon match that caliber, we may need to replace this year's Elite Four. Perhaps even that vacant champion title could be up for grabs. Unexpectedly, Rongley did not refute his son's assertion, but instead found some merit in his words. Is it truly that exaggerated? Humph, you are still young. That magical mask Meow undoubtedly possesses the strength of a champion-level core member. It's uncertain whether his command can keep pace. I have made my decision. If you can elevate your flying-type Pokémon to his level, I shall no longer intervene. Rongley believed he had lowered his expectations, while Rongley felt he had raised his standards. If he could attain such a level of skill, he would not need to inherit the dojo. He could easily become a champion in the flying-type category. The dragon-type was also a possibility. Mu was unaware of the events transpiring at the Blue Sky Dojo. Typically, after a trainer challenges a dojo, if there is no personal connection with the dojo master, there is little likelihood of further contact. Now, Mu faced the impending changes in weather. In June, the sky could change as swiftly as a child's mood. When he finished at the dojo, the sun shone brightly, but by the time he emerged from the subway, a torrential downpour had begun. Fortunately, he had no urgent matters to attend to, so he waited for a while at the subway station. After approximately an hour, the rain ceased, and Mu received a call for assistance from Zhonglin. Where are you? I need you to help me get some lunch. Did your Snorlax get sent to you? Dude, did you not notice the 3-hour deluge earlier? What do you think? Have you forgotten that our school is nicknamed the Royal University of Dongwon, notorious for its water and power outages, a sanctuary for water-type trainers? With this amount of rainfall, the drainage outside is blocked again, and there is half a meter of water accumulated at the entrance. Could you bring me some boxed lunches to the wall? Just wait. Others can borrow Pokémon, so delivering lunch should not be a bother. However, Mu did not anticipate that even with Pokémon, the school's long-standing issues persisted. The old campus suffered from unstable electrical circuits, frequently losing power, which led to a lack of water pressure and ultimately water shortages, earning it the additional moniker of Water-type Sanctuary. He even witnessed a brave soul gripping the rear handle, standing on the back bumper of a delivery truck, traversing the floodwaters in a guerrilla fashion. Chapter 24. What is so enjoyable about this? The flooded entrance to the Life City posed little challenge for the large trucks, as their towering tires carved a path through the muddy waters. Gather the Pokémon from the water. If you encounter them later, don't come looking for me. The driver, seemingly burdened by unpleasant experiences, honked his horn twice, then leaned out of the window to shout at the Pokémon in the water and the nearby crowd. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the greatest thrill was situated right behind his vehicle. Had he known that a guerrilla fighter was perched on his back bumper, he would have certainly been compelled to pull that individual down, even if it meant swimming. He never anticipated that in this day and age, anyone would dare to hitch a ride on a truck, allowing this fellow student to reach a dry area without incident, departing before the driver exited the vehicle. Mu recalled where the wall was located, but to reach it, he would have to navigate a dirt path through a small grove. Following the rain, the path was muddy, and traversing it with Meow would likely result in muddy paws. After the downpour, Meow's feet were already less than pristine. Yet the artificially laid path was a far cry from the mire. Meow, take this for now. I'm unsure what the souvenirs from other dojos are like, but if they are all similar, that would be quite intriguing. The several thousand imitation models were limited editions due to being gifts from the dojo, hence their inflated prices. However, for the gym leaders, the cost is relatively low. Their side ventures, coupled with league subsidies, already yield a profit. Moreover, ground-type Pokémon, such as those from the Bluexiang Gym, have numerous applications in everyday life, including mineral exploration, underground construction, and cave rescue operations. Before long, Shimu arrived at the edge of the wall and spotted Zhang Lin, who was waiting out in a pair of flip-flops. Is it flooded inside too? He inquired. There's a bit of water, but it's not as severe as at the entrance. By the way, your gym battle seems a bit exaggerated. That magical masquerade Meow is so formidable. Why didn't you recruit it for the battle team? Do you really believe it was just raised? 4 years of training to reach this level. You should consider breeding instead. In comparison to a single powerful Pokémon, individuals capable of consistently breeding strong Pokémon are equally rare. Most trainers with exceptional battle talent possess some breeding knowledge, albeit not with great expertise. Didn't you see their gym's homepage? It features your battle records. They even upload videos of their losses. Of course, otherwise how would they attract more challengers? However, the person editing the videos seems to have a grudge against that substitute gym leader, as they included footage of his failure. Zhang Lin adjusted the video he had just been watching and held it up for Shimu to see. Why not? Is it that he can't or simply doesn't he want to? He can't. The only Pokémon he has that is capable is that B-Drill, and it got taken out in an instant. The comments section was filled with applause from trainers who had been defeated by Rongfei. Due to the habits of this substitute gym leader, his online reputation had recently plummeted. Unlike the teachings of other gym leaders, his lectures often exuded an air of superiority, which left many feeling disgruntled. Witnessing his downfall, they silently resonated with a shared sense of satisfaction. However, Shimu's presence was notably absent in the footage. Even his commands had undergone special editing. I suspect the video editing was done by the former gym leader. Ordinary staff wouldn't be so targeted against the young master, considering he could potentially be their future boss, unless this was at the behest of the current owner. I cannot say for certain. By the way, in a few days there will be a Pokémon rally at the university. Are you interested? A Pokémon rally? Are you saying Pokémon will be driving? Wait a moment. Let me fetch you a towel, or perhaps it's best to just rinse off. Even though Meow didn't step into the muddy area, a trail of footprints was still visible behind. Normally, when it hasn't rained, one could simply wipe their feet on the mat at the entrance. But now it seems they will have to scrub the mat anew. Just be careful not to move your feet too much. We wouldn't want to dirty the walls and risk losing the security deposit. Setting aside the excavator model, Shimu instructed Meow not to move and, adopting a princess carry, lifted her up. He intended to keep the floor clean and avoid soiling his clothes. This action seemed quite reasonable. After all, the magical masquerade Meow was not the kind of creature that could be easily picked up like a new leaf Meow. Meow indeed remained still. Even as Shimu placed her down on the restroom floor, her hands still resting on his shoulder, showing no intention of letting go. All right, I'll get you the shower head, and I'll find you a new towel. As she watched Shimu's departing figure, Meow suddenly found herself reminiscing about her time as a new leaf cat. After her evolution, having acquired hands, many tasks had become more convenient, yet she felt a lingering sense of joy had slipped away. Perhaps it was the memory of feeling somewhat dirty during battles that prompted Meow to give herself a thorough wash. However, while bathing, she couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar was happening in the adjacent room, occasionally hearing Shimu's laughter. Ultimately, when she emerged from the bathroom, her fur dried. She discovered the source of the strange sounds. There lay a bag of rice on the floor, accompanied by a moisture-proof box, and Shimu was amusingly manipulating a remote control, shifting the rice bag back and forth. Meow inquired, "What are you doing?" Shimu replied, "Just playing. This gadget is quite versatile. It can even move a 20-pound bag of rice. Would you like to join in?" Meow remained silent, simply lifting the bag of rice with ease and efficiently pouring its contents into the box, demonstrating her prowess. It seemed she could not comprehend why her trainer was so fascinated by such an inefficient endeavor. Chapter 25. Hope for promotion, isn't this sufficient? Meow remarked. You wouldn't understand. It's a man's little pleasure. Look at this. Are you interested in signing up? Shimu opened a webpage sent by Zhang Lin regarding the Pokémon Academy rally. While Meow was bathing, Shimu had already skimmed through the promotional poster for the event. It was indeed an entertaining project organized by local universities. But participants were not limited to students of those institutions. The competition was open to all societal levels, yet the rankings would primarily feature students from various universities. In summary, contestants must pair with a Pokémon, select their mode of transportation from a blind box, and then navigate through all the obstacle courses to reach the finish line in collaboration with their Pokémon. Sponsored by Red Bull, the event might pose certain risks, but the rewards were substantial. If you're not interested, that is perfectly fine. The prize money even surpassed that of the Blue Dragon gym, although when considering the excavator, the gym's rewards were greater. However, in terms of cash alone, the prize money was nearly sufficient for CHUUU to travel to the farthest gym from here in Dongwon and stay for a few days to complete the next round of challenges. Why would it be dangerous? I don't see it, Miaonai queried. Because it's sponsored by Red Bull, a company with rather peculiar tastes. Their sponsorship criteria are quite selective. Simply seeking sponsorship won't suffice. However, if you suggest that this project might showcase a novel way to meet one's end, Red Bull might immediately agree. Of course, there were normal projects as well, and it was impossible for a collegiate league to include extreme activities such as wingsuit flying or cave diving. Overall, the event would certainly be safe, with only slightly more excitement than typical competitions. Meow, Phantom Meow, Miaonai mused. I'm all for it. It sounds intriguing, at least more so than staying indoors playing with that excavator. Miaonai glanced again at the event's online poster. Although she could not speak human language, she understood the text on the poster, much like Meowth from Team Rocket. The primary distinction between Miaonai and Meow Meow lies in the absence of the refinement of the horizontal bone in Miaonai. Miaonai has opted to channel her innate talents into combat. Unlike Meow Meow, who exhausted her potential in the pursuit of speech, ultimately failing to master even the gathering technique. In truth, that model is rather entertaining. Would you care to give it a try? No. Let us engage in something of greater significance. That is a valid point. I shall exercise for a while before heading to the school this afternoon to submit my registration form. Social individuals are not required to register in such a manner, but since CHUUU has yet to graduate, he must adhere to the school's procedures. Thus, CHUUU embarked once more on his specialized fitness journey. Although he was merely training with items for Pokémon in the game, within just 2 days, he could undeniably sense an enhancement in his physical capabilities. If he continues to strengthen himself in this manner, he might eventually transform into a humanoid Pokémon. At that point, he might even engage in a physical contest akin to that of Kanto's Fighting King, Shiba, battling alongside fighting-type Pokémon. Observing CHUUU exercise on the treadmill, Miaonai languidly lay on the bed, her legs swinging back and forth at the edge, lost in thought. After a while, CHUUU calculated the time and decided to prepare for his school registration once the lunchtime break concluded. On their way, Miaonai exhibited some unusual behavior. Typically, she would circumvent puddles. But this afternoon, she showed no inclination to avoid them, even seemingly seeking out opportunities to step in the water. It appeared she was intent on finding a reason to experience the sensation of being cradled once more. Meanwhile, in the office of the teaching building, the instructor CHUUU sought was engaged in a phone conversation. Old Rome, I entrust you with the matter concerning that child's internship. Social connections form an intricate web that is often inescapable, and the societal standing of university educators is significantly elevated beyond mere appearances. On the surface, they are simply teachers. Yet they may possess numerous other identities outside the school. Although CHUUU is not part of the battle department, his advisor is acquainted with the battle department's advisor, who is currently assisting in job introductions for those in that field. Becoming a professional trainer is no easy path, even for those graduating from the battle department. Without substantial familial support, the initial steps can be quite challenging. Securing a position within a gym is considered quite commendable for them. I am genuinely looking forward to it. Your school has produced a prodigy this year. A prodigy? We are still grappling with this year's Dominant Panda Academy Cup. Where would we find a prodigy? Just wait. I will send you the records of the gym battles. You can examine them yourself. Ronglei did not respond, but promptly forwarded the video. Are you certain this is from our school? Indeed, it is stated in the registration details. The name is CHUUU, which is rather uncommon. Have you heard of it? Hello? Old Lu, are you there? Ronglei tapped his phone and glanced at the signal, suspecting it had frozen. Oh, I'm still here. Please continue. That magical masquerade cat is extraordinary. Not only could it excel in the Dominant Panda Academy Cup, but it could also secure a position in the Eastern Huang Conference. The Dominant Panda Academy Cup is also a significant event in the Eastern Huang region. If the Eastern Huang Conference is a grand gathering for all trainers, then the Dominant Panda Academy Cup serves as a battleground for the battle departments of various universities to vie for supremacy. regard the Dongwon Conference as akin to the Olympics, while the Ba Dao Panda Academy Cup resembles the Youth Olympic Games. Regrettably, Lu did not absorb much of Ronglai's words. As he gazed perplexedly at the two lists before him, those of the only two graduates yet to secure employment, inadvertently hindering the employment rate. Is there a visual of the trainer? I wish to see it. What? You actually know them? That cannot be shared. The league has regulations. The magical masked meow is a rarity in Dongwon. Should you encounter it, you would undoubtedly recognize it. Another challenger has arrived. I must take my leave. Impossible. How could that child possess a Pokémon? It must be a case of homonyms, Lu murmured to himself, tinged with a hint of regret. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. Come in. Teacher Lu, it's me. I wish to register for next week's rally. Here is the entry form. At this moment, for words illuminated Lu's gaze, title secured. Chapter 26, The Chosen Blessing, all in with the magical masked meow. The green humanoid cat stirred excitement within Lu. Reminiscent of Ronglai's earlier assertion regarding the rarity of the magical masked meow in Dongwon, while Xianmu's name is hardly commonplace. Should these two phenomena occur within the same institution, he would be inclined to believe that fate is toying with him. Nonetheless, to exercise caution, he inquired further, Xianmu, do not linger at the door. Come in and take a seat. With few students in the class, an instructor ought to remember the appearances of their pupils. Even if the mid-ranking students slip from memory, the top performers and those struggling at the bottom are unforgettable. Graduating with a failing grade and lacking a tripartite agreement are his focal points of concern, as graduation and employment rates weigh heavily on his mind. However, a phone call from Ronglai seemed to alter the situation. This was not a predicament, but rather a stroke of fortune. You challenged the Lanxiang gym today, did you? Teacher, you know as well? Xianmu found it peculiar, having not posted about it on social media after the gym battle, yet it appeared to be common knowledge. Provided one is willing to expend effort and shun nefarious paths, gym leaders are typically accommodating. Instances like Ronglai's direct deployment of main forces are indeed rare. Our school has a partnership with Lanxiang Gym. Had you been a combat major, you might have witnessed Director Rong attending practical lessons. Do you intend to pursue a career as a professional trainer? I haven't made a decision. I lack a clear plan and prefer to take it step by step. Were it yesterday, Lu would have engaged Xianmu in a thorough discussion, generally advising the youth against lofty aspirations, emphasizing the importance of finding a job and establishing oneself in society. Yet, the current circumstances are different. In this world, a career as a professional trainer is a commendable path and the most direct route to the pinnacle. Well, having your own thoughts is commendable. The college rally, is it? Please leave the registration form here. I shall submit it shortly. Then I shall take my leave, not to disturb you further. Wait, do not be in such haste. I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Please remain a moment longer. Conversations of this nature are not uncommon. University counselors must consider various factors. Should a student find themselves in despair, they might leap from the highest teaching building, resulting in trouble for both the institution and the individual. Hence, in exceptional circumstances, the counselor must engage in heartfelt discussions with the students. However, this time, the motivation leans more towards personal interests. To attain a higher academic title, one must endure years of service. Typically, regardless of whether it's the title of full professor or the role of department head, Lu must persevere for several more years. Merely enduring does not guarantee success. After all, this is not a Pokémon battle arena where victory ensures ascension to a higher position. For Pokémon University, the Pokémon tournaments serve as a battleground for universities to compete, and achieving a commendable ranking can significantly enhance one's credentials. Should any of his students emerge as exceptional talents and wish to forge connections with the school, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. Nonetheless, Lu is currently focused solely on this year's competition. Xianmu, are you familiar with the Ba Dao Xiongmao Academy Cup? No. Allow me to elucidate briefly. You may regard it as a tournament akin to the Donghuang Conference among various schools, where our past rankings have been rather mediocre. With a new principal at the helm this year, there is a strong desire to secure a commendable position. Lu succinctly summarized the situation, clarifying that the Academy Cup differs from the Donghuang Conference in its complexity. The overall results are derived from multiple events. Securing a championship in an individual event would significantly elevate one's standing. In fact, he hopes that only Xianmu excels in the individual competition, as the presence of other less successful participants would better highlight his capabilities. This is primarily a matter for the school team and the combat department. Historically, that has been the case, but it is because the adept combatants have already established themselves there. If you are interested, you need not concern yourself with anything else. I will handle the arrangements. However, by the time of the competition, I will have already graduated, won't I? The timing of the competition coincides with the summer break, and Xian finds it peculiar for a graduate to participate. Seeing Xian's interest, Lu felt a surge of joy. He feared that Xian might be disinterested in competing, as one cannot coerce participation. Regarding the school's approval, he is confident in resolving that issue. Typically, graduates are not permitted to participate, but as the saying goes, policies exist to be navigated. We generally have three alternatives: extension of studies, repeating a year, or securing a recommendation for further studies. The first two options apply in special circumstances. Given the high prestige of this gym battle, I can submit a report to secure an additional recommendation slot for you without issue. These methods are widely accepted as standard practice across institutions, creating an alternative form of equity. Furthermore, the recommendation for further studies is something Lu can facilitate. After all, the individual in question is not a freshly admitted freshman, and discussions of practicality hold more weight than lofty ideals. The champion of the individual event also receives additional monetary rewards, and the school provides support. It ultimately depends on your perspective. Lu's faith in Xian is not merely based on a fleeting video, but rather on the discerning judgment of his old friend, Ronglei. In the eyes of seasoned gym leaders, this competition resembles the Baby Cup, and Xian qualifies as a formidable contender. He provided this channel to Shinmu, allowing both parties to profit, a true win-win situation. Meow? Meow, I think I can give it a try. All right, I'll contact you once I have news. For the next few days, try not to go out. I'm uncertain when I'll reach out to you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two individuals, each having acquired what they desired, departed from the office. Shinmu intended to purchase some groceries at the supermarket. Although online shopping is quite convenient, the quality of vegetables and fruits that cannot be seen raises concerns, especially since his beloved teacher Lu would continue to suffer from headaches. After all, there is more than one student. Even if Shinmu's issues are resolved, others still remain. This somewhat abstract situation dulled his earlier joy. He had skipped the graduation retake due to an online romance, and he hoped this young man would not resort to despair over a broken heart. Old Lu walked toward the Life City, only to be obstructed by standing water. This funding is poorly managed. Every year, it floods whenever it rains, he complained. Yet he rolled up his trousers and waded through the water, hoping that this heartbroken student might find solace in the effort he was making. Chapter 27. The Grand Purchase. The confused Junsha. Typically, one can find large supermarkets near universities. Indeed, a reputable school can significantly stimulate the local economy. At this moment, Shinmu was pushing a shopping cart in the supermarket, selecting the items he required. As for Meow and Ei, she was comfortably nestled in the shopping cart. This was not against the rules, as the supermarket allowed Pokémon to be placed in carts, albeit with a weight limit. Yu fruit, peach fruit, Hami fruit, and a bit of Phoenix pineapple fruit. Meow and Ei, could you check if these are fresh? Shinmu was not particularly adept at assessing the freshness of fruit, but Meow and Ei excelled in this regard. Grass-type Pokémon possess a unique ability to sense the state of fruits, allowing Meow and Ei to select tree fruits with an almost clairvoyant precision, greatly ensuring their quality. While there might be cheaper options in the market, Shinmu was not skilled at bargaining, so he preferred the convenience of this place. Meow, those tree fruits are subpar, but that batch of watermelons looks quite good. After purchasing a selection of tree fruits, Shinmu also acquired some ordinary fruits and leisurely strolled through the supermarket. The brands in the supermarket had undergone a significant overhaul. Aside from fresh produce, Shinmu did not recognize many familiar brands. The milk labeled Big Milk can was imported from Chengdu and, much like the Pokémon Kintaro, Big Milk can is a single-gender Pokémon. However, while Kintaro is exclusively male, Big Milk can is solely female, and they correspond to each other in gender. Typically, farms raise both types of Pokémon to facilitate the breeding of purebred offspring. Even when not in lactation, Big Milk can produces milk regularly, approximately 20 liters daily. If not milked, it becomes quite uncomfortable. Since the era of the Warcraft, Big Milk can has been among the earliest Pokémon to coexist with humans. The better the quality of the pasture, the higher the quality of the milk produced, which is why Big Milk can milk from Chengdu enjoys exceptional sales. Shinmu could not ascertain whether this was merely a reselling scheme. Above is the esteemed leader of the Full Gold Dojo, Xiao Qian, renowned for her ace Pokémon, a large milk tank. This formidable creature has caused quite a stir among challengers since the inception of the game. Beehive honey. What is this? Meow? What is wrong? I recall that Beedrill does not produce honey, leading me to ponder the origins of this peculiar substance. If Shinmu was previously skeptical about the authenticity of the milk, he is now nearly convinced, especially since they have even managed to procure Beedrill honey. Just as bees in nature produce honey, So too do they differ from wasps, and Beedrill, akin to wasps, are Pokémon that do not create honey. Dear customer, you are mistaken. This is our new product. Beedrill honey is merely a marketing gimmick. In reality, it is a fruit nectar created by blending Beedrill pollen with fruit juice, explained a nearby salesperson softly upon overhearing CHUUU's remarks. Products associated with Pokémon typically command a higher price, as those who shop alongside Pokémon generally possess greater purchasing power. Consequently, these salespersons are expected to be more knowledgeable, otherwise, they risk damaging their reputation if they cannot elucidate such matters clearly. Imitating the characteristics of the bear cub, a Pokémon that resembles a charming little teddy bear and spends most of its time foraging for honey, bear cub collects fruit and Beedrill pollen, combining them into a unique nectar. Thus, each bear cub's honey possesses a distinct flavor, and this explanation seems quite plausible. Indeed, our products have been certified at the league level, ensuring they are not counterfeit. We are currently in a trial sale period, offering a buy one get one free promotion. If you are unsatisfied, returns are accepted at any time. Would you like to give it a try? Subsequently, he purchased some refreshing soda and other unique products from the Pokémon world, pushing his shopping cart towards the self-checkout machine. The expenditure here far exceeded that of ordinary goods, and it seemed that professional trainers would incur even greater costs. Observing the lengthy receipt and the figures therein, CHUUU murmured softly. The financial commitment at that moment was substantial. Without a solid economic foundation, one must often sacrifice more. Taking the first step is crucial. For instance, winning the Blue Sky Gym would yield a prize sufficient for CHUUU to accomplish many endeavors. Gazing at the 4 bulging shopping bags, CHUUU tested their weight slightly. Before he could enhance himself with the training device, carrying all 4 bags would have been quite exhausting. However, it was considerably easier now. Yet, without that machine, he would not have purchased so many items. His appetite had notably increased during training sessions. Meow? Huan Meow, give me the items. They are rather heavy. Meow Nai took 2 shopping bags and gestured for CHUUU to hand her the rest. Do you think you possess superhuman strength? There are exactly 4 bags. You may take 2 if you wish. Although Meow Nai continuously asserted her superior strength, she still could not wrest the other 2 shopping bags from CHUUU. As they departed the supermarket, they encountered Junsha, who was conducting routine inspections. Hello. This is a routine check. May I see your identification, please? As CHUUU carried an abundance of supplies that far exceeded a single person's share, Junsha approached to verify CHUUU's identity. Pardon the interruption. What is being inspected here? She inquired. Recently, members of malevolent organizations from other regions have been active in this area. If you see the emblem, please report it promptly while ensuring your own safety. Upon hearing Junsha's remarks, CHUUU comprehended their search focus, without a doubt. The emblem belonged to Team Rocket. It seemed that Musashi and Kojiro had yet to be apprehended in recent days. Indeed, following the incident at the Pokémon Center, they had fallen silent, and the Junsha of Dongwang had spent considerable time analyzing the situation to no avail. Ultimately, based on the appearance of a colossal robot, they concluded that Team Rocket had established a branch in Dongwang. However, they could not uncover any leads, and thus, they initiated a new extensive inspection. As for Musashi and Kojiro, they were currently disguised and working in an electronics factory, completely unresponsive to external inspections. As they did not believe that Junsha was solely intent on capturing Pikachu, they had not anticipated that members of Team Rocket would be found in a factory. Musashi and Kojiro, in turn, did not believe that Junsha's significant commotion was solely aimed at them, resulting in an unusual, yet peaceful coexistence. Chapter 28. Unable to unscrew the bottle cap, yet capable of unscrewing the skull cap in an electronics factory, components swiftly slid down the assembly line. The workers beside them moved their arms with such speed that they appeared to leave behind afterimages, diligently processing the products. Initially, the pace was manageable, but as time wore on, some began to falter. You 3 in front. Enough already. Is it necessary to work yourself to the bone for such meager wages? One exclaimed. We are paid by piece, so what does it matter to us? Indeed, the 3 at the forefront were Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Adhering to the principle of loving one's work, they operated with remarkable efficiency, earning the direct approval of the foreman, who assigned them to the piecework station. Their contributions significantly boosted production efficiency, nearly inciting public ire. By the way, while we are working here, won't those kids take the opportunity to escape? Meowth pondered. Not at all. I've already checked. In a few days, there will be a Pokémon event in this city, and those kids will undoubtedly bring Pikachu to participate. Meowth replied, maintaining his pace while beginning to devise subsequent plans, including a strategy to volunteer and infiltrate the event. The workers behind the assembly line, busy and sweating, paid little heed to the mention of Pikachu, as even those without Pokémon had often heard such terms, dismissing them as mere fantasies. After all, they frequently encountered delightful phrases about wondrous sensations. Upon entering, Meowth placed the shopping bag on the shelf, then naturally opened his arms, waiting for CHUUU to carry him to the bathroom. "You certainly stepped precisely along the way," he remarked. "Meow, not at all. The puddle was just too wide." "Are you sure?" "Meow, perhaps." A puddle with a 3-meter diameter was indeed wide enough if one did not consider navigating around it. Yet Meowth did not belong to the realm of humans. Although she may not possess the acrobatic prowess of a fire chicken, capable of leaping over 30-story buildings, she is certainly not as diminutive as a human. In the presence of CHUUU, she might struggle to open a bottle cap, but in the wilderness, her claws could effortlessly twist open a skull. So Hirase thought, "Should I buy you a pair of rain boots for our next outing? It would prove quite convenient." "Meow. No, wearing shoes feels rather peculiar. I am quite content as I am." CHUUU, still possessing his sight, was aware that Mew's movements were precise and deliberate, thus he did not dwell on the matter and carried her to the restroom. The pollen Pokémon, Beedrill, is quite unique. Despite being a non-honey-producing bee, it still collects pollen. Observing the ingredient list of honey, CHUUU felt compelled to delve into the study of Pokémon ecology in this world. The data stored in his memory was limited, and many aspects remained unknown to him. This world has birthed numerous peculiarities, such as ordinary cattle with a lineage tracing back to tauros. Raising such creatures has become a specialized discipline, with promising prospects. Over the next few days, CHUUU dedicated himself to crafting energy cubes and experimented with berry ice cream and Pock Puffs. To prevent overwhelming his living space, he refrained from extracting all the items at once, opting instead to follow the recipes and undertake the tasks himself. The use of those items was akin to a one-click generation, but now that he engaged in the process manually, the failure rate significantly increased. Compared to the perfectly crafted energy cubes, many of his attempts could only be deemed as waste. In the days that followed, CHUUU primarily focused on enhancing his physique through the use of the enhancer, and the results remained markedly evident. According to the machine's assessment criteria, his level was still quite low, and the lower the level, the more pronounced the enhancement effects became. Additionally, CHUUU explored other gyms, such as the Fengdu gym specializing in ghost-type Pokémon and the Xiantai gym focused on ice types. Upon seeing the names of these gyms, CHUUU seemed to grasp the sentiment of Rongfei. Relative to the names of other gyms, the Blue Sky gym of his family held a certain uniqueness. As evening fell, a diverse crowd gathered at the campus stadium. The school's dormitories lacked the freedom of renting accommodation off campus, while the living conditions for the battling department were indeed superior. They did not compare to the lush lawns of Professor Oak's backyard. School regulations strictly prohibited the release of Pokémon within the dormitories. Even Pokémon belonging to the same trainer could harbor conflicts, let alone those from different trainers. If a confrontation were to erupt between two trainers' Pokémon in the dormitory, the repercussions could be troublesome. To eliminate such possibilities, the administration decisively opted for a blanket rule. The school provided specialized fostering grounds for the battling department. If one was unwilling to place their Pokémon there, one must adhere to the corresponding regulations. The spacious stadium also became a venue for many Pokémon activities. Being cooler in the early morning and evening than during the day, many people struggled to rise early, thus the evenings attracted larger crowds. In recent days, the stadium had seen the emergence of a rather unique combination. Mew, do you think roller skates or a skateboard is more energy efficient? Meow, the roller skates are not my forte. I struggle with skateboarding, particularly when it comes to navigating turns, which often results in a jarring experience. The college rally is not a novel event. CHUUU has been aware of past competitions. The array of transportation methods is truly eclectic, as any vehicle lacking self-propulsion may make an appearance. Options range from carriages and unicycles to roller skates, and even wheelchairs. This competition also somewhat tests one's luck. If the Pokémon participating do not synergize with the chosen mode of transport, one may easily find themselves at a disadvantage. Presently, CHUUU is engaged in some practice. Although he has added a few embellishments, the essence remains focused on having the Pokémon undertake weighted runs, where a lighter burden proves advantageous. CHUUU is unable to procure anything too peculiar, but small items can still be practiced here. After several days of testing, aside from the occasional mishap of unintentionally flinging certain vehicles during sharp turns, especially since Meow is tethered to him while running, he finds himself struggling with the skateboard. For him, acquiring a pair of roller skates would be the most advantageous outcome. Chapter 29. The trainer is mine. On the eve of the rally's official commencement, CHUUU was added to a new chat group comprising participants for the following day's event. The group was relatively small, consisting of only a dozen individuals, including a supervising teacher. Shortly thereafter, the group administrator announced that all competitors from their school were present and shared the assembly time, stating that the school would provide transportation to the venue. "Where are you?" Noticing Zhang Lin's absence from the chat, Shimu felt compelled to inquire privately. "In the dorm. Where else?" "I meant, why aren't you in the rally group?" "I didn't sign up, so why would I be in the group?" A question mark emoji was sent by Shimu, as sometimes sending such an emoji indicates that one perceives an issue on the other side, rather than expressing personal confusion. All information regarding the event had been relayed to him by Zhang Lin, and the fact that he was not participating struck Shimu as peculiar. "I never claimed I was participating. I figured your magical masquerade meow is quite formidable, so you might be interested. I have only a Marl. Participating would merely be for the sake of filling the numbers. The magical masquerade meow is, at least, of a size comparable to that of a human, whereas Meryl's diminutive form is indeed unsuitable. Best of luck. I shall come to cheer for you. Why are there only these few participants? It's an entertainment event. Quite usual. But the prize money must be substantial, not less than that of gym battles, right? The battling faction looks down upon this. You must consider the current timing. Those in the battling faction are preoccupied preparing for the dominant Panda Academy Cup. Those not competing are merely serving as practice partners, leaving little time for participation here." One user, seemingly well informed about the circumstances surrounding the motherly strength, appeared to clarify the queries posed by group members. "I've also heard that the school team and members of the battling faction are quite vexed, as it seems a gilded newcomer has been parachuted in." Meow? A gilded newcomer? Are they referring to us? If Old Lou's efficiency is intact, it should indeed pertain to us, though there is no need to concern ourselves with their remarks. Meow. If they dare provoke, I shall take them all down. Cough, at that moment. Let's try not to take action immediately. After all, we are teammates. Although our primary objective is the singles competition, if we participate in doubles, we can utilize them as shields. The dynamics of doubles are considerably more intricate than those of singles. The variables that can arise with 4 Pokémon on a stage far exceed those with just 2. If we encounter strategies like Life Swap or Doomsong, there's little that Mew can do, and if we are forced into a swap, we can only regret our defeat. The school team, currently in preparation, remains unaware that this sudden teammate has plans to use them as shields. However, should they truly grasp the details, they might willingly step into that role. A victory benefits everyone. In a situation where points are distributed equally, even amidst discord, the team must strive to protect the individual capable of delivering damage. The prerequisite is that they must believe this individual can indeed inflict damage and perform effectively. After determining the time and location for gathering, Shinmu set a new alarm and ceased monitoring the group chat. Despite being from the same school, this is not the Academy Cup. Everyone is part of a team. Yet they are also adversaries. In this competition, considerations of team rankings are irrelevant, and no one is sharing experiences. The conversation quickly dwindled to trivialities and soon became quiet. Compared to usual, Shinmu skipped evening training and retired early to prepare for the next day's event. The school S bus was already in position, and Shinmu and Mew arrived early, finding a secluded corner in the back to await boarding. As people gradually gathered, the bus departed towards the venue. Once aboard, Mew curled up against Shinmu in their seat, remaining unnoticed due to their early arrival and placement. It was not until they disembarked to collect their numbers that someone noticed the presence of a magical masquerade Mew on the bus. While this may not seem significant, someone in another group sent a message. Did Mother Machamp do something wrong? Guys, I think I found that golden monster. Wow, Han is impressive to get information so quickly. It's just luck. He is also participating in the rally and happened to be on the same bus as me. Similar to the situation with Old Lou confirming Shinmu's identity, this individual had also heard that the golden monster had a magical masquerade Mew. He raised his hand to take a photo, just as he was about to share it in the group to prove his point, but suddenly, his phone vanished into thin air. Mew, what are you trying to do by taking candid shots of us? Mew's voice was somewhat subdued, and the one most familiar with this tone was likely the Jengar from that day's examination hall. It had first-hand experience of the death threats from Pokémon. In theory, all Pokémon communicate in the same language, and many trainers can comprehend what their Pokémon mean. However, when faced with unfamiliar Pokémon, understanding their words becomes quite challenging. As if that were not enough, after all that, Mew even scratched at the area around its neck. Mew, what are you doing? Come and collect your number. Meow arrived, bouncing away and leaving behind the bewildered classmate. Was I just threatened by a Pokémon? No. How did that magical masked Meow get here? How did it discover my presence? How is my phone functioning so smoothly? Brother Han, why is there no signal? Indeed, Let us observe the appearance of that golden creature. Be quiet. I think we misunderstood it. It may not be here for gold. Perhaps it is quite formidable. If you were kidnapped, blink. We shall mourn for you. Get lost. Watch the live stream of the rally yourself. Soon you will understand. CHUUU was oblivious to the fact that others had begun to discuss him. He was more curious about where Meow had just gone. Where did you just go? Meow replied, catching mice. Catching mice? Rattata? Meow pointed to the individual with a mask, stating, she just took a candid photo of us. The person in question, having noticed Meow's gesture, awkwardly greeted them before joining the queue nearby. Yes, this student was female. Although her name was somewhat frivolous, in the face of abstraction, all beings are equal, which did not impede anything. It merely left CHUUU somewhat skeptical of Meow's intentions. Are you certain it's about the photo and not the gender? Chapter 30. The King of Autumn Leaf Mountain, Wheelchair Edition. What did you say? CHUUU did not comprehend a single word. In the past, he could accurately grasp Meow's intended meaning, as if his mind possessed a personal Pokémon language translator. But now, all he received was gibberish. Even if this translation ability had faltered, it shouldn't render him completely at a loss. Hence, there could be only one explanation. Meow was indeed speaking nonsense. Even if CHUUU were replaced by a fellow magical masked Meow, it would be futile to decipher her words. Taking advantage of the inherent differences in language, Meow played the fool, evading CHUUU's earlier question. This also indicated that the root of the issue did not lie in the act of photography. Nowadays, sharing a photo in a group chat is commonplace, sometimes inexplicably. Certain images gain popularity. While such behavior is not inherently virtuous, as long as it doesn't involve taking photos directly in someone's face and leads to no repercussions, it rarely garners attention. After all, if it doesn't go viral, no one will notice. As for how Meow reacted, one could only attribute it to a battle instinct. Never mind, you haven't done anything strange, have you? Meow insisted, not at all. It was merely a matter of asserting her own sovereignty. How could such a thing be deemed odd? This was the number she received when she drew for the competition, which would determine the mode of transportation for the event. Let us take a look. I haven't opened it yet, so I'm unsure what kind of vehicle it is. Meow revealed a wheelchair. Meow did not create any suspense and directly opened the note. Although it was not the desired roller skates or any such compact equipment, it was, overall, acceptable. Beside them, another individual had drawn a peculiar item devoid of wheels, a pogo stick, and was pondering how to enable their Pokémon to utilize such an apparatus. I must trouble you with this wheelchair. Maneuvering such a contraption must be rather uncomfortable, mused Mew. No, you must endure. It certainly cannot be pleasant to sit on this. Mew scratched its chin, appearing to conceive a particularly unique strategy. Before Mew could elucidate its tactical approach, a familiar voice resonated nearby. Mr. Shinmu, have you also come to partake in the competition? Pika, the Rocket team, well acquainted with Ash, who they had pursued for quite some time, had indeed anticipated his appearance at the venue. However, Shinmu found himself perplexed by Pikachu accompanying Ash. Are you intending for Pikachu to compete alongside you? Not at all. I borrowed Brock's Onyx. However, Pikachu is indeed participating. It is teamed up with Misty Starmie. Ash was well aware that it was unrealistic for Pikachu to haul him along. Thus, Pikachu was not the participating Pokémon, but rather represented the competitor. The rules of the competition did not explicitly prohibit two Pokémon from competing, and Ash was merely a participant for enjoyment, which allowed for greater leniency. Yet, Shinmu recalled that Pikachu was an experienced contender in the past. It had even ridden Squirtle in a competition, albeit with rather mediocre results. What did you draw? A bicycle, while Pikachu drew a scooter. Shinmu was uncertain how Onyx would maneuver a bicycle or how Pikachu and Starmie would manage a scooter, nor did he possess the time to deliberate. The officials overseeing the event had begun directing the competitors to the starting line. Mew. You must hold on tightly. Trust me, do not let go. I believe in you, but please tell me your plan first. Ah, I see. I understand now. You should run at full speed. I will not fall off. Mew did not position itself behind the wheelchair, but instead turned it around, facing Shinmu backward. In addition to the safety belt on the wheelchair, Mew reinforced Shinmu's security with its vine, providing an extra layer of assurance, while the other Pokémon prepared according to the transportation devices their trainers had drawn. For instance, Han, who had drawn the pogo stick, went by the username Mother Machamp, made a mistake, and her Pokémon was indeed a Machamp. The pogo stick appeared to be of decent quality, as Machamp adeptly wielded it with its lower pair of arms, while securing its trainer with the upper pair. Let me emphasize, the competition must follow the designated route, and the drawn transportation must maintain contact with the ground. Competitors reminded their Pokémon to be ready, as the race was about to commence. As the signal to prepare was issued, Mew exerted force, elevating the wheelchair. Subsequently, it positioned the wheelchair sideways on the track, transitioning from a four-wheeled stance to a single main wheel on the ground, thereby reducing friction and enhancing its ability to accelerate. Bang! The starting gun fired, and the competitors surged forth, while the surrounding screens began broadcasting from an aerial perspective. The current competition is as fiercely contested as in previous years. As the event commenced, the competitors quickly established their positions, with the foremost being the unicycling Ponyta and the wheelchair-dragging magical masked Meow. These are Pokémon from the Pardia region, making their debut on this stage. The commentary seemed slightly underprepared, failing to immediately recognize the Meow species. However, this minor oversight did not provoke any discontent among the audience. In recent times, live broadcasts have encountered numerous mishaps, and merely avoiding mispronouncing names is commendable. Machamp exhibited the formidable strength characteristic of fighting-type Pokémon, pushing the limits of the bouncing pole, but alas, the force was too great, resulting in a broken pole. While it is regrettable, the first competitor has already been eliminated. Machamp possesses immense strength, wielding four arms proficient in various fighting techniques. However, its dexterity does not improve with the increase in limbs, resulting in clumsiness that often leads to mistakes during delicate tasks. Observing the broken pole it inadvertently snapped, Machamp displayed a look of embarrassment, while its trainer offered comforting words instead of criticism. Ironically, it is the sports equipment sponsor who is truly sweating bullets. People tend to follow the crowd, and they are indifferent to how the pole broke. They only recognize that it has. Magical Mask Meow, dragging its wheelchair, executed a drift. The leading group has already distanced themselves from the subsequent competitors, leaving one to wonder how long their stamina can endure. Now, let us turn our attention to the trailing competitors, notably the bicycle being pulled by Onix. Perhaps influenced by Mashoki's performance, Onix appears hesitant to exert itself. Alongside Onix is the duo of Pikachu and Staryu, who seem to struggle with their skateboard-like body structure, yet we wish them the best in achieving a commendable outcome. Chapter 31. The former Emperor's ambition cut short. Currently, the battle for first place is still between Ponyta and Magical Mask Meow. Ponyta holds a stamina advantage, yet it has passed up several opportunities to overtake its rival. Perhaps this is a strategy to conserve energy. The commentator, lacking specific insights, can only speculate based on personal interpretation. The distance of the relay race is akin to a marathon for Pokémon, and judicious management of stamina is a tactical element. Ponyta's trainer has long been signaling for Ponyta to seek an opportunity to overtake, as Meow is by no means invincible. In battle, Meow reacts swiftly. Yet in a long-distance race, it cannot match Ponyta's endurance. Being among the leading group is already a testament to Ponyta's superiority over its ordinary kin. This strength is precisely why Ponyta hesitates to overtake. On the battlefield, there are no restrictions on Pokémon types, whether in their initial or final forms. Each Pokémon possesses its own combat prowess. Yet, some Pokémon are reluctant or even fearful to engage in battle. Ponyta belongs to this category. Its reluctance to overtake is not merely a tactic to conserve energy, but a manifestation of fear. In Ponyta's worldview, the figure ahead, pulling a wheelchair, is not merely a cat, but rather a ferocious tiger that would tear it apart if approached. The Pokémon species exhibit a variety of adversarial relationships. For instance, when the Octillery encounters the Beedrill, a fierce battle ensues, culminating in the defeat of one party, which subsequently faces consumption. The rivalry between the Snorlax and the Meowth has persisted through generations, ingrained deeply in their genetic makeup. The skilled blacksmiths often raid the camps of the Slash commanders, aiming to seize the precious metals they possess. Unlike Pokémon that coexist with humans, wild Pokémon inhabit a significantly harsher environment. For the weaker creatures, encountering a stronger foe often triggers an instinctual flight response. The Ponyta currently embodies a sense of trepidation, feeling that any attempt to overtake could lead to its downfall. Merely managing to trail behind its opponent is a testament to its rigorous training. Simultaneously, within the resting area of the school team at the Sinmu Academy, a few individuals are engrossed in a live broadcast. Alas, poor Han has met misfortune as he inadvertently broke the jumping rod. It brings to mind last year's competition, where her Machamp nearly caused a catastrophe after unfastening its belt. Machamp and Gardevoir wear golden belts not merely as adornments, but as power restrictors. Once the belt is undone, an overwhelming force is unleashed. However, such actions are perilous, aside from a select few elite trainers specializing in fighting types. Few would dare to allow their Pokémon to engage in such reckless behavior. In a sense, Han has claimed a metaphorical first place. Yet her assertion that the gilded creature has transformed into a thigh raises questions. While its sprinting speed is commendable, it does not reveal much beyond that. The Ponyta appears fearful, and the mere presence of the magical mask Meowth is sufficient to instill dread. Is that not enough evidence? Perhaps the Ponyta is simply timid in battle, a trait not uncommon among Pokémon. Speculation proves futile. The truth will emerge once testing is conducted. Even if the creature is indeed gilded, there is little that can be done. One must clearly communicate the need for decorum and refrain from causing disruption. If it possesses genuine prowess, they may even rely on it to elevate their scores. Whispers may circulate in private, but one must maintain civility in person. The captain of the school team, unlike the younger members, has led the team for 2 years and understands the implications of an unexpected contender entering the fray. They either possess strength or connections, either of which warrants respect rather than animosity. Meanwhile, at the center of the venue, several individuals are busily engaged in preparations. Similar to human marathon events, this area serves as a recovery zone for Pokémon. Volunteers clad in vests have prepared beverages made from berries and salt, among whom the infamous trio from Team Rocket is notably present. They exhibit an enthusiastic demeanor, seemingly without any issues. "Are you ready?" Meowth inquired, adjusting the disguise glasses on its face as it addressed its companions. "Absolutely. Once the little troublemaker and Pikachu arrive, I will present this special drink to them. After they consume it, they will fall into a deep slumber. Then we shall transport them to the Pokémon Center on a stretcher, taking Pikachu along the way." Musashi and Kojuro engaged in a spirited exchange as they meticulously reviewed their plans, placing beverages marked with special symbols towards the back and keeping an attentive eye on the match's progress via a nearby screen. However, their thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a comment from the host. "Starfish has utilized a water gun for acceleration, a commendable idea, but alas, Pokémon are prohibited from using skills during the competition. This unfortunate violation has led to the disqualification of the only pure Pokémon combination," which did not fully grasp the rules. With a clatter, Meow's drink tumbled to the ground. They had devised numerous strategies, yet they had failed to anticipate how to handle Pikachu's inability to arrive. Time was of the essence, as the leading first tier was rapidly approaching. Meow showed no interest in the situation, darting past without pausing. The others trailing closely followed suit with similar resolve. Conversely, many in the subsequent second tier, witnessing the widening gap and realizing their chances of ranking had vanished, opted to remain in place, indulging in a buffet while enjoying the enthusiastic service from Team Rocket. In the wake of their plans being disrupted, their instinctive choice became to preserve their current roles as exemplary volunteers. The trainer of the small fire horse mounted its back, noticing the peculiar state of the creature. "Go for it, little fire horse. This is a competition, and competitions have rules. Any odd actions could lead to disqualification. Show your spirit." The small fire horse, belatedly realizing this was not the perilous wilderness, recognized the urgency too late. As it began to accelerate, Meow was already nearing the finish line. "Meow, relax." Had it been a sprint, Meow would have claimed victory long ago, yet in terms of endurance for a long run, she was somewhat inferior to the small fire horse. Observing that her opponent had overcome fear and was gaining ground, Meow suddenly surged forward, utilizing the vines on her partner, Shinmu, to propel him towards the finish line. After launching Shinmu towards the goal, Meow unleashed a formidable burst of strength in her legs, charging toward the finish and catching Shinmu in a princess carry upon crossing the line. "Meow, done. They've crossed the finish line." It's evident that the enchanting masked Meow and her trainer share a profound synergy. Her trainer exhibits immense trust in her Pokémon. The small fire horse also exerted itself in the final moments. However, their finish times were quite close, and they await the judge's confirmation. "Well done. You can put me down now. There are quite a few people around." Being held in such a manner by her Pokémon in public felt rather peculiar. Yet amidst this, Shinmu encountered an even stranger message while awaiting the race results. Old Lu had sent him a notification indicating that communication had been finalized, and that all that remained was to fill out a form. Chapter 32. This Meow shall eventually ascend to power. The form sent by Old Lu was largely blank, markedly different from a conventional application. Were it not for the prevalence of electronic versions these days, one might suspect the ink on it had yet to dry. Please complete the electronic version first. We can address the paper version after the College Cup concludes. I have made some efforts on your behalf. As long as your performance is commendable, your opportunities will certainly increase. The electronic registration must be initiated promptly to verify that this contestant is indeed affiliated with their institution. The remaining matters pertain to the privileges that Lu has managed to secure, as the College Cup is not limited to a single edition. should CHUUU perform exceptionally well. He is likely to transition from a temporary participant to a permanent one, which would signify several years of achievements. Regardless of the circumstances, Liu was the one who brought him in. Thus, the better CHUUU performs in the future, the more favorable Liu's prospects will be. This is fundamentally why he is striving so hard. The world is vast, yet finding someone willing to invest in you without ulterior motives is exceedingly rare. One must treat such individuals with the utmost respect. I understand, but will this not cause any complications? It will not. If other institutions discover promising talent, they too will seek ways to retain them. The quota you have received has not been taken from anyone else. Regardless of your involvement, the overall allocation remains unchanged. And this information does not need to be publicly disclosed, thus it will not have any repercussions. Should the trial training not go well, there may be other issues. But Liu has not given that any thought. He does not believe CHUUU will falter during the trials unless Hong Lei orchestrates a scheme involving his son and CHUUU, which would undermine the outcome of the dojo battle. He even chose to watch the entirety of this entertaining rally. Although such competitions do not reveal the overall strength of Pokémon, they do illuminate the synergy and trust between Pokémon and their trainers. Trust and synergy are intangible. They do not directly influence a Pokémon's prowess, yet can affect the successful delivery of commands during battle and significantly impact the execution of various strategies. CHUUU's willingness to be tossed by Auntie and then caught again is a clear testament to their mutual trust. After all, trust is reciprocal, and even unilateral trust reveals certain insights. Is today's trial intended to gauge Aunty's limits? CHUUU has a lingering suspicion that today's trial was deliberately arranged. Otherwise, with ample time available, it seems peculiar to have chosen this day. Auntie, how do you feel? Meow, I'm feeling fantastic. Would you like some of this? At the finish line, volunteers have set up a refreshment station, and since they arrived quite early, it feels like a buffet for Auntie. While CHUUU discusses matters with Liu, she quietly indulges herself, gathering an impressive amount of food with both hands. As for stamina, Auntie has already recuperated from the pure endurance of the long run. Meow meow. If it's at the level of the dojo, I could take on 10 at once. I could take on 10 simultaneously. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. Let us proceed with the testing this afternoon. Meow. The lack of diminished mobility makes it exceedingly challenging to exploit type advantages. To achieve this, one must strike first while Auntie is unable to utilize any skills, which is undeniably a formidable task. Especially within the arena, this difficulty is further amplified. In this situation, to test the limits of Meow, it seems one must encounter a regional champion accompanied by their main team. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated from behind the racetrack. Several dark figures streaked across the sky and soared into the distance. Meow's ears twitched, and she faintly perceived a chorus of irksome voices. Meow set down the snacks in her paws, tugged at CHUUU's clothing, and pointed towards the sky. Meow, it appears your 500,000 has flown away again. Should the bounty be sufficiently high, CHUUU planned to concoct a reason to contact Ash, persuading them to spend a few days in a particular location. According to an unscientific theorem, Team Rocket would periodically materialize near Pikachu, thus enabling a perfect extraction of the bounty. As for why Auntie simply approached Junsha to say they could capture these individuals by keeping an eye on that Pikachu, such a claim would require belief, and it might stir up additional complications. The matters over there need not concern CHUUU, as there are others to manage them, and the outcome of the competition has been determined. With evidence captured by high-speed cameras, Meow crossed the finish line ahead of Ponyta, triumphantly securing the championship and claiming the mysterious reward befitting a champion, a luxury ball. Unlike the standard Pokeball, priced at 200, the luxury ball commands a significantly higher price, adorned with a black base and golden patterns that epitomize opulence. Its classification as a luxury item means its capture efficacy is akin to that of a regular Pokeball, yet it is said that the internal space is more lavish, thereby enhancing the bond with the captured Pokémon. That young man had mentioned a cash reward, which would come in handy later, if necessary. He could find a way to liquidate it. CHUUU felt he had once again received misleading information from Zhonglen. The Pokeball Ash had intended to use to offset his bicycle expenses had yet to be utilized. This is the city center, where wild Pokémon are not abundant. CHUUU's recent activities have been limited. He had not encountered a suitable Pokémon, let alone a wild one. Once the competition concluded, he intended to explore and expand his team. Meow, do you have any thoughts on future companions? He inquired as they made their way back. Reality is not a game. The composition of teams, offensive, defensive, balanced, depends entirely on the characteristics of the Pokémon. With the press of a button, a Pokémon executes commands. Newly captured Pokémon, even with the aid of in-game items for training, would find it challenging to catch up to Meow, who would likely remain Shenmue's mainstay. It would be unfavorable if discord arose within the team. Meow, as long as you like them. Are you certain? Meow? Of course. However, I can train the new companions for you. I understand Pokémon traits better than you do. As she spoke, a subtle smile graced Meow's lips. She did not mind Shenmue capturing other Pokémon, provided they did not overstep their bounds. Therefore, during her period of exclusivity, she sought to assume control over the training of the Pokémon. If she were to express a preference, it would be for all the other Pokémon to be male. Chapter 33. All the pressure is on the coach. Meow 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 seemed to be in high spirits, humming a melody that Xianmu could not decipher, which essentially belonged to the enchanting repertoire of the magical mask Meow. Meow Meow was quite fond of this photograph, yet Xianmu sensed an imperfection. In the group photo, there was a wheelchair that appeared almost on the verge of collapse, also standing proudly as a champion's accessory. According to the staff, this competition had a tradition where the vehicles used by the top 3 contestants would be collected and transformed into various bizarre works of art for exhibition. As for who would take an interest in such creations, Xianmu was at a loss. I saw your rally. It was quite impressive. Have you eaten? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest before continuing? That works. You all can get in the car first. After I finish this cigarette, I'll take you over. The training ground for the school team is quite far from here. Observing the half-finished cigarette in his hand, Old Lu gestured towards the nearby sedan, indicating for Xianmu to enter. Teacher Lu, do you mind if my Pokémon joins us in the car? Not at all. Feel free to hop in. By the way, doesn't your Pokémon enjoy being in a Pokéball? Well, she never enters the Pokéball. Oh, I see. Perhaps she and my daughter might share common interests. She is a member of the Anti-Pokéball Association. This is a group that has emerged in society, believing that Pokémon should not be confined within balls and that captured Pokémon deserve more expansive habitats. However, the existence of Pokeballs has long since become a customary norm, and most people do not perceive any issues with them. After all, the conventional Pokeballs do not exert much binding force, and Pokemon can easily break free. Moreover, the Pokeball itself constitutes a vast industry, which relegates this association to a rather niche organization. Xianmu opened the car door and settled into the back seat with Meow Meow, who noticed some orange peels placed beneath the rear window, presumably to eliminate any unpleasant odors. After finishing the cigarette and enjoying a brief moment of fresh air, Old Lu finally took his place at the driver's seat. Your teacher's wife dislikes the smell of smoke. I understand. By the way, Teacher Lu, where is the training ground for the school team? With the passage of several days, Xianmu had wandered through the campus, yet had not encountered the school team in training. It's quite normal not to have been there. Typically, our department's students do not visit that area. It's located near the North Gate. The university campus is rather expansive, with the commonly used lecture halls and living quarters situated in the southern part, leading to the North Gate often being in a state of neglect. Adhering to the campus speed limits, Old Lu leisurely drove for over 20 minutes before arriving at the school team's location. In Xianmu's recollection, it was a hilly area. According to campus legends, one could even catch wild mandarin ducks there. However, in this world filled with Pokémon, it had transformed into an exclusive domain for the school team, with Pokémon battling in the adjacent woods, evidently belonging to the team. Here we are. Our funding is limited, so this is all we have. The facilities in the capital are far grander, with spaces allocated for the school team that surpass the size of several golf courses. As Old Lu lightly honked the horn twice, the elderly security guard remained blissfully unaware, continuing to sleep soundly. In a surprising turn of events, one of his EV leapt onto the control panel and pressed the button to open the door. Present were the school team coach, Jia Qiong, and Xianmu, who had been mentioned during a previous meeting. Inside the meeting room of the school team, Old Lu was introducing identities, while others were still engaged in training and had yet to arrive. Is this your Pokémon? Jia Qiong inquired, observing the creature with a discerning eye. It appears quite impressive, though I am not well versed in the Pokémon of the Paldea region. Dressed in a tracksuit emblazoned with the characters for Dong Huang, Jia Qiong boasted a muscular physique, embodying the essence of a sports coach. With a plethora of Pokémon species available, it is worth noting that not even a dedicated Pokémon professor dares to claim comprehensive knowledge of all creatures. For instance, Professor Oak, an authority in the field, resides in the Kanto region, and thus, his expertise lies predominantly with Kanto Pokémon. While he may recognize Pokémon from other regions, the depth of his understanding does not rival that of local professors in specific aspects, such as fur patterns or muscle development. In his dual role as the head coach and Pokémon breeder for the school team, Jia Qiong was responsible for strategizing and monitoring the growth of the team's Pokémon. This extensive responsibility had cultivated a range of instincts over the years. Coach Jia. Wait, Don't move. Mu called out hastily as he perceived Jia Qiong's intention to engage. However, it seemed his warning came too late. Years of coaching had ingrained certain habits in Jia Qiong, leading him to believe that inspecting a team member's Pokémon posed no risk. Then, our dear coach found himself staring at the familiar ceiling. What a proficient shoulder throw. Your Pokémon has been well trained. Mu could have attempted to command Meownight to halt. Given her nature, she typically would not defy Mu's orders. Yet, she had never favored being touched by others. In a game, such commands could diminish intimacy, let alone in reality. As the coach disregarded the warning, there was little that could be done. Fortunately, Jia Qiong possessed a rather unique perspective and began to assess Meownight's shoulder throw. Are you alright, Coach Jia? Oh, it's nothing. Other students' Pokémon have thrown me as well. Ah, a habitual offender, and one with a poor memory. It wasn't merely a throw. Previously, he had been inadvertently caught in a crosshold by another student's Machamp, nearly becoming the first coach in the school's history to suffer a work-related injury. At that moment, Joy, who wore the same attire as Jia Qiong and sported glasses, entered the room. She served as the school nurse and team medic, and upon seeing Jia Qiong lying on the ground, she quickly discerned the situation. We have a clear understanding of the circumstances, but the rest of the team remains in the dark. To familiarize them with you, we need to conduct a Pokémon battle. This will also allow us to better assess your Pokémon and formulate a strategy for the competition. Is there anything else? Chapter 34. It is well known that the strongest individuals are often absent from the battle department. I have no objections. When shall we commence? Let us commence without delay. First, we must address the peculiarities in this conference room. How long do you intend to remain sprawled on the floor? With that, Joy nudged Jia Qiong's leg, signaling him to cease his antics. You are aware of the procedure. Please escort him over. This place is rather comfortable, and I shall recline a while longer. Surely, you are not rendered incapable of rising? Joy and Jia Qiong have both been part of this school team for several years. Although Joy hails from a family of physicians, her responsibilities extend beyond the confines of the Pokémon Center, encompassing duties beyond merely healing Pokémon. She undertakes environmental inspections, distributes Pokémon in cities lacking research facilities, and serves as a judge in various competitions, all integral to her family's legacy. Within such a vast family, some individuals invariably choose divergent paths. Jia Qiong possesses considerable experience in recklessly interacting with the Pokémon of other team members. He has endured numerous encounters, from being paralyzed by a Mareep's electric shock to being ensnared by a Mashoki's cross grip, scorched by a Rapidash, and now, he has added being thrown over the shoulder by a Mimikyu to his repertoire. Nonsense. How could a student's Pokémon incapacitate me? It is merely too warm. The floor feels delightful. Joy remained silent, her gaze fixed on the air conditioning unit set to a cool 17 degrees. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Jia Qiong propped himself up with a nearby chair and feigned nonchalance. Mew, you didn't injure him, did you? Mew? Impossible. He is so robust. That fall should only cause him discomfort. Could he be all show? Fortunately, Jia Qiong was oblivious to Mew's comment, else his distress might have intensified. Xiaoqing, please take them over while I tidy up this conference room. Joy, in this context, is merely a surname. Her full name is Joy Qing. However, in most cases, people default to using her surname for convenience. This time, Joy said nothing further, simply leading Mu and Old Lu towards the outdoor arena. Once they had genuinely departed, Jia Qiong shut the conference room door and leaned on the table to collect himself. No, I must purchase a protective seat. Merely donning knee pads and a heart shield is insufficient. The Panda Academy Cup is divided into 3 segments: singles, team battles of 6, and doubles with a selection of 6 from which to choose 4. As they made their way out, Joy began to elucidate the competition format to Mu. Singles are straightforward. Each participant utilizes 1 Pokémon, and the victor advances. Team battles of 6 are similar, with each competitor deploying 1 Pokémon to form a complete team for combat. However, once the initial lineup is established, it cannot be altered until the finals, necessitating the use of that same team throughout. The singles results account for 20% of the team score, while the remaining segments each contribute 40%. At this juncture, Joy paused, glancing at several individuals resting on the training grounds. Xiaohan, come here for a moment. A girl with a single ponytail, not unfamiliar to Mu, approached. She was the one who had broken the jump rope, finishing last in the competition. She serves as the team's data analyst and logistical support, and she will now provide you with insights into our previous competition results. Greetings. I must apologize for my earlier actions, as curiosity gripped others regarding the new addition to our team, prompting me to capture your image. My name is Li Han. You may call me Xiao Han. or even Hangul or Hanjia if you prefer. The individual competing alongside Xianmu is also a student who has previously assisted the school team and is now graduating from her third year of graduate studies, having secured a position within the team. Due to her youth and sociability, others affectionately refer to her as Hangul. It is of little concern to me, Xianmu casually remarked, but for some reason, he sensed an underlying issue within the school team. The team doctor, coaches, and data analysts all seem to juggle multiple roles, giving the impression that without notable achievements, no one is inclined to pursue accolades here. Upon reviewing the data reports on Li Han's computer, Xianmu felt his suspicions were validated. In the challenging events of 11 and 66, which rigorously test a competitor's Pokémon prowess, the team has not secured commendable results in recent years, languishing in the lower tiers. Fortunately, the team's theoretical knowledge remains commendable, achieving respectable standings in the rental selection of 6 out of 4 and claiming 2 runner-up positions. Once the influence of Pokémon prowess is neutralized, their performance remains adequate. However, when the scores are averaged, they find themselves fluctuating around the median, occupying a rather awkward position. People tend to remember the first and last place, often forgetting those in the middle. In truth, Xianmu's intuition proved correct. During the tenure of the former principal, the team's consistent mediocrity relegated it from priority status. The new principal's fervor has rekindled interest in this area, which explains old Lu's dedication. Thus, if you can secure first place in singles, and they perform consistently in the 6 out of 4 matchups, we stand a significant chance of ranking among the top 3. As Li Han was about to elaborate, they suddenly noticed the enchanting Phantom Meow striding towards the training ground, waving at Xianmu and seemingly exchanging words. Meow, meow. Upon reaching the training area's rest zone, she observed several other Pokémon, hands on hips, engaged in conversation. However, the Pokémon, upon hearing her words, appeared decidedly displeased, rising one after another. Did she dare to provoke them? The Phantom Meow may lack such skills, yet the effect was nearly equivalent. It was akin to a newcomer in the football team addressing the male squad, playfully remarking on their weakness. Instantly affected by her taunt, the Pokémon stood up, and Meow snapped her fingers in their direction. A flurry of cherry blossom petals erupted from her invisible bud, swiftly creating spirals of pink on the training ground. With a graceful wave of her hands, countless petals swirled around her, conjuring a rare floral tempest. Under the onslaught of petals, the Pokémon, eager to assert themselves, succumbed one by one, their fighting spirit buried beneath the sea of blossoms. At the conclusion, a remarkable Qilin adeptly utilized its defensive abilities, while a Gungue sought refuge within its shadow, and a Charizard, thanks to its quadruple resistance to grass types, managed to cling to a sliver of health. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. The petals remained, accumulating upon the ground. Meow, Falling Petals Duet, accomplished. Chapter 35, Stand Aside. I wish to embrace this mighty leg. Meow, Huan Meow. The Qilin reacted swiftly, and Gungue exhibited a hint of cleverness. That Charizard was quite resilient, albeit somewhat lacking in intelligence, not quite matching the strength of the gym leader's Pokémon, while the others were deemed ineffectual. Meow completed the evaluation in its own unique manner. According to Meow's reasoning, these individuals were fundamentally unworthy of self-assessment. They ought to scrutinize whether they were fit to be teammates. If one could not endure a single blow, they were unworthy even of serving as a meat shield. Remaining stationary to absorb hits without responding, still awaiting commands from their trainer, they were evidently entrenched in the rigidity of the arena battles. Thus, after executing a group attack with falling petals, Meow arrived at a logical conclusion. Were these Pokémon weak? At least in Meow's perception, they were indeed feeble. However, casting a wider glance, while they might not rival the gym leaders or champions of various tournaments, they were certainly not at the bottom of the trainer hierarchy. Having been selected for the university team, they had already outpaced a substantial number of others. Yet, oftentimes, this merely represented the threshold to encounter true geniuses. Upon arriving at the grand stage, one could truly comprehend the insignificance of previous perceptions. Were Charizard, Gungue, and that Qilin the main forces? Indeed, the Qilin was the fastest assistant, with Charizard and Gungue displaying commendable strength, their past achievements having relied heavily on them. Of course, they could not compare to your fantastical masked Meow. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous news for the entire university team. Having a powerful ally among their ranks could potentially lead to victory. Who would refuse such an opportunity? They harbored significant reservations regarding the addition of a burden. Yet when one becomes a liability, one must find ways to cling to the powerful. The members of the university team were aware of their own capabilities. Although they always aspired to be the most promising contenders, aiming for the championship, everyone understood that such declarations were merely motivational platitudes. Even Li-Han, the data analyst, felt elated, as this marked her first year of official employment after graduation, and achieving results this year would undoubtedly reflect positively upon her. Stop dawdling. The disparity in strength is evident. Who still has objections? Machamp, as a temporary addition to the team, was tasked with participating in the 11 and 66 matches. The 11 match was straightforward, simply a test of individual prowess, but the 66 match required clear delineation of roles. Weather control, arena management, primary attackers, and even fodder needed explicit classification. For instance, prior to the main forces entering the fray, one must devise strategies to ascertain the opponent's lineup and analyze their tactics based on historical data. These were the responsibilities that Li-Han needed to undertake. Meow's performance had already been showcased. Once the College Cup commenced, should circumstances permit, she could orchestrate a strategy centered around a 5-protect-1 formation. Machamp could take the lead. Capable of erecting light screens and reflect walls, the armor bird could lay spikes. My domineering panda is known for its sharp remarks. There is indeed an art to clinging to the strong. Navigating the intricacies of real-world skills is no simple feat. The skill sets in Pokémon are generally less extravagant than those of Meowth. Thus, the ability to contribute effectively to the team becomes a pivotal factor in determining one's participation. Even taking part in a competition merely as a sacrificial pawn holds significance. Those who inherently embrace supportive roles harbor no worries. Rather, they find joy in the newfound strength of the primary attackers. In contrast, a Charizard, originally designated as a primary offensive player, feels a tinge of apprehension as overlapping roles inevitably spell trouble for the weaker contender. In truth, my Charizard can also summon sunny weather. But let's face it, being a grass type, it merely facilitates the charging of Solar Beam, inadvertently enhancing the damage of opposing fire types. Perhaps it would be wiser to let my Venusaur take the lead, as it can conjure grassy terrain. Yet, can't the grass type utilize the terrain on its own? Must it rely on you to initiate it? Currently, the atmosphere within the team is harmonious, with members expressing no dissent towards the newly joined powerhouse. However, there is considerable debate regarding who should assume the supportive role. This matter remains unresolved, as arrangements will ultimately depend on the enemy's lineup. As for the Pokémon, their community is rather straightforward. Brute strength resolves a significant portion of issues. Meowth has successfully asserted dominance over this group of Pokémon, becoming a temporary tribal leader. Shimu, could you kindly share the ability and potential moves of your magical Masquerain? Li-Han approached Shinmu with her laptop, but sensing it might be inappropriate, she retreated a few steps to maintain a safe distance. Her intuition told her that the magical Masquerain was overly protective of its trainer, and she felt a sense of danger in getting too close. With a versatile ability and a rich move pool capable of countering all types, Shinmu selectively divulged some information. Although they were teammates, there was no need to reveal all his secrets. Yet, with each revelation, Li-Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A Pokémon with exceptional strength, versatile ability, and a profound move pool, she found herself at a loss on how to engage it. It seemed rather unscrupulous for someone of such prowess to remain in the academy competing in the Baby Cup instead of making a name at the league. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Reflecting on a past adversary who extended their stay for an extra year under the pretense of graduation delay, she deemed Shinmu's presence exceedingly reasonable. After all, he was indeed a student. I understand now. By the way, what is your ID number? Please send it to me so I can book the flight. A flight? Indeed. This year's Academy Cup is dubbed the Domineering Panda Academy Cup, which undoubtedly takes place in Tianfu. How could I possibly miss it? Suddenly, old Lu, who had been lost in thoughts of promotion, nearly choked on his water. He had never expected that one moment they were engaged in pleasant conversation, and the next, this precious gem was contemplating withdrawal from the competition. What's wrong? Why the reluctance to attend? It's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I'm not fond of flying. Are you afraid of heights? Fearless of heights, unperturbed by cable cars or Ferris wheels, yet harboring an aversion to airplanes. Upon hearing Xianmu's words, old Lu suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. He had not anticipated that his student's weakness would manifest here. What will you do when competing in other regions? He inquired. I shall travel by ship, or perhaps, once I capture a flying-type Pokémon, it shall carry me aloft. Xianmu replied. But aren't you afraid of flying? Not at all. I simply prefer to avoid airplanes, whether in the past or present. Xianmu has consistently shunned air travel. He comprehended that airplanes are the safest mode of transport, with various statistics indicating that the likelihood of an incident is exceedingly low. Nonetheless, This understanding does not alleviate his aversion to flying. So, you mean to say that as long as you don't fly, everything is fine? Indeed. Otherwise, I shall purchase a train ticket myself. That won't do. If a team member travels alone, it could lead to complications. Moreover, having team members pay out of pocket for their participation would not reflect well on us. Then, Xiaohan, please book their tickets. We shall split our efforts and take the train ahead of time. We will reconvene in Tianfu. Such situations have occurred before, where a team member ventured alone and subsequently went missing, allegedly after providing aid to a lonely, innocent girl by the roadside, only to be taken away for questioning. Since then, the school team has mandated that members cannot act independently. Teacher Liu, there is one more matter. What is it? Mew does not enjoy entering the ball, so we need to purchase an additional ticket. No problem. That is easily arranged. Old Liu had assumed it was a significant issue for him. As long as Xi and Mu could participate, everything else was manageable. Otherwise, his performance would falter, and he would have no grounds for complaint. Teacher Liu, there is actually another concern. What now? Just as the matter concerning Xi and Mu seemed resolved, Li Han timidly raised her hand. According to regulations, Xi and Mu and his Pokemon's expenses would be reimbursed by the school. However, Teacher Liu, you are no longer part of the school team, so your ticket may not be approved by the finance department. Chapter 36. The enigmatic masked Meow teaches you how to play games. Then what if old Jia or Xiao Yi accompany him on the train? Teacher Liu, I may not have expressed myself clearly. It is not your train ticket that the finance department will not reimburse. It is your ticket. Li Han reiterated the crucial issue and added, furthermore, Teacher Liu, our itinerary does not actually account for you. Please hold on. Old Liu led Li Han aside, questioning. I brought you here. Are you now excluding me? Not at all. Teacher Liu, this decision comes from the higher-ups. I am merely the executor. Allow me to explain. If this school team performs well, we will expand, and you will assume one of the additional positions. Indeed, so why can't mine be reimbursed? Because we must first win this year's Academy Cup before we can expand. You may be nominally part of the school team, but you are not recognized in the system. Hence, Li Han shrugged, indicating her lack of influence over the matter. Just as Xi and Mu's report has yet to be submitted, old Liu found himself in a similar predicament. If the competition results are unsatisfactory, they would have to reassess everything. However, as a competitor, Shimu possesses a certain degree of security, while old Liu lacks even that assurance. Thus, not only are tickets required, but also accommodations and meals. Perhaps you should remain at school to watch the live stream? No, I will self-fund my journey alongside you. I heard that in the realm of esports, there was once a coach who initially only managed food deliveries for the team, yet eventually found his footing. If I cannot devise strategies, surely I can handle this task? Ahem, as long as you are pleased. Strengthening oneself through rigorous training, and then joining the school team's training sessions daily to familiarize oneself with their tactics, will also provide insight into the opponent's capabilities. The longer the trial period, the more they will comprehend Miaonai's prowess. Aside from the previous group battle, Miaonai has also showcased its capacity for wheel battles, further convincing everyone of its abilities. Based on past competition data, aside from rule-based skills such as shared fate, they struggle to conceive how Miaonai could possibly lose. If defeat were to occur, it would likely be due to the opposing team's intervention or Shimu's miscalculation. Skills like Shadow Step cannot restrict rapid retreats, nor can Black Gaze lock onto a Pokémon capable of such swift movements. The drawback lies in the necessity for other Pokémon to step in for the remaining battles, as long as a reliable partner is present. Miaonai does not fear such scenarios, even when outnumbered. Thus, it becomes straightforward. Should we encounter them, we shall take responsibility for countering the opposing Pokémon wielding Doom Song. With another weakness addressed, the probability of victory rises further, and the atmosphere within the team noticeably becomes more harmonious. Although the school team's strength is not at the pinnacle, there is an absence of scheming among members and the teachers in positions of authority. While some enjoy pushing their limits, possess genuine skills, Shimu finds this arrangement rather agreeable. A few days later, Shimu's retake examination results were released. Scoring over 90 points slightly elevated his GPA, coinciding with the arrival of graduation season at the university. After a series of familiar speeches, Shimu found himself in possession of both a diploma and a degree certificate, while other students gradually departed the campus in the days that followed. Zhang Lin, however, remained, having applied for an extension on his dormitory stay as he awaited his civil service interview. Although an entire cohort of students had departed, the campus showed little change. The most affected perhaps being the college printing shop, which saw a sharp decline in revenue following the absence of students printing theses and review materials. The weather gradually turned warmer, and in the days leading up to the competition, Training at the school team was temporarily halted, allowing players to relax. Shimu, having not ventured anywhere recently, visited the insurance company to claim his post-graduation benefits, then returned to his rented accommodation to engage with his computer. Occasionally, he played a few games for relaxation and experimented with live streaming, though the results were lackluster, with viewer counts never reaching double digits. In the era of Pokémon, many aspects, including online popularity, have transformed, rendering much of Shimu's prior knowledge obsolete. Moreover, as someone who struggles with dexterity, his foray into streaming was purely for amusement. Meow, could you take over for a moment? I need to use the restroom. Meow? Me? I can't do that. No worries, you've been watching for a few days. Just play according to my method. Glancing at her own hands, Miona retracted her claws into her pads as much as possible and then attempted to grasp the mouse. Although she could only use 3 fingers, manipulating the mouse was not overly complicated for her. Rather, controlling the keyboard proved more challenging, as she could only use a single finger to press keys to avoid accidental touches. In League of Legends, the Level 2 Master E possesses an exaggerated execution threshold, and while Xi and Mu often played in an abstract manner, Miona managed to remember it. However, the following day, a well-edited video appeared on a video-sharing website titled Magical Mask Mia teaches you how to tower dive at level 2. Due to the activation of the webcam, her gameplay was recorded. While the live stream had only a handful of viewers, there were still a couple of real people watching. Initially, the video garnered a respectable number of views, but when a well-known streamer from Padia rebroadcast it, it gained significant traction. Such gameplay was not particularly novel. It was understandable for a psychic-type Pokémon to use telekinesis to manipulate the keyboard, and even more so for Rotom to perform such actions within a specially designed computer. However, the fact that Magical Mask Mia executed these moves piqued curiosity. Yet, Xi and Mu remained oblivious to all of this. By dawn the next day, he had taken Miona to the train station, preparing to set off early for the competition. Some believed it was staged, claiming that Magical Mask Mia couldn't possibly perform such feats with just 3 fingers. However, when those individuals attempted to verify this in the live stream, they were met with the message, "The streamer has gone to compete. The live stream is paused. Until we meet again." Chapter 37, Sweet Bamboo Dessert Shop. What is most important when opening a store? Outside the train station, Xi and Mu carried a backpack and dragged along a small suitcase. It was summer, so not much clothing was needed. The suitcase contained energy blocks and some daily necessities. Miona, on the other hand, was seated atop the suitcase, being pulled along by Xi and Mu. Initially, she had been following behind, but upon seeing a couple doing the same, she immediately imitated them, playfully sitting on the suitcase. With a physique similar to that of a human, but significantly lighter, Magical Mask Mia found it easier to engage in actions that might be less appropriate for humans. For instance, the couple she had observed earlier encountered a problem. Due to their combined weight, their suitcase unfortunately broke a wheel, and they were now on the verge of an argument. Teacher Lu hasn't arrived yet. Let's head into the train station later. Are you thirsty? Miona replied, I'm fine. That place looked quite interesting. As she swung her legs while sitting on the suitcase, she suddenly noticed a shop adorned with tropical decor, its sign depicting a sweet, cold beauty enjoying a tropical vacation. It seemed to be a milk tea shop. Although it wasn't as famous as the Snow King chain, Miona felt intrigued, prompting Xi and Mu to lead her over. It appears to be closed, Miona remarked. That's all right. I have water in my bag. No worries, they should be ready by now. Excuse me, are you open for business? Inside, the staff were busily attending to their tasks when Shinmu pushed open the door and inquired about the offerings, soon receiving a warm welcome from the owner. The proprietor, tanned and marked with distinct black and yellow stains, sprang out from behind the bar as if fearing Shinmu might flee. His exuberant demeanor gave Auntie the impression that they had stumbled into an unsavory establishment. Had it not been for the proximity to the train station and the presence of other employees, Auntie might have resorted to a shoulder throw. Welcome. Our signature dish, Sweet Bamboo Ice, is entirely natural and free of additives. Here is our menu. Please peruse it and let me know what piques your interest. The most striking feature of the establishment was a mini water park adorned with a Tai Chi motif. One side featured a steaming hot spring, while the other boasted a temperate pool equipped with elements resembling water slides. Floating atop the water were several pink fruits, which were not actually mangosteens, but Pokémon known as sweet bamboos. Sweet bamboos inhabit the Alola region, resembling mangosteens with exposed flesh, and exude a sweet aroma that calms the spirit. Their perspiration resembles concentrated juice, and when diluted with water, it creates a perfectly balanced beverage. It is said that the flavor of this juice varies depending on the sweet bamboo's habitat. 2 for me, 3 cups of juice, and a large serving of fluffy ice. Please. After a moment's thought for his friend Lu, who had yet to arrive, CHUUU decided to order an extra portion for him. The owner donned a fresh pair of gloves and began to prepare CHUUU's order with remarkable skill, completing it in no time. Meow, delicious. Meownie, I said, handing CHUUU another spoon, encouraging him to taste as well. Indeed, it is delightful. I learned to make this in Alola, and the fruits are all freshly sourced. However, I cannot fathom why business has been so lackluster these past few days. Ever since that new shop opened next door, my revenue has plummeted. I may be a tad pricier, but I assure you, I offer genuine quality. Observing the affectionate interaction between CHUUU and his Pokémon, and noticing the sparse clientele, the owner approached CHUUU with a hint of dissatisfaction. Business has been poor these days. Owner, do you know what is paramount in business? Integrity. Upon hearing the owner's words, CHUUU found himself at a loss for a response. There was no fault in the statement, yet he felt compelled to contest the owner's perspective. You are not wrong, but I believe that opening the doors is equally vital. Open the doors. That sign outside has been hanging, indicating that we are closed for business. Were it not for my Pokémon's curiosity, I would not have even ventured in to inquire. Pointing to the flip sign outside, CHUUU suspected that this had been the case for several days now, based on the owner's demeanor. Please visit us again. Once CHUUU departed, the owner's expression darkened. It must be that scoundrel next door. I distinctly remember flipping that sign. Owner, what are you planning to do? Calm down. The nearby staff appeared apprehensive as the owner suddenly seized a fruit knife. Work, what do you think I am going to do? Tonight, you should leave early. Once darkness falls, I will go water his money tree. Humph, trying to play tricks on me. Before long, old Lu arrived at the train station and boarded the high-speed train to Tianfu with Machamp. However, Machamp and Meow and Ei were seated in business class. According to Li Han, as long as Machamp was comfortable, he could choose whatever he liked for travel and accommodation, as long as it wasn't too excessive. It could be reimbursed. However, there was a meal allowance that couldn't be exceeded. Old Lu was in second class, not because he preferred it, but because the finance department wouldn't reimburse him for business class, and this journey was much more expensive than a plane ticket, taking 11 hours to reach their destination. Meanwhile, in the city of Pattaya, a girl with dual-colored long hair and a small magnetic accessory resembling a monster was adjusting her equipment. Good evening, everyone. It's time for the live broadcast of CHUUU. She was the owner of the Light Brewing Dojo, a well-known live streamer, and an idol named CHUUU. What would she broadcast today? Interested in watching CHUUU compete against that gaming-savvy magical masked cat? My gaming skills are top-notch. It is CHUUU's habit to collaborate with various eye-catching personalities to boost her popularity. If she feels the broadcast is lacking in excitement, she will often alter the script on the spot to engage the audience more effectively. In the origin of the magical masked cat, such Pokémon are already highly popular. Observing the rising discussions, CHUUU once again decided to change the script. Alright, it's settled. The new live content is to find that competitor. Chapter 38. The Wild History of Pokémon. Truly wild Dongwang is vast. Where should we search for him? That is a good question. CHUUU already had a loyal fanbase accustomed to her spontaneous nature during live broadcasts, and they instead inquired about her next plans. After all, the competitor was not a well-known figure, possessing a magical masked cat and aiming to compete, which meant the limitations were negligible. Official large-scale competitions were naturally limited to regional tournaments and the World Championship. However, there were countless scattered entertainment events that no one could possibly count. CHUUU simply wanted to travel and take the opportunity to extend her live streaming duration. How could she not? Each of CHUUU's live broadcasts was taken seriously. First, let us eliminate some options. The Dongwang tournament had just concluded recently, and the World Championship had not yet commenced. Currently, the largest upcoming event in Dongwang was the Dominant Panda Academy Cup. The host must also be a student, so it was decided they would set off immediately, targeting Dongwang Tianfu. Saying this, CHUUU pulled out a suitcase resembling a square electric tadpole in front of the vast audience of the live stream and began to pack her belongings. What if they didn't encounter him? Then they would transform into a tour of the world's largest mischievous panda breeding base. I've heard that the people there can breathe fire. It must be incredibly interesting. CHUUU was a woman of action and had already purchased a plane ticket, planning to fly directly to her destination. As for the Light Brewing Dojo, it was temporarily closed due to the owner's busy side job. According to the theory of 6 degrees of separation, under optimized conditions, you only need to connect through 6 people to meet anyone you wish to know. However, this remains merely a theory. Among the members of the live stream room at CHUUU, no one is acquainted with the obscure figure known as Machamp. As they were preparing to depart, CHUUU even remarked that there might be a chance encounter at the airport. Yet, such a possibility is utterly implausible. Unless one were in a city where the train station and airport are conjoined. Otherwise, CHUUU would never find himself near the airport. At this very moment, CHUUU is on the high-speed train, engrossed in an audiobook. Ordinarily, he does not indulge in such tales. Yet the historical and cultural narratives of this world diverge from his own understanding. In his headphones, a familiar yet foreign story unfolds. Are you aware, Zijing, of the encounter by the Nanping Mountains with an ancient divine beast named Shuejuan? This creature is an embodiment of the north wind, capable of summoning wind and rain with the ease of reaching into one's pocket. Upon this revelation, the crowd ascended the Seven Stars platform, where they witnessed Zhuge Kongming lighting 3 incense sticks, raising his jade pendant high above his head, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted from the sea of clouds. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens as a colossal azure beast emerged, treading upon the waves. Its tail resembled flowing clouds and surging tides, while a crystal upon its forehead refracted the Yangtze River's daylight like frost. Zhuge Liang bowed deeply, requesting the assistance of Shuejuan for 3 days of favorable winds. The divine beast raised its head and howled, causing whirlpools to surge upon the river's surface, as the north wind twisted midair, transforming into a roaring southeast breeze. The fire ships of Huanggai surged towards Chao's camp, with Shuejuan further propelling the furious waves of the Yangtze. It is said that without Shuejuan to stir the tumultuous waves, how could the embers of Chibi have claimed 1,000 ships? Ah, the burning of Chibi and the reliance on the east wind. Such familiar tales, with the east wind now manifesting as the work of Shuejuan. As for why Shuejuan exists in this region, CHUUU remains unaware. The authentic Pokémon worldview has never spoken of Dongwon. Moreover, the presence of these extraordinary Pokémon roaming about for such an extended period seems rather logical. Additionally, there are various peculiarities, such as the legendary Xiang Yu venturing westward to the underworld, securing the ethereal steed upon the snow-covered plains. Emperor Gaozu of Han receiving favor from the divine Meloida, surrounded by songs of despair. The notion of auspicious omens was originally intended to express the mandate of heaven. Yet here, the identity of auspiciousness appears to be conferred upon those more enigmatic Pokémon. Notably, renowned figures are often linked with powerful Pokémon. Nevertheless, history has undergone significant transformations. Following the Three Kingdoms period, the era of the Dongwon Alliance and its monstrous beasts commenced, a system that has persisted to this day. Meow, is it really that intriguing? At this moment, Meow is nestled in an airline seat, savoring the pudding gifted by her previous employer. Observing CHUUU, who occasionally bursts into laughter, Meow finds herself perplexed. What is so entertaining about these convoluted tales? Initially, she shared a pair of headphones with CHUUU, but soon lost interest in the narrative. In truth, there is a certain intrigue, albeit abstract. History invariably intertwines with unofficial accounts. While such accounts may not be entirely accurate, they are assuredly wild. The 11-hour journey is no trifling matter. Although the scenery outside shifts continuously, it can become monotonous. The advantage of traveling in business class is the complimentary meal during mealtimes. However, when juxtaposed with the exorbitant ticket prices of business class, such a meal seems rather inconsequential. This is why reimbursement is possible. Otherwise, Shimu would likely still be in the second-class carriage. Meow Meow is not particularly appetizing, lacking the exquisite taste of dishes made with hedgehog heads. Over there, Meow NEI holds a vibrant assortment of Pokémon food. Typically, both Meow NEI and Shinmu consume the same fare or nibble on berries, replenishing their energy through the unique photosynthesis of grass-type Pokémon. However, she does not entirely dismiss specially crafted Pokémon food, occasionally indulging in it as a snack akin to cookies or chips. He is a professional breeder, and perhaps in the future, he could procure some from him. One should not expect anything gourmet on the high-speed train. Xiaojing, after all, is responsible for a group of younger siblings and Pokémon, and his culinary skills far exceed the mass-produced offerings. If one dislikes the food, so be it. But why eat mine? Meow Meow? It's not yet at the point of being inedible. It's tolerable. What are you looking at? Meow NEI leans over from the other side of the seat, staring somewhat boredly at Shinmu's sliding screen. Just casually browsing. Should I get you a phone too? Meow. No, I want to watch something with you. Meow NEI firmly declines this suggestion. Her concern lies not in viewing, but in companionship. Suddenly, she spots a topic of interest and raises her hand to halt Shinmu's intention to scroll past. Everyone knows that literary works contain many fictitious elements, like Elbu, yet the tale of his prowess with the spear at the gate is indeed true. Why is he so formidable? According to my research, His mother may not be human, but rather a sharpshooter owl from beyond the borders. He inherited this talent and certain habits, which suggests that Jiao Chan might also not be human. But, this is intriguing. Meow and EI finds it quite interesting. Although the journey is lengthy, the business class seat is relatively comfortable. When fatigue sets in, Shinmu entrusts his valuables to the still vigorous Meow and EI and dons an eye mask to take a short nap. This leaves old Lu helplessly massaging his temples while glancing at his watch, wishing for time to pass more swiftly. Chapter 39. Do you ride pandas to school? After sufficient rest, Shinmu watches a film titled Steel Banjiras vs. Mutated Aluminum Dragon. There is little to commend in terms of plot. It is rather cliché. An evil organization's potion causes the aluminum dragon to mutate and grow gigantic, leading to a battle where Banjiras, despite being injured, undergoes mechanical transformation and, through gigantification, becomes a steel giant. Setting aside the storyline, the special effects are commendable, certainly not something produced for 5,000 yuan. It serves well enough to pass the time. The funds for movie production ought to be invested in the film itself, and the general's words ring true. As the train's announcement signals the arrival at Tianfu East Station, the seemingly protracted journey reaches its conclusion, and the wave of heat engulfs, tightening the throat. How sweltering! Unlike the original dry heat, this is more akin to a humid warmth, imparting a sticky sensation. Meow, indeed. The leaves on Meow and EI's body droop slightly. She is not fond of this temperature either. Yet, at this moment, Meow and EI recalls the food plaza outside the school, where Zhang Lin used Mutuo as an air conditioner. While she cannot master the skill of Ice Wind, she is capable of Ice-type moves. Meow, wait a moment. I have a plan. In the business class of the high-speed train, refreshments were provided, and there were a few bottles of water that had yet to be consumed. After retrieving those bottles, Meow skillfully tossed them into the air, executing a gentle three-spin strike with controlled force. Meow, ice water, created ice water through a special technique to cool Shinmu down, while simultaneously entering a temporary ice attribute state, allowing the transformation of energy within her body to bring about a refreshing sensation that significantly alleviated the discomfort from the heat. Where did you learn such a skill? Meow, I watched a scientific experiment on my phone while you were asleep. Impressive. Let us go find Teacher Lu first, then meet up with the team. Shinmu realized he had underestimated Meow's ability to learn. Given her usual strength, kicking open a water bottle was not difficult, but he was surprised she could apply this physical attack skill as a cooling mechanism. The train station was bustling with travelers, many of whom clutched lit cigarettes, seemingly stifled from the confines of the high-speed train. However, the wafting smoke made Shinmu frown. He sought a spot with the wind at his back and, once the crowd thinned, began to make his way to the rendezvous point. When Shinmu saw old Lu again, he was stretching his body, occasionally rubbing his back, indicating that the journey had not been easy for him. Getting older. I remember when I was young. I took a 2-day journey on a green train straight to the Dongwang Plateau. Back then, I had to endure hard seats. And now I can hardly manage a single day. Old Lu lamented his youth, unsure if it had truly been as effortless as he recalled. Nevertheless, anyone capable of enduring 48 hours in a hard seat, Shinmu would gladly call a warrior. Next year, Teacher Lu, you won't have to suffer like this. If all goes well, the team should reimburse you. Handing old Lu a freshly chilled bottle of mineral water, Shinmu offered him a promise. You seem quite confident. Of course, even if they are like me, it would still be challenging for them to defeat Meow. By the way, do let me know when you manage to tame a large flying-type Pokémon. I'll take you to get your license. If the team handles the reimbursement, then he wouldn't need to scrimp on a second-class seat. However, it would be even better if Shinmu didn't have any aversion to flying. What license? The flying license. Flying Pokémon can travel across regions, but private individuals must declare this, similar to how you youngsters handle drones, with designated flight paths and areas. Speedster Pokémon can run at high speeds, and Dragonite has specific routes. We can discuss the details later. There are not too many, but not too few Pokémon capable of carrying passengers. It can be quite challenging to find one that meets the criteria of being agreeable, with sufficient carrying capacity and endurance. Let us head to the hotel and meet up with them. Then you can go have dinner with them. Aren't you going, teacher? I want tea. I need to rest for a while. Old Lu was now eager to find a hotel to lie down and sleep, caring for nothing else. Confirming their accommodation, old Lu gestured for Shinmu to call a car. He might not reimburse for what he calls. Shortly thereafter, a black and white car adorned with a hint of green arrived at the ride-hailing point, seemingly customized by the driver himself. Master, are there many playful pandas here? As he alighted, night had already fallen, and through the car window, Shinmu spotted numerous figures resembling mischievous pandas. Some trailed behind others, while some were cradled in arms, making it difficult for him to ascertain whether they were panda plushies or actual Pokémon. Indeed, the largest breeding base is right here. I also have a mischievous panda at home, but this type of Pokémon is not suited to be a starter. True to its name, it is rather unruly and requires some experience to handle. But there seem to be quite a few, he remarked. After all, they are adorable, much like huskies. They can wreak havoc at home, yet many still choose to raise them. In fact, mischievous pandas are relatively manageable. The real challenge arises after their evolution. At this, the driver glanced at the quiet meow in the back seat, seemingly reflecting. Mischievous pandas are merely playful. A gentle pat on the head can calm them down. However, once they evolve, they become quite formidable. Do not be deceived by their current cuteness. After evolution, they could even overturn cars, which is why evolution stones are as sought after here as Pokeballs. Compared to mischievous pandas, the temperament of domineering pandas aligns with its name, fierce and impulsive, yet with a noble side, making them trustworthy companions. However, unless raised from a young age, one would need to spar with their fists to tame a domineering panda. So, you don't have any here? Who truly rides a panda to school? Mischievous pandas are far too small. As for domineering pandas, gaining the family's approval is no easy feat. Though I have seen a few that help with school pickups, they are quite rare. If you wish to experience it, visit the scenic area tomorrow. There are operational domineering pandas that can take you from the foot of the mountain to the summit. Alternatively, you could explore the grasslands. I've heard it's truly a sight to see riding horses to school. Madam, once I finish these 2 orders, I will switch gears. The driver, once quite talkative, switched his tone mid-journey upon receiving a phone call, engaging in casual conversation via Bluetooth. Chapter 40. The Hot Pot is your deception. Shenmue and Old Lou arrived later than the rest of the team. They flew directly from the airport and took the hotel shuttle, having arrived several hours prior. The others were currently resting in their rooms, while Li Han and Jia Qiong awaited Shenmue's arrival downstairs. This time, Old Lou had managed to qualify for reimbursement, though he was not on the reimbursement list himself. The presence of someone sharing a double room with him made it impossible to investigate his stay, thus saving him some lodging expenses as a form of compensation. We will head out for dinner soon. I have already reserved a table at the Hot Pot restaurant, and the car is ready. Would you like to join? If not, remember to order takeout and request an invoice. Otherwise, it won't be reimbursed. As he spoke, Li Han deliberately glanced at Old Lou, though no words were exchanged. The implication was unmistakable. Shenmue could claim expenses, as could Pokémon, but Old Lou's individual orders would not qualify. Although Old Lou had only consumed a boxed meal on the train, the fatigue of travel led him to opt for the gathering. After agreeing, Xianmu proceeded to his room to deposit his luggage. The 50-square-meter room featured a small balcony and a bathroom complete with a standalone bathtub, presenting a rather commendable configuration. Li Han's parameters were not overly restrictive, seemingly allowing for anything short of a suite. The room contained both a travel brochure and a warning manual. The travel brochure was unremarkable, as most larger tourist cities provide such materials. However, the warning manual was considerably thicker. It indicated that Pokémon such as the double-headed gas might inadvertently trigger smoke alarms, while fire-type Pokémon like Charmander and Ponyta, which exhibit prominent flames, could risk igniting fires. Thus, they must be kept in their Pokeballs. There was also a specific warning directed at locals. Please keep your mischievous pandas. Any damage to property will require compensation. Keeping Pokémon in an apartment is indeed no easy feat. Is Meow and EI more reliable? What are you up to? Just as Xianmu remarked on the reliability of his Pokémon, he noticed that Meow and EI had already embarked on her relocation journey. With a simple gesture, she lifted the bedside table between the 2 beds and moved it aside, effortlessly pushing the separate twin beds together. Meow, this looks much better now. From the moment she entered, Meow and EI, I found the hotel room somewhat unappealing. Initially, she couldn't articulate the discomfort, but later realized that, unlike the double bed in their rental, this room contained 2 single beds. In fact, the members of the school team typically shared rooms with 2 individuals. Even Li Han, a data analyst, shared a room with another female teammate. However, when Xianmu requested a double room for himself, she did not object, as he was a prominent asset to the team, and it was reasonable for him to have his own space. Thus, a twin-bedded room was booked for him. As Xianmu observed Meow and EI rolling on the bed, pretending to merely be expanding the bed's surface area, the doorbell rang. Mugu, Han Ji's ride has arrived. It's time for us to depart. There were quite a few graduate students on the school team, and while Xianmu's age could be considered average, his formidable Pokémon had elevated him to the status of an elder among them. Li Han had arranged for 2 vehicles, separating the main team and substitutes based on their abilities. This was not preferential treatment, but rather a regulation of their school. When the team travels, they must take separate vehicles, maintaining a certain distance between them. Even Li Han and Coach Jia were in different cars. Behind every seemingly absurd regulation lies a peculiar story. It is said that many years ago, their most promising team suffered an accident while traveling by charter bus. Although no one tragically lost their life, all were injured, resulting in their absence from that match. The extent of their potential remained unproven due to their non-participation, but since then, this rule has been firmly established. Upon arrival, they found a hot pot restaurant that catered to Pokémon, complete with staff to assist Pokémon in cooking their meals. Humanoid Pokémon are already scarce, and those with dexterous hands akin to humans are even rarer, making it challenging for certain Pokémon to independently consume food. While ordinary food can be eaten directly by hand, hot pot requires a different approach. Thus, such establishments were born, albeit with an additional service fee. To bestow upon Pokémon the same treatment, it invariably entails a certain expenditure. However, Pokémon also possess the capability to generate revenue, often complementing one another in this regard. The signature of the hot pot restaurant is a domineering panda cradling a large iron pot, and within the establishment, one can also spot employees donning panda costumes. Upon entering, one is greeted by a faux stream, home to numerous koi fish, and it seems that several staff members are watching Meow inside, perhaps concerned that she might suddenly lean over to catch a fish. As I traversed the quaint wooden bridge, a mildly piquant aroma wafted through the air. This section must be for the beef fat hot pot, which appears to be rather spicy. Fear not. Our side boasts a fragrant pepper that is not overly fiery. If it becomes too overwhelming, one can always opt for the Inyang pot. Choose between the red and white broth as you please. The local team members, including her and Li Han, selected this restaurant together. Hey, Mugu, can you withstand the spiciness? McSpicy chicken burger. Huh, I find that a bit too hot. The local member refrained from further commentary, as this particular flavor could, in an exaggerated sense, lead to starvation in such an establishment. Ultimately, Shimu was fortunate enough to be assigned to the table with the mildest spice level, only to discover that the notion of an Inyang pot was the greatest deception. While the pot was indeed Inyang, both sides were spicy, with only a small section in the middle containing clear broth. It is said that this was an improvement. Older establishments had only a 9-grid spicy pot, lacking even the central section. The aroma was undeniably enticing, and the heat was sufficiently intense, leading to a satisfying meal in the end. As for Meow, her delicate feline palate did not favor spicy or hot foods, yet she indulged in the complimentary cold dessert. Upon reaching the time for the bill, Shimu discovered a voting discount activity within the restaurant. What is this? Mugu, you truly have not paid attention to such matters before. This is to vote on the location for the next Academy Cup. The members of the school team were far more knowledgeable about such affairs. Despite this year's event being named the Domineering Panda Academy Cup, only the title of the Academy Cup remains constant. Previous events have included the Desert Dragonfly Academy Cup and the Big Mouth Baby Academy Cup, each named after the most representative Pokémon of the hosting location, with the venue determined by votes cast for Pokémon. Oh, what Pokémon represents Bayun? I must cast my vote there. If there were an option for the magical masquerade Meow, Shimu would undoubtedly have voted for it. However, since there was not, he found himself preferring dim sum over spicy hot pot. Yes, the non-prepackaged kind. Chapter 41. The abandoned Pokémon. Shimu comprehended the owner's fervor for having the domineering panda continuously sponsor the establishment. The bamboo pattern wallpaper was adorned with panda paw prints. The waitstaff wore aprons embroidered with black and white dumpling motifs, and even the menu covers were embossed with golden silhouettes of evolutionary forms. The decor of the establishment and the attire of the servers spoke volumes. As long as one votes for the domineering panda on the official website in person, dining here would yield a discount. However, Shimu personally chose to cast his vote for another. The food is quite satisfactory, I assent it. Before we take a break, allow me to share this with you. Tomorrow morning, we shall visit the mischievous panda breeding base, followed by an afternoon excursion to the Dongwang Panda Park. Should anyone prefer to abstain from these activities, they may remain at the hotel, accompanying teacher Lu in watching dramas. I possess memberships to all platforms which I can graciously lend to you. The day after tomorrow, we will familiarize ourselves with the venue, and the following day the competition shall commence. I have conferred with the leaders, and as long as we secure a position in the rankings this time, we shall embark on a team-building excursion to the seaside. Moreover, after the conclusion of the competition, we shall linger here for an additional day. Any desire for leisure shall be addressed post-competition, understood? Upon returning to the hotel lobby, Li Han announced the itinerary for the following day. Given that we are all adults, it would be quite unwise to confine them to a single location, as some might attempt to sneak away. Yet, with the precedent of aiding innocent girls on the streets, we cannot permit them to act recklessly. It is better to guide than to restrict, thus culminating in a collective endeavor. As for why old Lu remained at the hotel, it was due to the reluctance of Li Han, Jia Qiong, and Xiao Yi to stay behind, resulting in their self-funded excursion, which could not be reimbursed for ticket costs. Consequently, old Lu, who was still peacefully slumbering at the hotel, was entrusted with this significant responsibility. Gazing at the night view from the lobby, Xianmu initially contemplated taking a stroll, but upon considering the humid climate and wishing not to inconvenience Li Han and the others, he relinquished that notion. Should he truly go missing during the competition, old Lu's mental state would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. After returning to the hotel, Xianmu took a shower. Despite the commendable amenities, he still found certain aspects inconvenient, particularly the fixed showerhead, which was affixed to the wall and utterly immovable. The next day, old Lu bid farewell at the hotel entrance to the group embarking on an official trip for research purposes. Throughout the entire team, not a single individual opted to remain, leaving old Lu alone to guard the empty quarters. Whether ordinary pandas or their mischievous counterparts, they were far more engaging than remaining idle with a middle-aged male teacher at the hotel. Pokémon are inherently unique. From the moment they hatch from their eggs, they possess a degree of autonomous movement, albeit lacking in skill at that stage. Take Xiaoxia's Togepi, for instance. Upon birth, it resembles an infant, devoid of subjective judgment and relying solely on instinct. As they ascend in levels, they gradually mature. Within the breeding center, they are categorized into several zones based on their levels, with the area housing the youngest and lowest level Pokémon attracting the most visitors. Behind glass enclosures, one can observe a lively cluster of young mischievous pandas. Some tumble and collide with their companions while clutching bamboo tubes, others roll about like black and white furballs, and one particularly determined little creature gnaws on the microphone cable of the guide. However, this area offers little interaction. In the subsequent zone, numerous mischievous pandas engage in eye contact with the visitors through the glass. Mischievous pandas are quite defiant creatures. To avoid being underestimated, they will stare intently at their counterparts, and if we feign fear, they will be thoroughly satisfied. This is a notable trait of mischievous pandas. Shortly after birth, they select a dominant panda to look up to, learning various experiences from their leader. Of course, it could be perceived in this manner as well. Shimu was capturing photographs with his phone, yet the images he produced elicited only disapproval from Meownie, who clearly questioned his photographic skills. "Meow, hand me the phone," she requested. Upon taking the device from Shimu, Meownie deftly adjusted the settings, modifying the light, brightness, and proportions, far surpassing Shimu's basic beauty filters. After setting a timer for the shot, a transparent flower stem served as an impromptu selfie stick, allowing her to find a rather flattering angle for a group photo. "Meow, does this look much better?" "Indeed. Your photography skills surpass mine," Shimu conceded, unable to articulate precisely what made the image more appealing. The composition and proportions were visually pleasing, even capturing a mischievous panda making faces in the background. The nearby team members, unaware of Meownie's dialogue, observed her adjusting the settings. "Sister Meow, could you help me with my settings? I think this method produces better photos," Li Han chimed in, approaching her for assistance, having coined the affectionate title Sister Meow. This individual, well acquainted with the team members, exuded a down-to-earth demeanor and maintained amicable relationships with everyone. During the training sessions, Meownie had softened her hostility towards her, especially since Li Han showed no interest in competing with her trainer. In light of the affectionate title, Meownie reluctantly assisted her in adjusting the settings, noting that they differed from those on Shinmu's phone, as they possessed different brands. As they ventured into another area, the atmosphere shifted markedly. Here, there were no playful pandas. Instead, they encountered the formidable dominant pandas, whose territory bore clear signs of destruction. Broken bamboo stumps jutted haphazardly from the cracked earth, and the rocky surfaces were marred with claw marks of varying depths, accompanied by some rather intimidating dominant pandas. Dear visitors, as you can see, these dominant pandas are considerably more aggressive than the previous ones. They do not exhibit friendliness towards humans. This behavior stems from their abandonment by irresponsible trainers, leading to a profound distrust of humanity. As the driver had mentioned upon their arrival yesterday, evolution stones are highly sought after in this region, with many hoping their playful pandas would remain unevolved. However, he neglected to mention that this desire had artificially inflated the prices of evolution stones. Some individuals, unwilling to invest in these stones or nurture dominant pandas, opted for abandonment. Despite the center's stringent screening for adopters, playful pandas are not exclusive to this area. They can be found in other regions as well, which occasionally results in abandonment. Those individuals mistakenly believe they could simply release the pandas into any forest, failing to consider that these dominant pandas lacked experience in the wild, and the mountains they chose were uncomfortably close to the tourist attractions. This oversight has led to unfortunate incidents of aggression, ultimately resulting in the dominant pandas being taken in here. Some may find new trainers. Others may be returned to genuine wilderness, while some may remain here indefinitely. The staff is elucidating the reasons behind the establishment of this shelter, guiding visitors to understand that abandoning Pokémon is an undesirable practice. Once a trainer chooses a Pokémon, they must bear the responsibility for it. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupts as a domineering panda forcefully strikes the glass. The glass trembles under the impact, yet the staff remains remarkably composed. Fear not, everyone. This is specially designed glass, impervious to the panda's strength, ensuring our safety, they assure. However, the domineering panda seems to think otherwise, persistently slamming against the glass, causing Meow to furrow her brows in concern. Meow? Her paws mimic the panda's actions, attempting to high-five through the formidable barrier. But the glass emits a series of cracking sounds. The supposedly indestructible glass now reveals signs of fissures. Chapter 42. Glass that even a bear cannot shatter. Can a cat? With each crack resonating, the area where Meow had struck begins to sprout numerous fissures. The glass, once deemed unbreakable by the staff, now exhibits signs of impending shattering. Witnessing the cracks form where it had struck, the domineering panda bears an expression of disbelief. Have I truly become this powerful? This thought lingers in the panda's mind. It is not its first encounter with such glass, yet it has never shattered it before. Its actions are primarily intended to intimidate those outside, for it has grown to distrust humans. These individuals wear smiles while uttering insincere words, and when reality diverges from their promises, their true colors quickly emerge. The memory of a human who once promised to take it out for a day of fun, only to abandon it in a remote mountain, lingers in its mind. Since that day, it harbors a disdain for humans and for those Pokémon who remain naively affectionate toward them. As the glass, once a solid barrier, absorbs the force of the blows, it maintains its integrity until a breakthrough occurs. The cracks swiftly spread across its surface, and with another strike from the domineering panda, the glass shatters into countless fragments, obliterating the barrier between humans and the panda. As the glass shatters, an alarm blares throughout the area, prompting emergency responders outside to rush toward the scene. Stay calm, head this way. Follow me to the emergency exit. The lead staff member reacts swiftly, releasing a Pokeball from their waist, summoning a Pokémon that closely resembles a human but bears traits more akin to a jester. With a burst of pale blue energy emanating from the Pokémon, it unleashes telekinetic force, manipulating soil and plants to restrain the domineering panda, who is poised to make its next move. As Pokémon endowed with extraordinary abilities, psychic powers represent the most fundamental skill among them. With their formidable psychic force, these Pokémon can perform astonishing feats, effortlessly manipulating the bodies of other Pokémon or objects around them. However, within this vicinity, there exists more than one overbearing panda, and soon the others have become aware of the situation. After the first overbearing panda was repelled, several more began to converge toward the breach. With a decisive bully, the magic wall doll dispersed a portion of its strength. Yet, as the power waned, the psychic force also diminished, allowing some of the more robust overbearing pandas to begin breaking free from the restraints created by the magic wall doll. This is bad. We can't escape at this distance. Everyone, please assist with your Pokémon to restrain them for no more than 3 minutes until the emergency team arrives. The staff appeared quite troubled. While battles between Pokémon are commonplace, the purpose of this facility is to gradually help these overbearing pandas release the resentment stemming from their abandonment. Commanding other individuals to direct their Pokémon to attack could easily yield counterproductive results. The intention of allowing visitors to observe was to instill a sense of responsibility in aspiring trainers. However, it was unexpected that the glass would shatter at this moment. Safety is the utmost priority, and at this juncture, the staff could not afford to consider anything else. If memory serves correctly, this group consists of students from the school's team and should possess commendable skills. No need for such complexities, Auntie. Just seize all the bamboo leaves from their mouths. Understood. Auntie felt a twinge of apprehension. She had been told by the staff that the glass would surely hold, which is why she had struck it. After all, the overbearing panda had been cursing at them, and while humans might not grasp the subtleties, Auntie understood and found the language quite crude. Not only was it vulgar, but it also taunted Auntie, suggesting that she too would one day be abandoned. This remark struck a chord, akin to telling someone in a seemingly passionate romance that they would inevitably be discarded once their youth fades. This provoked Meownie's ire. As it turned out, the seemingly indestructible glass shattered at her strike, revealing that her strength was indeed greater than she had realized. Quick in her actions, Meownie darted out upon receiving the command, swiftly stealing the bamboo leaves from the mouths of several nearby, overbearing pandas. The moment they lost their bamboo, the once mighty, overbearing pandas collapsed, rendered powerless upon the ground. Unlike the playful pandas that chew on bamboo merely for show, the bamboo leaves in the overbearing panda's mouth serve as sensory organs. Losing them significantly hampers their subsequent actions. Furthermore, these pandas are notoriously picky about their bamboo. Unsuitable leaves are rendered useless, even if held in their mouths. Thus, targeting the bamboo is the most efficient way to incapacitate the overbearing pandas without harm. Similarly, the overbearing pandas place great importance on their bamboo. The magic wall doll attempted to extract the leaves using psychic force, but to no avail. Meow? The bamboo is here. I've got it, and that glass. No worries. Leave it to me. I'll handle it. Pokémon belong to us. They reside here, relishing the conveniences they bestow upon our lives, and naturally, we must take responsibility for the actions they undertake. However, it appears that there are no severe repercussions stemming from the incident, aside from the loss of this glass, and any other potential issues have been suppressed. Once the unruly pandas were restrained, the magic wall doll commenced its subsequent actions. It was observed waving its hands up and down where the glass had shattered, and a pale, semi-transparent brick materialized in that space. With the movements of the magic wall doll, a wall materialized out of thin air, sealing the breach. This phenomenon is not a mere skill. It is a unique ability of the magic wall doll. The suction cups at its fingertips can emit a special wave that causes the molecules in the air to cease their motion, thereby forming an invisible wall. This wall possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Even a point-blank artillery shell would fail to breach it, making the magic wall doll an ideal Pokémon for emergency services. One can observe the presence of the magic wall doll in various hazardous environments, accompanying emergency response teams. Once the breach was sealed, the emergency team was in position, and the staff guided them outside. Shinmu, accompanied by Juya, also made his way over. Furthermore, I sincerely apologize for the glass. Shinmu had intended to apologize for the glass incident and inquire about its resolution, but the staff preemptively offered their apologies. Although he had been informed during training that the unruly pandas would undoubtedly be incapable of shattering the glass, there was no reason to believe that the magical masked Meow could do so. In his understanding, such an occurrence must surely indicate a flaw in the product's quality. Regardless of how the incident transpired, he resolved to apologize, for this way, the truth would bear little consequence upon him. Chapter 43. The promise with the cat. Though pandas are named as such, their essence remains that of bears, and as long as they do not encounter armed, fearsome, upright apes, they hold a respectable position in the natural order. This refers to ordinary animals. The unruly pandas, as Pokémon, are even more formidable, effortlessly transforming a large dump truck into scrap metal or snapping reinforced concrete utility poles with ease. The notion that glass impervious to such a bear could be shattered by a cat is difficult for those unaware of the circumstances to accept. Not so fast. That glass may have. Our supervisor will address this matter with all of you shortly. I am not authorized to make a decision on this issue, so please bear with us for a moment. Shinmu had no intention of shifting blame. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his thought, as if he had previously suffered losses concerning visitor matters. Ultimately, Shinmu was not held accountable for the cost of the glass, as the park classified the incident as a quality issue on their part. However, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it was evident that both the unruly panda and the Meow had struck the glass simultaneously, leaving uncertainty regarding the cause of its shattering. Moreover, the initial impact merely resulted in cracks, with the complete shattering still attributed to the unruly panda, according to the footage. The park even suggested the possibility of offering some form of moral compensation. The members of the team had also endured the formidable prowess of the enchanting masked feline. Fully aware of the strength possessed by this singular Pokémon, no one dared to request financial compensation. In the end, they all felt that they had been overly courteous to one another. Shortly after the departure of Shinmu and his companions, news spread regarding the closure of certain areas within the base. Alas, it appeared that their journey here would come to an untimely halt. Nevertheless, they had already encountered numerous adorable and mischievous pandas. So, where would you like to venture next, Chishu? In a moment of inspiration, Chishu, who was eager to pursue the trainer of the enchanting masked feline, had already taken her position, unaware that she was merely 200 meters away from CHUUU. Lacking knowledge of his exact whereabouts, CHUUU resolved to wait until the competition commenced before seeking him out at the venue. In the meantime, she activated her travel streaming channel. As a gym leader, she could afford to set aside her gym duties temporarily, yet her side career must not be interrupted. A brief closure of the gym would not be detrimental. Challengers would understand that the leader was merely attending to work matters. However, neglecting her streaming for several days might lead to the emergence of unfounded rumors. Moreover, being a resident of Paldea, she could always rely on the diligent Aoki if need be. Shall we visit the statue of Suicune at the Wuho Shrine? That sounds delightful. Let us decide on that. In recent days, CHUUU had been primarily guided by her audience's suggestions, and overall, the approach had yielded positive results, attracting a considerable number of viewers to her diverse activities. After all, there are relatively few individuals with the time, energy, and resources to embark on inter-regional travels. Thus, this virtual exploration through her livestream proved to be a more cost-effective alternative. Simultaneously, CHUUU and his companions, having departed from the breeding center, were also en route to the Wuho Shrine. Brother Mu, aren't you going to take a look? Indeed, have you never visited before? It is said that there is no grander Suicune statue in all of Dongwang, nay, in the entire world. Recently, CHUUU had heard many legends, such as the one claiming that during Mahjong games, the north wind tends to be more favorable, as Suicune is regarded as the embodiment of the north wind. As for why the eastern wind sought the north wind's embodiment, it was partly because what was borrowed that day was, in fact, the northeast wind. Additionally, how could the security personnel at the north gate not recognize those at the east gate? There was inevitably some overlap in their responsibilities. Though mildly intrigued, CHUUU sensed that Meow was somewhat discontented, prompting him to refrain from pursuing the topic further. Within the school team, Pokémon held greater significance than the members themselves. Should any player fall ill, Pokémon could temporarily be commanded by others. Although this would affect their overall performance, the team's strength remained intact. However, if a Pokémon were unable to compete due to injury, the ramifications would be considerable. Nonetheless, he remained solitary, as these young individuals were reluctant to spend extended periods in the company of a middle-aged instructor due to the discomfort stemming from their differing statuses. Meow, is something troubling you? You seem rather downcast. That glass incident is inconsequential. Just be more cautious in the future. Meow, it's nothing. With a visibly troubled expression, one could hardly claim that there was indeed nothing wrong. What did that domineering panda say? Meow, which implies abandonment. Humans are untrustworthy and chaotic. That domineering panda must have suffered some psychological trauma. Its words need not be taken to heart. But am I truly so unreliable in your eyes? Can the words of a stranger Pokémon sway you? Meow's words were not fully articulated, yet CHUUU could infer quite a bit. As an extremely dedicated Pokémon to its trainer's affirmation, the illusory masquerade Meow can become rather extreme when certain matters arise. Particularly given that Meow's objective age is not substantial. According to the calculations of the illusory masquerade Meow, it can only be considered a young girl, albeit an exceptionally talented one. Meow? Not at all. Then that settles it. I shall not abandon my companions, not a single one. Moreover, you are the most special. Even if I were to worry, it should be me who is concerned, lest you abandon me one day. This notion has some basis in the Pokémon world, as those domineering pandas I observed in the morning were indeed abandoned. However, research indicates that it is the likes of Frosmoth and Sprigatito, Pokémon with a hint of arrogance, that tend to abandon their trainers. These types of Pokémon are indeed quite devoted to their trainers, yet acquiring such devotion is no simple task. Meow? Meow? Absolutely not. That will never happen. I trust you. Do not fret over such improbable occurrences in the future. Gently ruffling Meow's head, although she is not a mischievous panda. This gesture proved equally effective. CHUUU then extended his pinky finger. It was not their first day here. He was certain that Meow's memories were derived from the game, including various plots from that open-world game. At that time, a pinky swear was their agreed-upon method. Well, this is extra. It is said to have age restrictions. Though CHUUU had never engaged with that aspect, Meow, a bit emotional, is still easily appeased and would not leave others guessing in silence. Their fingers intertwined. A new promise was forged between one human and one cat in this world. Chapter 44. Familiar Grounds. Postponed research recommendations the following day at the Tianfu Arena. Two business vehicles parked sequentially at the main entrance. Old Lu was no longer the lone guardian at the hotel. Instead, he arrived at the stadium with others to familiarize himself with the battleground, in addition to registering participants and drawing lots for the venue. An open-air arena, you say? The stadium is essentially a circular field, From the outside, it resembles an open Pokeball. Shinmu observed both sides, noting that the roof appeared to lack a closing mechanism. Large-scale arenas constructed by the league are typically designed this way, ensuring that weather conditions do not hinder ground or flying-type Pokémon, facilitating a fully open competition. I have already checked the weather forecast for tomorrow, and it predicts clear skies, which bodes well for us. Once the date for a major event is set, it will not be altered unless faced with an unavoidable natural disaster. Thus, the weather becomes a factor influencing the competition. Weather specialists can temporarily alter the conditions. Yet the overall forecast remains unchanged. Just as in racing, where teams decide whether to switch to rain tires based on forecasts, data analysts within Pokémon teams must also monitor the weather prior to large events, adjusting their lineups accordingly. However, this is not what they are here to familiarize themselves with. Rather, they seek to acclimate to the arena beneath their feet. I shall reiterate, the Tianfu Arena spans an impressive 130 acres and can accommodate 40,000 spectators. The battleground is divided into 4 distinct sections, with environmental elements including grassland, rocky terrain, ocean, and a steel jungle. Each area allows for seamless transitions between environments, and during the finals, they will coalesce into a singular battleground. After the commencement of the competition tomorrow, I cannot predict which environment will be randomly selected. Li Han clutched a tablet, which housed all pertinent data regarding this venue. While they had previously viewed the arena via video, this was their first experience on site. It certainly appears to be a costly endeavor. Indeed, the complexity of this arena far exceeds our initial impression. What we perceive is merely the surface, beneath. Intricate structures facilitate the environmental transitions, and considerable effort was expended in its construction. Are tickets for the Academy Cup easy to sell? They were sold out last month, and prime tickets were fetching exorbitant prices. Recently, a batch of scalpers was apprehended. Unlike ordinary sports tickets, where empty seats can occur during a football match, high-quality Pokémon battles do not suffer such a fate. In addition to the trainers participating in the battles, there exists a substantial number of spectators who are ardent fans, and tickets for such events are always in demand. After all, to compete in this arena, one must possess a certain level of skill. In addition to hosting various large-scale events and entertainment competitions, this stadium is also utilized during gym battles, with the specifics determined by the challenger's level. Similar insights were primarily shared with Machamp, as others, even those competing for the first time, had some understanding of the local conditions. Only Machamp was completely inexperienced. However, this is of little consequence, as his enchanting masked Meow is undeniably formidable. The grassland and rocky terrains are unremarkable, essentially flat with only low-lying vegetation and rock formations. The steel jungle, however, is a striking exaggeration. Machamp believes it would be more aptly termed an urban combat zone, featuring a lifelike map constructed from specialized materials, leaving one to ponder the designer's intentions. Conversely, the Oceanic Arena is not simply a hastily constructed pool with a couple of wooden planks atop it, as Machamp had envisioned. This inland arena astonishingly possesses a wave simulation device, which is rather unkind to Pokémon outside the water type. In individual battles, must the terrain be drawn anew in each round? Other aspects are manageable, but Machamp finds the ocean arena somewhat cumbersome. No, according to the rules, individual competitions require 6 participants per team. If the terrain were to rotate for each match, it would indefinitely prolong the competition period. The arena selected at the outset remains the battleground until the semifinals, at which point the terrain will be consolidated, and only then will a new environment be introduced. However, you need not worry about this. Prior to the match, teams can exchange terrains, and we shall provide you with the most advantageous setting. We cannot have all 6 of us floundering. Before Li Han could finish her thought, 2 female team members suddenly rushed forward to cover her mouth, preventing her from uttering another word. Little did you know, Xiao Han possesses a rather ominous tongue. Her words often bring forth misfortune rather than fortune. It would indeed be intriguing if 6 ocean venues were drawn. Joy took a moment to elucidate to Machamp the reasons behind the other team members' fervent reactions. At this juncture, the entire school team was resolutely convinced that, barring divine intervention, Meow Nai could not possibly suffer defeat. However, just then, Coach Jia approached with a somewhat grim expression. "Coach, what troubles you? I spotted that fellow Ding. He is still around this year. Just moments ago, he had instructed Li Han and Joy to familiarize themselves with the situation while he headed to the registration area. They were not the only team from their school here to acclimatize to the venue, and it was there that Coach Jia encountered an old acquaintance from last year. Having participated in several competitions, Jia was well aware of which opponents posed a significant challenge. The ding he mentioned was the champion of last year's individual competition. Shouldn't he be graduating this year? I heard he secured a position at Devon Corporation. What other reason could there be? He must have extended his studies. I wonder what conditions they offered him to forsake such an opportunity and choose to prolong his studies for 2 consecutive years. Devon Corporation. Once a modest enterprise focused on iron ore extraction and steel refinement in the Yuan region, had transformed into a formidable entity. With machines powered by magma and projects centered around fossil restoration, they produced various Pokeballs and items aimed at trainers, now rivaling the prestigious Silver Corporation in the manufacturing realm. His ace is a Boscodora, capable of evolution. Do not fret, coach. You must have faith in Meow Nai. This is not merely a question of confidence. If it were a direct confrontation with him, 11 would undoubtedly prevail. However, the format of 11 does not allow for breaks. It necessitates continuous play from start to finish. His 5 teammates are equally formidable, and all possess Pokémon that can unleash cataclysmic explosions. Chapter 45. The mysterious pre-match curse. Are their school's team members in the demolition business? No, they are in mining. Although Devon Corporation has diversified, they have not entirely abandoned their original trade. Are those explosive Pokémon comparable to your Boscodora, coach? Not quite. If they all possessed that level of strength, they would not sacrifice themselves to create better championship conditions for their teammates. However, it remains a challenging situation. Rest assured, coach, I will conclude the battle before their Pokémon can unleash their explosive attacks. Besides seamlessly adapting to attribute changes, Meow Nai will hold its ground. Resisting such strikes within the 11 format is not insurmountable. Indeed, do your best. When we encounter our own, let the magical masquerade Meow take a moment to recuperate. With 6 individuals and 4 venues, the likelihood of encountering familiar faces is quite high. Of course, encountering a multitude of our own is also a stroke of misfortune, as theoretically, such division allows for the possibility of the top 4 teams converging. Each member is acutely aware of their respective strengths. Typically, at this stage, there is a blatant tendency to engage in match fixing, allowing stronger teammates time to rest. Over the years, the 11 format has largely capitalized on these regulations. The specific venue has been thoroughly inspected, and there are no significant tactical arrangements to be made. Essentially, all teams adhere to a similar strategy. They seek out the most troublesome opponents and, upon encountering them, spare no effort to create difficulties. They aim to protect their own interests, allowing adversaries to advance directly or providing them with some time to recuperate, beyond which they strive to do their utmost. This has become a tacit understanding within the competition, where the practice of participating through means such as retention or extended graduation raises certain concerns. Predominantly, schools have reached some form of agreement to preserve the strength of their teams. However, this is quite challenging, for if a Pokémon is exceptionally talented, leaving school early may indeed lead to better opportunities. Ultimately, the specifics depend on individual choices. In the ensuing hours, little of note transpired, save for some maintenance on the hotel's wiring, resulting in the restaurant being closed during dinner. This led the group, initially planning to dine at the hotel, to opt for takeout instead. Typically, the responsibility for ordering takeout falls to those who are self-funded. Who ordered the beef noodles? The steaming broth released a fragrant aroma. The scent of beef was rich, and the generous portions of meat, each the size of a thumb, covered the top of the noodles, rendered even more delectable by the adornments of red oil and green onions. The noodles were delivered directly from the restaurant, reputedly professional. Rather than separating the noodles from the broth, they had sent the noodle chef along with a mobile cart for on-site preparation. Meow, it's actually quite delicious. Meow, holding a fork, blew on the noodles to cool them before tasting, offering a satisfied nod. However, the concern was not the flavor but the superstition surrounding consuming beef noodles before a competition, which felt slightly ominous. This perplexed old Lou, who found it difficult to comprehend. He had always heard that the older generation was prone to superstitions, yet these youngsters seemed to be even more superstitious, discussing such matters over a bowl of noodles. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, no one chose to dwell on it. After all, in this day and age, one might believe that the left eye twitching signifies wealth, while the right signifies superstition, with the notion that belief breeds reality. Eventually, the group, bearing the supposed competitive spirit of the legendary beef noodles, arrived at the arena. Their luck during the draw yesterday had been reasonably good. 2 were placed in the ocean venue, 2 in the rocky area, and the remaining venues were split among them. Shimu ultimately switched to the rocky venue since he had teammates there, allowing for a potential respite should they encounter each other. Although it was not yet the final round, the audience's occupancy rate had already reached 70%. CHUUU, equipped with a borrowed pair of binoculars, scanned the crowd but did not spot the familiar trio. It appeared that they only materialized randomly around Ash, refraining from wandering elsewhere. As CHUUU peered through the binoculars, others in the guest area were also searching for their targets. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Hello, CHUUU. The live broadcast time has arrived. Today, we find ourselves at the venue of the dominant Panda Academy Cup. CHUUU believes we are sure to locate the trainer of that fantastical masquerade Meow. Found it. CHUUU proclaimed that his luck was indeed favorable. As she adjusted the angle of her live streaming camera, CHUUU's equipment appeared to be custom-made, capturing both Meowni and CHUUU with remarkable clarity, akin to a high-definition camera, despite the considerable distance between them. However, the live broadcast was not without its skeptics. Someone was now challenging CHUUU to prove that the fantastical masked Meow was indeed the same as the one depicted in the video. At that moment, CHUUU had already encountered his opponent in the rocky arena, none other than Ding Wanning, a classmate who had delayed graduation for 2 years, yet still participated in the competition. New to the competition, are you? Your luck seems rather poor. I have been the champion of the individual matches for the past 2 years. It would be wise for you to concede now and prepare for tomorrow's 66, he taunted. Having participated in numerous contests, he held a clear recollection of formidable opponents. But CHUUU did not fall into that category. Past competitions had informed him that managing the stamina of 11 Pokémon could be as taxing as running a marathon, necessitating careful allocation of energy. If he could coax his opponent into an immediate surrender, it would undoubtedly be the most efficient approach. However, CHUUU paid him no heed as Meowni patted her chest and made her way to the arena. Impolite Wang Jia, have you found any information on him? None. He's a complete newcomer with no record whatsoever. I couldn't even locate any data on his Pokémon. That's unnecessary. His Pokémon is already in plain sight. Although it is a species I do not recognize. Not everyone is familiar with Pokémon from outside the region, and this individual is a prime example. In truth, Coach Jia had misunderstood a crucial detail. This young man did not prolong his studies specifically to compete. Rather, he was held back by a stringent mentor and a somewhat lacking professional skill set that hindered his graduation. Nevertheless, he had never publicly clarified this, as false rumors often sounded more palatable. The fantastical masked Meow, a grass dark-type Pokémon. CHUUU was in a similar situation. Both teams of analysts relayed their opponents' data to their respective competitors, and as the match officially commenced, communication was severed. End this battle swiftly, Pika CHUUU. Use Rock Lock to immobilize the opponent, then finish with Flame Punch. Upon receiving the command, Pika CHUUU prepared to execute the order, but hesitated, for at some point, Meowni had vanished from sight. Meow, silly giant, I'm right here. The sudden sound guided Pika CHUUU to Meowni's location. But just as he was about to unleash Rock Lock in that direction, a blue sphere had already appeared before his face. Chapter 46. You dictate the turn-based system while suppressing with firepower? Oh, the fantastical masked Meow's aura sphere struck true, marking an unfortunate start for Pika CHUUU. Fighting-type moves were particularly effective against him. This unexpected strike provided Pika CHUUU with a surprise assault, revealing the depth of the fantastical masked Meow's skill set. It seemed Ding Wanning had not anticipated that his opponent possessed such a technique, given that one of them was the champion of the previous 2 Academy Cup individual competitions. The duel between Ding Wanning and CHUUU immediately captivated the commentator's attention. At that moment, the screens flanking the arena were temporarily dedicated to them, providing a detailed introduction to their Pokémon. The Pokémon Showdown is distinctly different from other competitions that merely provide entertainment. The officials aspire for ordinary trainers to glean deeper insights from such contests. Consequently, the commentators brought forth are relatively proficient, not to the point of crafting poetry, but at least they refrain from misusing idioms and historical allusions. As a steel and rock-type Pokémon, the fighting-type attacks represent one of the most significant vulnerabilities of Boscador. Moreover, Boscador predominantly emphasizes physical defense, rendering its special defense a notable shortcoming. Even after rigorous training, there remains a discernible gap in its physical defenses. With a fierce roar, Boscador, struck by a wave of psychic energy, pinpointed the opponent's location. Without new commands from its trainer, Boscador dutifully continued to execute the prior orders. As Boscador advanced once more, several massive boulders cascaded from above, encircling Meowni and constraining her movements. Upon the boulders' alignment, they began to converge towards the center, while flames ignited around Boscador's fists, propelling its hefty form forward. The tactical approach was sound. Boscador is characterized as a heavy tank, possessing commendable attack power and durability, albeit lacking in agility. When faced with a nimble opponent, Failing to employ restrictive techniques beforehand complicates subsequent attacks. There it is, the signature move of this contestant's Boscador, which had previously secured victory against a formidable Scyther last year. As Boscador unleashed a flurry of fiery punches, the magical masquerade Meow evaded the onslaught. The rock barriers failed to land a hit. It was merely an illusion conjured by its shadow clone. Unbeknownst to the commentators, Shenmue had issued new commands to magical masquerade Meow at some point. Upon witnessing the fiery punches engulfing magical masquerade Meow, transforming it into a wisp of mist, the commentator quickly grasped the situation. Due to the distance, he assumed Shenmue had employed a previously agreed-upon command, never considering that this was entirely the result of magical masquerade Meow's own consciousness. Don't panic. Maintain your position. Magical masquerade Meow is behind you. In the arena, Ding Wanning understood the unfolding events far better than the commentators. It appeared that the opponent had utilized the smoke created by the psychic attack for tactical evasion, leaving Boscador with yet another open opportunity. Observing Meownai poised atop a rock pillar, each hand clutching a psychic projectile, Ding Wanning recognized that Boscador could not escape the homing attack. Thus, he promptly commanded it to create a transparent barrier. Meownai mused, I cannot attack the trainer. How vexing. Glancing at the opposing trainer, who was still issuing commands, she recalled that her previous combat strategy involving the shadow clone could silence them effectively. Suppress it with the psychic projectiles, then finish swiftly with a kick. Do not grant them any chances. Meow, our thoughts are in sync. I was just contemplating the same thing. With a swift motion, several psychic projectiles were hurled from Meownai's hands, and as they soared through the air, she leapt from the rock pillar, charging towards Boscador's position. Alas, brace yourself and prepare for evolution. Boom, boom, boom. The wave missiles relentlessly bombarded Boscadola. Although it managed to withstand the initial onslaught thanks to the protective barrier, its mobility was severely restricted. The moment the barrier dissipated, a grave expression overtook Boscadola's visage. It was poised to endure the forthcoming assault, yet a surge of formidable force from below sent Boscadola spiraling uncontrollably, smashing through numerous rock pillars before ultimately becoming entombed beneath the rubble. This is dire. If my memory serves me right, this contestant-S Boscadola possesses the rare heavy metal characteristic. Indeed, Ding Wanning's Boscadola is encased in a denser metallic armor than that of an ordinary Boscadola. Yet the greater the weight of the target it strikes, the more damage it incurs. I wonder if Boscadola can withstand this blow. The outcome is clear. The victor is the enigmatic masked Meow. A dark horse has emerged in this year's Academy Cup. The reigning champion of 2 consecutive individual tournaments has astonishingly failed to reveal any of their evolutionary trump cards. This is beyond belief. On the battle screen, Boscadola's icon has transformed into a monochrome hue, and the implications are unmistakable. The failure to execute its defensive skills, combined with the persistent bonuses from its inherent abilities, and the adverse effects of its heavy metal trait, left Boscadola's already depleted stamina unable to endure this strike. Meanwhile, Ding Wanning's Academy found itself in utter confusion. Their 5-Protect-1 strategy had been swiftly dismantled at the outset, leaving them grappling with how to proceed in this serious predicament. Meow, praise me. This is not a defending mode. After each battle, Pokémon are not given the opportunity to recover at the Pokémon Center. Yet another group will be called forth to battle. At this moment, Meow approached the sidelines with hands clasped behind its back, leaning toward Xianmu to express its request. This is merely the first match. Let us complete today S11. And then I shall give you a massage. Meow, trust me, I've got this. On the opposite side, Ding Wanning appeared somewhat dazed. As the reigning champion, he never anticipated being the first contestant eliminated from the 11. Following a postponed match and now a loss, it seemed his resolve had been somewhat shaken. Simultaneously, outside the arena, aside from Xianmu being in the first round, others were scheduled for later. Upon witnessing Xianmu's initial victory, they leisurely sat in a row. The greatest rival had been eliminated in the first round. I have never experienced such a splendid beginning in my 5 years of coaching. I feel the same. However, the other academies must now be in disarray, as their analysts must be perplexed by Xianmu's blank record. Chapter 47. A situation unprecedentedly marvelous. Li Han was quite accurate. Indeed, the analysts of other teams were currently overwhelmed. Seasoned competitors could formulate strategies based on past performances, but newcomers often faced a blank slate, rendering them difficult to target. This is not an esports competition, where a single position can resolve the issue of a masterful player's hero coin. The primary Pokémon of trainers tend to be fixed due to the extensive time invested in their cultivation. Consequently, The earliest bred Pokémon often hold a significant advantage, yet they cannot be discarded. There are no records of participation in any regional tournaments. I have discovered the battle records of the Pokémon Rally, though they are of little use. I have located his live streaming channel. There are tutorials on matchups. Quickly find it to take a look. At this moment, the busiest individuals are the logistics teams for the competitors who will face CHUUU in the next round. Their school team is decidedly more formal, at least larger in scale, with past participants consistently placing in the top 3 of individual competitions. Initially, they believed that colliding with Ding Wanning, the reigning champion, was unfortunate. However, a more pressing concern arose. Aside from their grievances about where Jiaqiong found this formidable opponent, they also lamented the grouping, clearly dissatisfied with the perilous rock-type matchup. Consequently, while gathering intelligence, they failed to notice that it was a matchup rather than a battle. What on earth is a level 2, full health, infinite sword saint climbing the tower? What purpose does this serve? The gym battle footage contains only a selection of highlights, lacking the entirety of the combat scenes. Through external analysis, the only certainty they could ascertain was that CHUUU's magical masquerade Meow could employ rock-type moves. This implies that, in addition to the fighting-type skills already utilized, the opponent must also possess grass-type and dark-type abilities, along with rock-type skills. How should they proceed? That Bashikadora could hardly withstand the onslaught from that magical masquerade Meow. One can only imagine the impact of rock-type moves, not to mention the wave bomb, which even Bada Butterfly would struggle to endure. Indeed, if their team were to encounter CHUUU, they would have to send Bada Butterfly into battle. Bada Butterfly, characterized by its deep purple hue and formally referred to as Bada Dai, is often colloquially known as Bada Hu. There seems to be no alternative, fortuitously. They both appear in the same match, so they should assist their teammates with that strategy. Well, it must be done. Yes, coach, I understand your intention. It's nothing. We are all teammates, and I will do my utmost. His Bada Butterfly employs a rather underhanded style, excelling in moves such as Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, and Poison Powder. Furthermore, since most Pokémon can learn these defensive skills, the training manuals are quite abundant. Established school teams typically train their Pokémon to utilize defensive maneuvers. By combining these defenses with substitutes, his Bada Butterfly aims to frustrate opponents. Yet this becomes challenging in the face of a significant power disparity. In such instances, one can exploit certain regulations. After all, the 4 battle arenas are adjacent, and there are no walls to separate them. Thus, unleashing wide-range moves can inadvertently affect adjacent battles, which falls under the category of unavoidable circumstances. Consequently, CHUUU witnessed the opposing Bada Butterfly commencing with Tailwind, enhancing the speed of the Pokémon on the adjacent battlefield. Hongo, is this truly not considered a foul? It is not, as long as the attack does not target Pokémon from other arenas. The spillover effects on the surroundings are permissible under the rules. Tailwind and sunny day scenarios are particularly common. Sometimes, Earthquake can also disrupt the battles next door. However, the prospect of both matches occurring simultaneously hinges on fortune. Should the moment be opportune, we might indeed assist you in achieving a clear sky. No need for that. I can still be of service to you. Wait, it's unnecessary, as your actions may draw excessive attention. Our intention was to facilitate your advancement. So do not risk losing sight of the larger goal over trivial matters. The opportunity for such friendly assistance is already rare, and the magical masquerade Meow has been tacitly acknowledged as a key player. They have not discussed this matter with CHUUU. Unexpectedly, CHUUU's opponent's teammate happens to be engaged in battle with CHUUU's own ally at this very moment. Han, I eliminated the reigning champion in the first round. It is now impossible to avoid the spotlight, so why not make a grand move? After disconnecting his Bluetooth headset, CHUUU observed the Bada Butterfly subtly influencing the other arenas and gained a deeper understanding of the match format. It is not as rigid as the regional championships. Often, there is an implicit expectation for teammates to cooperate, whether by switching arenas before a private skirmish or assisting each other in conserving stamina, even orchestrating matches to allow for recovery time. Given this, he felt no need for restraint. Meow, learn from that Bada Butterfly and unleash a full-force frenzied flora. CHUUU could not directly call for a collective assault, as that would be excessive. After all, residual effects and direct engagement are 2 distinct concepts. Fortunately, Meow grasped CHUUU's intent. Meow understood. Meow had not yet violated any skill protocols. She was not a unique Pokémon like Dream Fantasy. Hence, comprehending the meaning behind the opposing Bada Butterfly's statement was effortlessly within her grasp. The opposing Bada Butterfly, noticing that the magical masquerade Meow did not immediately attack nor take any action, merely released a cloud of toxic powder, which, under the influence of the favorable wind, dispersed into the air. In that moment, however, Meow clasped her fists, adopting a posture of accumulation. Meow, unlike when she previously unleashed the wave bomb with ease. Meow's hands plunged into the solid ground, causing the desolate rocky terrain to tremble and fracture with countless crevices. From within these fissures, vines and branches surged forth with wild abandon, transforming the rocky ground into a verdant forest in an instant. Without the need for any command, the Bada butterfly instinctively flapped its wings, attempting to escape the terrifying foliage below, yet it was utterly incapable of doing so. A verdant tide, dense and overwhelming, rapidly engulfed the entire sky. Even at great heights, the Bada butterfly was swiftly consumed and buried by the frenzied flora. The wildly growing trees obscured the sun, capturing the attention of all spectators in an electrifying moment. The outcome was clear. The magical masquerade Meow triumphed. While it may seem inappropriate for a commentator to say so, this was akin to using an artillery cannon to swat a butterfly, indeed a considerable concession for the Bada butterfly. Yet, this was not the end. On the adjacent grassy arena, the low shrubs appeared to be influenced by the events unfolding here, creating significant challenges for the Pokémon on the ground. This is Frenzied Flora, a powerful move only the grass-type starters can learn, harnessing the ferocious energy of nature to assault opponents with the might of an entire forest. Instead, Shenmue's teammates Charizard leveraged its aerial advantage to further solidify their lead. Coupled with apparent issues in this year's draw, after the competitors adjusted their respective arenas, it became evident that not only the defending champion from last year, but also several formidable opponents found themselves on Shenmue's side, thereby confirming the notoriety of this group of death. This also resulted in diminished competitiveness in other arenas, seemingly paving the way for a genuine possibility of a final showdown. Chapter 48. Master Meow's choice to add time. Incredibly, after a 7-year hiatus, yet another team has successfully reached the finals in the individual competition. This marks the first time that the eastern campus of Dongwon Pokémon University has entered the top 3. Indeed, they have outright claimed both the championship and runner-up positions in the individual competition, achieving a historic breakthrough. Dongwon Pokémon University, the largest institution in the Dongwon region, is divided into 6 campuses. Although they are nominally part of a single university, each campus operates independently, akin to separate entities. Undoubtedly, the new competitor introduced by the Eastern Campus has emerged as a dark horse. Their majestic Mimikyu has blazed a trail of victories, overcoming all challenging adversaries. This phenomenon is largely attributable to this year's grouping, where all powerful opponents fortuitously congregated in the Rock Arena, engaging in a confrontation more intense than the final itself during the early rounds. This outcome stems from the allowance of inter-team venue exchanges before the competition, leaving other teams unaware of their true opponents before entering the arena, thus avoiding any deliberate evasion of a particular competitor as they all opted for arenas suited to their strengths. This inadvertently led to the formation of a death group in the Rock Arena. Theoretically, matches scheduled later in the competition are expected to be more thrilling. However, the strongest contenders have been embroiled in internal strife during the early stages, resulting in increasingly rapid matches as the competition progresses. Referee, I concede. Shenmue's teammate expressed her reluctance to continue fighting, having endured enough hardship during training and desiring to avoid another defeat in front of such a large audience. Moreover, they must prepare for the team competition tomorrow, rendering their internal skirmish merely a futile exercise in attrition. Indeed, player Lu Yu surrendered, although her Charizard possessed a type advantage. This was likely a strategic decision from their coaching staff. The elusive ability to adapt makes it difficult to assess accurately. In truth, there is no fixed data to rely upon, and judging an opponent's Pokémon traits with the naked eye is inherently challenging. Moreover, Meow's team lacked any strategies utilizing type advantages to evade enemy attacks. The trait of that particular Bastaflor was known to the host solely due to its frequent participation. Therefore, from a nebulous divine perspective, observers could only perceive the Charizard as having the upper hand in attributes. This is quite understandable, considering the level disparity. If other teams fail to devise countermeasures against this majestic Mimikyu tonight, they will undoubtedly face difficulties in the team battles. The judges comprehended this decision, as did the other members of the Eastern Campus. The defeated teams no longer cared about such matters. However, the audience did not understand. To them, the eagerly awaited finals concluded in a rather abstract manner. It was unclear who initiated it, but a chorus of boos soon erupted from the stands. Ahem. The competition concluded rather swiftly today. For those spectators who entered late, there's no need for concern. Please log into the back end. We will proportionally refund the ticket price based on your entry time. Competitors are also requested to exit in an orderly fashion to prepare for tomorrow's match. Such occurrences are rare, yet not unheard of. Tickets sold are for the entire day and are priced according to time. In adherence to the principle of not charging for overtime and refunding for early exits, the satisfaction rate of the event organizers remains notably high. Meanwhile, in the live stream of CHUUU, numerous comments urged her to apprehend the target immediately. However, she deftly deflected with the reasoning that interfering with others' matches is not permissible and that matters should be addressed after the event concludes. After all, if it were not the magical masquerade cat, it would disrupt others, wouldn't it? Such streams should be approached with caution. If one does not work for a couple of days, there could be some losses. As the first day of the competition drew to a close, it marked the commencement of Joy's duties accompanying the team. In such large-scale competitive arenas, a requisite facility is a sufficiently spacious Pokémon Center. Based on the divisions, Joys from various school teams began their bustling activities. Hello, Aunt. Sister, is there a new milk tea shop on Tianfu Road? Shall we order together? Sister, we haven't seen each other in over a year. How about a drink tonight? Indeed, Joys are akin to a family. Each regional Joy representing a branch of this familial lineage, with varying seniority based on their parentage. As per tradition, following the competition, these Joys would gather for a reunion. Moreover, Shinmu and his accompanying Joy received additional greetings. As the enigmatic masquerade cat's blank history posed challenges, perhaps Joy could serve as a new breakthrough. Stop it. Don't try to leverage our relationship. I know nothing. In response, Joy remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing, and swiftly navigated through layers of inquiries to reach her designated area. Commencing her routine checks. Your magical masquerade cat doesn't require treatment. A bit of rest will suffice. Chansey, please assist her with a massage. Joy released a pink, egg-shaped Pokémon from her waist pouch, a standard companion for many Joys across regions. Just as the Junsha family houses the largest training base for Arcanine, the Joy family has a dedicated facility for nurturing Happiny and a school for teaching Chansey medical knowledge. Of course, despite their seemingly harmless appearance, these Chansey are dubbed the Pink Devil in battle arenas, excelling in tactics that can be quite vexing. Nevertheless, outside the training grounds, Chansey is a reliable assistant for Joy. While Joy utilized equipment to inspect Pokémon one by one, Chansey adeptly unfolded a massage table and arranged the pillow, signaling Meow to lie down. Meow? Meow? Lying on the table, Meow observed Chansey stretching its limbs, seemingly perplexed, and then waved a paw at Shinmu. What's the matter? Meow, aren't you the one supposed to massage me? I don't want Chansey, I want you to do it. Chansey is likely more proficient than I am. The art of Pokémon massage is an integral aspect of a trainer's education, with specialized professionals dedicated to this craft. By applying pressure to specific areas of a Pokémon's anatomy, one can facilitate a state of relaxation. At this moment, Meow, the proprietor, is showcasing their skills, where the proficiency of the massage therapist becomes secondary. I trust you, Chansey, Meow asserts, but I know precisely where my discomfort lies. Let us begin with my shoulders. Chapter 49. Halftime Champagne. The cat's proposal. Though Shinmu's technique appears somewhat unrefined, an unseen force guides him, allowing him to apply pressure to the crucial points. Before long, Meow drifts into slumber, and by the time she awakens, Nurse Joy has completed her examination. The other Pokémon scheduled to perform tomorrow are in good health and merely require rest, as per usual. Coach, Han, do speak up, one member prompts. Indeed, last year when we struggled, you were so vocal in your encouragement. This year, with our momentum, why the silence? A coach and a data analyst stand before the projector, yet remain inexplicably mute, leaving the team members perplexed. There is nothing to discuss. Let your Kirin leave behind a light wall and reflect wall. Then pass the baton to the armored bird. The armored bird can set spikes, and let the magical mask Meow handle the aftermath, while the remaining Pokémon replenish their energy. Oh, and if the opponent seize control of the weather, we must reclaim it as well. Although we do not rely on it, we cannot allow them to exploit it comfortably. Their tactics are rather monotonous. 5 for 1, and let the big brother take charge. When the team possesses but a single standout performer, this undoubtedly becomes the optimal strategy. While deliberating on defensive tactics, other teams are strategizing their offensive maneuvers. Based on the preceding day's battles, they conclude that eliminating their opponent is unfeasible. This is not the typical fragile high-output adversary, but rather a well-rounded hexagonal warrior, whose stats are maximized. Our Pokémon simply lack the strength to undertake such a formidable challenge. Should we concede defeat? One suggests. Concede? Yes. The team competition differs from individual battles. This is a round-robin, not an elimination. Since we cannot manage that magical mask Meow, let others engage with it while we conserve our strength. We shall yield the first place to them and strive for second. Remember, tomorrow's 6 out of 4 is our forte. I find it unacceptable to surrender without a fight. You are well aware of their average strength. If we can eliminate that magical mask Meow, the remaining Pokémon will be manageable. Let us give it a try. At this juncture, there remain dissenting voices among the team, but when the competition commences the following day, Boscodora evolves, eager for a vengeful clash. Boscodora charges forward. Alas, Boscodora has fallen. Evolving bestows a tremendous enhancement to attributes. Upon evolution, Boscodora's metallic armor thickens, transforming it into a massive heavy tank, significantly boosting its defensive capabilities. However, this does not alter the outcome. The damage that has already been inflicted will inevitably take its toll. Following the defeat in the revenge battle, the observing teams swiftly modified their tactics, with several adopting a similar mindset to vie for second place in the team competition, leading to a series of lackluster confrontations. Congratulations to the team from the eastern campus of Dongbao, who secured the championship in the team competition with remarkable ease, marking their closest approach to victory thus far. Their success is closely linked to player Shinmu and his enchanting partner, the magical masquerade Meow. Nevertheless, the scores from tomorrow's match will hold the greatest weight, leaving one to ponder what results they might achieve without their significant advantage. Ahem, everyone, let us not celebrate too prematurely. We cannot pop the champagne just yet. However, it seems they have forgotten that our strongest event is the 6-4 format. In comparison to their past performances, this is indeed a substantial breakthrough. What Pokémon will the officials provide? The most formidable opponent in this competition is our old acquaintance, the young girl from the Southern District. As she spoke, Jia Qiong pressed a button on the remote, bringing up an individual's profile. Does she possess any particular attributes? Is her theoretical knowledge exceptionally profound? No. The skill level of the players commanding in the 6-4 matches is quite uniform, with negligible differences. Her advantage lies in the fact that she is a psychic. Is she akin to Nasi from the Golden City? Upon hearing Jia Qiong mention psychics, Shinmu's immediate thought was of Nasi, the gym leader capable of shrinking others or even transforming them into dolls. No, it is not that exaggerated. She merely has the ability to communicate telepathically with Pokémon. Psychics are not a secret in this world. Due to certain unique circumstances, some humans possess such supernatural powers, with varying degrees of expression. Nasi undoubtedly belongs to the highest echelon, with her abilities capable of influencing certain aspects of reality. I recall there was a Battle Frontier brain in Hoenn who possessed a similar capability, right? Not quite. You are referring to Lyra, the brain of the Battle Tower, who shares a profound bond with her Pokémon, treating them as her closest friends, much like you do with your magical masquerade Meow. It is said that when she is particularly exuberant, she sometimes achieves a harmonious connection with her Pokémon, enabling her thoughts to be directly conveyed to them, allowing for command without explicit orders. This young girl is different. She can establish a direct telepathic link with her Pokémon, which provides a considerable edge in battles involving unfamiliar Pokémon. Trainers sometimes agree upon secret signals with their Pokémon, referred to as the morning light mode. While verbally instructing to defend, they may actually execute a devastating attack, thereby misleading the opposing trainer's judgment. Meow, coach. Meow suggests that she has a strategy. What if we let her take the lead? Chapter 50. The coach of wave guidance. The assistant coach is considering warm-up. Allow the magical masquerade Meow to lead. Meow means that since the opponent will utilize psychic abilities, we should command in a manner she cannot comprehend, ensuring she remains unaware of our intentions. The language of Pokémon has always remained an enigma. Unless a particular Pokémon acquires the ability to speak human language or employs devices, telepathy, or similar methods to produce human sounds, trainers can typically only comprehend the utterances of the Pokémon they are familiar with. This occasionally results in communication misunderstandings, necessitating the use of body language. The Pokémon language employed by Meownai allows opposing trainers to be perplexed by her words while enabling her own Pokémon to grasp her intentions more intuitively. This makes sense. According to past intelligence, the opposing ace can only communicate through telepathy and lacks the ability to read minds. Moreover, the Pokémon actively rejects her, rendering her unable to perceive their thoughts. The dilemma is that while I am aware of your formidable magical mask Meownai, I question whether she is truly capable of commanding others. This distinction reflects the difference between a general commanding the entire army and a vanguard. One merely needs to be capable of fighting, while the other must lead the entire force. As for relaying commands through the trainer, others have attempted this approach. Another drawback is that while the opposing trainer may be oblivious, the opposing Pokémon can understand, potentially leading to counterproductive consequences. This notion is commendable. Yet without the ability of telepathy, it is best to refrain. We have secured the top position in the first 2 rounds. As long as our ranking this time is not dismal, that will suffice. The ability to transform during battle merely alters attributes temporarily. At its core, the magical mask Meownie remains a grass dark-type Pokémon. Even though she adeptly wields bomb-like moves reminiscent of magic, it is ultimately the connection of her tendrils to the buds that facilitates this. The notion of Meownie possessing psychic abilities is something Jia Qiong would never accept. Otherwise, it would reshape his worldview. Meownie sat by the conference table, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at Jia Qiong with an expression that suggested he could not discern the difference between a king and a joker. Others held a degree of respect for the head coach, but Meownie did not. In her eyes, he was the most ineffectual. After all, she did not require a coach to devise tactics. Li Han provided data intelligence, and Joy served as the medic. In Meownie's view, even the delivery man, Old Lu, was more useful than the coach. Ahem. Meownie, don't worry. The dialect of magical mask Meownie is incomprehensible to them. I may lack psychic abilities, but I excel in this. As she spoke, a faint blue light emanated from Meownie, gradually extending towards Shenmue, who then discovered that Meownie's voice resonated directly within his mind. Is this sufficient? No. Can she use Aura? It makes sense. She does enjoy utilizing Aura Sphere, but it's absurd. Jia Qiong was taken aback. This magical mask Meownie had unexpectedly challenged his worldview. Excluding legendary and mythical Pokémon, the number of Pokémon capable of employing Aura Sphere is quite limited. Meownie's proficiency in using Aura Sphere, even to the extent of shaping it into orbs, is indeed remarkable. However, Aura Sphere and Aura are inherently different concepts. Aura Sphere is merely a technique, while Aura exists within the bodies of every individual and Pokémon. As a unique form of psychic energy, the waveguide can be perceived as the very essence of each living being's spirit. The applications of waveguides, much like supernatural abilities, emphasize various aspects, including but not limited to telepathy, environmental investigation, and the perception or insight into specific objects. The Pokémon most attuned to the power of waveguides, Lucario, are typically the only ones who, due to their innate talents, deliberately train in this art. According to legend, the waveguide warrior, Alan, who sacrificed himself to quell the ravages of war, possessed a Lucario with whom he shared a profound bond. Presently, a whimsical masquerade Meowth has demonstrated such mastery of waveguides that it leaves Jia Qiong momentarily astounded. Is it any wonder that your waveguides resonate so harmoniously? Joy, however, remained unfazed. Belonging to a long-established lineage of healers, she possessed a deeper understanding of various legends, regarding this as merely a trivial spectacle. In fact, Joy was even more knowledgeable about the intricacies of waveguide frequencies. Logically, each individual's waveguide is distinct, yet coincidences do occur. For instance, Ash shares a waveguide similar to that legendary warrior. Meowth, that's incorrect. This matter bears no relation to waveguides. Meowth proceeded to speak in an incomprehensible dialect. Yet this was of little consequence. Earning points through individual championships is commendable, but how could that possibly compare to the prestige of achieving a trifecta with victories in all 3 events? Regardless of the coach's standing, he is undeniably the leader of this team. With the sound of Velcro being torn apart, Old Lu discovered that his armband had been ripped off. What are you doing? At this hour, where am I supposed to find someone to make a new one? May I borrow yours? The armband worn by Old Lu bore the inscription Assistant Coach, a gesture from Jia Qiong intended to foster a sense of involvement, preventing him from feeling superfluous upon entering. However, a pause was warranted now. Traditionally, only the players commanded the field, with no precedent for Pokémon participation, yet it mattered little, according to regulations. The coaching staff is permitted to intervene in a 6 versus 4 battle, thus allowing the behind-the-scenes contributors a moment in the limelight. The rules do not stipulate that a Pokémon cannot serve as a coach. Ultimately, the holder of the armband was transferred to Meowth. Why don't you give yours away? Mine is embroidered onto my clothing. It cannot be removed. Don't worry, we won't forget you in the group photo. The following day, Old Lu sat in the school team's resting area, lost in thought. At the very least, he had entered alongside the team, avoiding the embarrassment of having to purchase a ticket. Following the rapid confrontations of the previous day and the lackluster battles that ensued, the audience remained steadfast, their enthusiasm for Pokémon battles undiminished. Currently, the East Bao University East Campus ranks among the leaders, and this marks their closest proximity to the championship. One wonders if their dreams will be realized. Player Xin Mu continued to participate in the competition, indicating that the team had considerable faith in his leadership abilities. However, the accompanying coach was notably absent. Chapter 51, Silent Battle. Securing the championship, let me confirm, in a 6 vs 4 match. One's own Pokémon is not permitted to take the field, correct? Indeed, all teams are required to utilize the Pokémon provided by the organizers. The formidable strength of this fantastical masquerade Meow, however, proves to be of no avail in this round of competition. The commentator confirmed with his partner that he certainly had not forgotten the rules. He was merely engaging in light banter to enliven the atmosphere. Fortunately, after pondering all day yesterday, I could not devise a strategy to counter this fantastical masquerade Meow. If the selection allowed for 6 out of 4, and the fantastical masquerade Meow could be utilized, it would render this competition utterly hopeless. The order of selection is not particularly consequential, as it essentially remains a blind pick. Even if one were to choose a Pokémon first, the lineup would remain unknown. The selections of Shell Ninja, Gengar, Chansey, Skarmory, Scizor, and Vaporeon appear quite promising. What do you think, CHUUU? Indeed, it seems favorable. The Shell Ninja possesses the ability Mystic Veil, demonstrating exceptional synergy in defensive strategies. And crafting a set aimed at guarding against poison is entirely feasible. Upon reviewing the information provided about the Pokémon, both Luyu and Xianmu felt fortunate. The Shell Ninja, while seemingly weak with low stats, gives the impression of being fragile. Yet, the Shell Ninja benefits from the Mystic Veil, a trait that could aptly be termed as Magical Guardian. This ability means that only attacks with type advantages can inflict damage upon it. And since the Shell Ninja is immune to 2 types of attacks, effective offensive options against it become exceedingly scarce. Chansey also possesses Rock Slide, though regrettably, it does not have the Serene Grace ability. Scizor and Gengar also inflict decent damage, so the luck seems to be on our side. In terms of a randomized lineup, this set exhibits a commendable balance of offense and defense. Alas, the abilities leave something to be desired. Furthermore, the absence of held items in Pokémon battles introduces numerous variables, inevitably leading to potential oversights. No need for that. Meow has already completed its preparations. The issue lies in the fact that Meow employs not the strategies of human trainers, but rather the tactics inherent to Pokémon themselves. While Xianmu and Luyu deliberated on their strategies, Meow had already determined its position as king. Meow, I have already secured 2 victories, so I do not wish to lose this match. I kindly ask that you all put in a bit more effort. As Meow spoke, it produced a pouch containing some leftover energy cubes, which were no longer merely the hard candy variety. Depending on the recipe, these energy cubes not only vary in flavor but also in texture, ranging from hard candy to cookies, jellies, and gummies. Yet, without exception, all possess a distinctly unique taste. First, we shall employ a show of force, followed by the allure of food, an age-old yet classic tactic that proves particularly effective with Pokémon. The officials nurturing these Pokémon would certainly not subject them to mistreatment. However, the difference between a communal pod and a personal stove is fundamentally significant. At the very least, these Pokémon had yet to experience such delicacies. They inherently possess a desire to follow orders, which has now resulted in heightened morale. Crucially, they reside alongside the Pokémon drawn by other teams. Thus they are well acquainted with their counterparts' information and immediately reported back to Meow. Meow, I believe we have already triumphed in the information warfare. Come, CHUUU, time is of the essence and the task is significant. I urge you to take note and prepare some new strategies for me to relay to Meow. Mugu, why don't you handle it yourself? You are the foremost expert in battle strategies, while I am among the lowest in the arts. It seems evident that you are far more adept at arranging tactics. Moreover, are you not also applying for further studies? If you put in a little more effort, your results will certainly shine. In such situations, Shimu does not excel. His previous commands have rarely encountered issues, yet the inherent level of Meow dictates that as long as it refrains from executing ineffective attacks against ordinary specters, it should pose no significant problems. However, in a double scenario, it is prudent to entrust the command to someone more specialized, as this is indeed the strong suit of their school team. Of course, few believed his words. After all, to outsiders, Shimu had already trained a Pokémon of remarkable prowess, the enchanting Phantom Meow, and no one would take seriously his claims of inadequacy. Instead, it instilled a sense in Lu that Shimu was offering her an opportunity, prompting her to immerse herself fully in her endeavors. In the subsequent battles, Lu exceeded expectations, achieving more victories than defeats, and her points steadily increased, while Meow was kept as a concealed trump card, not deployed until they encountered an alumnus from the southern campus, the legendary Psychic. It was only then that command was handed over to Auntie. My heavens, a silent battle. In 12 years of commentary on the Academy Cup, this was the first time I witnessed a silent battle. Could it be that the Eastern Campus also harbors a psychic? A silent battle refers to a scenario devoid of any trainers, appearing as if the Pokémon are engaged in combat independently. The number of psychics is already scarce, and the probability of two appearing in the same competition is even lower. Such battles are rare and demand a greater level of commentary skill. In ordinary battles, trainers' commands can be heard, but this silent confrontation relies solely on observation. The Shedinja exchanged positions with the Skarmory using a field switch. It intercepted the opponent's double kick meant for Skarmory. Skarmory's rock slide struck the Blaziken, but the damage was insufficient for it to be incapacitated. Gengar replaced Skarmory, attempting to obliterate Blaziken's flamethrower with Shadow Ball, but failed. The flamethrower hit and was subsequently struck by Scyther's Fury Cutter. Shedinja aimed to salvage the situation but was seized by Blaziken's opportunity, defeated by the Fire Spin. Oh dear, my mistake. I presumed Gengar could disperse that flamethrower. No matter. Blaziken's remaining health is also quite low. Do not measure them by your standards. Meow? Meownie committed a blunder typical of seasoned veterans, a lesson learned from experience. From her perspective, using Shadow Ball to disrupt the opponent's flamethrower seemed a straightforward task. Regrettably, Gengar could not accomplish this. It lacked the strength Meownie possessed, leading to a chain reaction of events. In the final moments, Gengar took down Blaziken with Destiny Bond, leaving the outcome of the match hinging on the battle between Scyther and Skarmory. Skarmory unleashed Rock Slide once more. Scyther, unable to evade, was immobilized by the attack and entered a flinching state. Flinching typically occurs when a series of fierce assaults instills a sense of panic in Pokémon, resulting in restricted movement. In simpler terms, it was momentarily stunned and unable to recover. Seizing the opportunity, Skarmory unleashed a barrage of attacks, sealing the victory. Although the competition has not yet concluded, the top position on the leaderboard has already been determined. Let us extend our early congratulations to the Dongbao Dabibu campus for securing the championship of this year's Dominant Panda Academy Cup. Chapter 52. The conclusion of the competition and the invitation from CHUUU. The competition is still ongoing. However, based on the current points, even if Shenmue and his team were to lose the remaining matches, they would still retain the first place. This is why the commentators have already commenced the celebration with champagne. Nevertheless, their subsequent opponents displayed an impressive determination, while the first place may be locked in. The rankings for the following positions remain fluid. The outcomes of Shenmue's team's remaining matches could indirectly influence the standings of other teams. However, they no longer need to ponder these matters, having opted for a player rotation, allowing Shenmue and his teammates to rest, since the outcome is already predetermined. The remaining time on the court resembles that of garbage time, making it entirely reasonable for other team members to experience the competition. At this moment, Jia Qiong was on the phone reporting the results to the principal, while Lao Lu and Li Han simultaneously stood up and made their way toward the player's entrance. Lu, you should stay here and rest. I'll go, Li Han insisted. Come now, what kind of talk is that? I brought the team here, and they won a championship. Is it not fitting for me to welcome them? Lao Lu replied. But Shenmue is still here, Li Han countered. Can a championship be attributed solely to effective leadership? Not at all. It is simply because the magical masked cat excels in its gameplay. From another perspective, as long as Shenmue continues to participate in competitions, next year's championship will still be theirs. This is the true source of achievement. If they choose not to compete next year, what can we do about it? Whether it is a fleeting crown, a renowned 3-time champion, or an astonishing 5-time victor, it all depends on their intentions. It would be akin to having the Pikachu compete in a youth cup, where others stand no chance. Competing in the Baby Cup pales in comparison to making a name at the regional championships. Typically, it depends on what benefits the school can offer. It is highly probable that Shenmue will transition into a role as an honorary alumnus or coach, thus allowing the school to reap further rewards. Boom, boom. Lao Lu, unbeknownst to the others, had prepared 2 paper party poppers for a simple welcome ceremony. Oh dear, Lu, you are overthinking this. Given Mu's situation, the school would certainly not make things difficult for him. If his record appears unsightly, it would reflect poorly on the alumni wall in the future. Shenmue, is it? For now, I shall address you as such. I am CHUUU, the master of a dojo and an influencer who enjoys sharing videos and spreading dreams. After Shenmue's team secured victory, CHUUU found a reason to pause his livestream and subsequently arrived at their resting area. I know you, Miss CHUUU. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Shenmue greeted. Oh my, your CHUUU dialect is quite fluent. I did not expect you to be so seasoned. No need for such formality. Just call me by my name. And I want to have to refer to you as a student. Students here are generally older than those at our academy. So, is there something you wish to discuss? It's nothing major. Just confirming that this live stream room is yours, correct? CHUUU raised her phone in front of Shinmu. The announcement of the live stream competition still lingering on the homepage. It's mine. At last, I found you. Do you ever check your private messages? To seek him out. She had even made the special trip to Dongwon. There were barely 10 viewers in her live stream, and she had long since adopted a calm attitude, not paying much attention. For some reason, Shinmu felt as if someone were engaging in a subtle game of superiority with him. Yet, under CHUUU's prodding, he glanced at the messages in the back end. When did I become popular? CHUUU articulated her intentions. After all, her domain was in Padia, and she didn't plan a sudden ambush but rather discussed matters with Shinmu first. What do you want to live stream? It's a secret, but it's quite simple. If you agree, I'll come find you after the award ceremony. CHUUU's live streaming style inherently possessed an element of surprise. She preferred not to script her performances, as that would undermine her unique flair, thus embracing the role of a riddle maker. Even though she did not intend to treat live streaming as her primary profession, the influx of viewers drawn by CHUUU's presence should leave some residual audience, right? After the awards, it was time for free activities. Contemplating this, Shinmu accepted CHUUU's invitation, and after she departed, he brought his phone before Meow. When did you do this? Meow. That day when you went to the restroom. So it wasn't that the competition was weak. Rather, you were more skilled? Meow. Meow. I'm actually stuck at the promotion match. Would you mind lending a hand? Meow. What do you want me to do? Could you play the promotion match for me? Meow. Meow appeared somewhat perplexed by the request, raising her hands before Shinmu. Although she said nothing further, her meaning was unmistakable. Are you sure you want a cat with only 3 fingers on each paw to play your promotion match? Let us give it a try. I believe you are more capable than I am. Fewer fingers can be compensated by faster reflexes. Meow seemed taken aback, realizing that in addition to being a principal player and a stand-in coach, she now bore the identity of a substitute gamer. Ultimately, she shook her head, seemingly resigned to the situation, but still agreed to fulfill the request. Brother Mu, enough chatting. It's time for awards and photos. As the final match concluded, the Baidao Panda Academy Cup came to an end, yet this journey was merely beginning. Chapter 53. Popularity is uncertain, but the cat is likely famous. One trophy resembled bamboo, awarded to the school team for this competition. The other was the classic Pokeball-shaped trophy, a symbol of the tournament that had persisted since the beginning, held exclusively by the champions for a year. Additionally, Shinmu received 2 extra individual competition trophies. During the group photo, Shinmu and Meow naturally stood together. An official photographer was on hand for this service. Otherwise, old Lu doubted he would have been the one clicking the shutter. The situation was sudden and might have startled you. However, at this very moment, I am broadcasting live to the world. Everyone, allow me to introduce the trainer of the magical masked cat, Shinmu. Suddenly, CHUUU appeared behind Shinmu, having previously announced her arrival. Otherwise, she might have been restrained by Meow on the spot. Meow was impartial in this regard, showing no distinction between genders. She would eliminate anyone she perceived as a potential threat to her trainer, often with even greater ferocity towards female challengers. We want to see magical masked Meow. Not interested in him. Look at the cat. Look at the cat. Let the cat livestream playing games. CHUUU cast a glance at the barrage of comments, which were generally friendly, yet a significant number urged her to shift the focus onto magical masked Meow. The audience had witnessed the impressive Tier 2 tower diving skills of magical masked Meow during the recent Dongwon Campus Cup, where she had played a pivotal role. Thus, today, I was set to engage in a duel with her trainer. Shinmu was somewhat oblivious to CHUUU's activities over the past few days. She had effortlessly located an arcade, where a virtual slaughter commenced. Although Shinmu was live streaming content related to gaming, his skills could be summarized as both novice and playful, purely for entertainment. Had it not been for CHUUU's leniency, Shinmu could have faced a far more humiliating defeat. Meow, sensing the situation, decided to intervene. Fine. Let me take over. She had been observing from behind, considering the live stream to be Shinmu's work, albeit a rather lackadaisical one. Still, as long as it was profitable, that sufficed. After relocating, some previous rules became obsolete. Once, the loser of a duel would pay the victor, but now such actions could be deemed robbery. According to CHUUU, collaborating with her could attract viewership, yet Shinmu's continuous losses raised Meow's concern that he might become nothing more than a mere backdrop. Familiarizing herself with the new rules, she proactively took the controller. Compared to a computer keyboard, the controller and buttons were more suited to Meow's dexterity. Her reflexes and movements were swifter, a natural advantage of her kind. The buttons on the arcade machine clicked rhythmically, and the previously relaxed CHUUU suddenly felt the pressure. Yet a smile broke across her face. This is the spirit. Only a passionate opponent can create a captivating spectacle. As the intensity heightened, CHUUU became invigorated, even rolling up her sleeves to reveal her hands, ready to engage earnestly. Meanwhile, Shimu was sidled up with CHUUU's electric fat frog, quietly observing the expert gameplay. Being skilled in trainer games was hardly a point of pride for Shimu, who was not a professional in any specific field. However, witnessing a Pokémon engage in fierce battles alongside CHUUU was indeed a captivating endeavor. You really should not be idle. Open your live stream and switch to the perspective of Magical Mask Meow, or else all the viewers will belong to me, and you shall gain not a shred of traffic. As Shimu studied the electric fat frog, CHUUU began to understand why his previous live streams had been so lackluster. He was likely ill-suited for this line of work. His instincts evidently lacking. CHUUU did not mind offering a gentle reminder. Her own audience base was stable, and as long as it remained intact, no one could usurp it. Moreover, based on her observations, this enchanting masked feline has surpassed the prowess of champion-level trainers, evidently possessing the strength of a regional champion. In the future, its prominence is certain to grow. Establishing connections in advance will facilitate her ability to engage in leisurely pursuits. No, rather, to enhance her streaming endeavors. Alas, she faced defeat, which was disheartening. However, the viewership for this episode of Extraordinary Trees and Tales experienced a remarkable surge. After a fierce contest, CHUUU conceded to continue sparring with Meow and EI, opting instead to challenge her and the enchanted masked feline in a test of reflexes, which proved somewhat daunting. Subsequently, they embarked on a cooperative endeavor, tackling difficult gaming challenges through a series of combos. It remains uncertain whether Shimu has gained popularity, yet Meow and EI has garnered quite a following. CHUUU's foundational audience resides in Paldea, where the enchanted masked feline is an initial Pokémon, naturally attracting the attention of numerous trainers. For instance, in Paldea's Meow House, Mania is currently engaging many new Leaf Meows in the live stream. She is a Pokémon breeder specializing in feline types, nurturing various cat-like Pokémon within her establishment, including some Leaf Meows entrusted to her by the Paldea League for cultivation. Such an astute young lady, flourishing splendidly. May you all strive diligently in the future. Mania is instructing the new Leaf Meows, hoping for their futures to be equally remarkable, which elicits intense admiration in their eyes. However, one Leaf Meow stands apart, retreating into a corner. Or perhaps it is these Leaf Meows who are avoiding it. Come here, dear child. Strength is not a flaw. Do not fear your own power. It is your gift. This particular Leaf Meow had recently saved a companion using its abilities, yet, having just mastered the skill, it inadvertently harmed its ally, leading to a sense of trepidation among its peers. The Leaf Meow, too, struggles to reconcile this incident, a matter that Mania has yet to address adequately. Chapter 54. The Unsolvable Art of Substitute Techniques. We should regularly collaborate in the future. Additionally, it would be best not to feature in other streamers' videos. Let us host a solo broadcast together. After concluding the stream, CHUUU reviewed the backend data, feeling quite pleased with the outcome. The latter remark was more of a jest. After collaborating with a newcomer, CHUUU often makes such a comment without any formal agreements. Hurry up, in a few days, it won't be my overtime day, and I wish to avoid extra work. A feeble voice emanated from the phone in CHUUU's hand, evoking the sense of a weary office worker disillusioned with their future. The voice on the other end belonged to a staff member from the Paldea Pokémon League's operations department, whose performance was rather lackluster. Simultaneously, he is one of the Elite Four in Paldea and the leader of the Jinwei Gym. You haven't graduated yet, have you? Allow me to offer a word of advice from someone who has been there. Do not attempt to juggle multiple roles, lest you become like Aoki, a quintessential corporate drone. CHUUU casually tucked her phone into her oversized coat, which appeared to harbor an assortment of items, reminiscent of a prop backpack. Extracting anything from it would hardly raise an eyebrow. Before preparing to leave, she even engaged in a conversation with Xianmu about future plans, seemingly feeling that their names bore some resemblance, prompting her to speak a bit more. The overtime of the Aoki Pavilion's master surely has no connection to your outing, right? Oh, how could that be? Paldea is not solely comprised of the Jinhui and Yangguang pavilions. It is Aoki's own choice. CHUUU waved her broad sleeves in denial of this notion, yet from her tone and expression, Xianmu began to suspect that she did not truly have an appointment with Karuni, but perhaps was merely indulging in leisure a bit longer than intended. As CHUUU concluded her live stream, the number of viewers in Xianmu's room rapidly dwindled, as those individuals had initially come to witness the dual perspectives. Though some remained, the comments revealed that, indeed, they were all fans of the magical masked cat. It seems that in the future, Cat may be able to sustain herself through live streaming and perhaps even receive soft advertisements for cat products. Meow? What brings you here? Testing your skills. Come on. Showcase your abilities. Meow, I cannot do that. No worries, I will teach you. You see, when the character across makes this move, it signifies an attack. Dodge it. And then go in. Oh, I didn't T-dodge. You try. If you evade, then it's gone. As the screen faded to gray, a new individual appeared in front of the sofa on the screen. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, an individual operating a secondary account for phishing accidentally knocked over a cola on the table. Damn, did you see that reaction? I'm eating it. You all witnessed me single-handedly eliminate him in the first wave. In the second wave, he evaded even without vision. He must be cheating. The most perplexing physical hack. The Shadow Flow's secret technique. The substitute jutsu. Indeed, Meow does not possess much understanding of the game, yet her reflexes surpass those of ordinary players. With the aid of a high refresh rate screen, some visuals appeared to her as if in slow motion, allowing her to effortlessly execute various actions with mere taps. Meow? That internet CAF is terrible. The smell of smoke still lingers. After sniffing her own body, Meow provided her assessment of the CAF. Though she and T lingered for long, the stench of smoke refused to dissipate. Meow? This time, Meow did not obediently stay beside Mu. Instead, she darted around him, occasionally leaping into the air. While it might seem that cats are innately energetic, in reality, Meow was busy catching mosquitoes and other flying insects that bite humans. As they passed several small stalls, Mu took the opportunity to purchase dinner, several beef pancakes, and a serving of tofu pudding. The beef pancakes are structurally akin to meat-stuffed buns, though the dough is of a different variety, and the filling consists of steamed meat. The tofu pudding from this stall should be categorized under the savory faction and is not your ordinary savory dish. Here, the tofu pudding is thickened and includes vermicelli, presenting a unique flavor. In front of them was an elderly man resembling a monk, clad in patched blue garments, his feet adorned with straw sandals, and seemingly carrying a stone ball on his back, which appeared quite weighty. Following closely behind him was a Hariyama, its hands clasped in front of its body, while it bore a stone lion that towered over it on its back. Such behavior cannot be deemed as mistreatment towards Pokémon. Machamp, along with its evolutionary forms, possesses the habit of conditioning itself by lifting heavy weights, which is why such Pokémon are frequently found at construction sites and moving companies. Are you a visitor? Esteemed sir? One might say so. What is your intention? Shinmu harbors no prejudice against monks, yet he does not adhere to Buddhism. Should he be compelled to believe in something upon arriving in this place, it would undoubtedly be Arceus. After all, if Pokémon exist, then Arceus must also be real. Please do not misunderstand, venerable monk. I possess 2 tickets to the scenic area and wonder if you might exchange them for some steamed buns? Why not directly ask the vendor for a trade? He is a local and does not visit this attraction. With Meowth, a feline embodiment of nuclear power, by his side, Shinmu felt little fear in the bustling street. Upon examining the tickets, he realized they were for the very place he intended to visit the following day. Subsequently, he verified their authenticity on the official website, discovering that they were indeed genuine. These tickets are worth several hundred, and you would trade them for buns? One cannot simply alleviate the suffering of the masses or dispel maladies. My ascetic practices are solely for my own benefit. It is the sentient beings that assist me in my cultivation rather than I who guide them. Thus, I seek merely to exchange for sustenance and water. According to the old monk's perspective, Shinmu's willingness to exchange signifies assistance to him, rendering the price difference irrelevant. After all, according to his rules of cultivation, the number of inquiries he can make each day is limited. Exceeding that threshold precludes him from begging or trading further. Chapter 55. The Dragon Hero in Contest rewards. The following morning, Shinmu boarded the Hotel's shuttle to the scenic area. Most larger chain hotels maintain connections with local attractions, providing complimentary transportation for those who make advance reservations. However, upon arriving at the destination, Shinmu discovered that the location was also hosting an event. At the entrance stood a rather rotund statue of a giant panda. Indeed, it was rotund rather than muscular. Unlike the typically well-defined muscles of ordinary giant pandas, this one was enveloped in fat, its eyes appearing notably more innocent. Adorned with a bamboo hat and wielding a staff fashioned from a piece of emerald bamboo, it resembled a kung fu panda hero. Though the world's composition here includes various regions, it also encompasses Hollywood, leading to the emergence of numerous special Pokémon collaborations. In addition to the giant panda hero, there stood the 5 heroes of the world, composed of a Blaziken, a Serperior, a Talonflame, a Scyther, and a Simipour, with a Torterra serving as the Master Tortoise. Due to the unique nature of Pokémon, many characters require no special effects, as they are portrayed by professional Pokémon actors. CHUUU initially assumed this was merely a scenic area, only to discover a theme park beneath it. Although the attractions were akin to those of a typical amusement park, merely adorned with a thematic veneer, the monk's tickets granted access to the scenic area. And as CHUUU arrived early, there were no queues for the rides. Thus, he decided to explore the park first. However, Meowth showed little interest in thrilling attractions, for she was a battle-hardened Pokémon, adept at evading fiery blasts and destructive beams with her speed. Such skills had become second nature to her. Thus, the sensation of speed and weightlessness holds no novelty for Meowth. It merely serves as a form of amusement for her companions. In contrast to the more exhilarating attractions, she finds greater joy in gentler amusements such as the carousel and the spinning teacups. The most time-consuming aspect of the amusement park is, in fact, the queues. However, with scarcely any waiting at all, they traverse the theme park at the base of the mountain in under 2 hours, ready to embark on their ascent. Shortly after entering the mountain gate, Meowth stumbled upon a venue seemingly hosting a competition, bustling with assertive pandas and middle-aged individuals adorned with bamboo hats. These assertive pandas, hailing from the breeding center previously visited by CHUUU and his companions, include some who have experienced abandonment. Yet, through the nurturing provided by the center, these pandas have managed to lay their past grievances to rest. Should the resentment harbored by the abandoned pandas towards their trainers remain unresolved, it would pose a significant challenge for the breeding center. Pokémon, while companions to humanity, also wield formidable power. Releasing a group of hostile Pokémon back into the wild is hardly a prudent decision, as it could jeopardize societal safety. Thus, the policy in that area has always been to strive for the alleviation of such conflicts. If all else fails, the last resort is to relocate them to uninhabited mountain forests, where these assertive pandas are less extreme and have re-established partnerships with humans. The activity at this location involves arm wrestling. Defeating an assertive panda in this contest allows participants to have them carry them up the mountain for free. Naturally, it is their Pokémon that partake in this endeavor, as there are very few capable of participating in such contests through sheer human strength. There is, however, a notable exception, as evidenced by a photograph of the Kanto fighting-type champion, who not only participated but emerged victorious. Meowth flexed her arm, seemingly contemplating a challenge against the assertive panda, confident in her abilities despite the weight class disparity. However, she decided against it, opting instead to ascend the mountain unassisted, as being carried would diminish her sense of involvement. In the past, during times of poor physical fitness, she would struggle and gasp her way up the mountain, but now, with her enhanced stamina, no such struggles would ensue. As for Meowth, CHUUU's considerations of her were not without merit. Even if he were to exhaust himself, she would remain unaffected. The mountain has been equipped with roads, with some inclines reaching steep angles of 60 to 70 degrees. Yet there are still guides operating sightseeing vehicles along the paths. The surrounding natural landscape has largely been preserved, and one can still observe kings of carp leaping through the bubbling streams. This particular Pokémon thrives on sheer numbers, prior to evolving into Gyarados. It possesses only the skills of tackle and splash, yet its vitality is remarkable. Whether in saltwater, freshwater, or even sewage, the king of carp displays an unwavering resilience. Meowth seized one of the leaping kings of carp, allowing it to flail in her grasp as she seemingly evaluated its potential. Shall we capture a Gyarados? The Gyarados is a Pokémon known for its fiery temperament. Due to the transformations it undergoes during evolution, Gyarados becomes exceedingly irritable, making the task of capturing it and earning its obedience quite arduous, thus testing the trainer's skill. The likelihood of successfully nurturing a Magikarp from the very beginning is generally higher, which is why Meow expressed such sentiments. Moreover, Meow remarked, "This one seems rather foolish." Magikarp is regarded as one of the less intelligent members of the Pokémon realm. In the past, many believed that Magikarp held no value as a food source, as its body consists primarily of bones and scales, leaving little in terms of edible portions. However, with advancements in research, this notion has been gradually debunked, revealing that some Pokémon do indeed prey upon Magikarp, deriving sustenance and longevity from them. Having arrived at this location, it was my first encounter with a natural river, and I found myself captivated by the shoals of fish in the stream, pondering what thoughts might be occupying my mind. Meanwhile, CHUUU received a WeChat message. "Coach Jia, CHUUU. I spoke with the school regarding the rewards for your 2 individual first-place finishes, and they have been approved. Last night, I discussed with a friend and made a modification to your reward, which I believe will suit you better. With that, Coach Jia sent CHUUU an image of a Pokémon egg, adorned with blue spots, nestled within a glass container. He is the coach of the school team, having endured several years without significant achievements. Yet, despite the new principal's appointment, he remains in his position. Although he enjoys experimenting with his players' Pokémon, he is not devoid of intellect. In his view, CHUUU is unlikely to remain with the school team for long. Individuals of his caliber deserve a more prominent stage and should not squander their time here. Thus, it seems more prudent to invest effort into tangible rewards, which may evoke memories for CHUUU whenever he encounters this particular Pokémon in the future. Chapter 56. Hatching Eggs? Meow? What is this? It's a Pokémon egg, a reward from this competition. Besides this egg, there is also a monetary prize. However, Coach Jia did not specify the type of Pokémon, leaving us to guess. Meow? Hatching an egg? The magical masked Meow is prone to jealousy, yet it does not harbor baseless envy. She has no intention of interfering with CHUUU's efforts to expand his team and would naturally not mind him capturing a new Pokémon. Unless it were another magical masked Meow. At this point, it is merely an egg, and Meow seems to have formed alternative interpretations regarding the notion of hatching an egg. Can you tell what type of Pokémon it might be? Meow, I don't know. The Pokémon community still harbors countless mysteries, and the enigma surrounding Pokémon eggs is particularly profound. Currently, the recognized authority on Pokémon eggs is Professor Okito's disciple, Dr. Sakuragi. Yet even he cannot accurately discern to which Pokémon an egg belongs. A few Pokémon eggs exhibit distinct characteristics, but the majority are visually indistinguishable. To date, no method exists to document or observe the precise moment a Pokémon egg appears, leading to an alternative theory that suggests Pokémon eggs may not originate from Pokémon at all. The Pokémon that picks up the egg will determine the species that hatches from it. However, proponents of this theory are few, as the majority still believe that Pokémon merely possess an astonishing method of reproduction. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiaqiong, Xianmu resumed his ascent with Meow and Ei. Upon reaching the mist-shrouded summit, they captured a set of photographs, and Meow and Ei even posted one on her social media using Xianmu's phone. Among the comments from old friends was Zhang Lin, who noted, "The scenery is lovely, but don't you think you've forgotten something?" After pondering for a considerable time, Xianmu could not recall what he might have overlooked, so he chose to disregard the matter for the moment. After all, if it were truly urgent, the other party would not be cryptic about it. The remainder of their time together unfolded as usual, traveling, taking pictures, and eventually parting ways for their return journey. Later, at the train station, Xianmu encountered the familiar, sorrowful face of old Lu once again. "Teacher Lu, since we're heading back, you don't need to accompany me any longer. Do you?" "It's fine. Sitting on the train is quite pleasant," came the reply. This was merely a pretext, as the real reason was that it was peak travel season, and airfare prices were not as stable as train fares. Currently, some were exorbitantly high, and old Lu, unfortunately, was not on the reimbursement list, so he had no choice but to continue this way. On the return journey, old Lu enjoyed some good fortune. The train carriage was not overly crowded and was considerably quieter, yet it remained a torment. This time, it was purely a physical ordeal. He had indulged in too much spicy food over the past few days and felt a slight discomfort from prolonged sitting. Upon returning to school, the institution's prize money had already been deposited into his account, and the school team had discussed with Xianmu about borrowing his personal trophy. Together with the trophy from the Academy Cup, they managed to partially fill the previously empty display case of the school team, which had been gathering dust. As the first team to achieve success, they even claimed a wall as a tribute to their accomplishments. During the school's award ceremony, the newly appointed principal joined them for a group photograph, beaming as he placed his arm around Xianmu's shoulder. Subsequently, a statue was grandly erected, allowing all participants and their Pokémon to leave their handprints upon it. This statue was positioned in the schoolyard, becoming a new landmark. While these activities unfolded, old Lu was resting at home and consequently missed the reshoot. Fortunately, their original photograph remained on the display shelf, preserving his presence. Xianmu speculated that the fanfare surrounding these events was largely due to the principal's involvement in the photograph, since the team had achieved success shortly after he assumed office. This would certainly be counted as part of his accomplishments. It was evident that during the principal's tenure, such matters would remain unchanged. Additionally, once the new students commenced their studies, it seemed another speech would be required, which made Xianmu feel a headache just thinking about it. Meanwhile, the promised Pokémon egg was still en route. The originally planned reward was in Donghuang, but after the exchange, this egg had to be sent from Sinnoh, requiring additional time. Furthermore, There were questions regarding graduate studies, and old Lu suggested that Xi and Mu choose a mentor from either the battle or breeding departments. A significant portion of the scores upon graduation will stem from the cultivation of Pokémon, which presents a rather manageable challenge for Shenmue. After all, given Shenmue's past academic achievements, Lao Lu believes that requiring him to follow a rigid study schedule may be somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, Shenmue has secured 2 stable commercial channels. One is a moderately successful livestream. Although it hasn't garnered immense popularity, the traffic generated by such a platform is quite significant, yielding an income considerably higher than that of an average fresh graduate. The caveat is that the live stream features Meowni, not Shenmue himself. The traffic from CHUUU is somewhat skewed, as the audience comes primarily to see the enchanting mask-wearing Meowni, showing little interest in Shenmue. The other venture involves Shenmue receiving orders related to energy cubes from both the school team and the battle department. Due to limitations in production methods, Shenmue is unable to mass-produce these cubes for global distribution. The machine's output is quite limited each day. However, the school team operates differently, as their scale is smaller, allowing them to produce a substantial amount in a single day. The school has access to quality and affordable berries, and given the modest profits generated by this project, it was ultimately awarded to Shenmue. The phrase "this is the energy cube for cultivating that enchanting mask-wearing Meowni" succinctly facilitated the school's approval and led to the signing of a contract with Shenmue. With these 2 projects in hand, Shenmue need not worry about depleting his resources. He has already renewed his lease with the landlord for 6 months and has begun preparations for the necessary items. The destination chosen by the school team for their trip is the beach, thus they notified everyone to purchase swimwear and similar items. In Chapter 57, Beach Team Building. Pokémon Thieves. Shenmue will not be traveling alone by train this time. Their destination lacks an airport and is not too far away, so the group is taking a train. To be precise, it will be a train to a bus, and then a bus to walking. Lihan has already released her Machamp, with its 4 arms carrying a massive load, seemingly bearing the belongings of the entire team of over 10 individuals. Alongside the group, a Jengar follows closely. As each person passes, it pulls an ice cream from its belly. In reality, it has concealed a cooler within its body. Jengar's physique is quite peculiar, possessing a unique internal space that remains a mystery to researchers. However, there are rumors suggesting it might be a realm akin to the afterlife. More often than not, it resembles a 4th-dimensional pocket, as Jengar, accustomed to outdoor living, often fills its internal space with various items. Meow? Perhaps we should raise a Jengar in the future. It would serve as a highly useful mobile backpack. That does not seem entirely implausible. Shenmue refrained from retrieving many of his belongings, deeming the transfer cumbersome. If Jengar's interior truly functions like a 4th-dimensional pocket, it would be incredibly convenient. Jengar? Oh no. Apologies. Mugu. If you wish to capture Jengar, you might consider challenging the Fengdu Gym, where many ghost-type Pokémon reside. As for the beach situation, I wonder if there is a misunderstanding regarding the term Golden Sandy Beach. The waves crash upon the shore. The sea remains relatively clear. Yet the coastline is strewn with numerous rocks. The beach beneath one's feet is not composed of soft, fine sand, but rather coarse gravel akin to small pebbles. Venturing into such waters poses a risk. One misstep could result in several cuts upon one's feet. The artificial beach resort is currently overcrowded, akin to dumplings being boiled in water, rendering it impossible to swim. This location was discovered by Han Good during a year when he got lost while searching for a new team-building site. Surely, you do not intend to swim here? Swimming in unfamiliar waters can be perilous. The undercurrents could unexpectedly sweep someone away, and our team possesses a limited number of water-type Pokémon, which may not suffice in an emergency. Of course not. The primary activity is barbecuing, and when the tide recedes, a stretch of beach will be revealed, allowing for a bit of tide pooling. In the past, their team-building outings followed a frugal travel model, especially since they did not achieve notable results, leading to minimal funding from the school. This time, however, they have improved their results, yet the funding must undergo procedural approval. Their bonuses, along with the special approval for the Pokémon egg that Xi and Mu has yet to receive, mean they will still adhere to this model this year. The swimsuits are merely for keeping their outer garments dry. At this moment, the various packages brought by Guai Li and the others are being unpacked. A barbecue grill, charcoal, tents, and a cooler. The cooler is nestled within Gung Gui's abdomen, containing an assortment of ingredients. With the tide now retreating, they hope to discover some treasures. The group skillfully begins to divide tasks. Guai Li firmly drives several tent poles deep into the sand with ease, securing them with large stones at each corner. The others, along with their Pokémon, adeptly hang the tarpaulin above. Xi and Mu, too, is busy assisting with the grill, while Meow lounges nearby, basking in the sun. Despite the intense sunlight, she is unbothered by the prospect of tan lines, lying comfortably on a blanket. Unbeknownst to them, an unidentified object approaches beneath the sand. Has anyone seen my backpack? Even the Pokémon assisting with the tasks remain oblivious to the situation, leaving Moo in a state of confusion. What the heck? Not you. Gung pokes its head out from the sand, seemingly mistaking Moo's exclamation for a reference to itself, until it notices that Gung is pointing towards the nearby beach. Due to the sandy terrain, the traces left by the digging have been smoothed over. Had it not been for Gung ability to burrow, discerning the disturbance would have been quite challenging. Meow, having overheard the commotion about something stealing her backpack, rushes over, her fur bristling with agitation. Following the trail of evidence, Meow pursues the lead, while Moo temporarily borrows Gung to follow in the direction Meow is taken. In another rocky area, a Squirtle clutches Moo's lost backpack, savoring the energy cubes contained within. Squirtle, all are peach-flavored. This fellow has quite the taste. The canister of energy cubes was prepared specifically for Meow, thus containing her favorite flavors. Squirtle, it hasn't been long, yet humanity's craftsmanship has significantly improved. Meow, so it's you thieving turtle, who has taken my belongings, is it? Squirtle, in the presence of Meow. Squirtle wiped the remnants from the corner of its mouth and unexpectedly unleashed a powerful jet of water. As the torrent surged towards her, Meow showed no intention of evading, merely raising a hand to shield her eyes. After all, it was merely a water gun, and she could not be bothered to dodge. However, the moment the water made contact with her body, Meow sensed something amiss. This isn't just a water gun, it's a water cannon. Though the attack mode might appear similar, the distinction between a water gun and a water cannon transcends mere volume. Squirtle could easily master the water gun shortly after birth, but the water cannon was typically beyond its capabilities. Undoubtedly, this particular Squirtle possessed something extraordinary. Squirtle squirt. Ah, youth. Young lady, since you are convinced I am the thief of your belongings, you ought to strike directly rather than merely announce your presence. I was of your age once. After experiencing the impact of the water cannon, Meow shook her head as if nothing had happened, akin to having just taken a refreshing shower. Since arriving here, it was her first encounter with a damaging skill head-on. Previously, she had either evaded with speed or utilized her shape-shifting abilities to adopt an immune attribute, and in less favorable situations, she had resorted to blocking the attacks. While ultimately ineffective, Squirtle had successfully piqued Meow's interest. Meow, I find myself intrigued by you, little no. Old Turtle. Chapter 58. I captured a Pokémon. Squirtle was well acquainted with the look in Meow's eyes. It was the same expression she wore whenever she spotted something she wished to take. Squirt, it seems my charm remains undiminished. These years of maintenance have proven worthwhile. Squirtle, give it up, young lady. A cat and a turtle will never yield a favorable outcome. And there is at least a 200-year age gap between us. If certain sentiments could be visibly materialized, one would observe several symbols of fury hovering above Meow's head. Meow, you are rather vain. I merely intend to have you repay your debt in another manner. Initially, Meow had come to catch a thief, but upon finding her target, a new thought began to form. When it comes to capturing Pokémon devoid of emotional ties or special sentiments, one would surely choose the stronger one. After all, many aspects rely on inherent talent. Exceptional combat aptitude can alleviate numerous complications in later training. This Squirtle, capable of employing both water cannon and dig, boasted a commendable level and a plethora of ideas in its mind, suggesting it would be quite useful once captured. Though somewhat conceited and shameless, this male Squirtle significantly elevated its rating in Meow's eyes. Squirt, repay a debt? Do you intend to assist humans in capturing me? Meow, very astute. That is indeed my intention. Squirt, not a chance. I shall never submit to humanity. Farewell. Although most of the mud shots missed their mark, the ones that struck the beach sent grains of sand flying in all directions, and Meow could distinctly feel some of the sand wedged within the fur of her coat. Yet, the Squirtle had vanished without a trace. After utilizing mud shot, it once again resorted to dig, fleeing into the depths of the ocean. This troublesome creature. Yet capturing it would require a century of effort. The rocky beach it had just traversed was merely a staging ground, for it had already excavated an escape route nearby. Although filled with sand, reopening it would prove to be a simpler task. As a mature turtle, it would not engage in a futile struggle against humans. In the midst of its escape, Squirtle suddenly sensed vibrations in the surrounding sand, akin to an earthquake. An invisible barrier was promptly erected to shield against potential threats. However, In the next moment, Squirtle realized it was not an earthquake at all. Beneath it, a plant seemed to be growing at an astonishing rate. A thick root swiftly coiling around it, the barrier creaking ominously as if it might shatter at any moment. Meow, where do you think you're going? Meow, impressive. You're far stronger than that Pokémon from the previous match. When battling those little ones, I had to moderate my strength to avoid accidentally harming them. But you appear quite resilient. Even the so-called frenzy plant unleashed in the arena merely affected the surrounding environment. Otherwise, if the Pokémon in the arena were to endure the full force of Meow's attack, the competition would be prematurely concluded due to casualties. Squirtle, is that really necessary? I merely borrowed a few snacks. Must you resort to Frenzy Plant to capture me? In truth, Meow did not employ Frenzy Plant for an attack. It was merely utilizing the vines to restrain Squirtle while controlling a multitude of plants beneath the sand. Essentially, Meow was still managing its strength, albeit with greater intensity than before. Squirtle, however, once Frenzy Plant is used, it leaves a stiffness in its wake. You must be a grass type to employ such a tactic. I am curious to see how you proceed. After the barrier protecting it shattered, Squirtle found itself ensnared by the plants. Yet, since Meow did not continue to exert force, Squirtle retained some freedom of movement. Mimicking its previous actions, this time, a cerulean orb of light formed beside Squirtle's mouth. Squirtle. A chilling laser shot forth along the vines towards Meow, freezing the affected area at a visible rate. Meow, Ice Beam? You truly are a seasoned veteran. Pokémon learn skills through two primary methods, the first being level advancement, the simplest approach, where a Pokémon naturally acquires skills as it grows. The second method involves special training techniques, typically mastered by humans, allowing captured Pokémon to learn additional skills through systematic instruction. Wild Pokémon like this Squirtle, possessing a vast array of skills, are exceedingly rare. Squirtle, still young. Little lady. Observing the frozen vines below, Squirtle began to struggle against its bindings. Despite biting and clawing, it could only dislodge a small fragment. The young Ginny is becoming increasingly remarkable. One wonders how he trains. Meow? Curious? I can take responsibility for training you in the future, if you wish. Ginny. Ginny. We can discuss matters. Meow? I didn't exert myself before, yet you employed numerous techniques. A single strike from me isn't sufficient, is it? Ginny. Kek. Meow swiftly dashed away, but Sinew and Gingawe followed closely, navigating through the commotion caused by the wild plants. Gingawe had merely flown over to gather intelligence, hoping to assist. Yet he was met with the sight of Meow unleashing a barrage of shadowy thunder fists upon Ginny Turtle. It appeared that the lady needed no assistance whatsoever. Upon Sinew's arrival, he was greeted by the sight of a battered Ginny Turtle, lying on the ground with vacant eyes. Meow, I helped you capture this Pokémon. This Ginny Turtle is a fine specimen. I believe it's more formidable than that boss Cater. Chapter 59. The long-lived Ginny Turtle may suffer from dementia. Ginny Turtle sat on the beach, staring blankly at the Machamp that had been mercilessly assaulting him, now playfully interacting with its trainer. Ginny Turtle even slapped himself in disbelief, questioning the reality of his perception. As for why he did not flee, Meow's flower stem was entangled around him, while the bomb flower had ceased to be invisible and hovered conspicuously before him. The moment he attempted to escape, Meow would surely subject him to a whirlwind of torment. Ginny contemplated. Well, I suppose I can endure their commands for several decades. In time, I shall still be free. However, he realized, this won't do. I must assert my position. Ginny, young human, considering your commendable talent in nurturing Pokémon, I shall grant you the opportunity to serve me. If you maintain a good attitude, I may contemplate caring for your descendants. As long as you regularly offer me those delightful sweet blocks, I, the turtle, can fight for you. It was evident that the cat was heeding the human's words, and if it could charm this human, its future days would indeed be more pleasant. What is this Ginny Turtle saying? Meow inquired. Meow? It claims it will serve you faithfully, so do not hesitate. Otherwise, it will feel discomfort. Ginny, do not misinterpret my words. Ginny Turtle suddenly recalled that humans, in their peculiar nature, could only comprehend familiar Pokémon speech, rendering its eloquent expression meaningless to the human. Logically, even long-captured Pokémon could grasp the gist of communication. Thus, the cat's erroneous interpretation would likely be perceived similarly by the human. Did this Ginny Turtle harbor a penchant for masochism? Ginny, how come you can comprehend her words perfectly? With the cat's forceful intimidation and the human's misinterpretation of events, Ginny Turtle foresaw a future of hardship, prompting cold sweat to bead on its brow and its expression to spiral into chaos, displaying exaggerated features. Ginny, I almost forgot. I owe my gratitude for this skill to my parents, who disappeared long ago. Hey, young human, can you hear me? The Squirtle closed its eyes, seeking to harness the power of its aura to establish a telepathic connection with Shenmue. This method would not only facilitate normal communication with Shenmue, but also prevent Meow from overhearing their conversation. However, to its surprise, while Squirtle successfully linked with Shenmue's aura, it discovered that Meow's aura was also entwined within the connection. Squirtle, how come you can use aura too? Meow inquired. Well, if this ancient turtle can do it, why can't I? Meow retorted. How about we negotiate some terms? Since your aura is quite formidable, I could teach you this technique, Squirtle suggested, lifting a sphere of aura as if to propose a certain agreement. Yet, upon observing the aura sphere, which was significantly larger than its own body, Squirtle promptly dissipated the energy in its hands, feeling dispirited as it sat down on the beach. Who told you to steal our things? If you hadn't taken them, I wouldn't have targeted you, Meow chided. Fine, let it be. I concede that I cannot defeat you, but I must insist on one condition: no mistreatment of Squirtle. Otherwise, even if I am beaten to death, I will not heed any of your commands. At the very least, I demand 5 energy cubes daily, preferably 10. The energy cubes were unlimited. Squirtle could indulge to its heart's content. Deal, Squirtle exclaimed, appearing particularly fixated on food. Upon hearing about the unlimited energy cubes, its attitude shifted immediately. Since escape was not an option and victory was unattainable, it seemed best to accept the terms. As for why Shenmue made such a suggestion, it stemmed from a belief in Meow's discerning judgment. Any Pokémon deemed commendable by her surely possessed some innate talent. Meow mentioned you possess numerous skills. How did you acquire them? Well, I am 218 years old. Do you think I have lived all these years in vain? Squirtle replied. Then why have you never evolved? What is so great about evolving? It's much easier to be adorable in this form. Sometimes, when I encounter human females, I simply smile at them, and they, like fools, shower me with gifts. Would I still have that effect if I evolved into a Blastoise? This Squirtle also wielded the power of aura, facilitating a more straightforward communication with Shenmue, who curiously inquired about Squirtle's life experiences. After all, it was somewhat unreasonable for a Squirtle to possess such a plethora of skills. The answer to this enigma was simple: longevity. In the Pokémon world, there is a saying: Ninetales live for 1,000 years, while Wartortle lives for 10,000. As creatures with exceptionally long lifespans, this species has ample time to master various skills. Wow, a turtle over 200 years old still can't defeat me, Meow remarked. That's because I choose not to train. Most of my time is spent playing. And according to Squirtle's age, I'm still considered young. Long-lived species possess their own worldview, and this Squirtle adeptly utilized its age to its advantage, occasionally portraying itself as an elder and at other times masquerading as a youth. The reason it remained a Squirtle was to maintain its cute appearance, as it had kept a piece of Everstone found in the sea, allowing it to preserve its current form. Very well, take out your Pokeball. I, the turtle, graciously permit you to attempt to capture me. The stolen energy cube was generously bestowed upon Squirtle by Meow, who perceived it as a form of compensation for Squirtle's allegiance, feeling no reluctance in doing so. However, when Shenmue produced the Pokeball, it failed to capture Squirtle successfully. Instead, it merely bumped against him and bounced aside. Meow, have you been captured by someone else? Are you toying with me? It seems you truly possess a penchant for self-destruction, relishing in the prospect of being struck. The failure of the Pokeball typically stems from one reason alone: the Pokémon has already been captured by another trainer. If this Squirtle indeed had an existing trainer, then everything he had claimed thus far would be mere fabrications. Squirtle, do not misunderstand. I merely picked up a discarded Pokeball and captured myself with it, thus avoiding the concern of certain humans attempting to capture me. Meow? Then why did you not employ this explanation earlier? Squirtle has been neglected for so long that I forgot. Meow? It appears this Squirtle may be suffering from senility. Should we still attempt to capture it? Chapter 60. Open the door. The community delivers benefits. Shortly thereafter, Squirtle retrieved a Pokeball from within and bit it into fragments. When Musashi released her Venomoth to pursue love, she inadvertently crushed its Pokeball underfoot. Observing Squirtle's earlier action, it appeared to be a Dark-type bite. Squirtle. Squirtle clapped his hands, indicating that the matter was now resolved. Meow, why did you not simply bring the Pokeball over? Those things cost money. Trainers must subsequently register Pokémon ownership through online documentation, and the Pokeballs themselves are indistinguishable from one another, making it difficult to ascertain ownership if mixed up. In the original timeline, Ash and Misty had confused their Pokeballs when capturing Totodile, unable to determine who had truly captured it. Ultimately, they resolved the matter through a Pokémon battle to establish ownership. Given that Squirtle's Pokeball was found in the wild, It implied that no one had taken him to the Pokémon Center for registration. Crushing the original ball only to recapture him would be a sheer waste of resources. Squirtle. Meow. Perhaps we should abandon this. Indeed. This Squirtle seems to exhibit signs of senility. Let us seek other Pokémon. Squirtle. Now that the battle was over and the original Pokeball had been shattered by Squirtle, why were they not capturing themselves? Had they endured all this for naught? Squirtle. You are the one who is senile. By calculating Squirtle's age in relation to my species, I am merely equivalent to 2.5 years in human terms. Meow. So you simultaneously suffer from both senility and infantile paralysis? Squirtle. I have simply been away from my kind for too long and am somewhat out of practice. If you wait a few days, you will see. Moreover, with such a large trainer beside you, do you truly venture out without a Pokeball? According to Squirtle, his long-lived species cannot be compared to ordinary beings. He simply had been detached from social relations for too long, yet fundamentally, he remained a well-mannered turtle. In everyday life, this charming creature typically acquires special food from humans through its endearing antics. However, when it encounters something particularly enticing, such as the energy cube that captivated it this time, it may forget to pay. Indeed, this Squirtle, after taking an item, compensates with treasures from the depths of the sea, usually pearls and gold, which it salvaged from sunken ships. According to Squirtle, this piece of knowledge was imparted to him by a ship captain he rescued during a maritime disaster when he was quite young. One might jest that he is quite the storyteller, yet this venerable turtle speaks the truth. He genuinely intends to do so, for aura does not deceive. Aura is a remarkable phenomenon. Beyond telepathy, it possesses the ability to read minds. Those with weaker auras have no secrets when faced with beings of formidable aura strength. The veracity of their words is easily discerned. Just moments ago, this Squirtle successfully passed the scrutiny of the mind. Subsequently, Squirtle eagerly retrieved a miniature Pokeball from Shin's belt, effectively capturing itself once again. The Pokeball, which Ash had compensated for with a bicycle, finally gained its first inhabitant. Upon returning, the others heard of this occurrence, yet it did not garner excessive attention. Pokémon are astute beings, yet most people regard them merely as pets, extraordinary animals with unique abilities. It is hardly a grave matter for wildlife to pilfer a morsel from a bag. At least this Squirtle leaves something in exchange, unlike the monkeys of a May Mountain, who brazenly resort to theft. Unlike Meow, Squirtle seems to revel in the sensation of being within a Pokeball. It is said that it once hibernated inside one. Has humanity's cities changed so drastically? I recall this area was once a quaint fishing village, Squirtle mused, perched by the window, observing the bustling traffic below, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Meow? When did you arrive here? Meow? What about all those years since? I was in the sea. I hadn't paid much attention before. But now I reflect on how much larger human vessels have become. Shin was tidying up in the kitchen while Meow was enlightening Squirtle about the current societal norms, particularly emphasizing the prohibition against theft. After Squirtle assured that it would pay, the instruction shifted to forbidding coercive transactions. Though Shin ostensibly serves as the trainer, the true trainer may very well be Meow. Under her guidance, Shin's training level could ascend without limit, easily managing conventional Pokémon. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Shin set aside the whipped berry cream he had been preparing and peered through the peephole. Ordinarily, no one in his social circle would arrive unannounced, especially not in such a courteous manner. Outside stood a man clad in a black suit, clutching a briefcase, whose appearance could be described as nondescript, an average face, reminiscent of a typical Zhang Wei. Thank you, but I'm not interested in insurance. Cough, cough. I am not here to sell insurance, Mr. Shin. I am a lawyer. May I come in to speak with you? The lawyer outside appeared to choke slightly before beginning to clarify his identity. The individual appeared empty-handed. Yet Xianmu did not dwell on it for long and promptly opened the door. In this peaceful era, he was not afflicted by paranoia. Furthermore, with the presence of Miaonai behind him, as long as the other party did not wield a tactical nuclear backpack from the former Soviet Union, he felt quite secure. Greetings. I am Zhang Wei, an attorney from the esteemed Zhang Wei law firm. I am here to inform you of a particular situation. You have a distant relative, your second uncle, who recently passed away. Upon investigation, it appears you are his only living heir, and thus, there is a considerable inheritance awaiting your claim. However, it seems there is a trial you must undergo to inherit this estate. How did you come to know of this? That is of little consequence. I have encountered such narratives before. Xianmu was perplexed, unsure of the origins of this distant second uncle, nor how the attorney had managed to track him down. Was it due to tax debts that the alliance had sought him out? That seemed unlikely. Surely there were no other law firms involved. In any case, I must inform you about your second uncle, Xian Kaichin. Wait, you said his name was what? Chapter 61. The Phantom Knight, the grassroots hero Xian Kaichin. Yes. Several decades ago, there were a few novels titled A Chinese Ghost Story authored by your second uncle. It is said that the legend of the White Snake was also his work. Attorney Zhang. Please hold on a moment. I need to process this information. Overall, the information was not overwhelming, yet the inclusion of certain peculiarities left Xian Mu feeling somewhat bewildered. So, my second uncle was never married? That I cannot confirm. This is not within my purview. I am merely here to notify you of this matter. As for the nature of the trial, spending 10 billion in a month? How is that feasible? Wouldn't he that just raise a wastrel? I, too, am unaware of the specifics of the trial. However, I do know that your uncle held shares in Devon Corporation and Silver Company. Although they were merely dividend stocks, they still represented a substantial fortune. Yet, it is rumored that before his passing, he liquidated those shares to invest in real estate and certain research projects. That is all I know. If you wish to learn more, you may visit this location, provided you have attained the title of a champion-level trainer. Otherwise, even if you go, the information will not differ significantly from what you know now. The distinction between a champion-level trainer and a champion is noteworthy. The simplest form is the tournament champion, which can be achieved by securing first place in any regional tournament. Ascending from there, a champion-level trainer can challenge the Elite Four and the reigning champion, passing their tests to earn that title. A champion is essentially the regional champion, with only one current champion per region, and sometimes there may not even be a local champion. Attaining this position entails defeating the formidable Elite Four and the reigning champion. Rumor has it that the reigning champion with the shortest tenure lost to a newcomer merely a day into their reign. So, what you claim as an inheritance is merely an empty promise. Not at all. At the very least, you can inherit this property immediately, which is conveniently located not far from here. Attorney Zhang, would you mind if I see your attorney's license? A picture would suffice. Of course. Without further hesitation, Xian Mu began to reach out to others in front of Zhang Wei. Teacher Lu, it is I. I have a matter to discuss. Could you assist me in verifying its authenticity? Coach Jia, Xiao Gang, and Xiao Ji, the counselor and coach, are two individuals with extensive social connections that Xian Mu currently knows. They hold positions at the university, and their societal status is not particularly high. Although Teacher Lu previously struggled to even secure reimbursements, that was merely a procedural issue. It is quite simple for him to help verify whether the matter is true or false, and the same applies to Coach Jia. As for Xiao Gang, they merely sent an email. The companies involved are closely tied to the Pokémon industry, which ordinary individuals cannot access. The gym leader should have some information regarding this. After all, the situation is somewhat outrageous. While Xian Mu does not possess anything particularly valuable, such unexpected windfalls often carry an unsettling feeling of potential deception, making it prudent to seek verification. The lawyer's credentials are genuine, and the author of A Chinese Ghost Story has indeed passed away. Beyond that, they are uncertain. Mr. Xian Mu, have you completed your inquiry? If you are free tomorrow, I could take you to see it. In any case, you will not incur any losses from this matter. I shall provide you with a response tomorrow. That is acceptable. Here is my business card. May I inquire, does Lawyer Zhang's girlfriend have the surname Zhuge? Mr. Xian Mu, as a lawyer, I must remind you that tampering with evidence is a criminal offense. As the lawyer was about to leave, Xian Mu posed this unexpected question, startling the lawyer to the point of nearly stumbling. In just a few minutes, such sensitive matters had been uncovered. It was overly cautious. Indeed, the lawyer exited with an air of seriousness, yet before he could reach the elevator, the calm facade slipped away, replaced by a flurry of anxious pacing. This is disastrous. I initially believed it was a straightforward inheritance. But am I now entangled in some aristocratic feud? Anxious as he was, work must continue. Lawyer Zhang swiftly contacted his employer. Ms. Meng, this is Zhang Wei. I have located Mr. Xian Mu, but he does not seem to trust me. Understood. Just tell him it is the unfulfilled wish of his great uncle. Once the matter is resolved, the remaining fees will be transferred to you. At that moment, another secretary retrieved takeout from the window and subsequently drew all the curtains. The secretary's form began to undulate, transforming into a soft, pale purple entity, revealing its true identity, a Pokémon, Ditto. In the game, it can only transform into Pokémon. Yet in reality, it can metamorphose into anything. Have you found it? Yes. The individual dressed in a stylish urban manner began to take on an ethereal quality, her human guise gradually dissolving. Unlike Ditto's transformations, this was merely an illusion crafted from psychic abilities. Her true form was that of a Pokémon adorned with a witch's hat, embedded with jewels, and floating in the air. This magical Pokémon, Mismagius, is a ghost-type adept in various spells. Similar to Jengar from the Girl-S Canyon, due to her unique nature. She can disguise herself as a human through her illusionary powers. Why must he become a champion-level trainer? Was this not a prior request from the master? That is merely the beginning. In this world, there are those who cherish Pokémon, as well as those who exploit their powers to fulfill their own ambitions. His aspiration is to create a sanctuary where Pokémon can live freely, unharmed by those who hunt them. Should his kin possess this capability, he would entrust them with this legacy, for human society often proves cumbersome. However, if he lacks such ability, I shall not allow him to squander this endeavor. Until a suitable guardian is found, I shall remain vigilant. The realm of Pokémon leans towards extraordinary martial prowess, with advanced technology and the formidable strength of Pokémon rendering the world far more intricate than it appears. The unscientific productivity of Pokémon has provided an abundance of resources, and since the conclusion of the kingdom conflicts in the Age of Beasts, the term war has nearly vanished. Yet, greed persists. Without power, mere ideals cannot safeguard one's possessions. On the table lay maps of the Fire region and the Almia region, the stronghold of Pokémon Rangers, where it seemed the real estate was well established. When the perspective of the Dream Demon shifted to Meowth, a slight smile graced her lips. A genuine smile cannot be feigned. The moral compass of Pokémon is not overtly defined, often contingent upon the trainer's stance. Nevertheless, a trainer's perspective does not affect their attitude towards Pokémon. Trainers who receive Pokémon from research institutes can abandon them. Just as Team Rocket's Jesse and James would recklessly strive to buy time for their Pokémon when confronted by Pokémon hunters, allowing their comrades, Abra and Weezing, to escape. In the eyes of the Dream Demon, Sinmu and Meowth share a profound bond, yet she remains unaware of Sinmu's true nature. Providing him with a goal serves dual purposes, to gauge his stance and strength, and to better understand him through the live broadcast of their battles. Chapter 62. Pokémon housekeeping at your service. Being a champion signifies not only strength, but also a corresponding status. After all, the Pokémon by their side are, to put it dramatically, akin to humanoid nuclear weapons. The sanctuary is established against the backdrop of the Pokémon League, yet it is typically managed by only a handful of rangers. If a champion were to endorse a specific sanctuary, its safety would undoubtedly rise exponentially. Sinmu is unaware of the affairs in the Sinnoh region. Even if he were present, he would likely remain oblivious to the circumstances, as an unheard-of second heir is already sufficiently fantastical. Not to mention, there exists a ghost-type Pokémon of unknown age, that Squirtle merely boasts longevity. While ghost types excel in this regard, in a certain sense, the manner of birth for ghost-type Pokémon includes one additional possibility compared to ordinary Pokémon. It is said that upon death, ordinary Pokémon have a certain probability of transforming into ghost types to continue their existence. As for beings that are inherently deceased, in the absence of external disturbances, their survival span is incalculable, making the conversion of age all the more intricate. Of course, Sinmu's current contemplation does not revolve around this issue, but rather the stack of documents before him. These are, as Zhang Wei described, properties that require no prerequisites for direct inheritance. It is indeed not far from here. To be precise, it is merely separated by a single wall, with the villa district adjacent. This coincidence led Shimu to feel as though the house had been purchased immediately after being traced to him. What do you think, Meow? I wonder, isn't that a fortunate turn of events? Ginagini. Exactly, complex humanity. What could be wrong with unexpected fortune? Although there was no one nearby, he could consult his Pokémon. However, Meowth and Squirtle did not perceive any issues from their perspective. Xiaojiang inquired with his father, Wuning, who indeed had some recollection of this individual. According to Wuning's memories, Shimu's second grandfather was a Pokémon coordinator many years ago, primarily active in the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions, and was also a philanthropist. He had donated considerable sums to Pokémon breeding houses and conservation areas, as well as to various research projects. But beyond that, Wuning had no further impressions. Overall, he could be regarded as a good person. In a certain sense, it can now be confirmed that, at least on the surface, this second grandfather is a good man. The following day, Shimu contacted Zhang Wei and accompanied the lawyer to the official office of the Alliance. According to their records, the last transfer of ownership for that house occurred 30 years ago, and there had been no recent changes. The efficiency here was markedly superior. In less than a morning, Shimu completed the necessary procedures and received a key. Legally speaking, the property now belonged to him. This area consisted of standalone 3-story buildings, and Shimu's residence was situated in a corner, with a garden at the back separated from the school's internal woods by just a wall. The other households had their lights on, while Shinmu's unit appeared somewhat dilapidated due to its vacancy. The fence in the small front yard had rusted, and weeds had overgrown within. Property management? In the new world, there is no property management. The living environment for community residents is maintained by the Alliance, which conveniently provides some employment opportunities. Due to the more extensive land resources, property rights here are also permanent. CHUUU's ownership even includes the land rights, making this, in a sense, his private domain. Clang. As soon as Meowth touched the courtyard gate, it fell off completely. I didn't apply much force. It's all right. Let us hope this house isn't a shoddy construction. The gate was small, barely a meter wide, and had succumbed to the ravages of time long ago. Inside the house, however, conditions were relatively good, with no signs of leaks or damage. It simply bore a musty odor and remained a bare shell, still in its concrete structure. For others, such a house would require substantial investment for renovation, but for CHUUU, the situation was different. In his rental, he had a multitude of items that he had not yet unpacked due to spatial constraints. He had originally planned to move to a more spacious place after graduation, but the delay in his postgraduate application process had postponed that step. Here, with over 300 square meters across 3 stories in front and backyards, the space felt immensely liberating. As a life simulation player, CHUUU had previously invested considerable effort into furnishing his initial home in the game, and now, it seemed that those preparations would finally serve a purpose. In a few days, we shall be able to move in. Meow. Please open all the windows to allow for a thorough ventilation. I will first engage someone to clean the premises, so that in a few days, we can settle in. The dust accumulated in this house is quite substantial. Even though CHUUU has been strengthening his physique daily, tidying up would undoubtedly exhaust him. After contacting a cleaning service online, 2 individuals clad in cleaning uniforms arrived promptly. Mr. Xian, you are here for the cleaning of this residence, correct? Yes, are you the only 2? 2 is sufficient. This qualifies as a specialized operation. Before CHUUU's eyes, the 2 cleaning personnel produced a Pokémon ball each. As the balls opened, a Pokémon resembling a mountain of garbage appeared before him, known as Dust Mountain. Its body is primarily composed of refuse, and if there were a ranking of unpopular Pokémon, Dust Mountain would likely feature prominently, though it absorbs trash, integrating it into its own form. This particular Pokémon despises cleanliness. Upon encountering tidy walls or floors, it will smear its body against them to create a mess. A handful of trainers captured Dust Mountain, leveraging its unique abilities to clean up waste, and the cleaning personnel before him were among them. Observing the dust-laden floor, Dust Mountain commenced to devour the debris as if it were at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, a Galarian Weezing floated mid-air, distinguished by its coloration and adorned with 2 chimney-like hats atop its head. Originally a standard Weezing, it had transformed during Galar's industrial era, having absorbed vast amounts of industrial waste, now thriving on polluted air and toxic gases. At that moment, Weezing inhaled deeply, purifying the stale air within the house into fresh, clean oxygen. Mr. Xian, may I kindly ask you to step outside temporarily? We are about to commence a specialized operation, and without proper protective gear, it may pose a risk. Before CHUUU, the 2 cleaning staff donned gas masks, adequately preparing themselves for the task ahead, alongside Dust Mountain and Weezing. Given their innate capabilities, they could eliminate trash and harmful gases, yet they could not alter the inherently toxic nature of their own forms. Dust Mountain harbored its own generated toxins, while the gaseous tendrils emanating from Weezing were also poisonous, necessitating protective measures during their work. Nonetheless, Pokémon embody the most wondrous powers of this world, with their assistance. The entire cleaning process was completed within an hour. Dust Mountain and Weezing, appearing satiated, rested in a corner of the room, burping contentedly, signaling the conclusion of their labor. Assuring no residual harmful gases remained. The mold stains that had appeared within the house were eradicated, and disinfectant had been sprayed. Without the aid of Pokémon, the magnitude of this undertaking would have been unfathomable. After signing off on the inspection, CHUUU began to ponder another matter. Had he known he would not be renewing the lease, he wished the lawyer had arrived a tad sooner. Reflecting on the situation, it appears that renewing the lease has transformed into an unprofitable venture. After all, with matters settled here, CHUUU is preparing to relocate. Yet the recently renewed 6-month rent has barely elapsed. It seems necessary to consult with the landlord. If that proves unfeasible, I shall explore whether any classmates desire to rent a room. Noticing that the cleaning crew has departed, CHUUU commenced the process of unpacking and arranging his home. In a short span, the bare shell of the house was transformed into a refined living space, with various training equipment and workstations finding their rightful places. Except for a large therapeutic hot spring yet to be unveiled, nearly everything else has been brought out. However, CHUUU has only attended to the interior decoration. The exterior fence remains unchanged, as it would be rather peculiar for the neighboring residents to witness such a transformation. Squirtle, you should choose a room as well, surely. You do not wish to remain confined within your Pokeball indefinitely. The house's layout is not limited to a single room like a rental property. The spacious standalone villa boasts numerous rooms, accommodating even a fully assembled team without issue. Being standalone also alleviates concerns about neighbors, eliminating the necessity of keeping a certain Pokemon perpetually cooped up. Squirtle, Squirt. This will do. I adore this place. Rather than selecting a room, Squirtle opted for a pool on the first floor, originally intended for ornamental fish and aquatic plants, with a glass wall allowing sunlight to stream in. For Squirtle, this is an ideal locale, providing both water and sun. Although Squirtle is not limited by freshwater or saltwater, it still adheres to certain customs typical of turtles. Squirtle, Squirt. Once I was captured, fortune has favored you. This indicates that I possess a fortuitous aura. Remember to treat me well henceforth, and wealth shall follow. While Squirtle was asserting its significance as a bringer of prosperity, Meowth seized its shell and lifted it up. Meowth, time for training. Do you think I captured you merely for leisure? You either grow stronger to battle others, or I shall battle you. Choose one. The treadmill remains in the rental property, but there are other devices, such as several wooden dummies found in games that can increase evasion or resistances. Meowth made slight adjustments to the height and positioned Squirtle in the center. Meowth, begin. Most Pokemon rarely get to utilize something like this. You will soon comprehend its true value. Under Meowth's watchful eye, Squirtle embarked on its training regimen. Initially, Squirtle appeared quite reluctant, seemingly coerced into action. However, as the training progressed, Squirtle suddenly paused, sensing a faint yet tangible effect. Squirtle, has human technology advanced to this extent? Squirtle, who delights in playful antics and leisurely days, is not devoid of strength. Were it not for encountering Meowth, a trainer with exceptional capabilities, ordinary trainers would find Squirtle quite challenging to manage. Having lived in the wild for an extended period, Squirtle understands the significance of strength, and this seemingly unremarkable human tool has proven to be extraordinarily effective. Of course, due to CHUUU's own lack of foundation, the training apparatus yielded remarkably noticeable results for him. When applied to Pokemon, the effects were less pronounced. In the realm of gaming, merely standing atop a platform causes one's stats to ascend. Yet now that we find ourselves in reality, these machines continue to exert their enhancing effects, albeit solely serving to accelerate progress and mitigate bottlenecks. Instances such as Meows, which achieve or even surpass racial limits, are now exceedingly rare and difficult to replicate. It seems rather advantageous. As long as I fight on his behalf, I can reasonably partake in his provisions and grow stronger at an expedited pace. Thus, in a few decades, I too could ascend to the status of a deep-sea overlord. Squirtle was lost in dreams of the future, increasingly convinced that his pact was indeed a sound decision, when suddenly he was struck on the head by a hastily accelerated wooden dummy. Meow, how embarrassing. Meow, we're leaving. The school has summoned me. That Pokemon egg has already been delivered to Nurse Joy. Just moments ago, while Meow observed Squirtle's training, CHUUU had stepped outside to tend to the small garden and received a communication from the academy. Meow, I'm coming. Well, I mainly worry about the equipment. These are all one-of-a-kind pieces, and damaging them would be troublesome. With the assistance of a cleaning crew and their double-action gas, there was no need to continue ventilating the space. After securing the doors and windows, he made his way toward the infirmary near the school team. Within the school, there is no Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy's infirmary can be viewed as a diminutive alternative to a Pokemon Center. It does not operate for the public, is modest in scale, yet its functionality is quite similar to that of the urban Pokemon Centers. The journey consumed considerable time, the last time they visited. Old Lou had driven them there. Now, without a bicycle, relying solely on foot proved to be quite time-consuming. Initially planning for graduation, CHUUU had refrained from acquiring a new bicycle, but it seems that plans must now be altered. Nurse Joy, Coach Jia, I have arrived. Oh, this Pokemon egg was specifically procured for you. Coach Jia gestured towards an egg encased in glass, connected to a myriad of data cables monitoring its condition. I cannot say precisely when it will hatch, but it should be well suited for you. After all, both you and your illusion mask Meow are quite adept with aura. Thus, nurturing this Pokemon will undoubtedly yield efficient results. Chapter 64. Harmonious Aura and the Subtle Thoughts of Illusion Mask Meow Riolu. Indeed, Riolu, you have guessed correctly. During the recent Baby Cup, aside from the impact of the Wild Vine Whip used to influence teammates, Meow's adeptness with Aura Sphere left a lasting impression. Furthermore, Meow and Shinmu possess a proficient capability for aura communication, leading Coach Jia, as an outsider, to believe that Shinmu should excel in aura training. After much deliberation, the reward culminated in this. Aura is most readily associated with Riolu. However, I am somewhat curious, if Riolu was a deliberate substitution, what Pokémon was initially intended? Originally, it was a choice of an evolution stone coupled with the right to select a Pokémon from the school's breeding facility, yet recently, the Pokémon available there have been rather commonplace. Commencing cultivation from the egg will require additional time, but it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Trainers are faced with the choice of capturing a higher-level Pokémon or starting anew, a decision that weighs heavily on their journeys. Beginning anew allows for a more profound acquaintance with Pokémon. However, higher-level wild Pokémon present a steeper challenge. While gaining their trust may require a greater investment of time, it expedites the transition into practical combat, with both sides exhibiting their respective strengths and weaknesses. Shinmu's recent acquisition of a long-lived Squirtle serves as a prime example, although it requires time to adapt in terms of prowess. Even a freshly hatched Squirtle or a newly evolved Blastoise would struggle against it. Auntie observed the Pokémon egg through a glass enclosure, and as if sensing the external activity, the egg suddenly stirred. It seems your aura frequencies are remarkably aligned. What splendid news. How serendipitous. May I take it with me now? Shinmu sensed a voice that was attempting to convey a message, albeit indistinctly, akin to an infant's early attempts at speech. Yet, he discerned that the source of this sound was indeed the egg. Of course, it was meant for you. Joy has examined it, and all indicators show it to be quite healthy. We simply await its hatching. As she spoke, Jia produced a small glass casing designed to securely hold Pokémon eggs. Being influenced by other Pokémon, your mystical mask Meow may well teach it aura spheres shortly after hatching. After assisting Shinmu in opening the container, Jia directed him to place the egg into the apparatus, refraining from direct contact herself. Meownai interjected, "Leave it to me. I shall nurture it henceforth." Meownai willingly undertook the responsibility of caring for the egg, understanding that, like a fetus, a Pokémon egg is influenced by its environment, essentially a form of prenatal education. Compared to the centenarian tortoise, Meownai felt she was more suited to impart knowledge to this egg. Unbeknownst to others, Meownai, possessing a stronger aura, sensed that this yet-to-hatch Riolu was a female. Teaching would undoubtedly be thorough, yet it did not hinder her from harboring some personal ambitions as a mystical masked Meow. By the way, outside the Lanxiang Gym, the nearest dojo is the Extreme Fighting Gym. Your mystical masked Meow should have no trouble conquering it. However, I advise against challenging it just yet. Understood, Shinmu replied. Gym leaders typically specialize in a single type of Pokémon, excelling in their craft, and it is indisputable that their overall strength surpasses that of champions. However, when it comes to nurturing a specific attribute, they may not necessarily rival the gym leaders. By the way, coach, what rewards are offered for outstanding challengers at the Extreme Gym? Shinmu suddenly recalled the excavator model he received after his challenge at the Lanxiang Gym. Children might delight in such toys earlier, but adults find them just as enjoyable. If the Lanxiang Gym could provide such a reward, surely others would not fall short. I remember it used to be a set of health Tai Chi techniques and a recipe for a nourishing soup. I mentioned it was from the past. That older gym leader was quite adept at such matters. Recently, the gym has undergone a change in leadership. The new proprietor appears to be somewhat of a second-dimensional enthusiast, asserting a desire to transform the prevailing dynamic of challengers flourishing while others languish. Ultimately, this has culminated in the introduction of a mystery box, the rewards of which remain undisclosed thus far. Theoretically, excluding the Dongwang region, there are a total of 9 combat champions and gym leaders across various areas, most of whom harbor an interest in fitness and martial arts. The individual from Dongwang is no exception, as the dojo is situated on a mountain and is run by someone deeply immersed in the study of martial arts. According to whispers, a nourishing soup reputed to bolster kidney health is a family secret, thereby attracting a multitude of male challengers. Naturally, they all echo the same sentiment of wishing to seek guidance in martial arts. Over time, the demographic of challengers at this dojo began to shift in an unusual direction, resulting in the peculiar circumstances described by Jia. By the way, there is something else I must mention. Following the expansion of the school team, an assistant coach position has opened up. I would like you to consider taking on this role. However, I am not particularly adept in that area. To put it plainly, while Xian Mu remains a member of the school team, Jia has no intention of allowing him to continue training. Such a valuable asset should not be overworked. It is essential to nurture it so that it can be relied upon at critical moments. Although the assistant coach role is ostensibly a position requiring effort, It primarily involves work during the team's recruitment phase, and otherwise, it is akin to receiving a stipend for minimal work, essentially a welfare position created by Jiaqiang. Chapter 65. The experience of ordering from familiar faces. As for the remaining lease, it can be discussed at a later time. The base over there has already been set up, and leaving it vacant is not ideal. Having not paid much attention previously, Mu realized while preparing to move that he had accumulated a fair amount of belongings. Bed linens, kitchenware, and a few small pieces of furniture purchased on a whim. Considering he and Meow Nei, even summoning Squirtle to assist would necessitate multiple trips. The villa contains gaming props, essentially making it ready for immediate occupancy. Yet he is reluctant to part with these items, as they remain in good condition and could be stored in other rooms. Meow? Should we find a few people to assist? It would be better to seek familiar faces. Mu can still gather a few acquaintances. Zhang Lin is still around. And while it might be a bit excessive to call upon Lao Lu and the others from the team for heavy lifting, he could certainly summon a few members from the school team. The issue lies in the fact that during the scorching summer, asking people to help with a move necessitates providing refreshments, and once the work is done, one cannot simply send them away. At the very least, they ought to be treated to a meal. Should anything be damaged or misplaced, it would lead to a multitude of troubles. What seems like a cost-saving measure can, in reality, become an expensive endeavor that burdens social relations. Ultimately, it's a case of being penny-wise and pound-foolish. Thus, this is the situation with the moving service. Amidst the cheerful moving experiences and the veterans' transitions, Mu ultimately opted for the moving service named after a Pokémon. Shortly after completing the paperwork, a knock echoed from the door. "Hello, we are the moving service. Please open the door." Meow Nei, do you find this voice somewhat familiar? Meow? The partner of the school team, Machamp. Until now, Meow Nei has not taken to remembering any individual names, instead referring to them by the names of their Pokémon partners or their respective roles. The trainer of the Machamp, of course, is none other than Li Han. Han, are you the one I called for moving? Observing Li Han and the strongman dressed in work vests, Mu felt an odd sense of unreality. The world is vast, and in an effort to avoid complications, he resorted to finding help online, only to encounter an acquaintance. The probability of such a coincidence is akin to unexpectedly discovering a familiar face during a late-night hotel visit. Awkward, yet peculiar. I require part-time work to earn some money, and the strong man needs a place to train. It's mutually beneficial. Hey, don't shut the door. What are you doing? I'll switch to someone else. Having a familiar face do the work makes me uneasy. I still have my commitments with the school team. There's no need for concern on your part. Li Han did not anticipate this fortunate turn of events, but she considered it a positive development. The platform's commission is not insignificant, yet it does provide a safeguard. Engaging in private transactions entails risk, and most individuals are hesitant to undertake such risks with strangers, since they would be in the same school and department. The likelihood of running into each other is high, fostering trust on both sides. However, Li Han refrained from stopping Mu from closing the door. She vividly recalled her encounter with Meow and trusted her instincts. Her intuition warned her that if she attempted to obstruct Mu, she might be perceived as an adversary by the whimsical Meow, and she was uncertain of the repercussions that would ensue. Ultimately, Mu left the door ajar. The coincidence had already transpired. It would be inappropriate to dismiss him now. A purely financial transaction, in principle, bears little personal obligation and thus should not have significant repercussions. Is this your first time doing this? No, I've been at it for a while. The strong man proved adept at moving heavy items, effortlessly lifting objects that would typically require 3 or 4 individuals to hoist, even if the elevator was out of service. However, he struggled with packing. His fingers were ill-suited for delicate tasks, so Li Han took charge of the packing and knot tying. All right, we should be able to finish this in one trip. Let us go. The larger items were entrusted to the strongman. Although the elevator was inaccessible, climbing a few flights of stairs posed little challenge. Mu and Meow carried the more valuable possessions, while Squirtle and Li Han gathered the remaining ingredients from the refrigerator, beginning their transfer to the adjacent villa. Is this house yours? Li Han found the decor somewhat peculiar, not unattractive, but strange, resembling a whimsical fairy tale castle. In any case, it belongs to me now. Let us place the items in the living room. I will organize them later. By the way, I recall this property includes the backyard. Does that mean the garden is yours as well? The blueprints indeed confirm this. Is there an issue? Let me clarify one thing. You didn't purchase this house with some cantankerous old man, did you? No. Well, you might have a headache on your hands. Li Han did not pry into the origins of Mu's property, but instead recounted past experiences. In summary, This house had been uninhabited for quite some time, leading to the encroachment of others onto the backyard, which had likely been assumed to be his for ages. It is of no concern. All the identification documents are with me. Perhaps we should ask Junsha to clear the area. Shinmu did not anticipate encountering land disputes himself. That plot of land would certainly be of use to him, as he intended to place an unutilized hot spring pool there. If assistance is needed for land clearing, I am available. My incredible strength is quite adept at agricultural tasks. The powerful creature beside her flexed its muscles, demonstrating its formidable strength. Once Li Han and the creature concluded their work and departed, Shinmu redirected his focus to the Pokémon egg. This is not a game. In a game, he would merely need to run in circles for 6,400 steps with the egg in tow for it to hatch. However, it appears that Shinmu must simply wait. It is said that the hatching of Pokémon also depends on timing. Some Pokémon eggs may remain unhatched for years until they encounter the right individual. Meowth, leave this to me. You may attend to your own matters. The Meowth dismissed Shinmu and instructed Squirtle to place the egg container beside the training equipment. Meow, you must also strive to grow stronger. You are a Pokémon inherently capable of wielding aura, and you should at least surpass this old Squirtle. Squirtle, just train her. Why involve me? Meow, I am merely demonstrating for her. You are the one who needs to train now. Watch closely as I teach you how to utilize aura. As they spoke, Meowth adjusted the level of the wooden dummy to its highest setting and then covered its eyes. Bang, bang, clap, thud. The display left Squirtle in a state of astonishment, even causing the yet-to-hatch egg to tremble under the influence of the aura. Seemingly envious of such abilities. Chapter 66. The Marvelous Kitchen and the Unyielding Junsha Squirtle. At that moment, Squirtle even questioned whether Meowth was a fighting-type Pokémon, for he had never witnessed a Pokémon outside that type exhibit such dedication to martial arts. Squirtle, are all young ones like this? Now Squirtle understood why Meowth claimed that the wooden dummy practiced both defense and evasion. If one cannot evade, then one must solely focus on defense. Squirtle did not consider himself weak. After all, he was the final evolution. He once battled against Blastoise and Venusaur and ultimately emerged victorious. Yet, the more he observed Meowth, the more he felt as though he was squandering his life as a turtle. Squirtle, what are you so excited about? You are still just an egg. Although Squirtle's aura was not as potent as Meowth's, he possessed a basic understanding and could sense the condition of Riolu's egg. From the frequency of the aura, it radiated a sentiment of envy. It seemed that this egg yearned for strength. Indeed, yearning for strength is one of the common traits among Pokémon. Perhaps this Riolu is particularly sensitive to such inclinations. While Meowth regarded this Squirtle as somewhat forgetful, its combat prowess was commendable. Otherwise, it would not have been able to master so many skills in the wild from its initial form. At that moment, it was contemplating the development of a tank-like reactive armor or something akin to a counter-armor. As Meow concluded an entire set of cat punches while Squirtle was still engrossed in studying the spiked shell, Meow took a deep breath and leapt from the wooden dummy to stand before the egg. Meow thought, indeed, a diligent child. You shall undoubtedly become the mightiest Lucario in the future. Even though the unborn Riolu had already savored the promise of a bright future, it cannot be said that these were mere empty promises. Compared to wild Riolus, this one had access to a unique training facility and the special guidance of Master Meow, a distinction that human trainers could offer to Pokémon. Time to eat. At that moment, Shinmu emerged from the kitchen, calling out to them. Since Meow had taken on the role of teacher, it was only natural for Shinmu to assume the responsibilities of logistics. After all, no demonstration could rival the effectiveness of Meow's teachings. Meow, cradling the Riolu egg, made his way to the dining room. Following their move, the purpose of each room had become clearly defined. In their previous rental, the space was limited, forcing the dining table to be placed in the living room. Now, they had a dedicated dining area. Squirtle, how is this possible? The table was set with a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup. Not the takeout or fast food from the previous days, but rather, the kind of splendid dishes that would shine in a culinary show. This left Squirtle somewhat bewildered. Since their relocation, less than half an hour had passed. The packed belongings still cluttered the hall, with only the perishable items having been stored away by Shinmu. In such a short time, while pre-prepared dishes could certainly be completed, Squirtle distinctly remembered that the contents of the refrigerator, which he had moved over, did not include any meal kits, only a few packets of instant noodles at most. Don't worry about that, if you're not accustomed to regular meals. There are also new flavors of energy cubes available. Choose whichever you prefer. This was the advantage of having a fully equipped kitchen. Much of the functionality still echoed a game-like mode. For instance, the energy cube maker. which could automatically generate perfect energy cubes as long as the berries were placed in the correct proportions without further intervention. The kitchen operated on a similar principle. Once the ingredients were prepared and placed according to the recipe, they would transform into culinary masterpieces in an astonishing manner. Akin to legendary kitchen tools, Squirtle remained silent, focusing intently on his meal. Yet his thoughts had shifted from decades of labor to the possibility that if Shenmue's descendants could inherit this culinary skill, then working for several more decades would not be a burden. Not long after, Shenmue received promising news. His landlord intended to move in with his son and was planning to sell the house. While the sale would not disrupt their lease, the landlord wished to discuss the possibility of terminating the rental agreement with Shenmue. However, there were also complications, such as the issue regarding the land behind their property. The person occupying that land was not even Shenmue's neighbor, but rather someone from a neighboring household. Initially, Shenmue had merely intended to ask him to clear his belongings. Yet, the individual boldly declared that he had cultivated the land for over a decade, claiming it as his own with an air of arrogance. Shenmue's approach to resolving this matter was straightforward. Consult Junsha. 20 minutes later, a three-wheeled police motorcycle arrived, carrying 2 officers, Junsha and a Katy dog, adorned with a specially designed vest equipped with a camera to document the situation. Who reported the incident? It was I. You see, I inherited this property a few days ago, but the land behind has been encroached upon. Shenmue handed his documents to Junsha, elucidating the particulars of the case. The facts were clear, and the evidence was compelling. Elder, please vacate this land for the rightful owner. However, the elderly gentleman opposite was clearly resistant, muttering about the investments he had made over the years and expressing grievances about being bullied. Fortunately, Junsha was not one to broker peace easily. Upon verifying Shenmue's credentials, she promptly assisted in clearing the backyard. Faced with the elder's threats of litigation, Shenmue proactively offered a business card. What does this signify? Aren't you intent on suing? This is a lawyer's card. You may apply for legal aid. This esteemed attorney hails from the metropolis. See how considerate I am. With the prowess of lawyer Zhang, securing a minimum sentence of 20 years was plausible, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of success. Regrettably, the individuals involved were oblivious to the illustrious track record of this attorney. Junsha, perceiving Shenmue's courteousness, cautioned the elder against resorting to underhanded tactics, leaving it to fate whether he would heed her warning. In a certain sense, the unfolding of events lay within Shenmue's expectations. The elder indeed filed a lawsuit, with Zhang Wei as the representing attorney. Shenmue, disinterested in personally attending, planned to hire a lawyer for mere defense, only to encounter another eager attorney, Zhuge Dashing. It was Zhuge Dashing's influence that hindered Zhang Wei's performance. Otherwise, given his usual competence, the elder might have found himself facing charges of extortion. Chapter 67. The biogenerator within the academy. In the following days, Shenmue replaced the doors and windows. This was part of the initial game setup. As a communal open world, it was designed to deter individuals from maliciously destroying others' homes. The Pokémon bases in the game boasted formidable defenses, with the doors and windows being exceptionally robust. Theoretically, only the ring held by Hoopa could pilfer anything from this property. As the school year approached, Shenmue explored his chosen major, ultimately deciding on Pokémon combat and ecological research. This was recommended by Old Lu, and overall, this specialization proved beneficial to Shenmue, with a relatively straightforward path to graduation. The requirements included achieving certain competitive results and composing a research paper on Pokémon ecology. Though the semester has yet to commence, let me introduce you to your advisor. Old Lu tidied up his belongings. After years of dedication and the achievements brought forth by Shenmue, he had successfully ascended to the position of Vice Dean of the Pokémon Combat Division, overseeing all related fields of study. The management structure here was rather unique. There was no dedicated graduate school, and graduate students were governed by the department of their chosen major, making Old Lu, in a sense, Shenmue's counselor. This was indeed good news, as having a familiar face would simplify many matters. Lao Lu currently serves as the assistant coach for the school team, able to claim reimbursements. He is responsible for a portion of the daily management, a task that was originally Li Han's, but was separated out due to the expansion of the team. Lao Lu continues to drive that familiar vehicle, its rear now adorned with the peels of the One-Yue fruit. In addition to Meow Nei and Xi and Mu, the passenger count has increased to include an egg. Is this the Leo Lu egg that Lao Jia procured for you? Has it yet to hatch? It should be soon. She has been reacting more and more to her surroundings lately. At this moment, the Leo Lu egg is cradled in Xi and Mu's arms, occasionally stroked tenderly. This was a suggestion from Joy, as it helps to foster a bond and intimacy with the Pokémon in advance. Furthermore, when the Pokémon hatches, it is beneficial for it to see its trainer as the first being, which aids in later development. After all, Pokémon are oviparous creatures, and their reactions post-hatching vary by species. Some with slower developmental processes may, like birds, perceive the first moving entity they encounter as their parent. I heard from Lao Jia that you have captured a Squirtle. Would you like to establish a communication point here at school? The team can assist in taking care of your Pokémon without issue. A communication point refers to a location where Pokémon can be transmitted using communication devices. This differs from the games, where capturing a new Pokémon would automatically transfer it to a computer if 6 Pokémon are already present. This requires personal setup. In reality, aside from the competition rule limiting trainers to 6 Pokémon, no one prohibits carrying additional Pokémon. Xiaoji once trained with various generations of captured Pokémon, bringing a total of 7 when his Noctowl required treatment. However, managing too many Pokémon can be challenging. And during competitions, a trainer is only permitted to carry 6. Otherwise, if the opponent employs a move like Whirlwind, unexpectedly switching in a Pokémon that was not intended for battle could lead to complications. Not everyone has connections with the local Pokémon professors, and there are numerous options for communication, including breeding facilities that offer such services. We can discuss this later. I currently have no intention of pursuing it. Alright, reach out if you need anything. He was reminded of this matter upon seeing the Leo Lu egg. If Xian Mu is not inclined, Lao Lu would not impose. Teacher Lu, is this not the logistics department? Is your mentor here? Yes, he is currently conducting research on a topic over here. Look to your left. Through the wooden fence, one can observe a Pokémon resembling a yellow kangaroo, though its physique is similar to that of a kangaroo. It features a red light on its head and tail, and its hands resemble fins. This is the light Pokémon, Electric. The light on its tail emits a brilliant glow, making it a favored Pokémon among sailors since ancient times. At this moment, the light on Electrike's tail flickers, guiding a dozen or so sheep with similar tails and ears to follow in its wake. These sheep are known as Mareep, a sheep Pokémon and the initial form of Electrike. That Electrike is your mentor's Pokémon, and those Mareep represent his recent research subject. He is currently investigating the electrostatic properties of merino sheep wool, aiming to develop a scarf that not only provides exceptional warmth, but also mitigates the effects of static electricity. This characteristic of merino sheep allows their unique wool to accumulate static charge, which can cause the wool to expand 1 to 2 times when temperatures drop, thus enabling them to endure the harsh winter. In the dry winter months, the sudden static shocks when touching objects like car doors can lead to quite an unpleasant experience, which is the impetus for this research. Moreover, merino sheep are not ordinary sheep, while typical sheep can only be sheared a maximum of twice a year. With some being limited to a single shearing in spring, merino sheep naturally shed their wool in summer and can regrow it within just a week. If conditions are optimal and nutrition is sufficient, the regrowth rate can be even faster. Although the processing is somewhat intricate, the yield is several times greater than that of ordinary sheep, eliminating the need to hire individuals specifically for shearing. In addition, merino sheep serve as our backup generators. Have you noticed the rare instances of power outages in our school over the past 2 years? While there might still be occasional outages in the residential area, Shinmu, who does not reside on campus, has heard other students lamenting about this issue. If there were no power outages, the nickname Royal University of Water and Power Outages would not exist. However, our evening classes have never been canceled due to power failures in recent years. Shimu took a moment of silence for the new students and those who have yet to graduate, as their latest class runs from 6:30 p.m. to 8:40 p.m. And sometimes outages lead to cancellations. It seems they will no longer have that opportunity. Old Lu appeared to spot someone and pulled over, directly climbing over the fence. It was evident that the warning sign regarding electrical hazards was not indicating that the fence itself was electrified, but rather cautioning against the electric-type Pokémon within. Not all electric-type Pokémon possess controllable electricity. While Electrike is manageable, the static electricity from the merino sheep is an uncontrollable factor. Old Lu, I have brought you a student. Chapter 68. Meow and EI, why not go take a driving test? As Old Lu shouted, a middle-aged man with a straw hat and sun-kissed skin emerged from the flock of merino sheep. He appeared to be of similar age to Old Lu, but had a more robust physique, with noticeable muscle definition in his arms. The numerous wrinkles on his face suggested he had spent considerable time laboring outdoors. Student? Isn't graduate school starting on September 15th? What kind of student are you sending me now? The start date for graduate students primarily depends on the individual school schedule. The Eastern Campus begins in mid-September. And the professor momentarily failed to grasp what Old Lu was referring to. Have you forgotten what was discussed in the previous meeting? CHUUU here is from our university and is up for research recommendations. Since you are here, I thought I would introduce you. At this moment, CHUUU also climbed over the fence and followed Old Lu. Old Lu casually placed his arm around CHUUU's shoulder, introducing him to the professor before them, Professor Lu Ming. Professor Lu, who studied at Yuhong University with a focus on animal studies, is currently engaged in research concerning human development and the maintenance of Pokémon ecosystems, with the Merino Sheep project being merely a minor branch of his work. Professor Lu, did you previously study under Dr. Ohm? During my time at Yuhong University, I indeed attended his lectures, indicating that you have delved into this subject matter. The study of Pokémon, or as it is formally known, the study of carrying beasts, was notably advanced by Dr. Okido in his seminal work, a treatise on the study of carrying beasts. This work systematically expounds upon the uniqueness of Pokémon, positing that they are fundamentally distinct from all entities on this planet, thereby establishing the discipline as separate from biology. This notion stands as Dr. Okido's most renowned perspective, although his academic stature has continually ascended, earning him significant prestige. Many distinguished scholars have learned under his tutelage, making him a celebrated figure in academia. However, among the general populace, Dr. Okido is famously known for his prowess in senri poetry, while others are captivated by the rumors surrounding his relationship with a woman significantly younger than himself. Each mentor is limited in the number of students they may supervise annually, with some gaining entry through traditional means and others through special channels, such as CHUUU, who evidently falls under the latter category. Lu Ming, however, appeared unconcerned with CHUUU's previous academic performance and instead playfully pinched his arm. Professor, what are you doing? CHUUU retreated a couple of steps, aware that some male professors may possess peculiar tendencies. In today's world, one must remain vigilant. Do not misunderstand, Lu Ming clarified. Old Lu must have informed you that my expectations for cultural subjects are modest. However, researching Pokémon ecology requires fieldwork, often demanding one to traverse mountains and valleys. I merely wanted to ascertain your physical robustness. The stamina of today's youth pales in comparison to ours, yet you seem quite sturdy, surpassing many of your predecessors. Last year, during the interview process, I deliberately selected someone who appeared strong, only to discover he was merely a product of gym culture. When conducting field research, he was more of a hindrance than help, requiring assistance with his luggage even at the age of 50. Classes will resume as usual, and I have an off-campus project in October. I would like you to accompany me. When classes are not in session, I will be here, so feel free to approach me with any questions. Our courses prioritize practical experience. Theoretical knowledge alone will not suffice for researching Pokémon ecology, foresight, causes, or influences. Concepts like optics are of no relevance. Hence, Lu Ming's concern for CHUUU's physical condition is rooted in the necessity to confront potential dangers in the field, such as attacks from wild Pokémon. Old Lu brought CHUUU over merely for a preliminary introduction and did not linger long. As CHUUU and Meow left the school gate, watching Old Lu gradually disappear, he realized it was time to acquire a means of transportation. Relying solely on his legs to navigate the area encompassing the school team and Merino Sheep would require him to depart at least an hour in advance. While contemplating this, a flyer was handed to him. Although the official start of graduate school had yet to arrive, the season for first-year students was already upon us. Necessitated by early military training, parents were frequently arriving at the entrance to escort their children, and nearby stalls had resumed their activities. Recognizing that students would be their primary customers, as the winter and summer breaks posed a grave challenge for business. Consequently, the group that disseminates trivial advertisements has once again resurfaced. Within the driving school, why not consider obtaining a driver's license? Meow? All right, shall I go take the test? Meow, instinctively inclined to acquiesce, suddenly perceived an incongruity. CHUUU was not inviting her to accompany him to the examination, but rather instructing her to take it herself. As you are aware, I am not particularly adept at maneuvering four-wheeled vehicles, and indeed, this place does permit Pokémon to obtain licenses. CHUUU handed a flyer to Meow, indicating that this driving school could indeed issue licenses to Pokémon, albeit through a more intricate assessment. For instance, an initial examination would determine whether the Pokémon's physical structure is suitable for driving. Those unable to reach the accelerator while seated in the driver's seat would naturally be disqualified. Following this would be an intelligence evaluation, assessing the Pokémon's comprehension of traffic regulations. Meow, with her humanoid appearance, is ideally suited to this demographic. I shall accompany you. I will pursue a motorcycle license, and then we can decide which mode of transport to utilize based on circumstances. In addition to conventional vehicles, Pokémon can also serve as means of transportation. Though the few that CHUUU currently possesses are not yet viable, It remains contingent upon future developments. Meow, do we need to purchase a vehicle? With the prize money from competitions, gym rewards, insurance, and streaming income, acquiring a means of transportation is hardly a burden. We shall proceed once this little one hatches. The driving school near the school has both commendable and questionable options. Some appear inexpensive at first glance, yet later reveal a plethora of additional charges. However, this particular driving school has garnered a decent reputation in the area, overall presenting a satisfactory choice. It is rather obvious who is responsible for this. One could deduce it with a mere thought, clearly indicating that the dissatisfaction stems from not having gained any advantage. Hey, Han, could you please reach out to CHUUU? Her Exploud has just evolved from Whizmore, hasn't it? Bring it over here. I will provide her with specialized training. Chapter 69. Master Roshi's Rain Summoning Operation. Some individuals can engage in reasoned dialogue, yet there are those who remain impervious to logic, particularly certain elders who leverage their age. Should they feel belittled, it is likely that this matter will persist unresolved. While the other party is willing to negotiate, Shenmue is equally open to reasonable discussion. However, one must not underestimate the willingness to play dirty. A trifling matter such as littering would not yield significant results even with Junsh's involvement, even if reprimanded. It would not prevent future transgressions. As a member and assistant coach of the school team, assisting in the training of Pokémon in one's own backyard, with the hope of achieving commendable results in competitions, surely poses no issue. CHUUU's Exploud? What do you intend to do? If Shenmue merely spoke of specialized training, Li Han might understand. However, specifically requesting Exploud suggests ulterior motives, as Exploud, by its very name, excels in producing noise. Nothing serious. Just a momentary impulse to assist a teammate. I see. Who will you practice against? I recently captured a new Oddish. Would you like to train it as well? That sounds excellent. Let us bring it along. Due to the post-competition team-building activities, the school team members are all nearby, making communication effortless. However, only Li Han is privy to the address of his new residence, hence the advance notice to her. Squirtle, upon seeing the old man, perhaps from his perspective, thought that the young one was still lurking nearby, instantly inspiring a new idea. As a Squirtle contemplating its potential role as the heirloom turtle of the Exine family, it currently possesses a clear stance. Meow, when tasked with cleaning the floor, do refrain from directly spraying others. Such an action would not be to our advantage. Squirtle, rest assured, the rain has doused him. He cannot blame anyone else, can he? Squirtle, the once clear sky, under the influence of Squirtle, suddenly became overcast, and a sudden downpour drenched the elderly gentleman who could not find shelter in time. Was that a plea for rain? What purpose does your flamboyant display serve? However, a few years ago, this charade was no longer effective. The pace of development has indeed been too rapid. The application of weather skills is, in fact, broader. When a Pokémon is sufficiently powerful or numerous, it can exert a certain degree of influence over meteorological disasters, especially in eras marked by scientific inadequacy, where the ability to summon rain could genuinely be revered. Well done. I shall reward you with a grilled fish tonight. Xianmu did not anticipate that. Despite living in an apartment without neighborly disputes, moving to a villa would introduce him to an unreasonable individual. At this rate, had the house not been locked, he might have taken possession of it entirely. Before long, an electric vehicle approached slowly, with Li Han bringing Lu Yu to the villa. Brother Han, so Mu Ge is a rich second generation? I am not certain. He suddenly moved here. Frankly, if he were indeed a second generation, it would explain a lot. That fantastical Meowth cannot possibly be raised by an ordinary person. Yet, Mu Ge's entire outfit likely doesn't cost more than 200 yuan. It's just personal habit. Even without a family fortune, as long as he refrains from nurturing high-maintenance Pokémon like Gyarados or Snorlax, he should manage just fine for a few years. After parking the electric vehicle in the attached garage, Li Han and Lu Yu entered Xianmu's living room to discuss specialized training. I knew that old man would cause you trouble. My grandmother's house is just like that. In the first year, someone sowed the wrong seeds on a plot of land. And by the second year, they outright denied it, and the dispute is still ongoing. Jun Sha's assistance in clearing that up is already a significant resolution. What do you specifically wish to do? Just to clarify, it is not about what I want to do. I am merely helping a teammate train out of camaraderie. My backyard is vast. Is it not normal to train Pokémon? Having described the situation, Xianmu led them to the backyard, which had been cleared by Jun Sha, leaving an open space that, aside from special purposes, truly served as an excellent training ground. Lu Yu also released her recently evolved Exploud. It was a Pokémon that appeared quite fierce, entirely purple, with a mouth that, when opened, was nearly the same height as its body. As the name suggests, Exploud is a Pokémon adept at utilizing sound as a means of combat. The round tubes on its body serve as its unique vocal organs. It is said that within Exploud lies a complex instrument capable of producing a myriad of sounds, with a range reaching up to 10 kilometers. Prior to the widespread use of communication devices, some towns relied on Exploud to communicate with distant individuals, and during the age of magical beasts, it served as a beacon for early warning. Meow, fantabulous meow. In that house, focus on a single point without disturbing others, and avoid shattering glass to create a commotion. Such tasks can be entrusted to Meow NEI, who can articulate the requirements with greater precision. The sound monster comprehended Meow Neigh's instructions and began to modulate its voice, directing an invisible sound wave towards the old man's residence. Naturally, the sound monster is a born sound cannon, capable of indiscriminately generating noise or concentrating sound to impact only a specific area. Damaging glass incurs costs, causing a significant disturbance is undesirable, and affecting neighboring residents is not appropriate. However, inducing discomfort through this unique sound wave, making it difficult for someone to sleep and causing an unsettling feeling, is remarkably simple. Rather than continuously creating noise, it would be more effective to alternate between intervals of sound to gauge how long he can endure it. Since the opponent has declared war, he should not be surprised by the lack of courtesy. Meanwhile, in another house, an elderly man who had intended to take an afternoon nap suddenly sat up, restlessly pacing in his living room. As the sound monster disrupted the adversary with sound waves, the stinky flower was also released by Li Han. A gust of wind carried an unpleasant odor that invaded the noses of the gathered individuals. Wait, Myuk, we Haven tea even harm the enemy. This is purely self-destructive behavior. Except for Li Han, everyone, including Meow NEI and the sound monster, covered their noses. As for future updates, due to limited capabilities, I can only promise to do my best to provide more content, rather than making empty promises. Writing a Pokémon story was mentioned when Arceus concluded. It was already part of the planned outline. Overall, I do not wish to craft something overly serious or dark within a utopian world. Rather, I aim to present a relatively ordinary, albeit slightly abstract, narrative, with certain settings designed to facilitate the unfolding of the story. My understanding of the special chapters is limited, so future developments will largely diverge from those narratives. Additionally, some content has been written but may not make it into the final book, which should be comprehensible. Back in elementary school, I was playing pirated versions of Pokémon games, and this is like crafting a world of my own imagination, inviting those who find it intriguing to explore in their spare time. And so, in the realm of magical masks, the top of the world belongs to Meow. Chapter 70. The birth of Rilu. The pollen of the stinky flower carries a strong odor, yet it is, in fact, an exquisite fragrance. Every year, perfume companies worldwide seek to acquire the pollen from the stinky flower. Although most people cannot tolerate this peculiar smell, a small fraction can discern its underlying beauty. In the case of the stinky flower, this phenomenon occurs with a probability of about 1 in 1,000. And it is evident that Li Han belongs to that rare group. Apologies, my apologies. Having been captured not long ago, the stinky flower. A sneeze suddenly escaped from the poet in the courtyard, who rubbed his slightly itchy nose, puzzled by why his cultivation would cause him to sneeze unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng did not disappoint the audience. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, as his opponent, Jiang Linghao's Gui Yufeng, had their health points reduced to 0, while his blazing iron blade retained 37 health points. Once, when Luo Chiron was exposed for her extravagant lifestyle while playing the role of the cowherd amidst the night sky, Luo Zhenkuan, although furious, never resorted to violence against her. Mama, he cast a playful glare at He Qian, signaling her to refrain from further comments. Her casual remark inadvertently sparked a cascade of responses. One must maintain decorum. The men here are quite astute and should not be provoked excessively. Were it not for He Ying's utility, she would never have brought this country bumpkin to such a place. It was truly humiliating. Flames surged through the crevices, burning fiercely, causing Harry to writhe in agony on the ground. Upon hearing the words, Bing Yu felt a chill in her heart, slowly closing her eyes as an indelible sorrow settled upon her brow, lingering long after. Yet, the wounds on her body were not only excruciatingly painful, but also rendered her nerves weak and powerless. The Wushuang sword and the Qingming sword clashed, producing a thunderous spark. This lightning descended from the collision, striking the lake below and causing it to erupt into a towering water column that reached for the heavens. The cold sword pierced through her body. As a fire demon, her heart burned with a spirit flame, her blood hotter than that of ordinary humans. She feared the cold, especially when its power vastly exceeded her own. The demon Lord Xian, with a frigid gaze and a solemn expression, summoned the demonic energy of heaven and earth, revealing celestial phenomena. In the void, a colossal claw, dark and condensed, appeared as if summoned by the heavens, radiating demonic light and exuding immense hardness, clawing towards the Udao sect. In contrast, I bore the greatest burden. My strength paled in comparison to the lascivious old king and the formidable black figure. Before me stood 3 robots, and within a mere minute, I had already endured 3 punches from them. Defeat was merely a matter of time. After getting into the car, I leaned closer to Shun Wanru to fasten her seatbelt. Still inebriated, she appeared even more beautiful in close proximity. It took me a few seconds to regain my composure before hastily securing her seatbelt. Xia Xian hesitated briefly, but ultimately lifted the back of Su Xiaoan's shirt, only to be taken aback by the sight of her wounds. His possessiveness was akin to that of a predator, while I was a living, breathing person, not an emotionless object. After his repeated coercions, what right did he have to claim he cared? Such occurrences must never happen. He glared, attempting to silence those present with his gaze. Previously, this tactic had proven infallible. My body trembled. Yao Yuan's pupils were unfocused, as if witnessing a horrifying scene. At this moment, I imagined Xiahou Zun must be regretting his decision to pressure Lao Xian into investigating this matter before so many subordinates of the Zhuzhou Bureau. Now, even those under Zhuzhou Bureau likely believed he was too incompetent, forcing Lao Xian to intervene. Zhao Beier was initially puzzled, surveying the surroundings and the insects on the ground. Once she realized what it was, she immediately screamed, simultaneously cursing. Chapter 71, The Impatient Young Girl. Meow. Don't just stand there. Your vacation has ended, and it's time to train. Previously, Meow had been conducting prenatal education for Lialu, as she was still an egg, responding to external stimuli with pronounced movements. To ensure the safety of the egg, Squirtle primarily served as a security guard, participating infrequently in training. The elderly man, clad in a white robe with a lean visage devoid of a beard and his white hair, cascading over his shoulders, emanated an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by any circumstance. His face, devoid of any wrinkles, bore a gentle smile. My apologies, in the absence of the young master. We have taken the liberty of residing in your home, Tao Pu expressed with a sense of embarrassment. The myriad of divine techniques he had mastered in his previous life far surpassed those of the two present. As he slightly raised his head to gaze ahead, his brow furrowed suddenly, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him as if he had glimpsed the unfolding scene outside. As martial practitioners, they could discern from the sounds that Zhu Gang was likely facing a dire fate. In the water, all weaponry diminished in potency. The lake's surface erupted with splashes, and amidst the glimmer of blades and the crack of whips, the waters were tainted with blood and potent toxins, rendering it impossible to discern strength or fatigue in the moment. An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, surveyed the silent hall, stepping forth to address the Jade Emperor with a booming voice. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the fluctuations of primordial energy became increasingly apparent, and with resolve, he stepped inside. After undergoing a transformation in appearance, Qinyu, bearing the young lord's token, successfully passed the recommendation. Following a swift strike, Yixing did not linger to attack the two again, but rather dashed towards the window, vaulting over it with agility. The 50 nuclear bomber aircraft they carried could obliterate at least 60 threatening meteors. If they adhered to the data we provided, this figure could be further enhanced. Alice, with her non-existent feet, took a few steps, quietly hovering beside Galen. Stimulants could only be used once. Repeated injections would merely result in the death of brain cells without extracting additional potential, ultimately leading to one's demise. In other words, Feng Yu had exhausted even his last trump card. The sensation on his shoulder lingered, and he could feel his breath. His face must be close by, just a turn of the head away. Contemplating this, Heyman finally turned her head, indeed discovering that at such proximity, Gua Zhoui's expression was filled with concern and a gentler emotion that made her heart flutter. The Allied warships were riddled with wounds yet remained afloat, as the enemy pilots, knowledgeable of the Federation's ship design, skillfully avoided critical areas that could trigger explosions. Fragments of the hull lay scattered around the warship like crushed wafers. With the target lock completed, the auxiliary firing function of the pulse excitation module was activated, and a particle beam shot forth towards the target, carrying Feng Yu's anticipation. The swordplay of the Huashan sect, embodying conflicting philosophies of qi, actually coexists. At times, superior swordsmanship can outmaneuver the enemy, while true energy can overpower subtlety. Ferrari had to rely on a camera to read the cards, yet Huang Shihu could discern the opponent's hand directly through his glasses. The level of cultivators capable of refining third-grade elixirs is regarded as sheer nonsense, even in the city of Yuling, and certainly in the second demon realm. Thus, as they journeyed forth, they encountered the mutated beasts within the desolate sands of the desert. Feng and I readily engaged in combat alongside CHUUU, effortlessly claiming merit points. As they confronted increasingly formidable mutated creatures, not only did Feng and I amass a substantial number of merit points, but CHUUU's Marshal General rank also saw a transformation. Chapter 72. Enrollment Reduction. Household Prodigy. The speakers, representing the new students, graduate students, and faculty, managed to lull the audience into a trance from beginning to end. Yet this was merely a formality. The speech was likely penned by an overworked member of the student council, leaving Xian Mu to simply recite it upon ascending the stage. Matters concerning the school team were even more straightforward, disregarding those piercing eyes, reminiscent of the first inquiry posed to him at Xingzhou Academy, radiated an unwavering thirst for knowledge. Lu Lishue's delicate frame quivered slightly. Her gaze remained icy, yet her tightly clasped hands upon her skirt betrayed the turmoil within her heart. What? Guanjing Tian exclaimed in astonishment, lowering his gaze to the opposite street, yet he could not discern Ruo Xian's figure. Alas! Eliciting a change in expression from the aloof president would require patience. Particularly her despondent, gray eyes sparked a sense of anticipation. As I spoke, her left shoulder drooped. And as the final word faded, her left shoulder astonishingly regained its composure in a manner that instilled fear. The moment Yi Beichen broke Lu Min's leg, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground. The establishment of the Nantu Valley has a long-standing history, dating back to the Fifth Layer era, spanning several centuries. Lady Lu Lishue, Hashimoto Yui's voice echoed from outside, coinciding with the opening of the double doors to the office. Yen Xiao, seeing someone finally cease their antics, felt her spirits gradually lift. Considering he might not desire spicy food today, she thoughtfully ordered a few light and delectable dishes for him, under the tacit approval of Di Jian and the police. Yi Xiangyang took Yizi Xian and Zhang Zichun to participate as observers. No, thank you. I'll go find my sister for the keys. She's still waiting for me. With that, Jiang Xiao turned and headed toward the elevator. They extravagantly praised the assistance from the 8th and 9th districts, subsequently commanding the district chief to send someone to escort the 9th District Alliance into the city for discussions. Furthermore, there are often chrysanthemum and maple appreciation banquets hosted by Ing Kulai, so the Golden Tangerine banquet could easily be skipped. Guan Jiahui, upon seeing Chun Xiaofeng seated, rushed over to inspect his injury. Unbeknownst to them, every action they took was closely monitored by hidden guards, who followed discreetly to observe their intentions. Satisfied, Du Guding nodded and picked up the fruit he had just bitten into, sinking his teeth into it with vigor. The 5th district now merely sought to intimidate. No one could enter, yet there are no secrets that remain concealed forever. Lu Yuan sat nearby, slightly fatigued. Wei Yuan Ting's face flushed, quickly shifting to anger, as he urged his horse forward, swinging his saber towards He Yun Yang in a fierce arc. Madame Xiao sent an abundance of items to Xiling: silks and satins, pastries and fruits, gold and silver jewels, jade and emeralds, everything one could desire, as if she intended to transport the entire Prime Minister's residence. However, the middle-aged man was no less formidable, despite his advancing years. His long hair was but a testament to his extensive combat experience, far surpassing that of his opponent. His innate abilities and skills were commendable, having been trained in the most professional fighting techniques within the organization. When my stubbornness flared, I could not be deterred. I attempted to pry away his hand that grasped my chin and spoke with a harsh tone, expressing my disdain for others doubting me. I mentioned that Sister Jiang had gone to fetch those 2 mischievous treasures. De Yin Luo then grinned, unabashedly laughing. Chapter 73. Sparring with fighting-type Pokémon. The examination for Pokémon seeking a driving license was rather stringent. It commenced with a physical assessment to evaluate the Pokémon's height and body structure, those too short to reach the accelerator, or those with multiple consciousnesses that could lead to cerebral conflict, or even those with flames atop their heads that could ignite the vehicle's interior, were all prohibited from participating in the assessment. Vision tests were also a requirement. As a unique species, Pokémon, while akin to ordinary living beings in some respects, were largely distinguished by their singular traits. Lin Yu sensed an overwhelming force approaching, and he could no longer maintain his stance. He was propelled backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his face contorted in agony. I do not desire this red envelope. Today, I come not to seek a token of joy. Rather, I wish to inquire of the groom-to-be whether he recognizes me. The young lady articulated each word with precision, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Yet, the prescription presented by His Majesty differed from the one I had seen earlier, prompting someone to assert that it was the royal pharmacy's error that led to the untimely demise of the late empress. Consequently, the attendants who had dispensed the medicine were executed, and my father, serving as the Chief Justice, was exiled to the frontier, while I was relegated to the teaching bureau. Meanwhile, Shen Su spotted a familiar figure at the auction, and with the competition concluded, he felt it was time to greet them. Thus, he departed early, leaving Su Riyun to gradually navigate the complexities of profit. Not to worry, our intention was always to negotiate business with the Qingqing winery. Whether or not Miss Liu is able to meet us is entirely a matter of fate, Ji Feng remarked with a light chuckle. Having concluded his affairs, Shen Su spent the entire day working. As evening fell, after everyone had departed the company, he rose slowly. He had secretly informed Hia earlier in the day that they would not be dining together that night, prompting her early departure. This was not an act of exclusion or belittlement towards the external students. Rather, the affluent posed numerous complications, and mishandling the situation could adversely affect the less fortunate students. In the lounge, Fu Jinyan withdrew his phone from his pocket, his gaze fixated on the fluctuating numbers with a mix of apprehension. The emergence of such emotions left Luo Chun momentarily astonished. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for Xiao Tai? The crowd instinctively turned their attention to Chun Ling, curious about how much this skilled physician would be willing to offer for Xia Shanghai. However, they all believed that Chun Ling could hardly surpass the extravagant bids of Yi Fudan. What do you perceive as the disparity between your abilities and those of the unarmed realm? Swat maintained a serene countenance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his opponent. Let us commence, he declared, as both individuals took their positions on either side, separated by a screen. Observing through the partition, Su Yang glanced at the elder before beginning to write. With a self-mocking yet fierce smile, he muttered to himself. This represented another facet of Su Yang's persona, a dark amalgamation of his humanity. He had bifurcated himself into rays of sunlight and shadows, with the current iteration embodying pure, ominous darkness. The spirit gathering, or an exceptional mineral with an immensely high density of spiritual energy, when refined, can yield a unique metallic liquid that, when added, enables weapons to accumulate spiritual energy, rendering it an indispensable and rare material for weapons of spirit tool grade and above. Yao Qi obstructed Feng Hua, completely oblivious to the expressions of those behind him. Gazing at Yao Yan's taunting visage, his inner ire surged. Acutely aware of the warmth emanating from those at his back, he struggled to maintain composure. Feng Hua's actions undoubtedly stemmed from a calculated strategy, yet he could not gamble with Huarer's life. Chapter 74, Wild Brawl. I am an expert. You have indeed found the right person in me for Wild Brawl training. How so? Initially, during the Miao inner battle, I focused on launching a preemptive strike against the opponent's trainer, which took several days for me to adjust to the arena's dynamics. Is the magical masked Miao adept at controlling its strength? You wouldn't want to send a newcomer straight to Joy S on the very first day of training, would you? Those who heard this were left astonished, their faces alight with curiosity, including Nathan, who knew that Fu Wei possessed an irrepressible mischief and an approachable demeanor, qualities that undoubtedly enhanced a leaderess appeal. Open the city gates. I have urgent matters to attend to outside. Mou barked authoritatively, casting a stern glare at the armored soldier. Young master, following our thorough interrogations, Dula Ad has confessed all relevant details. What are your next steps? Upon exiting the chamber, the iron soldier conveyed this to Li Ningyu. Meanwhile, Chu Lingfeng, who had been waiting impatiently outside, could no longer hold back and rushed in. The man's hair glimmered like black jade, and the skin of his neck was as delicate as fine porcelain. After Yi Yingfan consumed the millions of ginseng, a powerful surge of energy flooded his dantian. Along the way, fellow villagers greeted Haya and Haya's mother with warm enthusiasm. As for this remark, Xiao Rang merely smiled faintly without elaborating. You beast, merely a second-level demon beast. Even if your cultivation reaches the heavens, you remain only in the realm of returning to truth and ultimate clarity. Such cultivation does not faze me in the slightest. Pajun, let us hasten onward. I shall notify my people to eradicate all obstacles. Shang Mingqi's voice sharpened, her expression transforming to one of icy severity. Gu Nian Songyao, nursing an injury, was supported by Chu Lingfeng and Zhong Qing, who exchanged subtle nods and faint smiles. Suddenly, they soared into the air, three figures advancing towards the mountainside in unison. She relinquished the idea of rising directly, closed her moist eyes, and nestled into Qi Ruasia's embrace. The principal did not insist that I accept it, instead offering me some comfort and stating that he would find a doctor for my mother's ailment. I wished to smile, yet the slightest movement of my lips brought excruciating pain, leaving me to endure in silence. In the mirror, Bai Jinghong was bound upon the heart-burning platform. Every part of him marred, his white garments soaked in blood. He languished there, dejected, and despite the passage of days, the wine had surely subsided. Yet he remained inebriated in spirit. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being intoxicated without the influence of alcohol. Oh, is this to be a full martial arts showdown? Lin Yifeng smiled slightly, his countenance devoid of fear, radiating an air of calm composure. The cafeteria was partly a dining area, furnished with a dozen wooden tables and chairs, while the rear section served as the kitchen. Upon inspecting the kitchen, I noted its commendable cleanliness. The stove was on one side, opposite a vegetable washing sink and a cupboard. The cupboard contained an ample supply of fresh vegetables and meats, ensuring a diverse assortment. Within the forest of 10,000 demons, many members of various demon clans, at this moment, rushed to spread the news, proclaiming this historic moment throughout every corner of the southern demon territory. After ending the call, Han Jinyu turned to find himself meeting Qi Ruai's inquiring gaze. What are you walking away for? Just look at that pathetic demeanor of yours. You're truly embarrassing me. Lin Yifeng shot him a glance, internally muttering, are you perhaps a turtle? Was there no other path but to flee? Ning Qianhua also considered this point. The residents of Qingmiao village were scattered among their homes, and should anything truly occur, it would spell danger. Chapter 75. One need not be intimately acquainted to be deemed worthy. The earth-digging behavior of the groundhog is instinctual. Both its name and attributes indicate that this Pokémon naturally thrives underground. As for why Squirtle also enjoys burrowing, it can only be said that habit becomes second nature. The Pokémon may have vanished, yet the battle raged on, adhering to the rules of wild combat, allowing trainers to determine victory through human means. However, neither Xian Mu nor his opponent chose to attack each other's trainers. The upgraded Yama Hall indeed boasted several useful capabilities, particularly the lifespan exchange privilege and the unlocking of the bloodline marketplace. Lin Jingjing suddenly opened her eyes, rising to gaze outside, where dawn had painted the window frames white. It was bright outside, and somehow, the night had given way to day. It seemed she had come to see Ning Rongrong, in order to avoid detection. Su Sun feigned ignorance and approached. He struggled to control his emotions, often lacking restraint during inter-sect competitions. Were it not for the timely intervention of the referee from the elder seat during his bout yesterday with the ugly class disciple, that fighter would have met his demise at his hands. Even so, the disciple sustained severe injuries and would remain bedridden for 100 days, illustrating that Sun Hao lacked any self-control whatsoever. Bei Qiqi reigned in her expressions. At this moment, it was imperative that they refrain from acting independently after so many years. The first emperor of the Qin dynasty, who unified China, stands unrivaled. Even the subsequent Han dynasty, which flourished under Genghis Khan, or the Ming dynasty, ruled for 3 generations, cannot compare to the unifier of the realm, Qin Shi Huang. I must tell uncle. I must go tell uncle. Guadami cried as he ran out, startling many along the way. Bai Baoshan, possessing an 85-level defensive weapon spirit, wields the celestial star furnace, demonstrating formidable defensive capabilities albeit lacking in offensive power. It appears he did not sleep well. What could he have possibly done? Jian Mo rests on the couch, her smile a fa aude masking her trepidation. She is acutely aware that remaining in this state could lead to her demise. Whether among the Ming people or the Xiaofu people, none would spare her. For them, such occurrences are commonplace. It would be unusual for a curse master to have not encountered such matters. Tian Miaoyin was about to speak when Zhen Jian abruptly raised a hand to silence her, adopting a gesture of quietude. Instantly, Miaoyin comprehended the unspoken message, remaining seated and silent. Yet, there was an unspoken hesitation, for uttering a word would solidify her identity, distinct from that of an ordinary butterfly. Hong Xian shared her sentiment. Traversing the current path was arduous, whether on horseback or by foot. They gazed towards both ends of the road, their vision met with uneven terrain, indicative of prolonged neglect. In the audience, Wu Yan's fans cast sorrowful glances at the individual who had just set down the racket. The following day, within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow after hearing the report from her subordinates before finally speaking. As time steadily passed, the bright white at the horizon gradually transformed into a vibrant yellow, then extended into a rosy hue, culminating in a dazzling bright yellow that dominated the sky until, ultimately, a golden orb ascended from the horizon. Happy Road has arrived at your destination. Please disembark. The crisp announcement from the carriage disrupted the serene moment. Although Ruan Bin was not well versed in the field of neurosurgery, He was aware that cerebral palsy primarily required pharmacological and rehabilitative treatments. I suddenly realized that I had countless times walked past the study room at night, often pausing here to gaze in that direction. Chapter 76. Spiral Sphere and Reactive Armor. Despite I'm possessing an entire set of pure crystals to unleash various techniques, along with the Tai Crystal Pearl and the Extreme Giant Armlet, he lacked the necessary components. The magical masked cat had yet to evolve, at least not during the initial gaming phase. In contrast, both Liulu and Squirtle had developed their own forms post-evolution, although currently unutilized. Xianmu included the collection of stones in his preparations, adhering to the principle of being well prepared. Li Qingbin was Feng Ming's maternal uncle, and upon learning of the engagement between Leng Zhan and Feng Ming, he was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, unable to regain his composure. Ying, initially informed by Grandpa Jia about visiting Director Shi the following day, was taken aback by the news that he had resolved matters overnight. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events, yet they had arranged Feng Ming's work without her knowledge. Consequently, she hurriedly went to the school to find Feng Xiang. Wei Xiu outwardly displayed no sign of disturbance, yet internally, he had already begun to take note of the situation. The quantum black hole space severed the dimensional connection between the three-dimensional and four-dimensional universes. Life from the four-dimensional space, upon passing through the quantum black hole, would be reduced to three-dimensional existence within that realm. The office of the town demon suppressor is situated not far from the county office. Yet the plaque above their entrance does not bear the title of town demon suppressor, but rather the four characters Qingping Nia. Their participation in the sacred lake pilgrimage is not to seek the blessings of the three lake gods, but rather to glimpse the world outside and behold the beauty of its maidens. Those individuals facing the light column, even with protective measures such as life jackets and masks, found themselves instantly blinded by the radiance. It is worth noting that although the mountain god is born from the faith of the common people, it ultimately embodies the indomitable essence of ancient deities. In a bold leap, Tang Xiaoming felt invigorated. Her body is light as a feather under the embrace of the northern wind. Grandfather, this is not feasible. Currently, Hang Jin has developed a strong aversion to Jiang Zhan. Should he play the role of my boyfriend, who knows what madness Hang Jin might unleash? Wang Shi is not a fool. On the contrary, she is quite astute. She had long anticipated Wang Xian's reactions, as this move was intended for the eyes of the emperor and the crown prince. Dowager Empress Do chuckled softly. Over time, those aged and inferior spiritual materials gradually became impurities within the Breaking Sky sword, their levels failing to match the sword's current might, thus transforming from the primary forging material into elements that must be eliminated. This process is essential for the Breaking Sky sword to grow even more formidable. The golden eagle let out a cry, shaking off the dead black hawk, and turned its aggression towards the other two black hawks. Previously constrained and helpless, it was now enraged, its ferocity escalating to a new height. The ambush on the Hu cavalry awakened their primal ferocity, akin to sharks sensing blood, relentlessly closing in on their prey, unwilling to relent until they had torn away a piece of flesh. Lu Hao's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yao, but dared not speak, quickly fleeing the scene. The 9 bolts of purple sky thunder churned like colossal dragons amidst the calamity clouds, each passage rendering the clouds fainter while simultaneously amplifying their own form, as if they were absorbing the cloud's power. Chapter 77. The Meteor of the Sky, departing for the new dojo Liulu, lying on the rooftop. Liu Lu gestured at the stars in the sky, seemingly painting across the vast galaxy. The attic window swung open, and Xianmu joined him on the roof. Although Liu Lu's footsteps were light, both Xianmu and Miao and Ei sensed his arrival. As Xianmu rose to step outside, Miao and Ei remained motionless on the bed. As for the Squirtle, it was soundly asleep. Previously in the wild, he had to be cautious. Li Yulan could not help but utter a few curses, her words dripping with sympathy for Lu Yunchuang's plight. A glance in that direction revealed the vegetables others were holding, which genuinely astonished him. He set up a chair, one he had purchased at a flea market about a month after renting this inexpensive, supposedly haunted house. Flames of black ignited, enveloping him in a coat of darkness, rendering him akin to a deity of death from the underworld. As Gu Jingjing spoke, her eyes became red-rimmed, and Gu Nainai, hearing these words, felt a pang of pain in her heart. Ji Ning inhaled the aroma, recognizing it as alcohol, but upon taking a sip, she was surprised to find it lacked flavor. She took several more generous gulps, and aside from a slight dryness on her tongue due to the cold, her palate remained devoid of any taste. Having shared the battlefield with Jiang Bei, She was acutely aware of his persuasive abilities, unmatched by anyone present. The items were hanging in the courtyard, ready to be dispatched to various locations tomorrow, with the remainder set to be sold entirely. Wanan had previously succumbed to the urge to relieve himself in the Qianxing Palace, leaving him with a psychological scar. Consequently, he refrained from ingesting any liquid for 2 hours before entering the palace, which led to Zhu Jianshen mistakenly believing Wanan was gravely ill upon seeing his chapped lips and pallid complexion. Jiang Siwei had also completed her stay procedures at the Galaxy Martial Arts Club and had arrived in Yuan City 2 days earlier. A sphere floated in the air, gradually expanding until it suddenly burst, sending forth a brilliant golden light. Before long, the room regained its original brightness. All right, Qinping. This matter is entirely voluntary on my part, so there is no need for such concern, said Xiao Shufei. Qinping, your primary intention is to elucidate to my father the significant drawbacks of the financing platform, hoping he will intervene to curb the rampant abuse of local lending by Lu He, correct? Xiao Shufei inquired. Fei Lian and Shang Yunming had previously garnered admiration from the Earth Mother, yet now, as they found themselves in Fei Lian's service, certain jealousies were unavoidable. Casually tossed aside, the Qianquan transformation cauldron landed within the hall, and immediately, countless bloodlines coalesced into a profound formation that enveloped the cauldron before vanishing from sight. Despite the Buddhist realm being a modern society, traditional customs persist across all corners of the world. The lofty white elites merely exploit, enslave, and ridicule them, harboring no intention of offering genuine assistance. This has been the case from the British Empire to the United States of America. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Yuanshan retrieved the half-pack of red double happiness that Wei Guobiao had given him, a faint smile gracing his face as he extracted a cigarette, bringing it to his nostrils to savor the pleasant aroma. Indeed, during my reincarnation and cultivation on a planet within my Dantian universe, I absorbed their knowledge and discovered that with sufficient energy, we could traverse time and space through the powers of time and space, Longa remarked. Chapter 78. Who else cannot fly? After shaking off Mary Luli, Master Itachi promptly unleashed a flurry of fierce strikes. As of today, the academic realm of Pokémon has identified 18 different attributes, with various combinations rendering Pokémon's traits increasingly unique. Among these numerous attribute combinations, fighting-type Pokémon prioritize physical prowess, with their attacks primarily manifesting in corporeal combat, along with a few skills akin to Qigong. This realization was, at this moment, what he hoped when Xiaofang would come to understand herself, the reason for her detachment from the situation. As evening descended, the sky not yet fully darkened. The remaining entertainment venues of the Hungdao group stood desolate and unattended. This time, Xiao Bohan chose not to endure as he had the previous day. He sought to reaffirm his judgment, dispatching a group to mount a vigorous counteroffensive. These formidable beasts seemed to possess bodies impervious to death, exuding a strength that was nothing short of astonishing. Observing Yuan Rui beside him, wrinkling his nose in disdain and covering his mouth and nose with his hand, Zhaoan for the first time questioned his own sense of smell. Watson noted a pronounced fluctuation in the energy as it passed the head of the fish depicted on the sign, prompting him to gesture to Julia to attempt an action there. Meanwhile, Honda had also sensed something amiss early on, positioning himself protectively between the man and Zhang Mingtang. His demeanor vigilant as he shielded Zhang Mingtang and Zhou Zhe behind him. It appeared that Geng Rong had resolved himself to a fatalistic determination. For him, life had essentially concluded the previous night. If the battle between Shun Chuanqing and Zhao Mu conveyed tension, then the clash between Dugu Jian and Gongsun Wuqing ignited a fervor of passion. Committing to at least 2 updates daily while also storing a minimum of 20 was an exceedingly arduous task for the seasoned author. Do not be anxious. Now even Wang Kai felt a twinge of urgency. In his haste to rescue Zhou Yang, he led his group of students into the depths of the enemy's base, neglecting the complexities and dangers inherent to such an undertaking. Eat. Have some meat to steady yourself, Wang Kai exclaimed, chewing heartily and gesturing toward the meat on the table. There stood Nan Junsheng, wearing a look she found utterly intolerable, haughtily lifting his chin as he towered beside her. Like a human, he possessed hands and feet. Apart from his head and tail, what drew the eye most was his body, a veritable canvas of explosive muscles, embodying a muscular titan that inspired both envy and awe. His greatest delight was to laugh uproariously while unleashing high pressure. As a disciple, Gao Ting had once resided in the Celestial Keep. After all, he and Yunshuer had once been fellow apprentices. When an ordinary person inhaled the substance, it would not be long before their desires surged uncontrollably, and with further provocation, they might succumb to primal instincts in broad daylight. Amidst the flames, a drop of essence flew forth, landing upon Lin Fan's brow as he closed his eyes to meditate. A white, semi-transparent palm print struck the air with a muffled thud, all hitting the massive fluorescent squid. The assault that had been meticulously prepared was instantaneously neutralized by the silver talisman, while other ghostly kings launched their attacks, merely depleting half of the talisman's spiritual energy. Yun Muti listened to Yun Ji's words, momentarily taken aback, cursing his own folly inwardly. Nodding, he adjusted Yun Shuer's posture, preparing to channel his mystical energy, only to be halted by Yun Shuer's intervention. After 3 years of mingling in the outside world, he encountered an opponent for the first time, one whose strength was astonishingly formidable. Yifeng presented Jiang Xing with a bank card loaded with 3 million. This sum should suffice for distribution. Should it be depleted, Yifeng would continue to inject funds into the account, for he had personally engaged with the individuals within this unit and knew them well. Chapter 79. I recognize your magical mask. A plethora of 50 portals stood upon the grand platform, where Xia Zixuan and Xun Fei were positioned at different entrances. Observing Xun Fei's composed and indifferent demeanor as he stepped through the portal, Xia Zixuan could not help but question what might still stir his emotions. In that fleeting moment, Nana became frail and ethereal, while the solitary sword deity, Dugu, radiated a vigorous and dominant aura. The disparity between the two was evident at a glance. However, I found it difficult to refuse Ji Tingyu, as he had extended his assistance to me, and I harbored a sense of gratitude towards him. Naturally, while he covered his ears, he meticulously noted the reactions of nearly all the fated children in the auditorium. On another front, the ghost-faced Lion King roared, conjuring a dark, malevolent sphere within its jaws. As the air surged with energy, a deafening roar erupted, and the black sphere was propelled towards Xia Zixuan. With a resentful gaze directed at Lung Dianxian, who could deny that Enrurin still harbored feelings for him? It was merely an unspoken truth. Once she had concluded her tasks, the courtyard was considerably emptier, prompting her to summon 2 unfamiliar individuals from outside. The high-energy ion engine of the Fishman spaceship ignited, accelerating away from the synchronized trajectory of the gray-white phantoms, while other demonic vessels scattered like fish fleeing through the sea. Naturally, the hidden arrow must be as discreet as possible. Was it not rather easy to expose such a projectile? Did the assassin truly wish to be discovered? The young man clad in a blue and gold robe, known as Jiang He, was originally meant to be the one to take his place. Yet an unforeseen event had transpired, preventing him from doing so. At last, I beheld through the cabin window a robust silver-white entity. Indeed, it was that very thing. Now scaling the top of the cabin. At this juncture, I found myself at a loss for words, as I was not the only witness. Lu Tianyu and Wang Ning had also seen it. Xiao He, upon hearing the voice of Qing Hun, instinctively halted, turning to regard Qing Hun and addressing him as Your Excellency. Yi Jun Tian's spiritual avatar traversed into the first layer, which bore a resemblance to what I had encountered on that day. Familiar with the terrain, Yi Jun Tian soon ascended to the pinnacle level. Moreover, the individuals there exhibited remarkable ferocity. Where could the Elder Council possibly acquire such formidable martial prowess to eliminate those individuals? You do not desire the Dragon Throne? Then what is it that you seek? Tai Feihua finally stabilized his racing thoughts, posing a rhetorical question. Sensing the warmth behind her, Fang Pingying's body suddenly tensed. This sensation was strikingly familiar, yet laced with an air of strangeness, allowing her to distinctly hear the rapid beat of her heart. Ridiculous. Do you truly understand formations? And can you weave them with monetary offerings? Yi Jun Tian inquired with amusement. In such circumstances, not only was it impossible to counterattack, but even evasion was an arduous feat, for in terms of both speed and reflexes, the Great Needle Bee surpassed the Nido King by a considerable margin. Whether Eastern or Western, dessert or staple, wherever ingredients were required, there was invariably a place for Pumpkin. Zhang Xian grasped Su Xian's arm, yanking her forcefully backward, causing himself to tumble in the process. In the era of cold weapon naval warfare, it was merely a matter of aero barges, close-quarter collisions, and boarding. Yet, what transpired in the age of firearms? A distant cannon fired, and a warship fell silent, its crew consigned to the depths. At this moment, over 300 naval officers had already lined up on the shore. However, Wu Kai surveyed the area and discerned no sign of the indigenous people, save for a few tattered fishing boats moored nearby. I have indeed contemplated this, and I extend my gratitude to Mr. Chu Yaojia, as you, my first prospective collaborator, have demonstrated such enthusiasm and cooperation. The doctor remarked candidly. To the south of Tanya City, armored siege vehicles gradually emerged on the horizon. And with the notification of players stationed at the front scattering, the news reached the upper echelons of each guild. In the face of Fatty Zhang's accusations, Xian Yi chuckled, indicating that such occurrences were somewhat understandable for a leader of an investigative team dispatched by an interstellar administration. After all, the other party also had to choose a way of life. One cannot force everyone into a corner, as that would complicate matters further. I may require your expertise, specifically some specialized data. Currently, I need a senior engineer, preferably one skilled in extraction and mining. I just spoke with my mother, who informed me of your situation. And you immediately came to mind as a fitting candidate for this position, my brother said with a smile. He found it inconvenient to undertake the assassination of Lin Lang, as the Iron Claw Eagle had indicated that Chao Zhengchun was waiting for his move. Tan Jihua nodded, but soon shook his head, informing Tan Jihua that for the time being, the focus of the family business remained on acquiring fish, shrimp, and crabs. However, it was imperative that the operations at the Song family's fishing port emphasize the development of a fishing fleet rather than merely purchasing seafood. This was indeed a valuable opportunity. It could enhance their capabilities and directly benefit the company, yielding considerable rewards. What he was most renowned for, apart from his martial prowess, were his discerning eyes. Yet this time, he misjudged the character of a person. Song Feiyun forcefully shook his hand. Zheng Daming was an elderly man, but years of fishing at sea had given him a formidable grip that was impossible to shake off. The purple curtains swayed gently, their sheer fabric draping over the two individuals on the floor, appearing almost ethereal. However, a black rod struck fiercely against his chest, unleashing a violent force that instantly shattered his ribs, sending his body hurtling back into the magnetic field of the Aurora. His understanding of her was woefully insufficient. Had it not been for their recent intimacy, he would not have realized that she too had moments that left those around her feeling helpless. Chapter 80. 8 Extremes Kung Fu Weasel, the Explosive Waveguide. Go forth, Li Ulu. This is your inaugural gym battle. He ruffled Li Ulu's hair, signaling her to ascend to the arena. Although Kung Fu Weasel had a slight edge, for Li Ulu, this represented one of the most evenly matched opponents she had faced since her birth. As for the opponent's level, this inevitably led Sun Sheng to ponder what truly transpired during that era. Why could the so-called ancient kings dictate the rules of the royal debates? Undoubtedly, all of this must be intricately linked to the Golden Domain. Long Xiao chuckled and said, Gu Shangyun, could you perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint in your speech? If you choose to remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Noticing that Long Xiao appeared somewhat awkward, Gu Shangyun refrained from pursuing the jest further and joined the others in toasting and drinking. Do the members of the EC Alliance truly regard our Xinshang workshop as a soft persimmon to be easily molded? The representative of the Sagal sect declared confidently. We shall join forces and share equally whatever spoils we acquire. Lu Feng halted, turning to fix his gaze upon Wu Ming, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Master Wu is truly formidable, far more communicative than these wooden blocks, he remarked, gesturing towards Tao Ziqian. Suddenly, a harrowing roar echoed from within the Nine Heavens Tower. The anguished cry of the hellish demon imprisoned within. Wang Yujin understood that her ability to synchronize her senses with the Tai Sui ancestor was wholly due to the latter's presence. Before the gasp could dissipate, they beheld Shi Feiyu's form splitting into 2, then 4, and in an instant, he multiplied into countless figures. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming was taken aback and cast a glance at Lu Feng, who was gazing steadfastly at the Empress Dowager, his lips pressed tight, yet his eyes radiated determination. Known for his bureaucratic zeal and his commitment to the glory of the Lu family, it seemed Lu Feng was willing to forsake even his position as Deputy Minister of Works for the sake of Bailan. His affection for her was evidently sincere. My dear, I have missed you dearly during our time apart, Franco exclaimed joyfully, bestowing a fragrant kiss. The blood serpent slowly rose, its crimson eyes flashing with fury, the slightly disheveled white mane billowing as its internal energy surged forth. Gripping the fangs of the blood serpent, it charged fiercely towards Wang Xianlong with an enraged roar. Old man, have you considered that perhaps you misplaced it elsewhere? Shi Daoran resolutely refused to abandon any possible opportunity. However, the tree hollow was engulfed in darkness, and the further he descended, the dimmer the visibility became. Suddenly, a thought flitted through Cui Feng's mind, and he could not help but curse himself silently before decisively kicking against the massive trunk of the tree. What is that? Xiaolin exclaimed in surprise. Xiaolin would never be foolish enough to believe that it was merely a heap of useless refuse. Yet what could those peculiar symbols signify? Thank you. Cui Feng realized he was somewhat hungry. Although practitioners significantly lower their dietary needs, it does not imply that cultivators can entirely forego sustenance. At the very least, Cui Feng had not yet attained such a level. Before we proceed, I have a question, Huang Yanbin stated, fixing his gaze upon the man before him. Qin Jilin's previously relaxed demeanor soured once more, while Qin Shouging's expression turned slightly unfriendly. Even the typically graceful Qin Jiao appeared somewhat awkward at this moment. Chapter 81. I aim to confront the stronger one. Jenny. She simply lost control of her aura, which caused the explosion. This turtle is innocent. Besides, isn't the aura meant for explosive attacks in battle? Otherwise, how would one strike? Surely, she will become a prodigy in aura manipulation in the future. In certain respects, Jenny Turtle's assertions held merit. Indeed, the greater the explosive force of the aura, the more impactful its effect would be. However, such usage is inappropriate. Although Pokémon has always employed techniques like self-destruct and volt tackle, which are evidently beyond the capabilities of the sea crawler, Auntie, even when personally engaged in battle, proves to be no match. After all, Auntie's realm is limited. Amidst such chaos, his advantages are minimal, if not entirely non-existent. Clearly, he has been directly ensnared in the memories of Shun Jiuli. He remains oblivious to the awakening instigated by Shun Jiuli. Upon discerning the visage of that individual, Qin Lai and Yu Luo exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. Ding! The sound of a blade striking was crisp and melodious, causing a figure to stagger. The sword formation was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Lien Yunba swiftly turned, escaping through this breach. Inside the room, just as Qin Lai was about to open the wooden door, he suddenly heard Ho San's shout. Instantly, his body jolted as the wooden boat began to set sail. Even if one wished to enter, it would be a challenge to do so. The entrance to the secret realm had vanished, and we are unaware of how we exited. Li Kongyao remarked with a furrowed brow. The terrifying sword intent that suddenly emerged from Qin Lai instantly summoned the Luxing sword. The sword, being sentient, recognized the benefits this newfound sword intent brought, prompting it to emit a resounding cry. Meanwhile, the human Dao imperial seal obscured the heavens, completely isolating the capital of the Deshun kingdom from the sun. Only the red glow of humanity and the brilliance of white treasures shone and roared. Although Lu Qianqian was somewhat isolated from information, she had already gleaned enough to suppress her inner turmoil, preparing herself before seeking out the matter. However, in that fleeting moment, Sheng Shi mused that if he were King Yu of Zhou, then his beloved would be Bao Si. And if the beacon fires could amuse her with a smile, what harm would it be to be lost in such chaos? Yin Duo sighed softly, wondering if the crown prince ultimately aimed to extract the last drop of sweat and blood from the Yun family. Just then, someone from the front hall reported news. And Xian Yuan Tianyu, upon seeing Junwu Xin accompanying Rong Qian, offered a few words of caution before departing. Wei Roi cast a glance at Baiyu Lu Shi, descended, and circled around the shadow guard, noting that he bore nothing in his empty hands. They knew their son all too well. This unfortunate child was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he would never take the initiative unless there were advantages to be gained. Ye, wait for me, he called, closely trailing her, unable to comprehend how, just moments ago, everything was well, yet now had turned overcast. Murong Ingzhu listened intently to every word, as if something within her had been stirred, merging Lin Chinxing's words with those of many others. The words of the esteemed attendant inexplicably stirred a sense of melancholy within Luo Yuling. Although she found this sorrow peculiar, she did not dwell on it, merely attributing it to her own oversight of the poignant attendant, feeling a twinge of remorse. Layli propped up a massive defensive disc, resembling an umbrella, shielding the three above. Explosions ignited towards the sky. Miss Long cunningly chose to grasp Wu Yan's arm. The police officer, at that moment, was utterly stunned. No one anticipated Xiao Xiaozhe would audaciously dare to plunge a knife into the officer's cap. Had it descended another centimeter, that officer would now be a cold corpse. The address left Lin momentarily stunned. Nonetheless, it felt gratifying. Such a formal appellation instilled a sense of pride within him. No longer merely a youth, but now a gentleman. Chapter 82. It seems Master Meow has imparted erroneous teachings. As the evolved form of Riolu, Lucario acquired the Steel type, a classification known for its remarkable resistance among various attributes, endowing Lucario with enhanced durability against attacks. For instance, the Flying type, which typically counters fighting types, can only exert its standard potency during an assault. If there exists a disadvantage, it is the newfound vulnerability to fighting type moves. However, overall, the benefits undeniably outweigh the drawbacks. Evolution is inherently a stride towards greater strength. Upon the grandiose dragon chair, The celestial sovereign sat with an air of divinity. To his left stood numerous celestial beings, yet the most prominent was the esteemed Emperor Huaza, comfortably seated on a soft couch. Before long, the conversation transitioned from pleasantries to discussions on various health regimens, fashionable luxury goods, and wellness secrets, leaving Li Feng entirely sidelined. Naturally, guests who could afford to stay at premier hotels like the Four Seasons are typically affluent, and even during the invitation process, guests are carefully vetted. Generally, only those occupying the opulent suites are granted such opportunities. Thus, the Han dynasty could be deemed to have completed its centralization. Yet the essence of this system lies in the court's prestige. Now, Lu Xie had personally cast aside this remaining authority, trampling it underfoot with disdain, likely heralding a return to the chaotic conditions reminiscent of the spring and autumn period. We merely fear the repercussions of breach of contract, Yanning lamented. Of course, Li Feng was acutely aware of his circumstances. He lacked the energy to manage the Lakers, especially since Old Bus was lauded as one of the finest managers. Thus, the governance of the Lakers remained steadfastly under Old Bus's stewardship. She cautioned Yang Qingye to remain vigilant, mentioning that Luo Xiling was already aware of his actions and had threatened that if he indeed conspired anything, it would cost him his life. After hearing Li Feng's explanation and reflecting on their recent journey to Hawaii, the others fell silent, evidently finding some merit in Li Feng's reasoning, especially since they could afford it now. At that time, the distinction between the two was merely a matter of clothing. Once they changed their attire, he no longer recognized them. Xian Yulei opened her eyes, suddenly radiating a glimmer of light. She cast a glance at Wu Fan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yet her gaze quickly dimmed, and her smile froze. For this month's assessment, you must deem her unsatisfactory, Zhao Hongyun continued, his tone somber. I began training with Yanzi. Initially, I had absolutely no experience in flying. In the real world, individuals are shielded by metal shells when aboard an aircraft. As for parachuting, gliding, or wingsuit flying, I had never attempted any of those. Qin Moyu smiled faintly. Despite his words, he remained exceedingly cautious. After pondering for a moment, he laid down a special restriction at the cave entrance and found a large stone to conceal the opening before swiftly proceeding into the cave. I wonder if the punishment imposed by the palace master might be a tad excessive. Zhiro Daozuan's tone suddenly turned frigid as he spoke in a detached manner. It was only when Harry and Wood began to acquire their special abilities that Alan started to feel a sense of divergence between himself and them. However, since everyone's fighting spirit had not been particularly potent prior, his advantage in speed allowed him to suppress the disquiet within. The individuals present indeed had no information related to Zhu Yan, yet when Huang Xiongjuan posed yet another question, they all began to strain their minds in contemplation. Yuan Kelly, being astute and cunning, possessed an exceptional grasp of human psychology, or rather, a profound understanding of his own mindset, which left him ensnared in his own machinations. Chapter 83. Giving one's all is a sign of respect for the opponent. The unembellished was devoid of any extraordinary techniques. It was merely a direct frontal assault. Yet, it was this simplicity that rendered it somewhat challenging for Lucario to counter. A glimmer sparked in Lucario's eyes as the movements of Meow appeared to slow down in that instant. He discerned clearly how the would strike and where its impact would land. With insight into the defensive techniques of the fighting style, he was poised to guard himself effectively. Li Han felt a pang of unease. Encountering the formidable adversaries of the Slaughter organization here was far from ideal. However, upon careful observation, he noticed that Luo exhibited no negative emotions towards the Slaughter organization, which alleviated his concerns. Now, looking at his foster mother Lu Tsuefen, when she spoke of him, her tone had softened considerably, suggesting she had come to terms with it. Perhaps the matter of misplaced filial piety could finally be laid to rest. Even if he were to borrow the name of Zhang Shai, how high could the walls of non-governmental military facilities truly be? There are laws that govern such matters. Drawing a red line that must not be crossed, Zhao Yufan suddenly recalled that Azu's night vision far exceeded his own. She must have called out to him because she had spotted Zhao Tianqing. The potency of her abilities was extraordinary. Such capabilities were exceedingly rare within the Neko tribe. Show me the intensity of your brain invasion, Luo signaled. Song Jiang certainly understood his implication, but was left pondering whether he should appear more foolish. It was said that fools often enjoyed longer lives. Nearby, adjacent to the wooden wall pierced by the fishnet, Zhao Tianqing's head was rigidly positioned, his eyes fixated on the trembling plastic handle before him. A mere 5 centimeters away, the fishnet cast by Fish Grandmother was not merely affixed to the wooden board, but rather to his temple. This was understandable, considering that the training included special forces from over 60 nations, and the disparity in their skills was not surprising. It could be stated that some among them had only ever fired at targets and had never even witnessed a corpse, let alone had close encounters with unaltered footage such as this. In truth, Zoe was also unclear as to why she felt compelled to refuse. If it were true that she had betrayed the ancestor of the River of Souls, she did not perceive it that way. To this day, she had not acted detrimentally towards the ancestor. Yet, the prospect of remaining loyal to the ancestor as she had before stirred a flicker of resistance within her. His gaze conveyed a clear intent. He was willing to take someone with him, but only with their consent. In the realm of cultivation among the 5 nations, within the renowned Qingsong city of the Zhou Kingdom, the illustrious Hongxiu Pavilion is alive with music and dance, ethereal melodies floating through the air. In one of the exquisite private rooms on the upper floor, a gentle breeze dances with the sound of flowing water, creating an enchanting environment that shields its occupants from the clamor of the outside world, bestowing a refreshing tranquility upon them. Upon hearing Lei's words, I, Suzuki Takayuki, found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was an impeccable excuse for refusal, leaving no room for rebuttal. As Lei listened to the furious shouts and curses emanating from his headphones, he reluctantly removed them, indifferent to the fate of that Japanese fool, for to them, $100,000 or $200,000 was merely pocket change. At the center of the arrow formation stood a man clad in a dark robe, his fiery red hair contrasting sharply with the silver fox mask that concealed his face, his exposed eyes filled with a chilling malice. Seeing her, Yu Xian immediately reverted to her usual demeanor, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. I am satiated. You may take your time. Su Myukin also rose, echoing the sentiment. Who among us exists in reality without suffering grievances? It is truly tragic when one has committed no wrong, yet finds themselves at fault due to another's actions. Come, sample my culinary skills and see if there has been any improvement, Junbuki said, pouring tea into a cup and offering it to Dixia. Sure Fan approached in Hao, the naive beauty, precisely because of this rare opportunity that brought her tantalizingly close to the elite circles, an opportunity not to be squandered. A leave request, the unfortunate one stuck in traffic. The highway has been congested for too long. I should not have ventured out. With an aching back, I request a day off, as a member of the working class deserves a break. A wordsmith is still a worker. Chapter 84. In the future, do not utter my name. Ruka? Upon hearing Leo's words, Rukario momentarily paused, perplexed by the intentions of this young junior. Are you seeking to learn the art of chaotic strikes with a bone club, or the advanced form of wave guiding? Rukario sensed that Leo's expression lacked clarity, leading to a misunderstanding. While the wave guiding ability is indeed convenient, it is not exclusive to Rukario. However, only Rukario possesses the capability to condense wave energy into weaponry. 17 shook his head, pursed his lips in concern, gazing at him with a look of sorrow, tears clinging to her cheeks, evoking his compassion. What did you say? Songzi stared incredulously at Ling Xiaoxian, questioning her own hearing. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a boulder crashing into a throng, sending chills down spines. Echoing before the recently opened door of the tea house, a sound that persisted. Zhang Murang had initially intended to chastise Tai Bai Ling further, but upon Jian Yu's interjection, she relented, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her smooth arm resting upon the table. She had meticulously enticed not just the hearts of individuals, but their lineage as well, confident in her ability to sway these simple folk to her will. You are Mu Fei. You have not perished. Ever since Zhang Murang began her search for her child, he had been observing her true nature from the shadows. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a bright light appeared before them, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Upon hearing her words, Chuji Xin felt no surprise, as he had already discerned the truth during the banquet. The Yunlu Heavenly Secret Realm is situated within the city of Yun. The mushroom spirits, eager to venture beyond, must traverse the sole entrance of the secret realm. Zuoxuanyan gazed at the members of the Zhuojia clan before him, his expression one of desolation. He had heard this very phrase just days prior, and hearing it again stirred a medley of emotions within him. His third uncle was absent, and the supporters of the Zhuojia clan stood nowhere to be found. A clear indication of Zuoxuanyu's meticulous preparations. The battle raged on without pause, as the Xianming Palace mobilized its forces, exhibiting terrifying prowess. Even the practitioners of the Shura realm, who wielded authority akin to that of celestial sovereigns, found themselves compelled to engage one, two, or even more adversaries. An attempt to escape via an explosive strike proved futile, for the metallic shackles binding him were far from simple. This contraption was reminiscent of a celebrity from a millennium ago, when unseen, one could maintain composure. Yet upon encountering it, excitement became inevitable. This esteemed figure was bound by ancestral teachings, which dictated that the portrait of their forebear should not be revealed lightly. Cheng Laoda found himself in a quandary. Atong, in a swift surge of anger, exclaimed, "Isaac, I once believed you were different in the past, which is why I spoke to you so calmly earlier. Clearly, I was mistaken." With a huff, Atong stormed off. Such a laughable title it was, ostensibly. The celestial sovereign commanded the greatest dominion beneath the heavens. But was it truly so? Chapter 85. The Second Ape. What is this Dragon Fighter Magic Motion King? The figurines mounted on the wall were no less than 50 centimeters in height, exquisitely crafted, and the compartments were directly carved into the rock, presenting a remarkably vivid backdrop. They depicted the Pokémon battle team, the Yafei Rangers, where the protagonists could communicate with legendary Pokémon to transform into mechas, a classic hallmark of the series. Zhang Yimou diligently explained to Xen Mu that although the magma giant Ronio might not possess the ferocity of a dragon, slumbering for years would pose no challenge for him. As the diligent assistant to Yun Yishuan, he had long since the unique regard Yun Yishuan held for Chu Qinghuan. Lu Dafan appeared unusually anxious, hardly able to part from Yuan Jinxia, to the extent that when Huang Wan called, Yuan Jinxia had to motion him to step away in order to lower his voice for the conversation. What Yuan Jinxia wished to convey were precisely those two sentences. Since they had already been preempted by Wengu, he could only nod in response. After Kai Fuping hung up the phone, he promptly dialed a few numbers, instructing, "Have Minister Lan come to see me immediately." With that, he set down the receiver. It was said that most of the followers of Carex were dragon sorcerer warlords and a faction of druids, though this remained mere legend. The emblem of Carex was a dragon's eye enveloped in flames. The mentality of wishing to annihilate all perceived foes due to one's world collapsing is indeed a sentiment that only immature minds can harbor. Hearing the elder's words, Wu Kai approached with a smile and inquired, "Grandfather, what did you wish to discuss with me?" As he spoke, Wu Kai seated himself before the sofa. To serve alongside the general and the lady aboard the flagship were warriors who had faithfully accompanied the general for millennia. However, you mentioned that today the White Tiger Nation sent someone to Rao Xian. Why did you leave before their arrival? This is a perplexing point for Lu Yao. Are you feigning ignorance? If it weren't for your negative influence on Luo, would he have considered dropping out? Why must you drag others down when you yourself cannot excel? Wang Qinyue clenched her teeth and spoke with evident disdain. Wen Yinqing struggled with every word, now lacking the strength to maintain any pretense. Likely due to the pain from his injuries. Having once ascended to the 99th level, he knew that beyond it, one would inevitably be teleported out. However, it was difficult to ascertain whether this was merely a negotiation tactic employed by Li Zuer to confound her adversary. Among the various sects in this world, few would dare to oppose the Baojiaxian clan, which, at present, could be said to dominate the realm. After enduring oppression, ridicule, and exclusion for so many years, Lu's psyche had long twisted. Thus, she was indifferent to notions of humanity and morality, convinced that the world owed her, having lived through such dark times. In truth, the key figure was the Prince of Yu. Without capturing him, one could not manipulate Zhao Chun, and how then could one devise a plan against Meng Yong? Lin Song and Zhao Kaishuan held items they had yet to trample, casting defiant glances at one another. The icy energy in this place was overwhelmingly dense, transforming into a white fog. Without the Shura eye, one would be unable to discern the surrounding environment. Chapter 86. The EV Family. The term martial arts must be deconstructed. Martial and arts represent two distinct concepts, namely techniques and mental cultivation. The fiery monkey thrived within this martial arts school, naturally engaging in similar practices, such as tranquility. Although it may seem somewhat unfair to compare the tortoise and the monkey in terms of serenity, ultimately, it was the fiery monkey, not the Squirtle, that emerged victorious. As for the reason, how embarrassing, old turtle, that you lost to the fiery one. I scratch my head. Purchasing equipment typically involves lavish expenditures. Though my notion of extravagance merely pertains to ordinary expenses, occasionally indulging in peculiar potions, and perhaps it is time to replace my attire. I wonder how long you can endure. Yet, the Spirit Emperor could not help but mock Li Dalong. Observing Li Dalong succumb to rage and madness, the great sage Baisu couldn't suppress a smile. Long Fei remarked calmly, his gaze growing resolute. At this juncture, aside from locating the den of the nine-tailed fox, there seemed to be no other means to heal this six-star battle king. It is indeed a significant dilemma. However, where shall we find a designer? While clothing designers may be plentiful, those specializing in footwear might be a rarer breed. Wang Sudong nodded in agreement. Bao Xian noticed that the moment Aunt Duo walked, her flesh trembled, which clarified why she was called Aunt Duo. leaving him helplessly amused at the uncle's mischief. Witnessing such a situation, Li Dalong could not fathom what had transpired. Zhou Jun spoke with a hint of disbelief, pondering whether the front desk staff had deceived him. Upon hearing Tian Ci mention dining with General Su, the receptionist took notice, sensing an unusual connection. Aunt Chun nodded repeatedly, regardless of the circumstances. The girl's beauty would undoubtedly attract considerable business. Nix, nix, Zhao he cried out in pain, uttering not the name of the Wind Fox King, which he longed for, but rather that of Nix. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone staring intently at him, but he casually set aside his thoughts, seemingly indifferent. Duo Ming nodded in silence, and with the intervention of a middle-aged bodyguard, he swiftly maneuvered through the gap between two mechas, dashing towards another hill. It is known that the Mad Gun earned its name for its reckless firing, engaging in self-destructive actions without hesitation. To thwart Tangya from taking over this project, he had long since devised a plan with Bai Qi, awaiting this very day. The two individuals had, in fact, usurped the merit and fortune of their sect. Yet they had ascended to the status of saints, becoming one of the elite few. Qiu Er wielded her soft sword gracefully, resembling a butterfly flitting among flowers, while Miss Huang adeptly used dual blades, akin to swallows in flight. Miss Huang occasionally pointed out Qiu Er's mistakes, and the two engaged in a lively exchange. Over 500 people gradually flowed to the roadside under Yun Xian's dispersal gesture, and all passers-by dared not approach. Upon hearing Tang Luo's words, Lin Yiming's heart leaped. But when he heard the subsequent lack of elaboration, his heart sank, and he let out a sigh of relief. As the rain began to ease and noon approached, only 4 disciples remained who had yet to take the stage for the competition, 2 from Cheong Island and 2 from Pu Mountain. Just as Qiu Er was blissfully enjoying her braised pork for lunch, she was called to the martial arts arena by Yun Ke, replacing Lin Yao. Zhang Yang no longer held back. He sat down directly, his right hand's index and middle fingers pressing against Su Mei Lin's wrist to take her pulse. Zhang Yang, already skilled in medicine, now had the divine strength of the mountain god aiding him, instilling absolute confidence in his healing abilities. Chapter 87, The Injured EV. Meow, what are a few EVs to deal with? Besides, the EVs didn't intend to confront you, did they? Meow Nei was tidying up the bedroom on the 2nd floor when she heard the Squirtle shouting in the backyard, initially thinking something was amiss, only to find it was merely 3 EVs. Upon seeing them, one might mistake them for Reiku, Sukun, and Inti, all appearing together. Squirtle? Reminded by Meow Nei. Squirtle finally reacted. Xia Bing's face instantly erupted with intense anger, and the others also bore expressions of indignation, each placing their hands on their weapons, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Howrin had once been known for his catchphrase, "A person is as their name suggests." But due to numerous friends' criticisms of his hypocrisy, he had refrained from using it lately. Outrageous. Yuan Tianlei had just agreed to Liu Yushu, and of course, he could not allow him to be harmed. Otherwise, he would not know whom to ask for his Xianming Dan. As for those above the 10th tier, they stood tall and unafraid, facing the wind, the swirling snowflakes having no effect on the sword god whatsoever. The second wave of assault also ended in failure, with casualties significantly more severe this time. Over 20 warriors perished, and the injured numbered in the hundreds. The pterosaur trembled in agony as it descended, unleashing a sweeping attack towards Howren's waist with its wings. After forcibly enhancing its cultivation, augmented by costly potions, its hands had become impervious to ordinary weapons. Yet the price had been steep. Its hands now bore no flesh, resembling gray metal, with a dulled sensation. Have a son? Humph. If you possess the capability, why not father your own child instead of relying on others' offspring to call you mother? Pathetic, I scoffed. By the way, will Director Wang be reinstated? One must not be overly selfish. Having secured one's own benefits, one should not forget about Wang Dachui. After all, he is the one who has suffered the most injustice this time. Sun Zongliang targeted him, yet Wang Dachui found himself caught in the crossfire without cause. With a single stroke, I sent the water corpse monkey flying, and a swift kick struck another's abdomen, propelling it backward. Then, I bent low to evade a sneak attack from a water corpse monkey behind me. Dong Huang spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his face pale as a ghost. The demon master gritted his teeth, supporting Dong Huang while continuously channeling mana into the grand bell. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose as the 2 quasi-saints struggled against the overwhelming force of the crimson cloud explosion. The performance of this colossal baboon was far from that of an ordinary beast. It resembled a swordsman trained to perfection. Without further ado, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, with a team led by Qin Feng gaining a lead of over 6 points, a record margin since the match began. Bao Wei snatched a flashlight capable of both illumination and electric shock from his companion, aiming it at Qizhan, stammering a question. The grand and meticulously scientific planning allowed those present to envision a bountiful and picturesque large-scale farm about to emerge, igniting a fervor within everyone. The system alerted that there were 10 minutes left before closure. The immediate priority was to disable certain teleportation functions of the portal to prevent hostile forces from wreaking havoc in the City of Death. Lin Luotian burst into tears, exclaiming, "Of course." He sat up and grasped Lu Yun's hand. Listening to her words, Lung Saran beside them chuckled softly, the sadness from Mu Qingyin's earlier remarks gradually dissipating. Although the Guan family was significantly better off than the Lin family back then, it still paled in comparison to the Bai family. When her family advised her to seize the opportunity with Bai Fangzhou to elevate the Guan family, what had she said? Chapter 88. The land that can cultivate itself. Yin Yin, have you all arrived early? Wu Wei said with a smile, suspecting that Yang Yin was harboring frustration. Qing Cheng gazed at the lingering figure of Zhong Licaini, suddenly finding herself utterly ridiculous. 6 years had passed, and the pain and resentment had not taught her any lessons. Once again in the company of Zhong Licaini, she found herself ensnared in the dream he wove. A sudden shock coursed through Qing Cheng's heart, but upon reflection, she realized that Zhongli Fengxian had always held Zhongli Caney in high regard, making his retention here somewhat understandable. However, in her heart, she could not fully trust Zhongli Caney. She doubted his lack of ambition for the throne. If he harbored such aspirations, he ought not to remain in this place. He is Lin Chun's adopted son, Wu Jiulong remarked. A bitter smile etched across his face as he shook his head repeatedly. Chia, with a peculiar tone, exclaimed loudly, glancing down at the exquisite wine left on the table and the ice, and suddenly seized the wine jug, lamenting, such fine wine should not be wasted. As he spoke, he gently swayed the jug. Yun Yang, upon hearing this, was nearly incensed. How could this fellow be so absurd? Just as he was about to respond, Feng Yuji, the Shu of Yangtze and the others, noticed the spiritual artifact in Yun Yang's hand. Sensing the unusual look in his eyes, Yun Yang hastily stowed the Tianluo garment into his storage ring. Zhongli Caney, inhaling the captivating fragrance emanating from Qingcheng, held her tightly in his embrace. Leaning against his chest, she listened to the strong, rhythmic beat of his heart, and thus they both drifted into a deep slumber. The timing felt just right, since the fall of Neperton. The compensation promised by Marquis Bladder had yet to be realized. As Qinluo had mentioned, the majority of the undead here lacked sentience, with intelligent undead predominantly residing within the territories of various powers, and the area where Yun Yang and his companions currently found themselves evidently did not belong to any faction. This was certainly not lost on Gongsun Zan and Liu Bei, who exchanged a knowing smile, their hearts filled with unspoken sentiments. Thanks to the chaos in the city, Conrad and Jinzi traversed unnoticed, entering the sacred grounds of the royal family with calm composure. Along the way, Qin Ziyu felt drowsy and unstable, at risk of collapsing at any moment. This was indeed within Nua's responsibilities. Yun Nua shyly glanced at Lord Shi, but upon turning away, her eyes sparkled with pride. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the special institution in Guodao, the one in Kunshan appeared particularly desolate, which explained old Zhang's feelings of loneliness. Yet, within such an aged establishment, the abundance of tomes and its unique design left Qin Qingxiu in awe. Holding the letter in her hand, the Empress hesitated at Yin Nua's request, pulling her hand back momentarily. After a brief silence, she ultimately decided to pass the letter over. In an instant, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the two collapsed to the ground in an exceedingly intimate pose. Upon witnessing this, Munanxiu deemed no further reminders necessary and waved his hand, signaling, disperse. Let us move to the inner room. Tina's stature seemed somewhat towering for his current frame, making her appear somewhat top-heavy even when held in his arms. As the words fell, a green light emanated from the Tiangmo, enveloping everyone within the cave. Since joining them, Chu Zihong had yet to utilize his allotted chances for a single lottery draw. Aside from the shared abilities, during this period, Heave still relied on Li Huai to navigate the coming years. He could not afford to offend him. But even if he did, it mattered little. He could always report him. Her phone buzzed with a message from Mu Yihan. There's a bit of traffic, and it's cold outside. Please find a CAF and wait for me. If He were aware of Qin Huairu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scorn her loudly. For this establishment could make one a millionaire in just 4 days. The present predicament lies in the relentless internal strife. Each time external shareholders invest, the management faces a brutal purge. A burly figure wielding a sword descended, and with a wave of his hand, a fire talisman struck the grand hall of Guangxi Temple. This time, Enai Jingxian refrained from defending Enai Qinghuan, instead shaking off the ash from his cigarette while casting a glance at them. Upon seeing Leng Xiao, who bore injuries yet was at least safe, Busong finally exhaled in relief. The gluttonous beast, witnessing its prey vanish, furiously bit at the spot where the white figure had just been. This individual was the Imperial General Ing Wushang, the sole holder of this title, as the emperor later abolished the position while retaining the honorific title of General Ing, transforming it from one of real power to a mere symbolic role. Qiu Shanqing quietly introduced this person to Qin Xing. Lin Xiao followed the information downwards, eventually discovering a notation that read Government Compound, Building 3, Unit 2. Though the specific room was not indicated, yet, for Su Mai Sui and her companions, it represented a significant advancement. A somewhat antiquated white van, evidently modified to carry a greater load, was clearly a vehicle teetering on the edge of legality. Chapter 89. No grateful fox, but there is the moonlit EV. As night fell, this machine possessed a peculiar characteristic. Regardless of the recipe, the end product would invariably take on a cubical form. The nature of the cubes, however, varied significantly. This time, Xi and Mu merely conducted an experimental endeavor, crafting two. Following Wuyo's gaze upwards, they saw several raptors, druids of the skies, circling overhead, poised to swoop down at any moment. While on the ground, the Talon druids were not far away, rushing towards them. Casting a worried glance at Wuyo's injury, Leo ultimately refrained from speaking further. The soldiers on the periphery trembled at the mention of 9 heavens, nearly dropping their weapons. Wang Chong, what brings you here? Su Dafo exclaimed, jumping from the sofa as if scorched, rushing to Wang Chong's side, and inquiring with a tone bordering on obsequiousness. Seemingly wearied by Bailey Land's indifference, Su Yichen erupted once more. Yet, before he could roar, a mere phrase from Bailey Lan quelled his fury. Upon hearing her mention robbery, Mei Er remained silent. But Wu Qinfei blushed at the mention. If one were to speak of robbery, today he, Wu Qinfei, had indeed played the role of a robber, though circumstances warranted it. Such deeds were hardly commendable. However, he wished to keep this from Jiayu, fearing she might reproach him. As night descended, the southern wind arrived. Noticing the unusual pallor of Granowen, he embraced her from behind. Xiaoling stepped back, turning to face the other masked figures. The expressionless white masks elicited an even more chilling and terrifying sensation. A trembling voice emerged from Lu Zhongyang's lips, and simultaneously, tears streamed from his eyes. Upon hearing Xian's words, Xiao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Infatuation? That fourth prince? She found it hard to believe. Had he already deduced the truth? If so, why did he still keep Meng Meng by his side? He feigned indifference, leaving her utterly perplexed about Li Yi's true intentions. What did you just do to me? At that moment, Zhudaoren also sensed something amiss. Though his body was immobile, he could still vocalize his thoughts. A new father? Could it be similar to Yuan, where she now had 2 fathers? Bauer gazed at me with wide, innocent eyes, watching the rat turn and leave, hailing a cab before vanishing from my sight. I suddenly felt lost. I chuckled softly, extending my hand towards Liang Heike, and with a resounding clap, it served as Liang Heike's final encouragement. Now, she could only sit on a cold iron bed, surrounded by an eerie blue hue, resembling the depths of the ocean. Su Wanwan occasionally spotted a few red fish swimming past the window, their sharp teeth glistening. In truth, the most amusing aspect was not Yi Shanshan's seemingly foolish scheme, but rather the knowledge that I was determined to assist my father in pursuing Yi Shanshan's mother. Little did Yi Shanshan know, she was entirely engrossed in her fervor. For the students of the same school, compared to the distant professional table tennis players, the classmates nearby naturally held greater significance over time. Qian Yaling was struggling. Although her mecha had been lifted entirely, her hands still had enough freedom of movement. She grasped the right hand of the tulip tightly in resistance, her legs continuing to thrash about. Chapter 90. The Magical Masquerade Cat's License. Jenny, is this collected by Evie? How diligent. Leo, you're simply too lazy. Jenny, I still prefer the you from a few days ago. Listening to Leoru's assessment of himself, Jenny Turtle began to reminisce about the former Leoru. She genuinely did not understand. It was merely the printing of a poetry booklet, yet there seemed to be so many intricacies involved. Why do you have so many questions? The Butterfly King noticed his gaze was unguarded, seemingly genuine, which diminished his animosity somewhat. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, startling him further. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. His opponent only tightened their grip, causing him to exclaim in surprise. The guard responsible for watching over the Mingjiao disciples was taken aback. Before he could react, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared before him. Feng Xian remained composed, refraining from rushing forward. Now that the situation had begun, it would be easier to manage. Xiao Yin's victory over Yin Sha indicated her extraordinary strength, powerful enough to challenge Jinwu's position within the Longyuan. Just as CHUUU departed, Zhang Xian was summoned to her grandmother's courtyard, feeling quite helpless whenever her grandmother called her over. It rarely boded well, and she had grown numb to the scoldings. The last time she felt something akin to this was when she turned 18. That overwhelming sensation of embracing the world was profoundly fulfilling. A warmth startled Ming, and upon raising her head, she saw Qinghuan standing in the center of the courtyard. Her face as pale as a ghost, gazing in terror. They were unable to contain their excitement, hastily summoning 8,000 soldiers, bursting forth from the robust defensive formation. Yet Lin Han remained unperturbed, having enjoyed ample rest that afternoon, now fully prepared to work through the night. Just as the two were wailing to garner sympathy from those around them, the reclining Li Dakue slowly awakened. All right, you have a point. Lin Han wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and then opened Qin Sheng's door, stepping inside and shutting it with her foot. With her late-stage golden core cultivation, it was just right to test the newly ascended Huigu with his half-step nascent soul prowess. Yu Gong had immense trust in Yu Fei. Once she spoke, he ceased to be vigilant and obediently approached the void. It was unexpected that someone like him would exhibit such patience towards animals, Yu Qinsheng remarked, observing Lin Han's departing figure. The practitioners of the Buddhist sect, who had accrued a significant debt to the heavenly Tao since ancient times, now found themselves compelled to repay it. Thus, numerous ancient Buddhas underwent nirvana to evade it, allowing a new generation of disciples to step forward. Before she set out today, Fu Chun had specifically adorned her with the jade mandarin duck hairpin he had gifted her previously, and she gazed at Fu Chun several times with profound intensity. Were these two also mere instruments of their father? Suddenly, she recalled Fu Xiantian and the mysterious entity concealed within him. With Sister Qinyu present, the situation could not be better, for she was also a level 63 special practitioner, her combat prowess likely rivaling that of a peak demigod. Yu Qi did not share the same thoughts as others. Instead, she cheerfully diverted the topic, uttering a pleasant remark. Ouyang Sha cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Yunj, her gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through unnoticed. In response to Georgina's complaints, Alexei Sakintsev and Andrei Sakintsev evidently held a different perspective. They admired the legendary hacker's skills, but were skeptical about his physical condition, as Anchor's health was too unstable to withstand prolonged mental exertion in combat. Chapter 91. The Sycophant Has No Future. The rewards from the 2 dojo battles, the Academy Cup prize, the live streaming and teaching assistant salaries, insurance funds, and the sales agreement for energy cubes with the school team. Currently, Xian Mu's finances were relatively sufficient, yet he was in no rush to purchase a car. After all, vehicles are depreciating assets, losing value from the moment of acquisition. Meow? If the group photo turns out poorly, how about we say we lost our driver's license and need to reapply? Aside from Pokémon and trainers separately, Yang Lin felt that the system's peculiar behavior was perhaps an opportunity, observing what choices he would make. Otherwise, there would be no need for reminders. Yang Lin said to Wang Kai, "All right, haha, Wu Go is right." The others listening to their conversation broke into wide smiles. It appears that the opponent indeed lacks fighting spirit and is prone to panic. Lu Zhongmin has mentally prepared himself for significant losses. His task is to delay the response time of the Ming army's subsequent infantry, allowing his own counterattack forces time to eliminate the Ming artillery and their supporting units on the mountaintop. Yang Lin surveyed this formidable being. In terms of presence, he certainly overshadowed Yang Lin, exuding an authority that was difficult to refuse. However, it held little sway over Yang Lin. To them, the awakened individual before them seemed to belong to the category of power-type awakeners, undoubtedly a strong figure among them, and having him around would be advantageous. As autumn arrived, the incessant rain became a headache. It was customary to place several plastic basins inside the house to catch the rainwater. If the downpour persisted into the night, sleep would be elusive. Inside the factory, machines roared, a clear indication of a modernized establishment. Yet, Suyu felt a sense of surprise. This was clearly an ancient battleground. How could modern machinery exist here? When a group of super life forms appeared in the Tianxiang Star region, they were greeted by such a scene. For these super life forms, the death of life held little significance. Suddenly, at that moment, the Dragon Demon Lord and Su Xingxiang had arrived. The shadows of the 9 Nether 10 fiends and the heavenly demon swords swirling ominously, like malevolent spirits rushing forth, immediately joining the ranks of the IC faction. There were indeed those with hearty appetites, and the assistant had dealt with numerous matters, yet this time, he still wished to exert pressure as in the past. However, Jinlang's casual glance towards him abruptly halted all his thoughts. The first-floor hall was devoid of life. The vast space felt eerily lifeless. Sumu quietly ascended the stairs, and as he reached the stairway, a deep voice resonated from within the door. Although her mission was to lead the citizens to safety, she had yet to receive any orders, leaving her to guard this place, which was truly a source of unnecessary worry. Her disobedient younger brother caused Xiao Meijin considerable distress as she leaned back in her chair, pondering how best to discipline him. Cheng Tian took the towel, glancing around. A wave of unfamiliarity washed over him. Outside was pitch black, visibility lower than that of the yellow earth tunnels. Would they have to survive in this terrifying exterior alongside Bai Fei? At that time, Ning Weibao had just been promoted to mayor, concerned that unfavorable rumors might circulate. Thus the Ning family had kept her abnormalities concealed from the public. In the end, he witnessed an entirely different side of Chu Chan, one he had never seen before. Strikingly unfamiliar, she stood there unscathed, her radiant face emanating an even more dazzling brilliance. With each step she took, she carried an air of pride. Her smile was imbued with confidence. Her countenance was gentle and approachable, evoking a sense of a caring elder sister, instantly endearing her to others. Chapter 92, Kindred Spirits of the Land Travelers. Meanwhile, Lu Ming gazed at the fluffy fleece of the merino sheep, occasionally tempted to touch it with his bare hands. However, the wool of the merino sheep harbored a significant amount of static electricity, which could sometimes be uncontrollable, leading to the risk of electric shock for some individuals. In the office, Lu Ming always kept these effervescent tablets, and Cui Xia was adept at using them. The only source of discomfort for Ling Yang was that director Zheng Zhixiu seemed to have no intention of sparing him, just as Ling Yang had surmised. Zheng Zhixiu ultimately entrusted him with the responsibility of cleaning the public restrooms of the school. Although Ji Linshi considered this, he had no intention of delving deeper. He had his own matters to attend to and could hardly spare the energy to concern himself with Ling Miao's affairs. What was amiss with the Yilwan Bureau? His aunt's household had merely come from the Shaofu supervisory office, yet good-natured Madame Lu managed to suppress her frustration and smile. As for when they could go out, they could only wait for further notice, though it would not be long. After speaking, the Earth Dragon disregarded whom the old steward was preparing to send to the palace and directly made his way to the inner court. Before he even entered the rear courtyard, he heard Tan Chun's cries before childbirth. The contractions had rendered her nearly hysterical, and she no longer possessed the strength to shout loudly. Time trickled away, and Bai Yixue waited patiently for the arrival of that delightful surprise. Still here? Qin Fangbai removed his glasses and rubbed his brow. No matter how much he cared for that departing silhouette, he managed to maintain an impassive demeanor, channeling his thoughts into his work. Naturally, CI and harbored benevolent thoughts, but given the current environment and atmosphere, he could not present them all at once, lest these individuals regard him as a monster. Ling Miao squinted at Ji Linshi, who frowned, knowing that what Ling Miao was about to say would certainly not be pleasant. Though not superstitious, she found the scene unfolding before her somewhat eerie, with images akin to horror films flashing through her mind, many of which were related to elevators. He witnessed the bodies of those who should have been slain by Qi Xia rising again, and before him stood the figure of Qi Xia. Undoubtedly, this ghostly coffin was a treasure, particularly for those who practiced ghostly arts. Thus, for Su Lang, the more martial arts one understood, the better, especially high-quality techniques. Even if they were not integrated into his own creations, the philosophies of martial arts would inevitably blend in, much like the Sunflower Manual. The trio of Qin Yuan initially believed that elevating the elves to the king level would be astonishing enough, only to discover that this power primarily facilitated access to an even higher threshold. Moreover, the dragon race was formidable, although few in number. They were the strongest race in the world. During the age of magic, they did not even need all 4 dragon clans to intervene. Just one could wreak havoc across the globe. The once spacious area was nearly devoid of space due to the encroachment of these few elves. The attendants spoke respectfully. Although the figure before them was dressed simply, they exuded a sharp and commanding presence. Suppressing his doubts, Du Yiling scanned the storage bag with his spiritual sense, further confirming his suspicions. His gaze rested leisurely on the screen, and Xia's sharp eyebrows and bright eyes slightly arched, curious to see what she intended to do. Chapter 93. SC Char Dinger's lunchbox. As for Wei Hong, it is uncertain whether he tosses and turns in his sleep out of restlessness or if it is a deliberate act. Only he knows the truth. The occurrences in the adjacent room bear little relevance to Xianmu, who is preoccupied with attending to his beloved Pokémon. Regardless of whether one is seated in a soft or hard sleeper, the essence of the green-skinned train remains unchanged. It is merely the positioning of the compartments that varies, along with a slightly improved environment. Even as the train traverses the junction of the tracks, the jarring thud resonates through the carriage. Kinshasa Trading Company promptly follows suit, announcing the release of 50 styles for the common folk, available for unlimited sale until stocks last. Each individual is entitled to a single chance at a lottery. Within a purchased box lies a surprise discount ranging from 10 to 70%. The discount drawn determines the price at which one may acquire their new attire, providing the populace with affordable garments. 3 days have elapsed without a single system upgrade, an unusually prolonged duration. The most conspicuous change is the transformation of the previously white system border into a striking red frame. It is precisely for this reason that, during the earlier Void invasion, the elders refrained from calling upon the creators of worlds unless absolutely necessary. Kate, I'm fine. I just find it puzzling how closely the boss has become acquainted with the agents. Wolf remarked casually. Earlier, he instructed them to close their eyes and rest, genuinely aiming to help them relax and feel at ease. Moreover, should I be unable to save us, perishing in such a manner, startled though it may be, seems preferable. Elder Chu, you have triumphed. My jade bamboo flute is now yours. Take it from the wall of the room. Upon witnessing the lively Lu Yiping, Hua Chen calmly declared. For in his eyes, Lu Yiping's life is far more precious than a centuries-old antique jade bamboo flute. Is this even permissible? Arriving at modern Shiman, he possesses scant knowledge about it. The moment Cheng Yao opened the door, he rummaged through the pile of items Blue Ancient was carrying, retrieving an electric toy car purchased for his nephew Cheng Yan, and proudly presented it in Cheng Yan's room. 9 stegosauruses, resembling living creatures, weaved and spiraled around the fields, each formed from countless strands of condensed sword energy. When Chun Nua descended the stairs, Milan Yu was sitting on the sofa, holding Cheng Yan's hand and gazing around. Upon noticing Chun Nua's weary countenance, they promptly inquired about his well-being. Chu Yi, decisive and unyielding, swiftly redirected the Qingming sword and fled towards the southwest. The Qingming, being a superior artifact, surged in speed, widening the distance between him and his pursuers, while he occasionally lured the 7 headless demon beasts, manipulating the white jade sword to chase after him. Bada's eyes darted downward, and in the next moment, he felt as if his strength had been abruptly siphoned away. Despite this, Yifeng continued to trail closely behind Tang Sueki as they descended the educational building, traversing the campus and attracting countless envious glances. As Boater was propelled backward, the gigantic python opened its maw, unleashing a powerful suction that forcibly engulfed Boater whole. Just moments ago, Yifeng's thoughts had lingered on the bloodied blade, inadvertently overlooking the query regarding Enai Suqin. Chapter 94. The 12 Golden Men. As Rotom Gundam gazed at the enchanting figure of the magical masked Meow in the driver's seat, Junsha appeared momentarily taken aback. After all, such a scenario was rather uncommon. Nevertheless, Meow had already presented the driver's license. Thank you for your cooperation. It was evident that the individual had received training. Even though Pokémon drivers were rare, it was not entirely unacceptable. After the inspection concluded, Junsha turned her attention to the back seat where Lu Ming sat. Good day. Could you please assist by taking a breathalyzer test if you have been drinking? Having exerted dominion over the entire apartment complex, attaining unparalleled power and immortality, one could hardly call him anything less than a deity. The Iron Mask Man felt a tinge of irritation. In summary, regardless of whether the officials and citizens of Donghai were willing or not, Wang Zhe's developmental focus would inevitably shift towards the more promising northeastern lands. What did you say? Regarding the recent kidnapping incident? Liang smiled slightly, reclining into a comfortable position against the back of the sofa. Upon hearing Ing Chun's remark, Xiao Rao finally grasped why everyone claimed Yanju was a eunuch. Yet he could engage in intimacy with her. It turned out it was not a physical incapacity, but rather a psychological influence. Zhang Bai reiterated his previous words of guidance to his teammates verbatim to Xing Yuni, whose expression grew increasingly astonished with each passing moment. After absorbing 2 drops of jade ointment, Yun Fei meditated thrice on the Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, and Dragon Roar techniques in his mind. Without the use of the Panlong Spear, this set of dragon-slaying techniques represented Yun Fei's most formidable combat skill at present, requiring extensive refinement. Very well. You shall visit Ichin tomorrow. I can sense that you have become indelible in her heart. Lu Daji, lifting the old horseman, regained the initiative amidst a throng of mutants. Meanwhile, after successfully drawing fire, Chang Wei sought to escape to an uninhabited area, perhaps due to the darkness and her unfamiliarity with the surroundings. She zigzagged through several streets before darting into an alley. The lives of the affluent are often monotonous. They do not concern themselves with the abundance or scarcity of wealth, but rather indulge in the sheer pleasure of their privileges. Watching Luo Qiqi stumble towards the other side, Qin Ao's expression turned icy. What has happened to her? What could cause such a disturbance? He reached out and grasped Luo Qiqi firmly. The journey back and forth, though not far from the Summer Palace to the Forbidden City, consumed considerable time. Qin, who exclaimed in alarm as the image depicted a tall, dark-skinned figure fleeing in terror. With an ominous gray mist enveloping him, it seemed that Jiao Zhuo was petrified by the looming shroud behind him. The metallic, sweet taste of blood filled her mouth as she bit her tongue once more. All doors and windows had been securely locked, making escape nearly impossible even with wings. They leaned slightly forward, adopting the stance of a tiger ready to pounce, and in the next instant, their vital energy surged, both charging forth simultaneously. Qin Xiong was no ordinary individual. A fifth-tier orange soul general, he surpassed Yang Qilong by a level, endowing him with superior strength and speed. Another mate approached, bearing a lavish set of sable fur and a pair of brocade boots. The unfortunate state of the villagers, largely orchestrated by his suggestion to Danzhou, had been laid bare by Orochimaru, leaving him at a loss for words. Upon reaching Yangzhou, the vibrant season of fireworks in March drew throngs of people to the riverside market to witness the magnificent dragon boat. She stood at the bow, accompanied by male relatives, casting a disdainful gaze upon the commoners below. Upon meeting Zhou Fan's icy stare, which felt as if it were piercing through to the dead, the fellow was instantly gripped by fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Tong Tong had always believed that their concern was for her sake. However, Lin Xiang's words today, along with the blood-type results etched in her mind, revealed the truth that Li Mingyang and Zhang Min had deliberately concealed their blood types to protect their lineage. Chapter 95. Journey Through the Gobi. Beast of disaster. Regardless of how meticulously documented the literature may be, nothing surpasses the authenticity of a time-traveling encounter in archaeology. With a stroke of fortune, one might meet a time-traveling rabbi and personally experience the chasm between ancient and modern. Yet, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Visiting here, to some extent, signifies that while excessively exploiting Pokémon may yield immense power in the short term, it is equally prone to backlash. Lu Ming's study of human evolution and Pokémon drew praise from both adults and children alike at the two tables, as they relished their meals, sweat glistening on their brows due to the room's warmth. Quan Jingqing's calm tone betrayed no emotion, rendering it impossible to discern his true feelings. The lifespan of deities and demons surpasses that of other races by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, the heavens remain impartial. Did he move in after seeing you here? I inquired, having initially assumed that Lu Qing arrived here by chance before Tao Yao formally became a spirit. You left the hall so suddenly. I was worried about you. He stated plainly, revealing his unmasked concern. However, it was evident to all that Lu Miling was not oblivious. Rather, she simply regarded Wang Hongliang as a good friend thus far. The challenge lay in Wang Hongliang's unwavering devotion to Lu Miling, which remained undiminished. Song Wuji extended his hand beneath the thin blanket, grasping the soft hand of Qin Yurong, tenderly caressing it in his palm. Her resolute commitment to her beliefs exhibited a perplexing kind of obsession, or perhaps a form of fixation. Yet, Yi Sun was filled with profound confusion. This was his first visit to the abyss of fallen gods, a name he had only heard from Qiu Lao. What, he pondered, could exist within the abyss that evoked a sense of familiarity or stirred the essence of his celestial spirit? In an instant, all the soldiers present rallied with newfound vigor, their morale soaring far beyond that of previous campaigns. Though their conditions were decent, they were not lavishly provided with meat at every meal. Thus, for this feast, they were determined to exert themselves in their duties. At last, the Tiger King seemed to have made a resolute decision. Roaring fiercely towards the depths of the great green mountain, as if calling forth something, some individuals promptly reported the fire and summoned the police to investigate the unfolding events. The nearby elderly martial artists found themselves pushed back by an invisible force, rendered unable to approach. At that moment, Zhili unexpectedly called out, summoning the disciples of Shu Mountain, which instilled in Yang Yifei an overwhelming urge to curse. He had been attempting to remain hidden. Yet Zhili had completely exposed his position. Upon hearing Shang Jiechen's inquiry, Lu Shiqiao quickly shook his head, asserting his integrity. Just then, a jet of pitch-black light surged forth from the scroll, shooting towards the center of the canyon. However, as soon as he fired, numerous individuals activated their recording devices, capturing his every action and utterance. Long Yin appeared to acquiesce, realizing that slaughtering so many would not only bring trouble, but also tarnish his reputation. After listening to Yang Yifei's words, he felt a profound clarity and newfound admiration. Yet, reality struck him like a resounding slap, dissipating his arrogance in an instant. Song Wuya was set to depart in the coming days, and with the upcoming spring examinations, how could they travel together? Lin Daolao doused him with cold water. On that day, Qianfeng was meditating, experiencing a profound clarity. Above him, a purple aura seemed to coalesce, while Qianya emanated a rich spiritual energy. Drawn by the innate energy of Qianfeng, guided by Qianfeng, the earthly spiritual essence gradually permeated into his being. However, she would never wade into such murky waters alone. She needed to find someone more capable of speaking to the emperor on her behalf. Seeing his hearty laughter, Gu Xinmei couldn't help but smile, though her expression appeared even more pallid than before. The hope that had just surged within her came crashing down. How ironic that she still clung to the delusion that he refrained from exposing her out of affection. At Zhujiang port, numerous practitioners from various nations flocked to Star City, with those journeying through other cities likely surpassing them in number. Beside the Porsche, several other vehicles, all Audis and Benzes, stood parked, yet they paled in comparison to the Porsche's prestige. Lin Xixian contemplated the necessity of putting theory into practice and accordingly placed his right leg over his left. When the subject of the soul-breaking whip arose, Cheng Xinian immediately recalled the dreadful whip marks she had once seen on Zhou Qinkong's chest. Earlier, Zhou Qinkong had already endured a beating to protect her. How could she bear to subject him to further suffering? Based on his understanding of Yi Xiaoqing's family circumstances, even with some recent earnings from farming and selling vegetables, they were far from affluent. Why do I feel suddenly so heartbroken? Sitting on the ground in meditation, Yang Bian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet, Yang Bian was not surprised. As the cultivation of the Grim Reaper's scythe advanced, his body had become nearly indestructible. Although it was merely a foundational scythe technique, it was still an exalted method. Just as Li Tianxin observed the city of Lianxin, several figures suddenly soared up from the fortress. Indeed, they were formidable. After consuming several elixirs, Chen Fan took a deep breath and resumed firing, unwilling to linger any longer. 10 precious minutes had already slipped away, and should he tarry further, skilled adversaries would inevitably close in for the kill, leaving no opportunity for a second chance. Moreover, as the sole mythic figure of the human alliance, the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders was immense. He had to remain vigilant at every sign of disturbance. Similarly, in selecting the 6th settlement, Landon was confident that no one would suspect he had once again changed cities, opting instead for the settlement surrounding the city of Kuwaita. Faced with such a character, he felt quite helpless. Initially, he believed that you would act with reason. The rationale behind your actions eluded my understanding, nor did I wish to grasp it. My only hope is that you refrain from your self-righteousness, for in this world, no one shares your self-destructive tendencies. Chapter 96. The Blue Raven in the Desert. A hue of dim yellow disrupted the skyline as surging sands, like a monstrous beast, gradually consumed the heavens and surged toward this direction. The Absalom, once perched upon the rocky mountain, had vanished, likely seeking to evade the impending natural disaster. Even if it could issue a warning, Absalom remained merely an ordinary Pokémon, yet to evolve into something greater. Karit was left speechless by Demosthenes' remarkable declaration of affection, her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Lu Liming did not linger long in the hospital. On the morning of the 4th day post-awakening, he discharged himself, informing Liao Fan that after lying in bed for so long, he needed to engage in some restorative training before reporting to Lu Chundao. Shirley coldly remarked, "Uncle Lon, this agency has repeatedly sought to trouble me and my husband." The thought of Lon Yuming blocking Zhao Feng's bullet for her, resulting in a shattered lineage, shattered Shirley's heart. Zhao Wushuang, typically rebellious, halted in his tracks upon hearing Tsanyun's voice and bent to respond. The newcomer was clad in heavy armor, towering in stature, with a colossal axe slung over his shoulder, thicker than a tree trunk. "Are you saying that the waiter from earlier?" Karit exclaimed, her astonishment renewed as her gaze returned to the dashing male server. Judging by the precision of his marksmanship, it was evident that he was aiming for her life. Based on the position where that unfortunate soul had been struck by a bullet, a similar wound would likely leave no time for rescue. The person now lying at her feet could very well be her. Lon Pingling looked up, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. It felt as though her suffering was not yet over, though she could not precisely articulate what lay ahead. This sensation flickered away before she could grasp it, leaving her bewildered about its whereabouts. What calamity is this? Such an ancient feeling. Chunjiu muttered to himself, initially hesitant to step forward. To have been so easily seen through by Qingyi. It seems I have no secrets to preserve before her. Chen Fengyun feigned helplessness, shaking his head. It is good that you can think this way. The master of the Celestial Palace cast a deep glance at the Demon Lord before stepping boldly into the Seven Wonders Hall. The seventh miss then broke into a smile. Often, when one is questioned about their intentions, it reveals a lack of confidence and an underlying sense of insecurity. Such inquiries are inherently tinged with a hint of arrogance. If one were not in the wrong, what need would there be for such arrogance? Chapter 97. The Mysterious Ring and the Fleeting Talarbai. Meow, its wings must be broken. Leo, Jenny, be confident. It is certainly broken, and there are numerous bruises elsewhere. What has it encountered? The unconscious blue raven was undergoing a wave-guided examination. They had not brought light machines, yet the wave guide possessed the ability of perceptive vision, and under its scrutiny, the blue raven's condition was nearly resolved. Without a light machine, how could I not be involved? Shangguan Yuntian's voice remained unwaveringly calm, yet Gu Cheng discerned a different implication. Well, I must change my clothes. This formal attire has grown rather tiresome. Feeling Gao Yuan's firm grasp on her right hand, Yuan found herself at a loss for courage to directly decline. Her embarrassment palpable in the presence of many onlookers, forcing her to fabricate a clumsy excuse. Nightclubs, bars, hotels, dance clubs, internet cafes, and various entertainment venues provided ample opportunities for those laborers, confined for a day, to revel. Particularly around the vicinity of Zhonghai University, the atmosphere became extraordinarily lively after dark. Do as you wish. If you wish to use me, go ahead, but you must know how to untie the knots. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Yang Xiaofan had already vacated the room. How to leave? This place is so enigmatic that it feels as though no matter where one goes, there is no end in sight. Although Yi Jujiu expressed her doubts, her feet had already followed Feng Mo's lead. The onlooking martial artists, upon witnessing Jiang Yunan's martial spirit, could not help but exclaim, casting sympathetic glances at Xiaoling. Entangling oneself with Jiang Yunan was not a trivial matter. Qin Xiaoyu noticed Yin Ruoyi's slightly evasive gaze and sensed that matters might indeed be more complex than they appeared. Should Yin Ruoyi attempt to evade him as she had before, Qin Xiaoyu would not allow it. In an instant, the headache plagued Fu Xiaoquan as he beheld Luo Anning. His gaze now strangely unfamiliar. Welcoming Wang Meyer was a colossal fist on the intercom screen. Gao Yuan smashed the intercom to smithereens with a single punch and then kicked open the door of the Wang family's smart protective villa. The three entered in single file. Did you just indulge in some sweets before I arrived? Qin Xiaoyu was not one to easily utter such sweet words. The disciples of the beggar's sect fell into silence. The once respected elder had suddenly gone mad, a situation the sect could not bear. Nangong Kai swept Peng Lin into his embrace, his mouth reeking of alcohol as he attempted to plant a kiss on Peng Lin's face. In truth, if Lin Weiwei wished to observe, she could simply extend her consciousness, but she refrained from doing so. Harold might have been somewhat hungry. He took the teacup, drained it, and then grabbed several pieces of pastries from the table, devouring them voraciously. Regrettably, he had miscalculated. Not only was it challenging for the Qinglian real person to strike me, but upon encountering the seven-tailed Fox King, he was swiftly eliminated. Two prominent figures from rival companies ventured out, devoid of any bodyguards. The Ogilvy Company, however, was not lacking in skilled protectors. At last, they arrived at the Grand Hall, towering 10 zhang high, resplendent in gold and jade, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. A multitude of massive bronze incense burners, encircled by 10 individuals, were scattered across the plaza in front of the hall, where the air was thick with fragrant smoke. Devotees filled the square, continuously lighting incense and prostrating themselves before the deities enshrined within. Nevertheless, Wu Tian's ambition to annihilate all cultivators was utterly preposterous, certain to incite a tremendous uproar among the major realms. According to his plan, would not the three pure ones, the Buddha and the demon gods, be erased as well? Even if Wu Tian dared not target the three pure ones, should he embark on a massacre of cultivators? Those who had attained mastery over yin and yang would not remain passive. At that moment, I had given the bell to the two of them to play with, and they began channeling their vital energy into it, thereby consecrating the bell. I initially believed they were merely amusing themselves, but to my astonishment, they transformed the bell into a hammer, creating a sturdy handle. The transparent threads appeared almost tangible, each capable of piercing the body of a third-tier spirit beast. He could not afford to halt. He understood that with each step he took, Shiro and Shueisha edged closer to death, just a few dozen steps away. Should he be overwhelmed, it would spell disaster, and it would be wiser to switch to a longer weapon preemptively. Suddenly, she recalled how vulnerable men could be in the face of romantic disappointments, and she found herself beside Xiao Jinyan at that moment. The citizens of Luoyang, having endured 3 catastrophic tribulations over the past decade, finally glimpsed hope, their jubilant voices echoing as they shared the news. However, Lin Mu Tiger had long been wary of Tian Beishi's sorcery. With a flick of his right hand toward the frost-laden vortex, a chain of purple lightning surged forth, meeting the opposing force head-on. When the two spells collided, they erupted in a brilliant display before vanishing entirely. Initially, the plan was to lure the leader of the Flame sect into a trap and then deploy a fragmented array to eliminate him. Lu Xiaoyan, too, witnessed a notable scene today. Chang Liangdi would not become the crown princess, and Xiao Jinyan's spirits were likely buoyed. As the two approached the adjacent Hehuan Hall, before even stepping into the side chamber, they were met with the cries of infants. A palpable aura of menace surged forth as Shi Zhanlong clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Shi Yandong. Zhao Qijian nodded in acknowledgement. The elder blew a breath of celestial energy, and instantly, 1,000 magpies took flight from the county office, vanishing the locusts that had plagued the county within a single day. The populace rejoiced, and as summer flourished, they resumed plowing and sowing seeds. When autumn arrived, the harvest was bountiful, and the people were filled with immense joy. The once opulent mansion, upon the arrival of night, took on a chill characteristic of deep residences, with a long corridor leading into darkness, reminiscent of a beast waiting to pounce on unsuspecting prey. The candlelight flickered in the abyss, appearing woefully insignificant and unstable. Kuei Qingyi had grown increasingly impatient, having endured considerable hardship over the past few months to reach the Death Sea of the Western Desert and enter the secret realm of Lulan, all in pursuit of the legendary treasure key fragments. After what felt like a day had passed, the Grand Martial Arts competition finally drew to a close, with 50 of the most formidable new Marine commanders selected to form the backbone of the force, alongside an already designated contingent of 10,000 seasoned veterans. They are seasoned warriors, perhaps lacking in raw power, yet rich in experience and undaunted by death. With a heart full of resentment, Jiang Yin fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of reducing the despicable Piao Xue and Yi Tianming to mere pulp to be fed to dogs, only to awaken thereafter. Chapter 98. The boundary between humans and Pokémon was still blurred. This must be a Blaziken, right? The image captured by Rotom was somewhat fragmented, with certain sections already deteriorated, but from the remnants, the form of the Blaziken was still discernible. Indeed, it is a Blaziken. Rotom, please assess the structural integrity of the surroundings. Understood, Rotom. Unlike before, Chu Zheng refrained from carelessly discarding items. This was not a reflection of heightened awareness, but rather a desire not to litter in the unconscious room of Huamanyu. You dare to threaten me? Accompanied by this message from the Hydra, the cave trembled violently, as if a monstrous entity lay hidden beneath the mountain, poised for resurrection. His armor could withstand 3 full-force strikes, and although Chun Haoran's blow was fierce, it would not breach his defenses. Seizing this opportunity, he could send Chun Haoran flying, rendering him defeated. Zhu Chun had earlier mentioned that no one had ever ventured into the 3rd layer of the Poison Sky Demon Domain, and the formidable presence emanating from below was even more terrifying than that of the Demon King and the Great Protector, suggesting a power level at least equivalent to a martial saint of the 4-element Pill realm. Could it be that the 3rd layer of the Poison Sky Demon Domain concealed some powerful beast? Hey, Brother Sunshine, don't say that. We're practically brothers now. If you speak like that, I shall be displeased, Zhao Xiang remarked, shaking his head. However, the question of whether the innate realm spirit masters, particularly those of advanced age with considerable martial prowess, would have the time to use spirit talismans remains uncertain, setting aside whether the Wang family would retaliate. The Demon City Committee would certainly not treat them kindly. Applying the pure spirit liquid before entering the formation is akin to blinding the sighted. No matter how formidable the evil sex experts are, they would only be on the receiving end of the assault. This is not mere imagination, but a certainty, provided there are no unforeseen events from the Chimo heaven side. Rest assured, Grandpa Qin, once this matter concludes, I shall treat you to a couple of drinks. Chen Haoran assured. Breakfast consisted of noodles and steamed buns, with the only dish being fried pickled vegetables with yellow beans. Director Xiao, please take a seat. I'll fetch your meal. Dining in the restaurant requires spending tickets. Sun Ku produced his work ID from his pocket, revealing a few red and green plastic currency notes within the plastic sleeve. With long hair, sparkling eyes, and an awkward figure, She smiled brightly at Zhao Jingzi. During the time he spent with Han Jing, he had indeed heard her mention an elder sister named Han Qian, who was married and resided outside the city, which is why Xiagua had never met her. Meanwhile, the Bagua plate was fervently absorbing the blood elements of the abyss, causing the elements near the spatial gate to become unusually active, with immense elemental fluctuations manifesting a clear sense of invincibility. In Oslo, the personal guards are the general's private soldiers, funded by the general's own resources, and thus do not belong to the regular army structure. You have wronged me. This insider information is what you are currently perusing, is it not? I was unaware in advance. My actions stem from a profound disdain for malevolence. Surely, you do not take my brother and me as mere jesters, do you? After all, we are in the comfort of our home, are we not? Xiaohan hastily refuted. Liao and Chi traversed the entire valley, and indeed, as the dark dragon had mentioned, every exit within the valley was ensnared by a formidable boundary. Despite numerous attempts, Liao was unable to breach the barrier. Yin, mother is here. How do you feel? Is it painful? Dr. Fong inquired, as Zhuang Yin slightly opened his eyes. That event transpired several years hence. Moreover, your understanding of the populace pales in comparison to mine. Just watch, there shall be no waste. Xiaohan replied with a knowing smile. He was well aware that black and white televisions were not easily discarded in the country, a fact deeply intertwined with the consumer mentality of the citizens. Chapter 99, Divine Beast Male? Well then, today's examination concludes here. Let us withdraw for now. Upon hearing of an unknown totem, and not merely one, Lu Ming chose not to proceed further, instead escorting Xian Mu and the others out of the cave. The emergence of unknown totems was far from a fortuitous occurrence. Aside from the scant knowledge regarding legendary Pokémon, the enigma surrounding the totems was paramount. The presence of multiple unknown totems in a single location invariably heralded some unsettling phenomena. Ban Jiaochun rushed to the entrance, pressing her ear against the door. Straining to listen intently, Nakata, contemplating the establishment of a mahjong parlor, pondered whether to engage with social media for promotional purposes. I believe Kunpeng City would be rather splendid. You should venture forth to the vast Qinchuan on your own, Midu remarked, dismissing Lao Jiao with a mere turn of his head. Having arranged pertinent matters in advance, Wu Rin and Fei Er planned to visit the Donghua shopping plaza in the city center today to peruse shops and enjoy a film. However, the question posed was by Xian Qing, a notable warrior and trusted retainer of the Oda family, who had garnered considerable attention. His relationship with Nobunaga was strictly that of lord and vassal, lacking the tacit understanding shared with the dog. My lord, if Lord Nakamura takes away all our foot soldiers, will our military presence not be unduly diminished? I fear we may be vulnerable to a surprise attack from the Oda army. Kuroda Takakatsu's face was etched with concern. What? What is the fourth type? She gazed at the rabbit spirit, her expression rendered vacant by sheer astonishment. Let the other divine players forge ahead. We shall follow in their wake. If there are substantial rewards ahead, we shall seize them. If not, and only peril lies in wait. Then let the divine players take the lead. Observing this, then he realized that his initial assumption was indeed correct. He was merely regarded as a plaything. This arrangement was specifically curated by the Imperial Dragon, with each of the three groups in the Sakamichi Lounge uniquely equipped with a bathing facility, ensuring that members like Sakamoto Tamami, Kubo Shirori, and Umezawa Minami would not suffer any detriment to their appearance due to sweat during the sweltering day. Is it truly that dire? By golly, I merely mentioned it in passing. There was no need for Sammy to respond in such a manner, Zhang Yuan inwardly mused. The clash between Yang Tao and Song Ruelong resembled the collision of an egg against a stone, and the outcome was all too evident. Brother Niu, you are truly wonderful. Hu Yanhong exclaimed in delight, leaping up to embrace him and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. After stepping back, she felt that one kiss was insufficient and showered him with countless affectionate pecks like raindrops. What is this creature? The beast warrior caught a glimpse of the colossal phantom moth from the corner of his eye, suddenly realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. For a well-established talent agency, their success in nurturing talent was commendable. However, from another perspective, it was indeed tragic. Since transferring to Hamburg this season, Zé Roberto had been a pivotal player, forming a formidable midfield partnership with Jerome, which significantly contributed to the team's commendable performance. Yu Hao seemed to have anticipated this, continuing to maneuver his twin swords in a relentless assault against Ding Feng, who adeptly evaded, managing to deflect the blades at critical moments. Anfunate also confessed that the phenomenon was not limited to secondary magical shaping. Even its prototype, the spiritual level spell's magical shaping, exhibited similar traits. Haha, this is my son. Ignis. Thanks to you, we are now rejuvenating. The old man waved his hand, signaling a staff member to bring over a tray holding a syringe. Aside from the injured Drogba prior to the World Cup, Chelsea fielded nearly their entire starting lineup, demonstrating Ancelotti's seriousness regarding the match and ensuring that Chelsea maintained the upper hand from the very beginning. You powerful and ruthless undead, more devoid of humanity than the demons of hell, you shall face the judgment of the Almighty. Pika CHUUU trembled as he leaned on his twisted cane, condemning Rasha's torturous actions. At this juncture, it seems our only option is to leave. I can guide you out. Loneliness, Long Kong said with a helpless smile amidst the group's despair. Athena greeted the two with a smile and introduced the members of the band to the fans. He had risen early at 8 o'clock that morning, driving over, but by the time he arrived, the queue was already lengthy. Continue the assault, Westerhoff exclaimed as he rose from his seat and moved to the sidelines, shouting loudly. Very well, as long as you promise me one thing. You may accompany me. Zhongshan fixed his gaze on the Phantom Princess. It was evident that Dean, who had come to lend his support despite knowing the potential for battles of Silver Knight caliber, inspired boundless respect from the noble Knight Anlo. On this particular evening, the streets were particularly desolate. They walked along the forlorn path flanked by towering trees, illuminated by the dim glow of streetlights, as fallen leaves fluttered down upon them, which they brushed away. You're quite arrogant, yet you are also in the spirit division. If you have the ability, let's step outside for a duel. Through descriptions of Zhang Fan's previous battles, he had become aware of Zhang Fan's cultivation level, yet now he too was in the spirit division. What was there to fear? Chapter 100. Pokémon Hunter. The origins of Pokémon vary remarkably. Theoretically, Regirock, like other members of the Regi family, was crafted by Regigigas using different elements in a manner akin to molding clay. The exact number of creations by Regigigas remains a question only it can answer. With a thunderous rumble, the long-dormant Regigigas stirred, reminiscent of the graceful rabbit spirit. Su Shirleen's mother is none other than the White Serpent Lady, one of the two great demon kings of yore. No wonder, she mused, no wonder the Emperor Xinyuan sent me to monitor Su Shirleen. Even your next clan leader, Shaoli, fails to recognize you. I now harbor doubts about your true lineage. Su Panyin spoke slowly. Li Qing chose to disregard this, for the surrounding space had begun to tremble violently. Just as King Qin Guang made his entrance, explosive sounds erupted, and the very fabric of reality shattered, revealing a colossal black hole before them. In an instant, all the flowers blossomed into pure golden lotus blossoms, radiating countless brilliant beams of golden light. This golden luminescence coalesced, transforming into an immense pillar of light that soared towards the heavens. The dark magical figure's head was once again adorned with a mysterious Taiji diagram, from which black and white beams of light emerged, forcibly tearing open a silver-gray, profound tunnel in the fabric of space. Without hesitation, Wang Chun leaped into the abyss. Upon witnessing Yen Jini and Yen Eni's arrival, the gathered figures immediately bowed, displaying utmost respect. The soldiers observing were left in utter astonishment. Could it be that this individual believed he could surpass the robust off-road military vehicles simply by his own legs? My current magical prowess may not suffice against a formidable opponent in the Void Return realm, yet it is more than adequate to confront you. Yin Zhen, wielding the great evil king, advanced step by step towards the Hall Master, Long Xingtian. Fool, they are not cultivators. Naturally, they possess less knowledge than you. What is there to laugh about? Your lack of decorum is disgraceful, casting shame upon all cultivators, Feng Han disdainfully remarked. Oriental Yuan, incensed by Tang Chuan's dismissive demeanor, suddenly fell silent. Were it not for Dongfang Lingmu, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Tang Chuan. However, the latter had become a formidable adversary, rivaling even his second brother. What a concept! Buzz! A colossal energy pulsated outward, and a grand city arose from the ground. All stood in wide-eyed astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. They beheld the once desolate Hydra Pond, Lizard Nest, Lizard Cave, and the Toxic Fly Nest, all drawn into this burgeoning town, which began to show signs of life anew. Several hours later, the pursuing demons vanished entirely from the sight and detection range of the two. After enjoying breakfast at the Lao Lin household and bidding farewell to the elders, the two departed, boarding Yang Shua's vehicle en route to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. This time, it was initially presumed that the Holy Infant's intervention would lead to an effortless victory, yet, unexpectedly encountering formidable opponents rendered Molly's proud spirit unable to accept the necessity of merging with a corporeal form to ascend to the 4th tier. Due to the disciple of the Qianji sect being enveloped by dark energy, a network of bluish-black veins emerged on his right hand. spreading like a spider's web in an eerie manner, as if he were poisoned. Delicious. The aroma is delightful. This soup must be a secret concoction, Feng Hao remarked, observing the thick broth that appeared quite appetizing. However, the audience's attention rarely aligns with the host's thoughts. In the live stream, comments flooded in, urging Xiao Weiwei to continue her song. The Hunter organization possesses its own intelligence network, with their target being Regirock, although the sandstorm was indeed an unforeseen complication. Had it not been for the storm, they might have played the role of grave robbers. If they failed to disseminate the information, then they must be stopped. Ultimately, in the opinion of the esteemed gentleman, what exactly is this newspaper, and what purpose does it serve? Lin Xuexiang's curiosity deepened. After Tai Shirzi consented, he departed. Xia Feng felt a wave of discomfort and dizziness, retreating to lie down upon the couch. Please release your grip. Let us converse calmly, Zhong Ren urged softly, his life hanging by a thread. Since entering the spiritual god realm, the Baohua clan had encountered an equally matched awakened god slayer for the first time, stirring an exhilaration within him akin to boiling seas. A fierce battle was finally upon them. Those were not genuine fruits. They were artificially created to lure prey. And reflecting on the last time he managed to escape alive seemed almost unbelievable. Flies do not land on an uncracked egg. If the Chan sect were united as one, even if the Saint of Proposals wished to recruit disciples, it would prove impossible. Now that internal issues plagued the Chan sect, should the Saint fail to seize the opportunity, it would be a grave waste of chance. The extreme flame demon remained unperturbed, his cold laughter intensifying, as he pointed his finger like lightning at the God Lord's mask. The destructive black flame flickered and instantly incinerated the divine crystal mask. Qin Tian felt a slight sense of reassurance and began pacing outside the door. Di Chongxiao summoned the Qin siblings and Niu Ren to assess their enlightenment in the realm of the soul. Fortunately, after the awards ceremony, everyone began to disperse, as the competition had definitively concluded, leaving no reason to linger. While he was engaged in the cleansing process, Li Yifei had already begun conducting experiments independently. At her insistence, her senior sister Yuhan taught her a complete procedure for experimentation. Now, tell me, where has your princess gone? Lin Sheng inquired coldly, exhaling a cloud of smoke and flicking the ash away. Noticing the other three reviewing their studies, Lin Xiaofan also opened his textbook. Although he had access to it, he had never utilized it and was unaware of its specific effects. At that moment, I suddenly sensed a surge of heat coursing through my body, flowing into the bone sword, which began to emit a faint golden light from its inscriptions. Those who had previously criticized Lin Yuanfan for his absence now dared not utter a word. They understood that Lin Yuanfan was beyond their judgment. Earlier, when her live stream commenced, someone had already informed her of the situation. She had witnessed everything that transpired in the live stream. Han Ying suddenly pondered the wealth of Feng Qingyun, each possessing 2 billion, and speculated on Lin Xiaofan's fortune. Moments later, as Bai Ling believed Lin Sheng would continue on his path, he abruptly halted, seemingly captivated by something, and gradually crouched down. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chen Zeping felt a jolt of surprise. Normally, even when leaders assigned him tasks, it was through the department head or the dean. A vice president seldom contacted him directly. Regardless of Ouyang Yushuan's feelings towards her, their relationship would ultimately yield no fruits. She was unwilling to merely be a wealthy matron. She aspired to attain a status that matched her grandeur and position. What began as an investigation into the Pokémon ecosystem had devolved into a desert guerrilla warfare scenario, with destroyed vehicles emitting black smoke and a stench of burning debris. Pokémon hunters, being an illicit organization, were acutely aware of their inability to confront the Alliance head-on. Despite the Elite Four and gym leaders being preoccupied with their own ventures and mentoring the new generation, they were formidable forces when truly needed. Taken aback momentarily, Liu Yao gazed at Xiao with newfound kindness, nodding slightly while casting a proud glance at Master Yin, seemingly awaiting his reaction. I am honored by your recognition, esteemed leader. Might I inquire if you are indeed Hiyang, the esteemed he? Zhao Weiyou asked rather boldly. The age of Princess Anning was evident, and following the discord with the Song family, Yi Jingxian would need to remarry a legitimate wife. Given the turmoil with the Song family, remarrying Princess Anning would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yi Jingxi was hardly a source of comfort either. His intent to elevate Chu Jingyan only added another layer of complexity. I have sufficient personnel, the goat remarked, turning to seek his scout, while the machete-wielding individual feigned ignorance, lowering his head to rummage through his backpack, absorbed in some task. Major Niecheng's departing figure faltered, slowly turning around. The night vision apparatus on his gas mask emitted a peculiar red glow. He glanced at Chunyi, then at the water's surface. At that moment, Master Yan's skin appeared as though coated in a layer of fluorescent substance, emanating a subtle glow. As time passed, the unusual luminescence on his body gradually faded, and he gently descended back onto the stone bed. Their master was a celestial being of Xianxian level. Even the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court regarded him with utmost respect, showcasing the terrifying nature of a Xuanxian level immortal. Of course, it was also possible that his aesthetic sensibilities had been skewed by Zhong Ming, developing an affinity solely for men who consumed his leftovers. During such times, Xia Zihan would go to great lengths to amuse the Zheng family, coaxing them out of their melancholy until they engaged joyfully with everyone, allowing Xia Zihan to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Although Qian Yaling used the term hypocritical man, I had no inclination to spar with her at that moment. My gaze averted. I grasped Quan Shaoqing's hand and led him to the sofa, recounting the events I had just shared with Su Yiqing once more. Moreover, Si Luhan harbored a subtle sentiment, perceiving that all of this man's actions today were directed towards the inexorable passage of time. Mun Wanqi, feeling a pang of sympathy for Chu Lin, proposed that perhaps she should speak with her brothers to dissuade him from attending the Qinghong Society. It is worth noting that the sparring partners at Qinghong were seasoned fighters, their skills honed through life and death trials, and their strikes were merciless. After speaking, Xiao Yi left with a smile, while Su Yiqing seemed utterly drained, leaning weakly against the wall. The circumstances surrounding the three missing individuals were strikingly similar. All had taken shortcuts through various connections, which could indeed elucidate Zhao Yigong's intense animosity towards them. Ahead, the interminably long red light finally came to an end, and Harvey shifted gears, pressing the accelerator as the classic British car glided once more along the asphalt road. Presently, Shun Xiaojun remained haunted by lingering fears, yet, at this moment of unease, her father insisted on heading to the mines for work. Witnessing Xiao Bu directly manipulating the meat with his hands sent even the usually unflappable Van Helsing into a state of discomfort. Having been immersed in the vibrant metropolis of Nanzhou, the young women had grown accustomed to the intense scrutiny of passers-by, effortlessly ignoring them. They walked their own paths, unconcerned, as long as no one interrupted them, lest they face a severe reckoning. It was not merely a few stones that had fallen, but, rather, a literal shattering of fragments scattered across the ground. Regirock's form appeared devoid of vitality, disintegrating into a myriad of stones, which was plainly illogical. Although the self-destructing technique resulted in mutual demise, it consumed merely stamina. The Thunderbolts, despite their daily self-detonations, continued to thrive. This sudden turn left Miao and Ei momentarily stunned. She had indeed held nothing back, for prolonged bullying of the weak could adversely affect her performance. However, the monitoring of the footage required the consent of Shi Yi, as he was the master of this fortress, possessing the authority to oversee the entire situation. Song Shi was blissfully unaware that the adults nestled in the carriage behind him were enviously watching him play cards. Had he known, he might have felt a secret pride. She sensed that Professor Gu was concocting an escape plan. They were currently bound, unable to act freely. She could no longer afford to be a burden. After witnessing bloodshed, both those within the Blood Eagle army and those obstructed at the gates of Yonglin were filled with a crimson rage. Once Granny Yi stepped outside, Yi Miao entered the room, determined to begin treating Lu Xiu with kindness from that moment onward. This poison could only be wielded by certain aristocratic families and elite warriors cultivated by noble clans, or by individuals deemed absolutely indispensable to them. It was a slight elevation above the riverbank, uncultivated and wild, a barren stretch of land. The soil was mildly damp, mixed with sand and fine gravel. However, the marks left by the river's ebb and flow indicated it was not a place prone to flooding. She relished basking in the winter sun, particularly by the park's lakeside, where a row of willow trees swayed gracefully, enhancing the picturesque scenery. Previously, he could rely on her lack of evidence to twist the narrative to his favor. However, now that the evidence was to be laid bare, he ultimately found himself unable to maintain his composure. Before the esteemed scholars arrived, they had intended to engage in idle discussions, yet now, they found themselves unable to sit still, compelled to persuade Huan and Song to allow them to conduct experiments. The hosts, not one to refuse, promptly arranged for their students to don hats and gloves, escorting them to various laboratories for exploration. Should you discover any works containing pornographic, subversive, plagiarized, or other unlawful content, please report it here. This is a cobra. I shall return the favor in kind, He Xianxian explained to Jing Chun. Among the assembly of elderly gentlemen, each bearing a benevolent countenance, none were truly virtuous. In silence, they had already condemned Meng Fan to death. The beef soup from this establishment lacked any distinctive qualities, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary beef soup, thus failing to attract a considerable clientele. The daily rent nearly suffocated the family. Lin Qingxian smirked disdainfully, recognizing that only such ignorant and domineering individuals could raise equally ignorant offspring, truly believing themselves to be the best in the world. The Rand family bore an endless burden of resentment. This animosity did not merely afflict the individual, but was inherited through bloodlines, passed down through generations, unyielding and immortal. Upon hearing this remark, Yi Luan and Yi Luhuan promptly raised their glasses before Lord Lu could rise. Besides General Lu, other herbal merchants were also present, including some specializing in medicinal cuisine and hotel management. Beihua felt a tinge of disappointment. She had been aware of these matters prior to her arrival, but the Nyoyin clan truly required such arcane arts. Better to err in judgment than to let an opportunity slip away. She had come with hope. Indeed, the current Predator drone was capable of executing armed reconnaissance missions, engaging in aerial combat and ground assaults. Qiu Liehua appeared contemplative. Hand me the kettle, the soft, mellifluous voice made me question the integrity of my hearing. Stone. Yes, I possess the keystone myself, so I do not require it, but there is no stone. The keystone and stone must be used in tandem, resonating to enable Pokémon evolution. Given that the evolved form of the magical mask Meow had yet to be developed, the keystone in the game was a superfluous item for Xi and Mu, thus it had never been utilized. If I wished to use it now, I would need to find a compatible Pokémon. Su Chongxing found it amusing. Captain Zhong had cast such a wide net. Did he truly believe he would return alive? It turned out that the Jin army had seized the cover of night to infiltrate the southern city. By the time Murong Chong donned his armor and mounted his steed in a bid to resist, the Jin forces had already surged into the city, and the heavily fortified Guanggu city seemed all but lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan clenched his fist, veins bulging on his arms, as his energy and strength flowed into his limbs, circulating through the meridians and sinews. He pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, Song Qian and his roommate were engrossed in a film, one admiring Lon Lon, the other captivated by Aoi. Brother, this young man has long admired us? Did I hear incorrectly? Is there truly someone who has long revered the flower thief in this day and age? Wu Shouzi remarked. After speaking, without waiting for the hesitant Mu Jin to utter a word, Zhao Zilong gently turned, his sleeves waving gracefully, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. Observing Yi Yanqing refrain from deploying the ice formation again, the swine-faced man found his courage swelling. The altar's perimeter was adorned with numerous stone pillars, each bearing a young warrior, bound by black iron chains, their bodies marred by countless wounds from which blood gushed forth, converging towards the young man at the altar's center. Upon seeing the pristine beauty of Wang Gairen's legs, Li Shun realized that she was simply missing a pair of high heels. She and the supporting character, confronted with such a dramatic shift, were momentarily at a loss, eyes wide as shadows lunged towards them, their faces draining of color. Lin Yukai, serving as the financial overseer in the second prince's residence, typically maintained a low profile, had it not been for the monthly salary disbursement. Few would have known of his existence. The fact that this individual could command so many peers suggested he was not merely an outer disciple. However, anyone daring enough to strike at him would find no mercy in return. How did you recognize me? If this is deemed foolishness, then there are plenty of fools in this world, Chu Yisun jested towards Chun Yinran. Luo Feiyun approached with a cheerful smile, even as his gaze wandered. Despite standing before his sister, previously powerless to enact change, she now pondered whether her newfound abilities might allow her to make a difference. As the emperor lay on his deathbed, clutching his chest, he gazed upon the consort he cherished most. Though he could not revel in the joys of physical intimacy, he felt fulfillment in this life. Qin Mulan, for once, found herself at leisure, awaiting meals without any obligations, relishing these days of ease. Chen Sini, embodying grace, arrived at the registration desk set up in the grand hall, confirming the identities of the interview candidates before leading her two attendants into the elevator. Sun Li, anticipating someone who never arrived, now found a seemingly formidable figure blocking her path, her tears flowing uncontrollably, as if they had all agreed to this unceasing sorrow. She simply felt that the firearms here were somewhat unsatisfactory. Nevertheless, following this, they proceeded to disperse, for they were not a tour group during non-inspection times. They were free to act independently. Before entering the Gobi, the dojo master had stepped out, and Chun Donghui felt a surge of warmth within. Momentarily at a loss for words, then let us disperse, continue with whatever needs to be done. Hu Xiong addressed the many onlookers among the prisoners. Casting a glare at the shameless individual, She noticed him leisurely raising a bottle in a toast towards her. "Yuer, take them down for a brief rest. I have some matters to discuss with head escort you," said Mana. Suibei plopped down onto the car's hood, one hand firmly covering her face, oblivious to the deformation of her bag as she squeezed it tightly. Yi Nansheng remained unfazed, while Su Rui's body softened, unable to resist sliding down, only to be firmly held against the counter by him. Though nestled within the mountains, the summit is graced by a cave cloaked in the shade of trees, allowing sunlight to filter through, rendering the interior only slightly dimmer than the outside. Numerous concealed alcoves have been opened, facilitating a refreshing flow of air. Chen Donghui is not well versed in the intricacies of traditional Chinese martial arts, yet he vaguely comprehends that Chao Kuan intends for the two of them to serve as practice dummies for their employer. Lawyer Zhang, having collaborated with the company for many years, is meticulous and familiar enough to inspire confidence. Lu Li and Qin Chong traversed from the outskirts of the town to its heart, arriving to find Chaoyang and Su Shi already present. His survival signifies that he is acutely aware of the act of killing him. It is evident that even regret or denial would be futile. After Lu Xie galloped 50 miles, he unexpectedly encountered a tree obstructing his path, adjacent to a thicket of uneven shadows. Bo Xiaoka had not strayed far. His attempt with the Death Moon blade had failed, prompting him to launch an attack, with blades pressing relentlessly against Lu Li, who found it difficult to retaliate with empty fists. What sound is that? In a haze, Li Shishir rubbed her eyes upon hearing a series of claps. She is not particularly superstitious, yet like any individual, she harbors a wish. With her loved ones absent, she can only rely on invoking divine protection to express her sentiments. Brother Fu, Bai Sanfu had just entered, only to be greeted by the proprietor of the game room. Taking a risk can be a worthwhile choice. As the relatively supple wings of the horned dragon come into view, it is evident that the closer one approaches the hammer of Thor, the more tumultuous and terrifying the thunderous power becomes. At this moment, even Fong Yi cannot guarantee his endurance until reaching the hammer. Although the Elder of Dual Elixirs is formidable, his speed is somewhat lacking compared to the celestial dragon's wings, though the difference is marginal. The alloy arm guards are employed as Kido wields a katana for hunting, necessitating a metal guard for his stabilizing left hand, while his right hand, which wields the katana with force, is protected by a scaly guard. Without those tools, his culinary skills would merely reach the level of home-cooked meals, landing right on the average line. In his own kitchen, he could compete with renowned chefs like Xi and Mu, should they ever face off in a contest. One could draw inspiration from a certain competition where participants were barred from using USB drives, leading to their withdrawal. Qingyue felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, her delicate, fair face flushed with a rosy hue, rendering her captivatingly enchanting. Can she claim that her influence drove Duanmu Fei into a frenzy, tormenting Zhao Minghui throughout the night, leading her to an untimely demise? "Let me see what you all wish to purchase," Jia Lei remarked as he perused the order, left speechless. Yet, everything ultimately hinges on the children's desires. They are reluctant to intervene, as their son has caught the attention of the Emperor and Empress, making decisions regarding his marriage beyond their purview. At this moment, Bai Qinshuan's face flushed crimson with rage, his features contorted in anger as he shouted at Xiao Hanyan. Outside the Snow Cloud City, in the Qingguang Garden Royal Mausoleum, the terrain is flat, nestled by mountains and water, surrounded by flowers and birds, creating a tranquil and charming atmosphere, serving as the burial site for emperors of the Snow Cloud dynasty throughout the ages. Many others were equally shaken by this scene. Did they simply perish? Thus, despite discovering the emperor's palace, were they not barred from entering? However, now, Zuoxian no longer feared Heyu merely because he was a deity. The violet arcs of electricity he commanded could effortlessly shatter Heiyu's golden arcs. As the head of the Mo family for many years, he naturally understood the significance of concealing 1s trump cards for a family. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Pang Sun astounded as he beheld the chaos that ensued. He had not anticipated that the stillness he had imposed to avert disorder would instead culminate in greater tumult. He believed that those who instigated war, regardless of their righteousness, could not bear the consequences wrought by conflict. Moreover, the intentions behind the war on Mo Star remained ambiguous. If their motives were merely self-serving, then the suffering inflicted upon the populace would lead to unforeseen repercussions. With the absence of the searing sensation, Qin Feng felt a refreshing coolness coursing through his body, flowing through his meridians. Mo Lian, you could no longer endure the situation. Old man, Qin Ling is inside. Rest assured, he is merely acting as an aide. Fu Sun, surprisingly composed, nodded in agreement. As direct descendants of the falling Spirit Valley, they held their pride. Even though Qin Feng at that moment was not beyond the mid-stage of harmonization, it was sufficient to astonish Yao Qiushui. While Pang Sun was still perplexed, he was unceremoniously expelled by Pang Laojiu and found himself dutifully receiving Zhao Yisu's powerful strike. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Pang Sun relinquished his defensive stance and turned to comfort Zhao Yisu. "All right, let me know when you need it. Take these for now." Mo Lien, you casually tossed 3 large barrels of spiritual spring water. Lu Chun truly felt a chill in his heart. He was genuinely angered. By referring to himself as I, he had already created a chasm in their mother-son relationship, unequivocally declaring that before being her son, he was first and foremost a sovereign, responsible for the nation and his Lu family's realm. However, as Chunhao stepped across the threshold, the scene abruptly transformed. He no longer stood in a villa but in an abyss of impenetrable darkness, unable to discern up from down or left from right. And the man had vanished as well. As the swirling mist enveloped her weathered face, a subtle melancholy seeped through. It was best not to publicize such matters, lest they invite trouble. Nevertheless, Xian Mu had no such intentions, unless he no longer needed it, or he directly released Regirock, allowing it to seek a place to slumber in the desert. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before others discovered it. Rare Pokémon abound, particularly in the possession of various champions, yet no nefarious organizations have ever sought to capture their Pokémon. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have activated a task. Smoke signals sweep across 1,000,000 miles. This task offers rewards based on the host's completion level, divided into 3 tiers." As the sun rose, the sound of a gong echoed outside, signaling the first round of exam papers. "Damn it, do they take me for a dog?" Xiao Tian seethed with frustration. Raising his hands, he summoned the energy within him, exerting a gentle pull, and the collar shattered with a responsive crack. The Dragon King and Bai Fei exchanged startled glances, both astonished by the formidable offensive power I displayed. The interplay of yin and yang, the harmony of rigidity and flexibility, converged to form the water lotus of Gui Shui. The red-browed fairy remained unfazed in the face of the tyrannical assault from the evil heavenly sovereign. She draped her whisk over her left arm and gracefully traced a water-blue lotus in the air with her fingers. At this moment, Ji Ning realized that refusing to lend money meant he could not leave unscathed. He had no desire to forfeit 1,600 taels of silver without cause, and he was equally unwilling to accept the exchange conditions proposed by Jing Xian. His best course of action was to stabilize the situation and proceed cautiously. "Look, General Long is taking the initiative to attack the Qin army," shouted a Chu soldier from atop the city wall. Consequently, the 2 elders vanished in an instant, reappearing before a rapidly approaching level 3 magical beast, the Blood Wolf, that was hastening toward Xiao Tian and his companions. Seeing Xiao Tian seated, Roger expressed genuine concern. His earnest demeanor was clearly devoid of pretense. "What shall we do?" As the situation descended into chaos, Shangwan Wanner turned to Ji Ning, seeking his guidance. Upon opening the door, Lin Bai beheld Neo Air, disheveled and breathless, accompanied by 2 aides, looking as drenched as drowned rats. This revelation utterly stunned the two, as the legendary 9th-generation Snow Lotus was, in fact, cultivated by this enchanting sister before them, an unfathomable notion. Had he forgotten that just moments ago, Xiao Jiao had plagiarized ancient poetry and publicly embarrassed herself? Having ventured into the abyss of 9 hells, Zhang Qingyuan was acutely aware of its terrors, believing that the contingency plan of the Jade Purity Patriarch was likely a mere stopgap, a strategy of delay rather than a remedy. "Don't!" the younger sister exclaimed in alarm, but then quickly realized her folly, covering her face with her delicate hands and shyly declaring, "You naughty sister, I shall ignore you." As she fled towards the window, her fiery cheeks flushed, the sound of her sister's laughter echoed behind her. Bai Ma, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and was about to inquire about her son's name when a commotion erupted outside once more. In a fit of rage, the gluttonous beast declared, causing the seal to tremble violently. The massive stone seal felt as though it was on the verge of cracking, the explosive force now magnified several times, even possessing offensive capabilities. Now, everything appeared so normal. The individuals, events, and objects within the scene exhibited no sense of dissonance. Even the store clerks, who one might scrutinize closely, displayed an impeccable performance, none revealing any signs of abnormality. Should the flashing red light belong to Ultraman, it would likely signal a major transformation, typically followed by various beams of light erupting forth. Additionally, it might unleash head markers or summon peculiar entities. However, Regirock was not Ultraman. The flickering in its eyes was a genuine indication of severe fatigue. The energy within the Pokémon possessed an instinctual urge to protect its master, consuming itself to safeguard its essence when under attack. Suddenly, Sheer announced that there were watermelons for sale ahead, already sliced into tender, juicy pieces that looked utterly delectable. Then, with a resounding crash, the courtyard was suddenly transformed by a tremendous pit, dust swirling in a lively display. A deputy director came to toast Sangzi, displaying a courteous demeanor. Yet he merely took a sip and did not engage with her. Just as Yibing was about to inquire how Gu Peng had amassed such wealth to indulge in a gaming life, a large notification box suddenly appeared before her. During Meng Xiao's video shoot, the license plate number had inadvertently been captured, and fortuitously, it aligned perfectly for confirmation. Initially, there was splashing water during the fueling phase, but now, as they commenced their journey, the braking began to create splashes once more. I found myself puzzled. What were they up to? The ones truly affected were I and Emocio. So why were they conversing with the villagers? Upon hearing this, everyone inhaled sharply. They recognized the remnants of the Yellow Turban army, the Taoist who was among the most formidable successors of the Yellow Turban's main faction, possessing astonishing strength comparable to that of a fifth-grade university scholar. She had long harbored doubts regarding the Necromancer's intentions in bringing everyone here. It was not a matter of disbelief in the Necromancer, but rather a fear that it might be unknowingly controlled by the enemy, leading everyone into perilous circumstances, which could very well result in total annihilation. This was no jest. Liang Yin felt a pang of guilt towards Zhao Tianming and willingly accompanied him to the hospital, without objection. Regardless of his willingness, she simply took him along. However, it was quite astonishing that such a figure, Yin Ruojuan, spoke so blandly, instructing him to take care of matters. As if Principal Mingxi were obliged to heed his words. It seemed Yin Ruojuan had deduced the situation at home before he even grasped it himself. The other predicament was even more challenging, requiring one to hold a gun while balancing a military canteen filled with water or bricks, striving to discern the scoring rings on a distant target. The incursion from the central domain had finally caught the attention of those in the northern domain. However, it appeared somewhat belated. Some sacrifices had already been made, with numerous families suffering devastating blows or facing complete obliteration. Consequently, the two individuals, already subtly at a disadvantage, became even more passive with a moment's distraction, nearly reaching the point of being relentlessly pursued by an iron sword. Zhao Tianming remarked that in this regard, he did not wish to interfere excessively. Contributing financially or with effort would suffice. Observing her disheveled state with cold indifference, Xingxuan felt no sympathy whatsoever. He had already excelled in taking the initiative, far surpassing anyone else in that aspect. As for the remaining four balls, he certainly would not show mercy. Compassion was not meant for adversaries. The other party appeared disheveled and was hurrying along, hastily adjusting his loose belt while attempting to tidy the disordered collar of his clothing. When Han Lai casually glanced at the man, he noticed a fresh red lipstick mark around his neck. Beside him, Qian Yin looked on mockingly at the three kneeling on the ground. After briefly closing her eyes, she reopened them, her gaze filled with fierce determination. Leo. Upon seeing Xian Mu and the others emerge, Leo intended to adjust his course and land directly beside them. However, this movement caused Leo to lose his balance. His previously steady descent faltered, yet he was adeptly caught by Lanya. Leo, it is of no concern. I have seen everything. After taking the first step, one like Gu Qianyan, with such cunning, can entirely portray herself as an innocent white lotus. One must admire Gu Qianqian for her finesse. Having spent over 2 decades upgrading the system, he benefited from an ancient relic within his family, managing to elevate the system by 1 level in merely a few months. Though it took him 20 years to advance to the next tier, the others comprehended his intentions. It was nothing more than to support a puppet, wielding the emperor's authority to command the lords. The court officials found this notion acceptable. The two rode away, and Hanze, accompanied by Nash and Benela, teleported away without a trace. As the bone knife and scalpel glided over, Tanghua, cautious due to the presence of the scalpel, dared not apply much force. Thus, the bone knife merely skimmed over the whiskers of Hujia, while the scalpel deftly removed every whisker within reach. The benefits were evident. The alchemy chamber brimmed with elixirs, and she had concocted numerous rare and bizarre substances thought to be lost. Her alchemical skills had significantly advanced, now achieving a 9-layer success rate without the use of Yuansheng water. By this measure, she could be regarded as a grandmaster of alchemy in this realm. After a round of attacks, neither side had faltered. Sima Sherluin promptly initiated the Stellar Path Swift Strike, which Lu Min countered with the firm 1,000 returns palm. Who do you think you are? Robai glanced at her, dismissing her entirely. A couple of days later, Yu Yanran was busy tallying the items sent by the 6th Bureau, with several palace maids bustling around her. Suddenly, Yunming rushed in, her expression grave as she whispered into her ear. Moreover, Guhan estimated that the structures extended over 100 kilometers without pause, intensifying in density and splendor as they neared the Wuchenshan mountain range, with some iconic edifices soaring into the heavens, exuding an extraordinary presence. These events transpired in the blink of an eye. Before Gu Tian and Gu Xiong could react, the overwhelming pressure of Yu Xiong's formidable sect-level aura descended upon them. At this moment, the alliance had already begun to fracture. Sacrificing others for one's own gain was the most actionable method at present. With the arrival of these two momentous pieces of news, everyone felt an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm and confidence regarding the assault on the Orc Kingdom. It was then that Qingxin realized she was not standing on a meadow but atop a thick layer of ice. As the wind howled more ferociously and the snowfall thickened, the snowflakes grew larger, weaving into a white net that obscured all visibility within a mere distance of Tenjiang. Witnessing her usually imposing brother, whose every gesture radiated authority, in such a state caused the brothers present to double over with laughter. Half a day passed, and the gentle tremors ceased. A sound akin to a resounding bell echoed in Guhan's ear as the mysterious jade plaque floated upward, emanating a dazzling glow that was blinding even with his eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Li Wu, along with Lan Yuyu, concocted various excuses, somehow persuading him to allow her to accompany him. Wu Yi opened his mouth, revealing a maw full of fangs that exuded a scent of blood. However, this was not an attack from Wu Yi. A sudden burst of white light erupted from his mouth, instantly piercing the neck of the solitary king, who had not yet transformed into a stone blade. Chapter 110, The Guardian Eevee. As an elder, although somewhat Na'vi at heart, Squirtle often relied on age to validate certain matters. His identity as an old turtle was immutable, yet Regirock could be regarded as a living fossil due to its age. Although Regirock was not particularly articulate and its expressions were often ambiguous, the impact on Squirtle was minimal. Nevertheless, it would eventually alter certain aspects. However, Squirtle did not delve deeply into this, for he knew that Regirock's birth occurred long ago. As the sky darkened completely, the storm crane opened its eyes. It first glanced at the tightly shut door before shifting its gaze to the figure nearby. I often lament how he deprived me of my life, casting my hatred upon him, yet I never considered that he, too, had his life taken from him by his adoptive father. Fangxing rose and leapt towards the boat beside him. His original intent was merely to observe the vessel, overlooking the absence of a plank due to his negligence. Han Ming initially stood quietly beside Duanmu, but was taken aback by the latter's audacity in speaking so freely, even claiming that Master Qiao was an amateur. What does the blood of Guan Yu signify? Inuzuka Kinemon seized upon the crucial point, hurriedly inquiring. Morgans found himself at a loss for words, realizing he could no longer use that excuse. Any further explanation would only exacerbate the situation, which he was reluctant to see devolve into conflict among the pirates. I had believed I made the right choice in that moment of crisis, only to find him suddenly drawing closer. It had been many days since I last saw Ying Hong. The situation in Haiqing was precarious, with news reaching the Du family every few days about altercations at various factions and incidents of fatalities amid the chaos, as well as stores being sealed for possessing contraband, with those in charge being arrested. Although she did not wish for Li Xiaoru to accompany her, Han Bingbing was adamant about her hospitalization, as she felt utterly uncomfortable staying in the hospital and disliked the sterile scent of the place. How do we define it? A shorter time? Gui inquired, a hint of dejection and helplessness on his face. What else could it be? It is already this time. Su Weisher was a meticulous man. He had organized everything, taking Su Yeren directly to the Maldives. Aside from her accelerated heartbeat, Su Yeren felt nothing but that. When the baby caught sight of Tu Baobao's strikingly familiar face, her nose tinged with emotion and her eyes turned red. She had not intended to cry, however, upon seeing Tu Baobao. All the grievances she had endured in recent days seemed to find an outlet, and she desperately yearned to weep. Upon hearing the words of the Radiant Star Emperor, Xing Zhenchuan was momentarily taken aback, standing still in shock. The Radiant Star Emperor had, in an instant, penetrated his schemes. This single statement undoubtedly placed Xing Zhenchuan at a disadvantage. At that moment, his predicament could truly be likened to riding a tiger, with no easy way down. Yet, could he not utilize this to his advantage in the future? The art of warfare emerged later. At this moment, primitive humans were undoubtedly unaware of the so-called strategies of deception and tactics such as feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west. To me, My mother is the most significant person, and no matter the circumstances, I must strive with all my might, declared Fan Shui resolutely. The individual known to GFA, seemingly called Xiaofei, possessed a tall and slender figure with well-defined features. Aside from the enigmatic hue smeared on his forehead that obscured his true visage, he could be considered quite handsome, and he was generally amiable. Thus, the wedding photo of Tong Guai and Yunzhe is likely the most amusing one in history, with Yunzhe donning a peculiar grin while gazing at Tong Guai. Chapter 111. The rebellious gym leader of the new generation. After receiving the challenge number as previously arranged, Xi and Mu did not remain at the entrance, waiting in line. Naturally, the staff of the dojo would announce when it was his turn. Squirtle, it's your time to take the lead, they declared. However, upon uttering this, he noticed that the exploration team had begun photographing the sheep statue, with Wu Nin observing that Gao Fei was also participating. Unbeknownst to them, a small violet orb flickered and vanished, whisking away a man's soul into the vastness of time and space. Nonetheless, as all their powers converged with Emperor Chakra, others were somewhat weakened, lacking the strength to contest the dragon essence with him. At that moment, a thought crossed Ling Tian's mind, and a golden flame erupted, instantly magnifying 1,000-fold, enveloping Ling Tian. With a decisive motion of his hand, a torrent of golden fire, infused with immense power, surged forth. Let us not speak of one another, and certainly, you wouldn't dare claim that sending me alone before Director Sun was done with good intentions, would you? The racehorses, much like life, will inevitably face failures. It is through these setbacks that one gains experience and progresses. The path of life cannot always be a smooth and broad avenue. There will be rugged terrains and moments that provoke distress. As the wheel of fate turned, the intricate history of Earth unfolded in Ling Tian's mind. Sakuryu Arisu was now convinced that this was all orchestrated by Ban, the one who stood to gain the most. Takahashi Dong had previously played badminton and shared coffee with Ichino's Hanami. Jing could watch the blood flow but could not suppress the realization that should he recover from his injuries, he would undoubtedly fall prey to Zhao Gao. Yet, failing to recover would lead him to a likely demise. Mai Yi Shunli, aside from a moment of awkwardness at the beginning, had now returned to normal, or at least appeared to be so on the surface. Suzhou took the paper and remarked nonchalantly, fine, you may sit aside while I take a look, before lowering his gaze to examine the writings of Jiang Xuanyu. However, all spiritual techniques striking against the thunder seemed significantly diminished in effect, and upon witnessing this, Li Yuyun's expression turned grave. Nevertheless, Zhan Tong found himself with no other choice. To fight was to cling to a glimmer of hope for victory, while to refrain from battle would surely lead to defeat. Yikong stepped out of the door, greeted by a swirling expanse of white snow over a graveyard of bones. Towering bones jutted into the sky, collectively forming a pathway, which branched into several unfathomable forks. However, the seeds of hope had already been sown. All that remained was to await their silent germination. The Winter Sentinels were no trifling adversaries, each soldier boasting a formidable level of 10, while the Radiance of Tomorrow and his companions stood at level 78. With their prowess, they could only contend with a single sentinel. At this moment, the Assassin Alliance was in a state of great upheaval. The previously high-ranking assassin, named Shang, had seen his emblem vanish, a clear indication of his demise, an utterly unforeseen turn of events. Chapter 112. An unexpected conclusion. Meow Meow shielded her face with one hand, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. With her experience and keen eyesight, she could assert with absolute certainty that Squirtle had employed no special tactics. It was merely a case of slipping. A slip is not particularly grave. Even a world champion cannot guarantee that they won't stumble while walking. Nevertheless, it does not diminish the embarrassment of such an occurrence. In the clash of two armies, the general of one side had not even engaged before tumbling down, akin to a scenario in a furious challenge. Had I attempted this challenge first before facing the wrath, the Spike Club would never have found its mark, sparing me from numerous deaths. Thus, when Xia Yinua posed this query, their supreme commander, the esteemed Hao Meng, declared, the wedding must take place only after the sister has completed her first month. The elder, unable to refuse, nodded and entered the village, where an elder approached, adorned with the title of village chief. A flicker of joy surged within her as she began to speak, only to be interrupted by a sudden prickling sensation along her spine. He, too, had heard from his father that despite the filthy appearance of the elderly woman before him, she was indeed his grandmother. In a private space, he searched for a moment. Opening a jar of coffee, the moonlight outside as splendid as ever. As the distance between them grew, he sprang up, downing the nutritional supplement offered by a medic, allowing the uncontrollable grimace on his face a brief moment of respite, before proceeding to open the storage cabinet under the lamppost as part of his routine. Is it like how Big Brother and Juan are? With this thought, Lanxi's mind cleared instantly, and she comprehended the necessary attitude to adopt towards them. No. At that time, I merely sealed his cultivation. I did not kill him, Xinyuanze whispered. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi decided it unnecessary to court disaster within the chaotic realm, suspecting that the likelihood of conjuring a path to the underworld was slim. Seeing Hong Biqing genuinely enraged, Yao Taobui dared not speak further, hastily leaping from the car, neglecting to assist Hong Biqing with the door, and swiftly made his way towards the individual kneeling beside the road. The place rented for lodging also served as a venue for receptions. However, there was no immediate need for a guardian, as merely having the location sufficed, allowing the salesperson to find a suitable spot, ultimately confirmed by him. In the midst of panic, as Han Fong clutched Chen Yufan's body while airborne, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. Why does Iliko express such immense pressure? The answer is rather simple. It is because Raimu and Rumia nearby are engrossed in a conversation about topics that leave Iliko utterly speechless. In order to enhance work efficiency, Yang Qingdong typically addresses project matters during the county mayor's office meetings. Only significant issues warrant a dedicated discussion. For instance, if a certain official's wife owns a tobacco shop and the other sister's workplaces require cigarettes and alcohol, they simply notify her, and the goods are delivered at market price. However, behind the scenes, they all represent their respective organizations, and the quantities requested are substantial, allowing for a considerable margin to emerge merely through verbal negotiations. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement for now. You and I shall discreetly observe the secrets here, and after a while, we will deliberate on the specific course of action. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the doorbell, Fang Yun cheerfully descended the stairs. However, at that moment, Chen Yufan was the first to extend his consciousness outward. After making the payment, Yi Tian did not hasten to inspect the situation, but instead cast a glance towards the private room where Li Jian was situated. Then, let us depart. Once we locate Wu Ying, we shall surely experience a resurgence. Wu Ying was the ethereal figure who accompanied Lin Jiaran and Ling Chu upon their first encounter with Huang Shi, and he was also someone who could typically offer advice. Yet, on this occasion, due to his father's hurried actions, he had no time to bring him along. Time slipped away, minute by minute, and before they realized it, it was already past 11 in the evening. Upon reflection, one could not entirely blame others. One must also acknowledge their own responsibilities. It was one's own fault for being unable to withstand the sight of another kneeling before them in submission, momentarily softening their heart and placing trust in them. Is there any news of the owner? Guolin Yue, who had remained silent for a long time, inquired, her indifferent expression betraying no regard for Lu Bin. The success probability of the divine eye is 100%, while the probability of knowledge barely reaches 1%. Thus, Lin Feng relied on knowledge to intimidate others. It was the divine eye that selected Jade. If one possessed no knowledge, victory was guaranteed. Otherwise, the world would surely discover one's secret. Nevertheless, under the combined assault of two companions, the robber was unable to strike again before being subdued. Do you desire money? Long Lean Fei's brows furrowed. His flawless visage devoid of any emotion, arms crossed behind his back, exuding an air of haughty disdain. The cold, bloodthirsty blade danced swiftly, causing the air it sliced to emit a haunting, tremulous wail. If one despises her, should they not feel joy upon witnessing her injury? Yet, why does the sight of her hurt evoke such urgency in one's heart, a discomfort surpassing that of their own wounds, and why does it incite such anger? With a toothy grin, Chang rushed towards the rear seat of a BMW, while the alpha wolf took the wheel, followed closely by the remnant wolf and the wild wolf. Peering over the railing, one noticed that their front gate had been violently breached by an unknown assailant. The unfortunate wooden door splintered into two pieces upon the ground. A lone figure emerged at the entrance. Regrettably, Wang Rong has long departed from the capital. Witnessing the concern others have for him, he feels a touch of embarrassment. Fortunately, Chun Yueyun, upon learning of his departure, expresses only slight disappointment. After compelling Wang Rong to promise numerous humiliating treaties, she ultimately decides to let him go. In a state of astonishment, Wang Rong feels as if his efforts were in vain, having accomplished nothing with his actions. Chapter 113. The mobile money tree. When Riolu once again disengaged from the sphere, she sensed something amiss. Logically, she should have been in the arena, engaged in a fierce battle with a new adversary, rather than finding herself in a Pokémon Center. In that moment, she even felt as if she had lost her memory of battle. Indeed, she had been preparing outside, but the queue had taken an interminable time. After a rather unpalatable lunch, Slane trudged back to the inn with a furrowed brow, grumbling to himself. To conceal the existence of Sakura, Yun assumed the piloting duties of the spacecraft. During the journey, he utilized Sakura's alerts to anticipate the whereabouts of the patrol fleet, allowing him to deftly evade their routes and navigate to safety within a remarkably brief span of time. At that moment, Zorua and his 6th Division's rear hospital were situated on a patch of open ground. At the forefront of the formation stood Captain Wisem, leaning on his cane. Before he could finish his words, a startled cry from Aurelia pierced the air, and he felt a chilling presence of danger creeping up from behind. During casual conversation, Lin Fu learned of Elder Gufu's past as a master craftsman at the Jiangning Ministry of Military Affairs. He had to suppress his impulse to ask Elder Gu to sketch the designs for a 3-bow crossbow and even create its components. I've long suspected your ill intentions towards my brother-in-law. I shall not allow you to succeed. Lin Yuga glared at Lu Yaoyao, her teeth clenched in defiance. As torrential rains poured down, riding through such ghastly weather, drenched in the downpour, Lin Fu issued 2 demands to Sun Jingtang. First, to prevent the disorganized refugees from assaulting the surrounding provinces, and second, to ensure that no one succumbs to starvation. Good, the city management officials chorused, charging towards the entrance of Qianwei building with fervor. A group of police officers, hearing the waitstaff's words, appeared incredulous. The waitstaff, aware of their skepticism, promptly retrieved the surveillance footage. However, the officers were met with a corridor teeming with various animals, many of which bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. With no basis for judgment, they were utterly oblivious to which openings harbored danger or treasures beyond compare. For 100 years hence, Wang Chun calculated the time remaining until the Republic, we shall see. Haha, a vast court, filled with those who deceive themselves. Lu Tianhao remarked with sardonic wit. A family? Gu Shibanyang's expression tightened as she glanced between the Peng family and the Chao family, sensing that besides Gu Leshen's vexations, other matters were afoot. At the end of May, a seismic event struck Shinshu and Auntie, resulting in countless collapsed buildings and nearly 10,000 casualties. For the recently tranquil Great Zhou, this calamity was indeed a grievous blow to its vitality. In response, officials in the court canceled all leaves and dedicated themselves entirely to disaster relief efforts. While Gu Hai's appointment was also expedited. Hush, hush, hush. Su Zhongkong, you fool. Do you think the people inside can't hear you? Lu Tianhao exclaimed, noticing Su Chuu's foolishness, and promptly kicked him to silence. Lu Tsong was aware of the unfolding events around him, yet he found himself unable to restrain his thoughts. A terrifying notion gradually took shape within him. Was this a trap laid out for him? Was the coincidence merely a facade? Lu Tsong understood the fearsome nature of domain divine powers. Although Lu Xian had previously mentioned that Qin Yi might possess such abilities during their time in the hall, Lu Xian had been reluctant to believe it. However, at this moment, witnessing the manifestation of domain divine powers upon himself was utterly astonishing. Lu Xia had awakened 2 days prior, but still felt lethargic and disinclined to move. With Lu Tsong's permission, she comfortably lounged at home, watching television and browsing the computer, though she primarily focused on keeping an eye on the still unconscious Sinan. Chapter 114. Evolution. The Silver Conference. Let's go with the wool yarn from the Caretaker Worm brand. I just want to buy some yarn. Is that a problem? Upon tracing back, it was evident that the primary economic source was from Meow NEI, the owner of the live stream, yet the fame belonged to Meow NEI. The gym battles always offered rewards, but victories in such contests relied on Pokémon prowess. Mere theorizing would not suffice to pass that threshold. The assistant's salary and the sale of energy cubes were indeed Xian Mu's own business. Yet it thrived thanks to Meow NEI. As he became engrossed in watching the orca, a sudden electronic ringtone pierced the air. Fang Jioling, blushing, huffed angrily and dashed away, her long legs subtly visible beneath the thin fabric. Chui Feng wore an annoyingly cheerful expression, embodying the very essence of vexation. The next morning, Dong Zhanyun rose early and contacted Wei Zixian to prepare for their outing. After hastily finishing breakfast, he arrived at the Feng residence. Neither had informed Feng Budong in advance. They simply familiarized themselves with his background before their visit. As soon as Feng Budong awoke, the two arrived at his doorstep. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the banquet commenced punctually. The star of the evening was Auntie, a renowned designer recently returned from abroad, whose multiple designs had garnered international acclaim. The guests invited were all esteemed figures from the city. She could not misinterpret Yun Feng's intentions. However, this would inevitably advance her original plans. Meanwhile, Gao Jing felt a surge of delight as he drew his longsword, aiming directly at Shi Yan's brow. In the blink of an eye, the blade was mere inches from its target, leaving Shi Yan with an undeniable fate of death. Simultaneously, a remaining member of the elephant tribe, with blood-red eyes, seized the fleeting opportunity, manifesting a pillar-like elephant leg above Cui Feng's head, ready to smash down upon him. I concur with this assertion, particularly regarding the large-caliber naval artillery, which is urgently needed by our Imperial Navy. The design of this cannon by Chun Ning has reached, or even surpassed, the technological standards of nations such as Britain and France. And it will significantly enhance the strength of our Imperial Navy, remarked Major Augustus. The Sihuan is not particularly spacious. It is one of the over 200 units purchased in Nanjing by Chun Ning prior to his arrival, with the remaining residences allocated to senior officers stationed in Nanjing. However, he could not refute Li Hui's suggestion. Although his thoughts were consumed by esoteric pursuits of cultivation, Chu Xiu remained dutifully engaged in selecting weaponry. The descent of the ferry was crowded, the yang energy suppressed, and with the sun yet to set, the ancient spirit of the child deity could not manifest from within its golden form. The Nightmare-class Crimson Tank requires nearly 100 mid-level practitioners to encircle and eliminate. And even under such circumstances, it incurs devastating casualties among the undead. Yet, it was dispatched with such ease, without even a hint of resistance. Come, let us step outside. I shall show you how to adapt to your abilities. As the saying goes, one must see a task through to the end. Having forged a pact with Wang Haixing, Zhao Guanyin would naturally exert every effort to assist Wang Can, for he still possessed a sense of professional integrity. Malekith spoke, disregarding the 3 ailing dark elves, and vanished without a trace. Fan Yuqing, having recognized this, prepared to use Yin Pengze as a pretext to unleash a massacre within the cultivation community, eliminating all those who dared to show their faces. The Bai family truly believed that, relying on the influence of the second brother's family, they could act with impunity, disregarding even the Gong family. Chapter 115, Lucario, the celestial king of carps. Its ears elongated sharply, its limbs grew increasingly robust, and 2 pointed spines sprouted from its chest and hands. Luca? The transformation left Riolu somewhat disoriented, momentarily losing balance, but she quickly recalibrated, steadying herself with the aid of a nearby tree. Riolu. No, she should now be referred to as Lucario. Pokémon that evolve through closeness tend to evolve more effectively in reality. Oftentimes, they are akin to bound laborers, toiling until death before being fed to crocodiles, only to be replaced by a new batch to continue the work. He contemplated whether such an operation could yield profit, or perhaps even greater profit. The merchant, unable to kneel any longer, recognized that Lu Qing was no ordinary individual, certainly a formidable warrior. The interactions between the 2 factions were not close, even marked by friction, leading to their division into 2 major powers. The suitable infant food prepared by the Pet Alliance, upon entering Lin Rant's mouth, was met with admiration in Lu Qi's eyes. The moon goddess, truly the supreme deity, had left behind her legacy in such a manner. Even if by chance a large fish were to bite the hook, their fragile fishing line would never withstand the terrifying impact of such a catch. The journey from Luoyang to Jinan spans merely over 1,000 miles, translating to a little more than 570 kilometers. Additionally, there are 5 1,000-tael silver notes, along with gold bracelets, property deeds, and other valuables stored within the system's space. Since the second brother wishes to go, let him do so. However, I have one condition. Let Zhongkong accompany you. If this is not agreeable, then the matter shall end here. As Zhuge Jin spoke, Zhuge Kuei shot him a glare, but upon hearing the latter part, he finally exhaled in relief. This ointment, known as the bone-setting ointment, was inadvertently concocted by Tian Kongxiang. Although he claimed to Lu Ruomeng that he was an apothecary, in truth, he was far inferior to even a novice apprentice. A true apothecary produces elixirs capable of resurrecting the dead, while his creations were merely potions and salves. Stunned by Tang Feng's words, the elder turned to look, only to find Tang Yun gazing at him with an expression of innocence and yearning, causing his scalp to tingle. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. Could it be that this fellow had his brain caught in a door, sending his puppet to confront Sony? Many hunters displayed expressions of confusion, while at that moment, Tian Kongxiang found himself pierced by several arrows. You, come here. Yes, you. The one wearing the large hat. The captain shouted loudly, yet the individual seemed oblivious, pushing towards the city gate. 2 soldiers positioned their long spears to block his path, shoving him towards the captain. Yuan Shao's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his soldiers fall, one by one, beneath the walls of He Nei city, his heart filled with rage. He had not anticipated such fierce resistance from Hei, and as he glanced at CHUUU, he slowly lowered his longsword, coldly fixating on the city. The bloodlust was the first to be unleashed, and the blade of slaughter immediately carved a gruesome gash across the body of the frozen guardian. Xiangyi had no doubt that if he truly ventured into the water to grasp a river clam, he would likely plunge into the depths himself, sinking like a lead weight. However, Jiang Hen and Fang Chun's reactions were remarkably similar. Faced with overwhelming attacks, both regarded the situation with an expression of calm indifference, as if momentarily stunned by the imposing aura before them. After the wedding feast, which was a riotous affair filled with various performances on deck, fashion shows, musical acts, dance performances, acrobatics, and more, the atmosphere was nothing short of festive. Chapter 116, The Unfortunate Gathering. The violent Gyarados, an exceedingly ferocious Pokémon, is sometimes referred to as a god of destruction, with various ominous nicknames attributed to it in folklore. For Pokémon ecologists, Gyarados is also classified as a dangerous creature, and one should endeavor to maintain distance or minimize contact. Due to the tenacious vitality of Magikarp and its widespread distribution, Gyarados is not particularly rare. Trainers well-versed in water types typically possess one. From a combat perspective, this Pokémon's attributes are not surprising. If the renowned CHUUU cannot even deduce his own identity, then there is no reason for him to emerge from the tent. What a coincidence it is that they encountered a band of thieves, who fortuitously possessed ample provisions and treasures. The children, hearing the commotion, all looked up at me, their eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. The Xiao family's courtyard is situated at the eastern edge of the capital, a location once inhabited by the esteemed officials of the Qing dynasty. Presently, it is home to various dignitaries and affluent individuals, including Lin Zhonghe, who evidently possesses a notable status himself. His residence lies not far away in Naliuxiang, a mere 10-minute stroll from here, and not too distant from the renowned antique market, Lulikang. They did not glance upwards to observe the events unfolding above. Instead, they mechanically listened to the sound of the flute, holding their wooden shields aloft to conceal any gaps. They trusted that their leader would not let them perish in vain and believed that their comrades behind them, who played the flute and beat the drums, would simply fulfill their own duties. The individuals dispatched by Yan Xiao fortuitously encountered Ma Chao, sent by Ma Teng. As previously mentioned, Ma Teng was already concerned about the emperor's escape, which prompted him to send his eldest son, accompanied by a contingent of troops and a considerable supply of provisions, to pursue from the rear. However, after distancing himself from governmental affairs, he had adopted a routine of early rising and retiring, resulting in a decrease in the frequency of his ailments. It has been 8 years since Ruashi departed from this world, Yang Guang murmured softly, a melancholic expression clouding his features. Yet, within his heart, a warmth blossomed. Although she and the man before him shared no blood ties, his concern and affection for her far exceeded his feelings for Han Shui. In the past, Lin Mu had collaborated exclusively with large corporations like Yinghuang or Huai, all well known within their circle. Reflecting on this, Hsini felt a pang of bitterness. For the sake of a man, she had nearly ruined her own beauty. But what had she gained in return? The records above continued unabated each day. She counted and discovered over 40 slips of paper, precisely the number of days from her separation from Wei Qilong to their reunion, neither more nor less. A profound sense of sweetness and emotion surged within her. It became clear that even in his absence, her Qilong constantly thought of her, and he had never truly given up on her. My heavens, young Feng, your prowess is astonishing, Su Haoyan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he witnessed a single arrow pierce through a zombie, anchoring it to the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Ma, in a weakened state, wished to shield Luo Yin in her embrace, but Luo Yin resolutely stood his ground, unwilling to yield. Lin Tianlei discreetly observed Lin Mu's movements, and as he watched him depart, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, touching the bank card resting in his chest pocket. When Lin Mu arrived, he found Fatty and Zhou Ruinfa engaged in an animated discussion, prompting Lin Mu to call out to them. I lifted my gaze and saw Lan Linfeng's feet dangling over that fellow's eyelids, his head facing downwards, his arms stretched out as he firmly grasped my hand. However, Uncle Ye's demeanor towards Qiu Zhihao was rather aloof. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and did not utter another word. Chapter 117. Who says Regirock cannot fly? Do you wish to obtain the stones from Regirock? Such items are typically traded through barter, as they are not artificially manufactured, and the reasons for their formation remain unknown. As for Regirock, you need not worry. It is already common knowledge that the other party has certain channels of information. Elming did not wish for Xian Mu to misunderstand anything. as the desire to obtain the stones from Regirock hinges on the understanding that CHUUU possesses knowledge of Regirock's whereabouts. In the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, her bronze mirror was merely a superior artifact of the celestial tier, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the transcendent treasures of the heavenly path. Director Zhou, with his eyes narrowed into slits of amused scrutiny, had long sensed that the comradely standing before him was no ordinary individual. Subsequently, familiar figures emerged from the passageway, warriors of the celestial palace who accompanied the military. The atmosphere in the arena was charged, as if a tempest had swept through, causing the air at the forefront to produce resonant bursts of sound. "Mother, I am sorry, I did not pass the examination." Sheng Beifeng felt a pang of guilt, reluctant to meet his mother's disappointed gaze. After finishing the exam, he had deliberately claimed to have performed well, even asserting that his chances of success were substantial. All to evade labor. As long as this family had her and the children, he felt a profound sense of happiness, regardless of his own necessity within their lives. Yes, the servant will search immediately. Although Yang Zhong did not catch every word, he grasped enough to realize that these papers were likely the original records of the virtuous concubine, exchanged for something else. The uproar surrounding the nominations for Best Actor and Best Director had escalated the excitement surrounding the Oscars. The blisters covering his mouth made the makeup process during filming exceedingly prolonged, and he had to endure considerable pain. Everything was quite dreadful. Consequently, many who had encountered Luo Imo suddenly sought to engage with Zhong Min, as if she were a major celebrity. Zhong Min could sense this subtle shift. Her relatives had been calling her more frequently in recent days, their tones tinged with envy. As Chun Yurin retrieved a plethora of items from his spatial ring, iron stakes, hooks, clamps, and the like, it was noteworthy that it had been approximately 8 months since the foreign overseer had last delivered spiritual materials. Had he known that even a single being, despite its metamorphosis, faced limitations which had prevented countless entities from progressing further, perhaps he would have acted differently. The two figures soared through the sky, halting only after traveling 3 or 4 miles, before they charged at one another once more. By afternoon, he ceased breaking bamboo and instead took a slender strip, meticulously splitting it, followed by sanding it down to avoid injury, before beginning to weave. In these times, seeking a divorce meant a complete severance of ties with one's wife's family. When the Guan family was impoverished and the Hu family was similarly destitute, he had married Hu Yueying. Now, as the Hu family remained in decline while the Guan family began to prosper, if he were to seek a divorce now, he would undoubtedly be the subject of scorn. "Since you wish to become my disciple, tell me how you became acquainted with Professor Qin and Director Wang." Li Longfei hoped to glean insights into the museum's specifics from old Lu. Yang Hui wore a calm expression, a resigned smile gracing her lips. After years of such speculation, she had grown accustomed to it. She gently shook her head to dissuade Langia, who had intended to rise. Chapter 118, The Plan of Lucario. Can Lucario fly? Leader. Does this count as passing or failing? Wait a moment, I will come over to see. Can Lucario fly? The answer is yes. The Lucario from the Extreme Path Pavilion excels in this capability. Moreover, Lucario possesses the remarkable ability to learn electromagnetic levitation, enabling it to float effortlessly for a brief period once mastered. However, it seems that this skill has transformed her into a quintessential antagonist, does it not? I wonder how Zheng Enming and the others are faring. Did Jin Zhaizhong not notice them when he intruded upon the villa? Huangxi's words ring true. The elder brother has patiently awaited his growth, longing to become a carefree wanderer, exploring the world's exquisite landscapes. Why indulge in such discourse? Action speaks louder than words. Lu Yi chuckled heartily as he charged directly at Lung Lingfeng, who, still recovering from injuries, could hardly withstand Lu Yi's vigorous assault. In a rapid exchange of blows, Lu Yi struck 10 times, forcing Lung Lingfeng to retreat 9 steps, barely managing a single counterattack. In the demon realm, beneath a blood-red sky, loomed an eerie and enigmatic castle, exuding an aura of malevolence. Jin Zhaizhong gazed with satisfaction at the icy visage of the man before him, who stood utterly defenseless. Furthermore, during the transformation into the dragon god, the powerful aura of the azure dragon had already begun to emanate towards the Beast Valley, leaving no demonic creature unscathed, all sensing the overwhelming presence of Longting. He is the heir of the azure dragon, not merely a member of the White Dragon clan. With this realization, Longting finally saw through the illusion. "Speak," Lola said, approaching with a bowl of soup and a smile. Though Tsang Qingqing had made some recovery during these days, she still appeared somewhat haggard, and each day, Lola diligently prepared nourishing soup for her. These two characters silently illuminated Yun Muyu's mind like a bright bulb. If it were indeed so perilous, why then did Xiao Quan command someone to open the car window? The prolonged waiting felt interminable, and it was uncertain whether time truly crawled or if it was the weight of unresolved matters that caused such unease. Today was bustling with excitement, yet regrettably, grandfather could not join for the New Year's Eve feast, spoke Chi Chao's wife. A video released by Li Feng sparked a tremendous uproar, prompting all media outlets to spring into action. Reporters even awakened their bosses in the dead of night, all receiving the same directive, to locate the protagonists of the two videos at any cost. Wang Chao, who thought he had narrowly escaped calamity, abruptly raised his head, his keen eyes catching a glimpse of something. A spark of realization ignited within him as he swallowed hard, gazing in the direction where the He Xian Lu trio had disappeared. Chidori, he bellowed, intent on giving chase, but his feet remained rooted as his hands moved instead, leading to an unfortunate tumble. What is the matter with you? Qi Xian inquired, observing his sudden change of countenance and suspecting something troubling had transpired at school. This thunder-based technique is exceedingly formidable, truly unrivaled among its peers, and capable of surpassing levels. Qi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seated upon the nimbus cloud, the dozing Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes, jolting awake upon seeing the slender shadow of a tower standing between heaven and earth. Chapter 119, The Charcoal Shepherd. The spot where she built the snowman was perfectly backlit at the entrance. Lucario's appearance is quite humanoid, with a mere obstruction. One could hardly discern whether it is a person or a Pokémon. If he were an adult, he would indeed be unafraid. Adults tend to exercise a modicum of restraint. The crux of the matter lies in Luca's peculiar concern for Yi Ming, perhaps stemming from their shared identity as inhabitants of Earth. Rest assured, I'll handle that scoundrel Li Tianyi with ease, Yao Dianfu exclaimed, his face contorted in disdain and breathless from exertion. After parting ways with Yinan, he journeyed tirelessly for nearly 20,000 miles, ultimately discovering a remote snow-covered expanse. Given our current disadvantageous position, I propose we emulate Li Tianyi. This time, the three of us shall venture to Baoyi County, adopting a humble stance to proactively engage with them in pursuit of collaborative opportunities, even if it necessitates certain concessions. Chai Hua sensed that the strength of this robust man was remarkably formidable, rivaling his own capabilities. Just as he vanished, a crimson figure reappeared in the previous location, disregarding the earlier presence, and closed its eyes once more, harnessing an even greater reservoir of red energy. At that moment, Yang Hui clapped his hands, and soon after, Guo Chonglin entered accompanied by two officials from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission. Due to prior dealings with individuals such as Yao Zhangwo and Zhang Tiantong, Yao Zhangwo's intervention facilitated the smooth initiation of the transportation tunnel project between Qinghe County and our interests. This signifies yet another death sentence, a reaffirmation from Tianluo, over which Shi and Bujin hold no dominion. The bronze figure inquired about Gongshu, revealing a glimpse of the situation. Gongshu possessed only skill but lacked a concrete school of thought. Conversely, there existed a Mozi in the state of Lu, who merged his forging techniques with his knowledge to establish the Mahis school. The assailant did not anticipate that this unassuming girl would wield lightning techniques with such prowess, ensnaring him within a web of electricity that even his companions found chilling. Among the 30 individuals present, 3 were disciples of the Shuexian Hall, Yi Qinshuan, Luo Qi, and the prodigious He Ting, who, having donned a new outfit, arrived in the hall just in time to be acknowledged. With our numbers, it is quite challenging to overpower an elite force. Instead, let us do this. Gather close, and I shall share a discreet strategy. Wang De whispered to Wang Dan and the others. Upon seeing Guo Lin's arrival, someone approached to converse. Master Guo, weren't you frequently seen cultivating medicinal herbs within? The inquirer sought to uncover how they accessed the Sand Valley. After completing her tasks, she still felt a tinge of apprehension and practiced the Xuanwu turtle breathing technique to conceal her presence. To enhance her credibility, Li Zhuiying donned a simple outfit of linen and tied her hair back with a blade of grass, presenting a disheveled yet elegant appearance. As Hua Qixin exited the apartment, his eyes seemed to have been filled with sand, and a veil of mist rose within his warm jade-like orbs. Much like Liang Hua, Chun Ba evidently treated the police station as his personal playground. Upon entering, he casually seized a chair to sit. Initially reluctant to attend, he had contemplated evading detection. But Lin Ren devised a strategy, prompting him to stride in boldly, free of psychological burdens. Nonetheless, one must remain attentive to the subsequent thoughts. Should you require more personnel, I shall provide assistance. Wei expressed her criticism, clearly discontent with Gooden's negligence due to the troubles he faced. In the 120th chapter, the card-flipping Regirock. Under the owner's persuasion, CHUUU purchased several bags of charcoal. According to the proprietor, although this charcoal was derived from coal, it was produced from the grazing of small charcoal beasts and could also be used as wood charcoal for barbecuing. You wished to light the fireplace, did you not? This responsibility is now entrusted to you, and henceforth, the fireplace shall be under your care. After securing the excess charcoal, CHUUU allocated a portion to Squirtle, designating him as the fireplace administrator. Squirtle? Thus, from that moment, various families merely established a few perfunctory espionage agencies, assigning politically unsuccessful elderly figures nearing retirement to oversee them, who would then exert their efforts in drafting the latest intelligence from Jinyu City for the appreciation of the family elites. Why does this fog remind me of something from the Nightmare Realm? A wizard who had once ventured into the Nightmare Realm mused. I shall grant you time to contemplate. Should you choose to submit to me and become the guardian of Shabak City, then strike 5 times in succession. Should you remain obstinate after a quarter of an hour, prepare to face the annihilation of your clan. After delivering this ultimatum, Xiaoyu coldly fixed his gaze upon the ancient tree demon king. Kalia, fire again. I have discerned that he recently employed a peculiar energy to intercept your radiation laser. He did not truly withstand it with his body. At that moment, Tom's eyes flashed with a green light, and he suddenly shouted towards Kalia. A resplendent golden apparition descended from the heavens, gradually enveloping Chen Feng, merging with his form to become his heart. However, when Feng Yun closed the door behind her, a smirk tinged with mockery emerged on Zhao Zhu's face. Shaking his head, he returned to his bed, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. Heh, old lady, I dare to drink your soup. Do you think I would not harbor ill intentions? Zhao Zhu chuckled, extending his hand to accept the soup from the elderly woman. Stephen could still bring them to see the Tree of Life. Otherwise, these druids would ultimately descend into madness and transform into corrupted forms. The most repugnant aspect of the Death Star was this. Even Stephen found it challenging to resist its corruptive power, and he dared not engage in direct combat with it. Upon meeting the Guardian responsible for managing the Ringed City, Stephen was somewhat surprised by the Guardian's race. My successor of the Great Path? Unintentionally, you foolish bird. What nonsense are you uttering? Wu Nian exclaimed in exasperation. At that moment, his heart seemed to shatter simultaneously with the action of Yu Pingxing crushing the heart of the monstrous giant. Ding! The immortal cauldron within Feng Howren quivered slightly, suppressing the menacing intent. What on earth is so mysteriously enigmatic? The madman, just having washed his hair, with a damp towel draped over his head, approached to close the door. Although she had previously reached an understanding with Bei Long, at that moment, she felt as if an invisible magnetic field was pushing her outward. The late emperor had 4 sons. Aside from the Empress Dowager's son, the Heavenly Protector, and the Emperor Jun Qinghua, where are the remaining 2 sons now? Not merely a sweeping force, but a multitude of beings radiating and expanding. After more than a year of interstellar voyages, my quantum form has exponentially evolved, drawing strength from countless days and nights. The prowess of Yu Ping has ascended to a level he scarcely comprehends. He is the most remarkable scorer of the previous La Liga season, the finest local marksman, with a tally of goals surpassing even that of Villa and Torres. His technical finesse garnering the admiration of numerous clubs, including Manchester United, Liverpool, and AC Milan. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated, and a blinding light flashed as Wu Nianjiao was astonished to see that her powerful strike, emanating from her grand mastery, had scarcely left a trace. In midair, 2 figures vanished in an instant. For instance, had Guo Yun not mentioned his poisoning in the morning, she would not have undergone a physical examination, and the rest of the Guo family would have remained oblivious. To cast the 30,000 troops of the Guo family, weakened by the loss of strength, into the arena would undoubtedly be akin to pushing them into a pit of fire. There is no need to console me, she stated, for no words could soothe her heart. That kind of pain, if not born from a love that penetrates to the bone, how could one ever truly understand? There are far fewer magicians than combatants, the ratio exceeding 1 to 5. Combatants can afford to become mercenaries, their lives expendable, for there are always countless mercenaries. The loss of one is hardly a matter of consequence. The annihilation seal lay before them, yet Guo Lin's hands moved with a deliberate slowness, enigmatic and inscrutable. The 6 Doors personnel navigate both the official realm and the martial world. They encounter a myriad of peculiar situations, adeptly handling matters with great adaptability. They are figures of the martial world within the official domain and vice versa. What time shall we depart? I shall escort you. Song Duanwu took the cloth from his hands, perceiving that Song Hanshi intended to thoroughly clean the room after packing. Zhang Boyan wore a grim expression. The covert operation against the Heave family was shrouded in secrecy. Even the 800 guards brought today were informed only prior to the mission. Other elders had not left Jiang's residence since learning of tonight's task. However, the current situation was evidently one of preparedness on the opponent's part. Every day spent with you is extraordinary, Muxian. She grasped his hand, feeling a surge of strength that dispelled the unease lingering in her heart for days. Li Fei was not a man of gentle temperament. This brigand had not only taken his people, but did so with audacity. In recent days, she had suffered greatly from the ravages of drugs, spending most of her time engulfed in hallucinations, rendering her unable to discern whether she resided in a dream or in reality. Chapter 121. Where did the new leaf come from? Reggie Locke picked up a green stone adorned with leaf-like patterns. It was evident that this was a leaf stone. After pondering, Reggie Locke chose not to absorb it, but instead handed it to Meow and EI beside him. As a Pokémon capable of surpassing him, such a fitting item should rightfully belong to her. Even Reggie Locke, in essence, adhered to the logic of favoring the strong. As an evolutionary stone, it embodies a form of elemental energy. Song Yan, Chun Fei, and Wei Yuda were momentarily taken aback. The strategy of countering rumors with rumors was unprecedented in the past. Xietuan, we truly did not anticipate that it was the gossip spread by the lady of the house. We sincerely apologize. With that, we promptly bowed our heads in acknowledgement of our fault, and then urged their wives to do the same. Su Wani and Yao Jingji did not leave empty-handed. They gained much knowledge and a broader perspective, realizing that they still had much to learn. Yes, and there are monthly votes. I still do not comprehend their purpose. Yet their rarity suggests they must be of value. Your willingness to bestow such a precious token upon me is the utmost affirmation of my worth. Even the seemingly unattainable Li Bingquan seeks counsel from Qin Mulan, which attests to her remarkable capabilities. Those exaggerated rumors appear to hold a kernel of truth. Jiang Xiang observed the delight on Xia Bingqing's face, warmth illuminating his gaze. After serving her a generous portion of food, he finally began to eat himself. Both being scholars of the Imperial Academy, it was evident from their dialogue that their relationship was fraught with tension and even hostility. Xian Lingjia silently nodded before stepping forward, gravely placing a hand on Xian Qintang's shoulder. The dawn was gradually breaking. Ma Yi and Zhu Gong, as they walked, could see the faint glimmer of morning light at the exit. Once they exited, they would temporarily settle the villagers in the lead village, granting them time to investigate the matter of the cloaked figures. This is your life token, even though it has saved your life. There is no need to be so deferential. You have never offered me, your elder brother, anything since your youth. Yunze averted his gaze, refusing to accept the jade pendant, fully aware of its significance. Yin Xiaoxiao's face flushed. After their discord the previous night, how could she muster the courage to approach him? She had her dignity. After all, Lu Jia followed the police car, making calls along the way. They currently had several lawyers at their disposal. If they were to switch to another lawyer, those policemen might disregard them entirely. Ruan Xian slowly bent down, trembling as she picked up the wooden piece that Guan Jingtian had just held. The wood was still warm, as if it retained the heat from his hand. Yet, he could no longer appear. In such circumstances, what kind of individuals could they become, or rather, what kind of individuals were they destined to be? Zhao Zhijing smiled and said, Lin Tianyao, do you not know that practicing at night yields better results than during the day? I am currently persuading my disciples to practice in the evenings, but I find that they cannot endure the hardship. However, few agreed, as their injuries were merely to their palms and hardly worthy of mention. Shortly, the mountain deity appeared, holding a piece of talisman paper. He informed Lin Tianyao that the mountain-moving technique could not be mastered quickly, but this batch of mountain-moving talismans would prove useful. They only required spiritual energy to activate. Li Zhao's face contorted like a bitter melon, his fierce eyes scanning the faces of all team members. You will be forcibly dispatched to the Spirit Hall, and you will be unable to move freely for 200 to 300 years, Michaela stated bluntly. There is no evidence that young Master Xian has inflicted such harm. If there were proof, would young Master Xian not prefer to execute first and report later? The Rong family wept once more. His acute perception allowed him to realize that the threat posed by Shirley had completely dissipated. Yet the atmosphere around him grew even more oppressive, an alarming menace intensifying. Is that so? Let me see, Wang Su said as he took the phone from Zhang Qinkai's hands. Using his own spiritual energy, he sensed the device and confirmed that it had indeed been impacted by the magnetic field of the third world, rendering it altered. Xiang Yi understood she was in a foul mood and dared not press the matter further. She turned to glance at Xuedai, who, with eyes closed, was voraciously indulging in food, feigning ignorance, clearly displeased as well. Ultimately, Zhang Tiezhen handed over 2 level 10 magic cores, 20 level 8 magic cores, and 10 level 9 magic cores to the Emperor Yi. Under such circumstances, he truly held little advantage. Had it been a fortnight earlier, he would have succumbed to defeat amidst their assaults. The middle-aged man hurried away, not paralyzed by fear, but instead propelled by an extraordinary speed that belied his stature. Upon entering the city, Zhang Liangji and Jiang Zhongyuan encountered Qinglin. Despite their simmering anger, they felt powerless to act. The bodyguard named Li Yuanming promptly acknowledged and stepped out, hand resting on the sword at his waist, striding forth. On the very day he returned to the governor's office, Chongluan swiftly penned a memorial to the court, embellishing Zhang Liangji's words with dramatic flair. The car set in motion, soon halting on the left turn lane, closely following the Maybach, and eventually both vehicles arrived simultaneously at the entrance of Huatian Global. Niao Wanlua's heart, once fluttering with excitement, finally found its steadiness as she paid and alighted. Qin Zixiao leaned against the car door, gazing at her with a gentle smile. Chapter 122, Cultivating New Leaves, primarily based on talent. Greetings, I am Mania, a Pokémon breeder from Pardya, and this child belongs to my collection. Among this assembly of Pokémon scholars, the identity of a breeder seems somewhat out of place. Yet it is hardly surprising. Scholars aspire to study legendary Pokémon, trainers wish to possess them, and it is entirely reasonable for breeders to seek knowledge on how to nurture such beings. However, Mania's purpose in this place bears little relation to Regirock. She is here for the new leaf. Xiao Miao Miao rose, icy and indifferent, disregarding Wu Rang as if he were non-existent, and proceeded to the washroom to attend to her personal grooming. Lu Wu, peering through the curtain, beheld the tall, graceful figure, his parched lips parting as he called out, "Second Master." Feng Mujin observed the leisurely demeanor of Xing Zian, her own impatience glaringly evident. Wind Wuqing was momentarily taken aback by the changing expression of Long Zhendong, before realizing that this fellow had merely been feigning all along. Wei Qingqing remarked that if this matter was not clarified publicly today, it would become increasingly difficult to articulate after tonight. Feng Mujin seemed oblivious to the biting tone of her own words, recalling their time in New Delhi when Song Jiasi had been rather careless. Nevertheless, she gazed tenderly at the candy she had delivered into Song Jiasi's hands. Upon witnessing this extraordinary sight, Zhang Ruyun felt no fear. Rather, he was slightly troubled by the anxious expression on Zixiang Tianlin's face as she departed. He realized that the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered him largely powerless to assist her, despite her difficulties. With no other choice, he decided to patiently observe the unfolding events. Jumu Yunxiang was deeply engrossed when the sudden voice of the golden thread lark startled him. A radiant light emanated from his palm, forming a peculiar talisman that floated in the air. This talisman resembled the character for soul, yet possessed a complexity far beyond it. Adorned with an array of bizarre radicals, encircled by 2 sets of birth charts. Soon after, Li Hao stepped out, equally perplexed, for Qin Ming had provided no clues whatsoever, leaving him to navigate the situation on his own. The glares from the crowd were met with a smile from Jiang Qingyu, who felt a sense of joy that sufficed her. As the audience's imaginations ran wild, the final content of the 9th episode unexpectedly featured a special interview with teacher Qingbai, who remained unseen. Su Miaoying, accompanied by over 30 junior sisters, exited the secret realm and encountered the members of the Wanjian sect at the cave entrance. Lin Xian, who had driven there, was caught in traffic, but in a moment of inspiration, Jiang Yin suggested they park by the roadside and rush to the cinema. Although this would result in points being deducted from her driving license, it was certainly preferable to missing the film altogether. At the moment when the copper hammer swung to unleash the pig's head hammer once more, Murphy's previously motionless right hand suddenly wielded a longsword. The man, clutching his swollen cheek, squinted his eyes into a narrow slit, tears glistening, mumbling incoherently. The crowd could not discern his words, but his gestures indicated a plea for mercy. Naturally, her visit this time was not intended for mundane market research. She merely sought to purchase a single volume for her collection. Indeed, the aura of vampires bore a striking resemblance to that of zombies. Previously, Uncle Gio had mistaken the scent of 2 vampires in Chunhao's home for zombies, while now the 2 vampires detected the scent of zombies, mistaking them for their own kind. With the final word spoken, Yi Bing unleashed a flurry of blood shadows, attacking the Shintian sect simultaneously. Vlad remained composed, at least remembering his purpose. He extended his fangs, his eyes turning blood red as he transformed back into his vampire form, sending Zhou Yunfei and Sun Xia into a frenzy. Even Zhou Qiang could no longer maintain his composure. Jun Qingyi maintained her smile, yet Ning Yuan could not muster one in return. Despite the seemingly kind demeanor of his sister and cousin, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As the myriad of gunfire erupted, the void shattered, causing the expression of Dingguang Huanqi Buddha to change drastically. He dared not continue his incantations, retreating swiftly with the 7 treasures tree shielding him. A month prior, in that battle, the 6 most powerful elders from the 3 great sacred grounds faced dire consequences. 2 from the Sword Demon Peak perished, 2 from the Divine Sword Manor were gravely injured, and Li Qingfeng was nearly slain by the Sword of Demise, leaving only Zhou Tianyan. Additionally, his expertise in magical arts and formations made him the most suitable candidate to preside over the matter at hand. As anticipated by Yang Gang, Yi Deng extended his hand and grasped Rao Feng's shoulder, pulling him back while asserting, "I do not believe Master Yang to be such a person." Rao Feng, feeling the immense force on his shoulder, found himself unable to retaliate. Indeed, even the hearts of the 2 seasoned generals, who had witnessed countless farewells and partings in battle, were profoundly stirred. Their subordinates' losses pained them, yet they felt immense pride for having such valiant soldiers. From a battlefield perspective, such warriors were the dream of any general. In the first 3 chapters, I am teaching her to become the Cat King. One must disregard idle chatter and strive to become stronger. The opinions of fellow companions are inconsequential, as long as one possesses sufficient power to resolve issues that others cannot. These Pokémon will naturally seek you out. When faced with provocations, one must employ both grace and authority to eliminate dissenters. Mastering this approach may not guarantee friendships, but it could very well lead to becoming the new Leaf Meow King, provided this new Leaf Meow possesses adequate strength. She rose, drew her dagger, and leaped into the air, descending gracefully along the rope until she landed firmly on the ground. Upon witnessing Mo Chen's actions, Feng Shu and Blood Diamond Tian immediately followed suit, launching their own attacks. The others quickly responded, brandishing their weapons for counteroffensive, while the Blue Ox head continuously emitted furious roars, and the cultivators shouted in unison. "My subordinates understand. I shall take my leave first." The leader of Tuashan Hall suddenly realized and finally unraveled the mental knot that had troubled him for years. "You are not the only passenger. Please do not waste others' time." "A cup of coffee, thank you," Ouyang Che said, his tone laden with impatience and his gaze growing colder. Were it not for his concern about affecting Enchio's work, he would have surely given him a proper lesson. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, those cultivators who had failed to determine a victor descended the arena one by one, despondent. They not only lost 100 million gold coins, but also forfeited their eligibility to compete for the Feihua Tenyun staff. The greatest achievement, however, was that Murong Chun had completed the design of his internal universe and had even begun its preliminary construction. What remained was to find the corresponding treasures to fully realize his internal cosmos, which could also be described as the foundation of the immortal path. There were no issues with dual control. The critical question was, who would serve as the second ranged attacker? Gazing at Xing Dai's cheerful visage, I began to grasp something. Just as I finished speaking, an odd sound emerged, and the warmth that had enveloped me seemed to diminish in an instant. The fire pit, constructed of steel feathers, trembled at last. "Why bother flattering the general and Ida? Ida has no authority," Tai Shirtzi jested. De Yao and De Ba exchanged pleasantries, and upon realizing Li Ming's sincere invitation, they ceased their hesitations. In her eyes, Chu Si was leisurely enjoying his meal, savoring each morsel with elegance. Li Jinger, exhausted from recent fatigue, found her heart weary as well, and slept soundly that night. She did not hear a word of the heated exchange between Chao Gu and Chu Xiao, drifting into a carefree slumber until her biological clock roused her the next morning. Although Xia harbors many doubts, as a steadfast warrior, she understands what inquiries are appropriate and which are not. "Old Sha, you are rather impatient. Allow me to take a look," Mo Jin Yang remarked, as he patted the coffin and leaned over to listen intently. "This ancient being possesses far too much knowledge. If she were to divulge the events of you would be the first to suffer the consequences," Village Chief Li cautioned. She is also aware that after this battle, the sagacious Kangxi Emperor conferred the title of Grand General of the North upon Fei Yanggu, thereby granting the former Yi Xiu of the past more confidence. Jing Er playfully made an adorable gesture, captivating Chao Ji's attention. He mused that were it not for her injury, he would have pounced on her to tease her thoroughly. "My subordinates have also sneaked out to see the Empress. In principle, the Dark Guards ought not to have attachments." With a thunderous roar, Lien Haiping seized the ethereal form of Bai Chanqian from the void. The heavenly tribulation's lightning immediately enveloped her, and amidst the crackling electricity, A fierce aura of destruction surged forth. Curiously, several individuals who would have been allies of Blackbeard, including Vlad, observed this, yet none beheld the astonishingly large Saint One Wolf. It is little wonder, as the sixth layer is only so vast. How could it possibly accommodate such a colossal creature? With a resounding thud, no way. Go collapsed heavily to the ground, his police uniform soaked in blood, bravely extending his right hand to warn us to flee. Not far off, at a table, a man with a horse-like face set down his wine cup, curiously inquiring of a blue-robed cultivator seated across from him. The ox, reclining on the cart, did not indulge in the dried meat with the same carefree abandon as Heiwa. He was considerably more astute. "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Dongfang Xiao asked with concern, noticing Yu's unusual expression. After all, one is still made of flesh and blood, despite Guxin's prowess. He gazed into the mirror at his own visage, where exhaustion was glaringly evident upon his finely crafted features. Dongfang Xiao's opponent was a man clad in a long robe, distinct from the ordinary mage's attire, adorned with various embroidered magical beasts, lending it an intriguing appearance. At this moment, Lu Ping stood motionless, his mind a blank slate, uncertain of his next course of action. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lien Haiping scrutinized the divine technique once more, discovering alterations in the cultivation steps. Some nuances diverged significantly from the original, nearly inverting the previous methodology, yet proving to be more logical. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, the man turned to see Sun Wukong standing 2 meters behind him. After demonstrating the holographic 3D film projection technology, Su Nua calmly addressed the audience with a question. Gu Yuna understood that the power bestowed upon the opponent was likely derived from the dual wings of the Ice-Fire Dragon King, though she did not dwell on it. Chapters 1, 2, and 4. A cat's attitude towards another cat depends on human perceptions of the feline. Dr. Demu. The information from the Hoenn region is here. The data at the Campus Research Institute is quite comprehensive. Upgrading the Pokédex is a trivial matter. The illustrated system is universally applicable across the Alliance. With the assistance of Professor Oak, Ash swiftly completed the upgrade of his Pokédex. He also noticed the bustling Shinmu by the camera. "Mr. Shinmu, it's been a while." "Pika Pika," exclaimed Ash. "Humph, it seems you are the one struggling." Yenna, stubborn as ever, was drenched in cold sweat, yet persevered. However, my own condition resembled his, as a chill coursed through my back. The two enforcers, at this moment, could not retreat. The stick was about to strike her. Just then, Kalan raised his hand, and 2 pieces flew from his grasp, incapacitating the enforcers. The commotion drew the attention of the soldiers stationed on either side of the city lord's gate, who gazed curiously at the nearby carriage, unsure of its purpose. The young leader hesitated, contemplating whether to chase them away. Kunlun Mirror paused, realizing he had been too hasty and inadvertently revealed too much. The heavy thud of the elder's body hitting the ground resonated, and only then did the crowd observe the deep, gaping wound in his throat, blood gushing forth profusely. Shixian Yu bit his lip, a hint of blood seeping out, betraying his struggle to contain himself. Pei Zijing had mentioned that this was a process more agonizing than death itself. Shangguan Jin increased the flow of spiritual energy, hoping to alleviate Shixian Yu's suffering. "Even if just a little. My lord, what brings you here?" Mrs. Jiang in leisurely residence, caring for Jiang Yunyao, promptly inquired upon seeing Jiang Shanghai. Su Yan raised his palm. A blazing golden light erupted, illuminating the dim chamber, while also serving as a precaution. No one could guarantee the safety of this place. What should have been an ordinary night was interrupted by a shadow that leaped over the courtyard wall and approached September's door with familiarity. The hand was bronzed, approximately 6 to 7 meters long, thicker than a barrel, with a single finger rivaling Li Mu's thigh. "Shut your mouth." Upon witnessing the scene before him and the defiant spirit of Lu Dongqing, Hua Jinglei, who had rushed over amid the commotion, was instantly enraged. Yi Wei's fire was evidently shocked by Lu Yunlong's outburst. The Lu family had always shown respect to the Yi family, at least on the surface, and it was unexpected for Lu Yunlong to utter such rebellious words in a fit of rage. Lanqi felt a twinge of gratitude. She had boldly confronted the issue rather than lurking in the shadows to strike covertly, and for this reason alone, she could not harbor hatred towards her. Clearly, the Lord of Hailing Island was evaluating contributions. During the recent repulsion of the 2,000-legged beasts, he ranked first in combat prowess, followed by the Shangguan family, with the least contributions attributed to the Sambao group. Most regarded it merely as an odd spectacle, yet those in the know were astonished. Among them were members from the Warring States and Beckman from the Red-Haired Pirates, as well as Rayleigh, who observed the live broadcast from afar. All were taken aback by Simon's transformation. Others jested with Zhang Tian, Yet both Huolong and Wang Wu were increasingly anxious. Given that Zhang Tian was an archer, it was evident that his vision was exceptional, thereby rendering the truth of his words beyond dispute. The beastmen could indeed be lurking nearby. The other maidens, including Wan Jiao Jiao, showed respect for their wishes, only taking them to the Jingwang Fu after inquiring about their consent. Revealing the truth was inevitable. Regardless of their actions, it was a matter they would have to confront sooner or later. Bai Jianjun nodded in agreement. The magnitude of this loss was profoundly injurious to the Tong family. Fortunately, Tong Xiaoyun had cultivated connections within the government over the years. With allies spanning from the provincial level down to the municipal, some were aware of the enmity between the two and began to enlighten those who were oblivious. While Zhang Tian pondered, the dean commenced the introduction of the next individual. By the end of the introductions, Zhang Tian had merely retained the names of the teachers corresponding to their respective departments, with his mind preoccupied by thoughts of when he might begin to learn magic. His cultivation level, akin to that of his senior brother in the Yuanshan realm, positioned him among the elite of the younger generation. Su Yang sought to harness the power of the Taishan gold essence atop the 4 illusion staff to forcibly summon the projection of Taishan. Chapter 125. Is jumping off a building a novel game? Xi and Yi Miao believed that all she learned today would not be in vain. In the near future, Li Ku would surely experience it all. Yet at present, Xi and Yi Miao's gaze was filled solely with admiration. The skill of leaf manipulation was an inherited talent, one she had mastered at birth. Even without the inheritance, she would have naturally acquired it in due time. However, magical leaves were distinct. They were skills that were guaranteed to hit in the game, and nearly impossible to evade in reality. One had to concede this fact. Fang Hongxing made a valid point. Indeed, the rough men had not adequately considered her needs. Shun Qian nearly knelt in despair, after contemplating for so long. It was uncertain how he would have proceeded had he not been aware of the situation. Given sufficient time, perhaps the other's innate gifts and the mastery of laws would allow him to compete on equal footing with himself. Yet recently, Adam had been in a foul mood, having not experienced such vexation in a long while. The reason was simple. Being a deity for too long, with lifespans stretching into millennia, had rendered their existence monotonous and dreary. Amidst the indulgences of recent months, Lan Xianfei had successfully mastered the ghostly tome, nearing the final step required to embody the vermilion bird. Shen Xian and Bai Shui Xian reportedly triumphed narrowly, though Shen Xian sustained severe injuries while protecting Bai Shui Xian, managing to remain standing until the very end before collapsing from exhaustion. Both had at least secured their qualification for the ultimate competition. No one could discern how Shun Xiu Luo had silently navigated through numerous barriers to enter the main hall. Shen Xian, of course, understood this principle, so he often entered directly when he wished, knowing his master would not hold it against him. His actions were not excessively audacious. The auction house, after enduring the formidable intimidation of the day, now appeared remarkably tranquil, devoid of any disturbances from unruly spirits. Thus, in the pursuit of eliminating the pirates, Sean could only trace his path back, cautiously making his way toward the pirate's lair, to curry favor with the illustrious disciple of the great saint, Blue Sky. The royal domain exhibited genuine intent, had it not been for Blue Sky's opposition. Even the Duke and the 2 domain lords would have eagerly sought to take them under their wing. At the end of last month, Mattel publicly announced a collaboration with Disney to create a series of dolls inspired by Disney princesses. Concurrently, Mattel declared the establishment of an independent animation studio dedicated to the development of Barbie animated films. Although the formidable blade was further empowered by the presence of the red-faced Ghost King, poised to deliver a downward strike, Zhao Yuer cast a scornful glance at her 2 brothers, who, in their foolishness, failed to grasp that her facade of innocence and nonchalance was vital for her survival. Indeed, this was a performance, one that had to be convincingly enacted. Young Master Thor nodded in acknowledgement, and, following a formal greeting, reported, "It is Captain Matthew. He has sent word from Linshui City." After retrieving a letter, he offered a subtle nod to Alice within the room, accompanied by a warm smile. Yin Rushue gazed longingly at the figure projected before her, tears ultimately escaping her eyes. As they navigated around several massive islands, the horizon opened up, revealing a sky filled with numerous formidable beings. One aspect was El Xian's feigned ignorance, while another was the subtle magical essence in El Xian's tone, devoid of any peculiarities. Long Luo became increasingly perplexed. Did the 3 factions harbor some clandestine secret? What connection do you have with the Supreme Lord of Yuantian? Long Luo inquired. How could the remnants he left behind be under your protection? Chapter 126. When did you take the advertisement? Those who frequently walk by the river, How can they avoid getting their shoes wet? Jumping from heights is an exceedingly perilous act. While Blue Jay and Lucario were engaged in training, they inherently possessed the ability to fly. Even if they did not achieve their training objectives, no accidents would occur. Meow and Ei could not fly. Yet her agility and flexibility rendered her capable of handling such situations. The primary concern actually lay with Squirtle. The hot spring featured a section of deep water, but it was not particularly challenging. Could it be that you intend to profit from your relationship? Lele queried, sounding rather foolish. I was unaware of the arrival of the Qin King. Please forgive my lack of proper hospitality. As the two bowed, many soldiers at Hanggu Pass swiftly followed suit. Had it been in the past, Li Yunfei might have felt somewhat flustered, but he had since transformed dramatically. You must have enjoyed yourselves. Now it is my turn to ascend to the realm of the Holy Immortal. Yuangua smirked, revealing a sinister smile as he released the compressed energy, surging toward the Holy Immortal before the eyes of the onlookers. Lu Yunfei pondered. In theory, this is accurate, but who can craft magical crystals? Aside from knowing that forging and assembling create weapons, tailoring produces armor, and alchemy yields potions, I remain unaware of what other professions can create. No worries. We shall be content with what we have. Thank you, Boss Lin Jie. In the ethereal realm, Lin Jie's figure suddenly loomed larger in the heart of Qianxi, who then realized how amiable Lin Jie truly was. Teacher, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Du Siming. Without your guidance, I would not have ventured to Shijing, nor would I have become a billionaire with over 300 million in cash in less than 2 months. Yunghua nodded, gazing into the distance where the laws danced and divine might radiated. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes as he comprehended the weight of his long journey ahead, bearing the mission of countless souls and the hopes of the divine, all resting within his grasp. The higher-ups shared a similar fervor. The sacred battlefield thrived on martial prowess. From the vice leader to the ordinary centurions, everyone was zealously striving towards the 3 military academies, with various rankings plastered throughout the guild, fueling an insatiable ambition. What is amiss? Xianjian noticed my unusual demeanor and leaned closer, her gaze fixed on my face, concern etched across her features. In my previous life, I had little faith in karma and held scant reverence for the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. It was only after 40 years of seclusion by the banks of Yangtze Lake, contemplating life and death, that Tao Zhuohua realized the inexorable fate that governs all. Throughout the Sword Radiance sect, while other elders' counsel could be disregarded, Nan Gongyang's words carried weight. It is nothing, Yi replied with a faint smile to Gong Yuling, recognizing that the elder had his reasons for keeping her in the dark moments ago. If all else failed, an elite team would have to be assembled to delve deep into the ruins. General Solus, who had been silent for a long time, seemed to grow impatient, slamming his fist on the table. Meanwhile, Madame Xiao sat at the lower end, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, her gaze glistening as if washed by the rain, exuding a delicate and pitiable aura, seemingly having shed tears. Lu Kairan picked up silver scissors from the white silk and held it in her mouth to stifle any cries of pain. She sprayed a mouthful of liquor onto the silver scissors and then proceeded to apply it to the slightly swollen bump on her left arm. Chapter 127. The Master of Releasing Life. I pondered why it was delivered by the postal service. Although the postal speed is somewhat sluggish, there is no destination it cannot reach. Utilizing this service for shipping items is indeed more reasonable for the Alliance. Wait, when did you receive the advertisement? Last week. I checked. It was indeed personnel from the Alliance, and the quality should be assured. Miao had no intention of engaging in one-off transactions. She preferred a sustainable approach. She informed the doctor of Zhou Liangping's condition, and the doctor, understanding, directly prescribed medication, instructing Qiao Chu to escort him to the infusion room. The head of the Chong family remained Chong Tianma, who was still in his prime, and the successor would not emerge for at least another decade or two. The previous remark was unmistakably a reminder from Wan Qi, had it not been for this timely caution. Zhang Hu might have faced a fate akin to that of Guan Hu. Was Guan Hu greedy? Did that mean he was devoid of greed himself? The last 4 words spoken by Madame Lin were laden with emphasis, unpleasantly reminding the Qi princess that the Qi residence was mired in difficulties and, in need of assistance from the Lin family, should tread carefully. Had she uttered the term tragedy, Hui Yelu would undoubtedly have been driven to the brink of fury. Ruan Hingyang supported himself as he stepped onto the corridor, wiping the raindrops from his face, his brows clear and his eyes bright, smiling with a gentle warmth. Zhao Xian led Jiu Zhu to Fengqi Palace, and just before they departed, Jiu Zhu caught the sound of a cough, a frail figure slightly hunched, the voice hoarse, appearing to be in considerable pain. Dan Yi felt somewhat bewildered, while Xiao Qiqi, having spent a lifetime in the military and as a mercenary, nodded decisively. Fully aware of such matters, Danny, having not experienced them, found it hard to believe. Now, his attention was diverted. Yet he pondered whether his meager blood would suffice for her letter. How he wished that fleeting moment, amidst the spring breeze, where she stood out uniquely, had not slipped by him. How radiant and captivating it had been. Having served in office for many years, he understood the intricacies of governance. Though drunken words should not be taken seriously, if others were present, those words would carry a semblance of truth. She could not comprehend why Guanxi was so insistent on pursuing He Zijing, while Guanxi, clenching her fists, could still feel the gazes of those around her. That day, the uproar at the Gu family revealed much about Shun Pairu's past. Naturally, the news of He Zijing's marriage to Gu Bei'er was also widely circulated. I wish to follow the tug-of-war between the Dragon Eye and the Aurora, as the Dragon Eye is gradually dragged into the coffin. Originally, Haimu was present yesterday, but this morning it became apparent that he was no longer within the Spirit Control Master Alliance. His aspiration was to become a great star. Yet upon participating in a singing competition, the judges deemed him utterly lacking in vocal talent. However, the rules regarding the Black Cloud City's attack on the giant ant clan surely left others, like them, unaware of the local customs. Not far from Qinghu City, in a secluded valley, Su Fu's spiritual awareness detected substantial energy fluctuations, with a preponderance of demonic aura, evidently indicating a military presence. This landscape starkly contrasted with the vibrant scenery of Green Delay Mountain, if it could indeed be termed scenery. The Qingxiu prefecture boasted numerous banks, some established by local families, such as a bank under the Zhao family's name, while others were branches of imperial banks operating within Qingxiu. Such a description was novel to both Emperor Jingming and Rong Tang, who were momentarily taken aback. Without his signature bushy beard, Wu Laoda was unrecognizable to me at first. Once I did recognize him, the sight of the red cloth covering him made my heart skip a beat as I instinctively reached out to lift it. Continuing in this manner was untenable. A solution had to be found to assist Ivy in extricating herself from this predicament, and the old professor was a commendable choice. The three of them finally exhaled in relief, nearly overwhelming the tent in their eagerness to learn about Feng Lingjing's condition, compared to the urgency of understanding Feng Lingjing's health. All other considerations paled into insignificance. Hearing him praise his own child while disparaging others, Yuji gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, unable to suppress a slight smile. Ivy administered cold medicine to Gu Ningjing before finally emerging from the room, urging him to get a good night's sleep. When Tang Li appeared in the living room, holding a platter of fruit, Ren Jingxiong was still engaged in conversation with Wang Yangming. His gaze flickered towards her, and upon recognizing Tang Li, he was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the Ivy League was pondering how to educate the two young ones, while the rabbit spirit glanced at the severely bullied Yuan Shilang. Feeling a sense of satisfaction in her identity as a fairy, otherwise, both would have suffered greatly. What Gao Wenlan did not mention was that Xiao Minglan was aware of Tang Li's kinship with the Wang family, and deemed them a more suitable maternal family than the Li family. The maternal grandmother has always been on good terms with Princess Wu Shan, and since you are the princess's beloved, it is only natural that you will not be neglected upon arrival, chuckled Aunt Shi. Sun Yao harbored confidence in her beauty. She was not the rarest of beauties, unable to compete with the radiant stars on television, but she could certainly be considered among the finest. With her eyes gleaming, after activating her treasure-identifying skill, Ling Qi's gaze shone like that of a mythical beast, though this effect was visible only to him. Regarding the suppression and exclusion faced by Jiang Haozhong's family, as it had only been 2 or 3 days, the elders from the 4 families had yet to grasp the situation, leaving them bewildered about Jiang Haozhong's family and Jiang Hanxue. Ling Qi and his companions had not intended to enter the restaurant. However, upon passing by, he noticed over 20 individuals blocking the entrance, with some attempting to close the alloy doors, which did not appear to be the behavior of diners. He could not help but release his spiritual awareness to investigate the scene within. Zhang Xian meticulously scanned the street, his gaze landing on a surveillance camera mounted on a building 100 meters away. Recalling Murong Kuanping's mention of uncovering a centuries-old golden Buddha, the instinctive master felt a sudden jolt. Could it be true? This was not Zhang Xian's first time exchanging items reminiscent of martial arts films. Previously, he had acquired peculiar tools such as human skin masks. In the past 3 months, the television films produced by Yang Ji had been released one after another. Although many were not directly starred by him, the audience still showed him considerable respect. In Chapter 128, Little Gang cannot be without the wayward frog, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Meanwhile, in the Fengyuan region, in Kanas City, Little Gang was engaged in a conversation filled with peculiarities with Dujuan, only to be whisked away by Xiao Sheng. Later, while healing Pokémon at the Pokémon Center, he noticed an email from Shimu. Young man, do you still remember your Infernape? This subject line momentarily stunned Xiaoji. After vanquishing the monsters of the 17th layer, Yihua promptly retrieved every type of food he had tasted on the 10th layer. However, this was sufficient to prove that he was not a soft-hearted individual. Anyone in Xuanqing faced Su Ning with a sense of humility. Others quickly realized that Pian Pian had just called out the name of number 3, all looking incredulously towards the kite. Lin Lizzie, upon seeing that the person responsible for monitoring, gathering, and relaying information had acquired so little, could surmise that Tianlu Palace had focused all its attention on the Martial Arts Alliance and the prominent figures of Yang Yuanfeng and various renowned righteous sections. Thus, he contemplated the wealth of information his father, Lin Yiming, possessed regarding Wamingzu and others. Naturally, she had little to fear. When soldiers arrive, one must resist, and she had her own strategies in reserve. Noticing that both his grandmother and the Hound of the Baskervilles were at level 35, he swiftly summoned 7 skeletons, directing them to encircle his grandmother. The mid laner hastily activated a shield while simultaneously casting a polymorph spell, perhaps overconfidently neglecting to use his flash to evade the chains of the enchantress. He glanced towards Tang Wanner's office, finding the decor identical to when he first visited. In his previous life, the cousin of his betrothed had brought up the matter, claiming the individual was a retired soldier now running a farm for agricultural companies. Even if Yu Yang had dedicated over 20 years to projects, meticulously scrutinizing every aspect, it still fell short. Taking a deep breath, she remarked that to this extent, adding each other as friends seemed unnecessary, and she simply handed him her phone. Zhu Yuan, nearly overwhelmed, hurriedly jumped out of bed, flinging open the bedroom door. The living room, like Jiang Wang's room, was vast and silent. Boatman, please wait here. We shall return shortly. Su Xianming dared not spend the night in the wilderness, repeatedly advising caution. Listening to the other's calm words, Sun Wan nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. I have evidence. It is clear that you were awake at that time. Han Yun thought about delivering a sharp reprimand, finding the situation utterly vexing. It was said that Lu Pengzi was quite generous towards Dia, providing a fixed monthly allowance and additional pocket money or jewelry during her stays. Furthermore, Lu Pengzi had hired a family of 3 to care for Dia,